It made people think her combat style was long-range, when in fact her most hidden lethal move was her formidable melee capabilities. She's a fearsome woman, indeed. Thankfully, she is a teammate. Thinking this, Feng Heng suddenly felt a dizzy spell in his brain and realized that a second wave of backlash would soon surge into his sea of consciousness. Hurriedly, he poured a large gulp of mental recovery potion into his mouth. Feng Heng's pupils shrank suddenly as he looked back at Xiaolin. After releasing that blow, Xiaolin had stood still without moving. Drops of blood continued to drip from the crevices of her mask, and her exposed skin showed tiny cracks that kept appearing and healing on their own. Hella organization cells. Feng Heng stared at Xiaolin and whispered, "Xiaolin." Obviously, she had once again entered an unstable state. Xiaolin slowly raised her head, looked back at Feng Heng, gave him a look, and then, as if it took tremendous effort, slowly pressed her hand against the pendant on her chest. Whoosh! Xiaolin disappeared completely from the spot. Feng Heng watched where Xiaolin had disappeared, deep in thought. It seemed that this move also put a huge strain on Xiaolin. Analyzing the scene he had just witnessed, Xiaolin's strength derived from the Hella organization cells was not inferior to his own. He remembered Xiaolin had once mentioned pursuing the ultimate power, the fusion of physical strength, mental power, and spatial power. So, was the move he just saw the anticipated fusion of these three powers by Xiaolin? It seemed that Xiaolin had not completely mastered this move. It was still a prototype lethal move but could still kill the alien leader when its health was below 30%. If one day Xiaolin could find a way to completely resolve the backlash of the Hella organization cells, her strength could see a significant qualitative leap. And what about himself? Feng Heng couldn't help but think about himself. How should he proceed on his path forward? To be honest, the things he was learning now were too complicated. With the omniscient eye, he understood a little bit of everything, not to mention the special bloodlines of the vampire and demon races within him. But as for which path to ultimately progress on, Feng Heng was also a bit confused. Let's see. First, improve his own attributes. The contamination of the demon race in his sea of consciousness was still unresolved. With the current life-threatening situation, he couldn't afford to focus on this. Everything can be planned after addressing the contamination issue. Feng Heng stopped overthinking and slowly approached the ashes left behind by the blue flame. There was still a residual wave of spatial energy fluctuations on the ashes. What's this? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat as he raised his hand, and a crystal glowing with colorful light flowed into the palm of his hand. Notification. Player obtained Mirage Crystal *1. Notification. The player's rank has not been raised to level 40. Notification. The player can decompose the Mirage Crystal for exchange. The Mirage Crystal can be exchanged for 10 third-level mutant crystals, 10,000 second-level mutant crystals, 100,000 first-level mutant crystals. Its decomposition is irreversible. Mirage Crystal. Feng Heng was overjoyed. One crystal was worth 10 third-level mutant crystals. It seemed that the Mirage Crystal was at a higher stage required for leveling up after level 40. What a great find. Reminder. Skill extraction in progress. Reminder. Player obtained a skill book. Double jump not tradable. Feng Heng glanced at the game prompts. His kill contribution was only 37%. This time, he was carried by Sharon. Upon careful consideration, despite Sharon only providing the final blow, without her, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to use the Eternal Moon skill. As the duration of the Eternal Moon skill ends, the health of the alien body will rapidly increase in recovery. Thinking about how difficult it is to take down the alien body boss increases the challenge. The game evaluation is not problematic. This time was indeed a bit of a gamble. As for the subsequent reward skills, it was a pleasant surprise. Feng Heng found a task reward description and opened it to take a look. Skill. Double jump. Skill level, A+. Description. Bound to player, not tradable. Description. When the player is in midair, they can utilize spatial power to create a small platform underfoot, allowing for a quick second jump using the platform, with a cooldown time of 0.1 seconds. Cannot use double jump twice in one jump. Learning requirements. Intermediate spatial studies. Agility greater than 200. Constitution greater than 100. Consumption. Stamina. A good find. Seeing the skill description, Feng Heng's eyes brightened. At first glance, it seems like a regular double jump skill, but the actual observed skill effect is far superior to jumping twice in a row. He can use the double jump skill to change direction in midair. Additionally, next time he is knocked into the air, as long as he is not under a control state, he can still perform a midair directional double jump. Extremely flexible. However, for regular players, this skill is undoubtedly difficult to master. After all, the prerequisites are too strict, and despite putting in the effort to meet them, the final skill effect can only be considered average, far from being transformative. There's no need to learn it entirely. Even though the skill book is bound and cannot be traded, it is still too lackluster. Therefore, in the vast majority of cases, the probability of randomly drawing a lackluster skill is quite high. Fang Heng patted the skill book on his head. Reminder: player has met the skill learning conditions. Player currently obtains the skill double jump. Reminder: player has completely cleared the remains of the life forms. The current mission, Main Tomb Exploration task completion, has increased to 300%. Reminder: player has been determined to have completed the task. Player has reached the maximum task completion. Entering the task settlement phase, player can choose one of the following rewards. Task reward chose 1. Random skill book grade C. 2S bound * 2. Task reward chose 2. 1 million main deity points. Task reward chose 3. Optional advanced academic skill advancement book tradable * 2. After completely dealing with the remains of the life forms, the exploration progress of the main tomb mission has also increased to 300%, entering the mandatory settlement phase. The task rewards have greatly improved. Which one to choose? Fang Heng quickly checked the task rewards. The random skill book has too much variability and is at risk of being lackluster. Not chosen. The 1 million main deity points can solve some urgent problems, but it is still far from enough. After some consideration, Fang Heng chose the third option and obtained 2 advanced academic skill advancement books. Advancing academic skills to a higher level require completing some very troublesome tasks to trigger upgrades. Since he already possesses several academic skills, using the skill books directly could save a lot of time. Fang Heng immediately selected the third option to exchange for the advanced academic skill advancement books. Reminder: player obtains 2 advanced academic advancement books. Item: Advanced Academic Advancement Book. Level: S. Description: if a player's current academic level reaches full intermediate, they can use the Advanced Academic Skill Advancement Book to upgrade that skill to advanced level LV. 1. This item does not work on bloodline skills. Description: tradable limited to 1 trade, disappears after use. After receiving the skill book, Fang Heng opened the character skill bar to take a look. Soon, Fang Heng's gaze fell upon Intermediate Natural Studies. Currently, the level of Natural Studies was maxed out at the intermediate level. Considering that the advanced gaming world left by the Blood Clans, the world of 10,000 forests, is a special forest world closely related to Natural Studies. The upgrade for Natural Studies skill was inevitable. The sooner the upgrade, the better. Upgrade. The game prompt quickly scrolled over Fang Heng's retina. Reminder: player used Advanced Academic Advancement Book. Player's current skill, Intermediate Natural Studies, has been forgotten. Player gains Advanced Natural Studies LV to 1. Skill: Advanced Natural Studies LV 1. Skill description: Advanced Natural Studies skill. With this skill, you can more clearly perceive and control natural energy, gradually sensing the power of life nurturing. Skill description: additional increase of 20 vitality, 50 perception. Each skill level increase will additionally provide 2 points of perception, 0.5 vitality, and 1 point of life recovery speed per second. Skill description: this skill can be increased to a maximum of LV to 30. As for the second book, Fang Heng scanned through his existing skills several times, finally settling on Sacred Studies. Sacred Studies are closely related to the Holy Court. Under normal circumstances, to upgrade, one probably needs to engage in tasks related to the Holy Court. For him, the difficulty of these tasks is 1,000 times greater. Can't just go to the enemy and accept hostile tasks, right? He reckons he'll have to continue fighting with the Holy Court in the future. With Sacred Studies, understanding the enemy more is always beneficial. Of course, apart from this, there's also the Holy Sword of the Holy God received from Punnos previously. That thing is undoubtedly at the level of artifacts. Unfortunately, he still can't control it. Will there be any changes after advancing to the higher level of Sacred Studies? If he could get the Divine Sword, his strength would also improve. Learn it. Fang Heng once again patted the skill book on his head. A gentle golden light enveloped Fang Heng. The game prompt appeared once again. Reminder. Player used. Advanced Academic Advancement Book. Player's current skill. Intermediate Sacred Studies has been forgotten. Player gains Advanced Sacred Studies LV2-1. Skill. Advanced Sacred Studies LV1. Skill description. Advanced Sacred Studies skill. With this skill, you can use the vast majority of sacred study-related items, learn related sacred study skills, and sense the faint power and summons from the divine realm. Skill description. Your spirit and will attributes are further increased by 55 points. Each skill level increase will provide an additional 2 points of spirit and 1 point of will. After completing the upgrade of his innate skills, Fang Heng looked around again. Following the recent battle, a large area around him had been destroyed. Due to the spatial collapse causing enormous spatial fluctuations, the artifact space transfer hub in his backpack was still in a state of spatial flux and couldn't be used. Fang Heng inspected the large amount of equipment left in the experimental laboratory on the second level of the two and squinted his eyes. While the federal personnel had not yet arrived, move everything away. Last night, the N School district was subjected to a terror attack. Researcher Pukam was killed during the attack and it has been confirmed that the Black Fortress team was responsible. This malignant event has attracted widespread attention from various sectors of society. Researcher Pukam was a well-known mouthpiece for the federal government. His death last night had caused quite a stir in academic circles. To pacify the researchers and maintain stability, the federal government had formed a special investigation team to look into Pukam's death, with a deadline of 10 days to resolve the case. However, the real focus of the investigation was on the demi-human race. Coincidentally, at the same time as the attack occurred, an important item theft took place inside Building A, which is of SS level value. An important item valued at SS level was stolen. We believe that this theft is closely linked to the demi-human race. Following orders from superiors, I will lead a special investigation team to look into this incident. At the meeting, Clement quickly summarized the events that happened at the school the previous night. Clement was a highly experienced chief investigator with 30 years of experience, responsible for handling various challenging cases. He and his team had just arrived at N School at morning on an urgent call. The 10 people gathered around the meeting table were the local investigation team assigned to him by superiors. The entire investigation team consisted of 16 people, led by Clement. Clement looked around at everyone. Let's hear what everyone thinks. The room fell into silence. Clement then turned his gaze to a young woman sitting at the end. Joey, what do you think? Joey was a granddaughter of an old friend of Clement's, and he had been entrusted to look after her in the investigation team. Leader, the murder of researcher Pukam coinciding with the SS level item theft. I don't believe this is a coincidence. Joey rose calmly after being called upon and said seriously, before your arrival, our on-site investigation team had already conducted a related investigation. I believe that the criminals are likely to be internal staff at the school. Moreover, last night's events were not limited to just 2 incidents. At the same time as the 2 cases, a theft also occurred in Sector C's Research Institute, where some spatial-related items were stolen. Clement and the 5 members of the investigation team exchanged whispers. This theft event was also documented, but it was a bit peculiar. Firstly, there were no casualties during the entire theft process, and the stolen items were not particularly valuable, so it was not a priority in the investigation. I believe there is a link between these 3 incidents. I am quite familiar with N School. Here is a list of suspicious individuals I and the on-site investigation team have compiled. We can start the investigation from this list. Clement took the list of suspicious persons from his assistant and reviewed it one by one with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. On the way here, he had already begun his investigation. Most of the people on the list coincided with the list he had created. However, there was a considerable portion that he had overlooked. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared in Clement's eyes. Fang Heng? He couldn't be more familiar with this name. The young man who recently gained control of the entire vampire world, forcing the federal government to make concessions and cooperate. Was it him? Clement set down the list in his hand and praised. Very good. I also believe that starting the investigation from within N School is a good direction. Here is my list as well. 3 days to conduct a preliminary screening of suspicious individuals. Remember, we are dealing with enemies capable of breaking through a 3rd-tier lock, possibly even from the demi-human race. This means they are extremely dangerous. Be sure to protect yourself during the investigation. I don't want to hear any bad news from any of you. Understood. After the meeting concluded, Joey stayed behind alone. Leader Clement, I would like to request to investigate the suspect Fang Hang. Clement raised his expressionless face. I need a reason. Fang Hang is highly suspicious. A few days ago, he joined a research group and obtained permission to access the sea-level research facility. Yesterday evening, Fang Hang was also seen at the Research Institute in Sector C, and he is knowledgeable in spatial studies. Joey continued. What's suspicious is that Fang Hang left the school early this morning. Clement's eyes narrowed suddenly. Left? Yes. He rented a villa off campus, and he has returned to school twice in the last 2 days, heading to the Research Institute. Most of the time, he stays at the villa. Go ahead, but be cautious. Joey took a deep breath. Thank you. At this moment, Fang Hang was unaware that he had already been secretly noted by someone. After completely resolving the infection of the alien insects in the game world, all he had to do was continue to level up and wait for the space to completely heal. Considering that he couldn't just leave the various research equipment in the tomb's second level to the federal authorities for no reason, Fang Hang had asked Mo Jiawei to help rent a large villa near the school that night. He specifically requested a villa with a large underground basement. So the next morning, Fang Hang returned to the villa and began shuttling between the game and reality worlds, solely relying on physical strength for transport. After restoring her condition following the backfire, Charlene also left a special space the next afternoon. When she returned to the research hall on the second level of the tomb, and saw all the dismantled mechanical parts scattered around from the zombie clones and Fang Hang busy shuttling back and forth between the game and reality worlds, Charlene couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. But in the end, she said nothing and silently went back to the first level to continue fighting monsters. She had originally intended for Fang Hang to move some important research items and machinery from the second level and destroy the rest that couldn't be moved before the federal authorities arrived. But now it seemed that Fang Hang was more thorough than she had originally thought. The research lab of the clan was filled with high-level machinery, all of which were dismantled and sent back for further study. By doing this, the research and construction capabilities of the entire Zombie Apocalypse Research Institute could be further enhanced. This move did not disappoint. However, when it came to transporting materials back and forth between the real world and the lab, one had to do it themselves, as the zombie clone couldn't assist. After 2 days and nights of non-stop moving, Fang Hang was still organizing things in the basement of his house that evening when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring outside. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ha. Someone's visiting. The visitor didn't leave after ringing the doorbell a few times, and after a pause, they continued pressing the doorbell. Fang Hang furrowed his brows, left the basement, and went to open the door to welcome the guests. Through the peephole, Fang Hang saw a man in his 60s and a young woman standing at the door. The woman had light makeup on and was very beautiful. Fang Hang recognized her at a glance. Xiao Wei. In their elemental studies class, Fang Hang had seen her a few times. Fang Hang was impressed by her. It was partly due to Xiao Wei's outstanding appearance and remarkable figure, especially with regards to Tan Guangbin from the Tongjia Research Department. He had heard Tan Guangbin talk about Xiao Wei's explosive figure more than once. Indeed, Xiao Wei was quite eye-catching. Based on appearance alone, Xiao Wei had an absolute advantage among her peers. The middle-aged man standing next to Xiao Wei was somewhat unfamiliar. Fang Hang was sure he had never seen him before. It was strange. Why were they here? Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Is this Fang Hang? Fang Hang opened the door, looked at the two people outside, and asked, Who are you? Hello, Fang Hang. I'm Xiao Wei. We should have met in the elemental studies class. This is Teacher Chang from the Federal Research Department. I've come to assist Teacher Chen. Is your phone not turned on? My phone has the do not disturb mode on. How did you know where I live? You left your contact information with the dormitory management. We found this place through the Federal Registry. Xiao Wei looked very enthusiastic and asked, Fang Hang, are we able to come in and chat for a bit now? Fang Hang became a bit wary. These two individuals seemed suspicious. It was highly likely that they were here because of the synthetic material he had stolen a few days ago. He had to tread carefully. These days, Fang Hang hadn't seen any reports about the theft. Most were about Dr. Kong being assassinated. Please come in. The room is a bit messy, Fang Heng said, stepping aside to let them in the living room on the first floor and inviting them to sit down. Fang Heng, why did you suddenly move here? It's hard to find you, said the man. Actually, the environment inside the school is quite good, and it's convenient to live on campus. However, I encountered some unpleasant things in the past few days, and I didn't feel very safe. After considering it, I decided to move out. Fang Heng got up to pour water for the two guests. Qiao Wei had been quietly sizing up Fang Heng since entering the room, trying to figure him out. She had first noticed Fang Heng in connection with the Tangjia project team. Qiao Wei was an elite investigator trained by the Federation, currently studying at N School, while handling intelligence-related tasks. Initially, during the exhibition hall attack incident, the Tangjia project team came under her radar and was put on her investigation list. To conduct a better investigation, she had included the Tangjia project team in the Federation's annual review list. During the review, she discovered Fang Heng, who had suddenly been recruited. A scholar of elemental studies, he had only been at school for less than a month before being involved in Tangjia's related research, related to natural sciences. Qiao Wei keenly sensed that something was amiss. Later on, she found out that Fang Heng was also present at the exhibition hall attack incident. Moreover, he had signed up to visit the exhibition hall with a spatial studies teacher that day. After that, something even more unexpected happened. Qiao Wei didn't expect Fang Heng to easily pass the qualifications review by the Federation's review team. The whole review team had given Fang Heng extremely high praise. The evaluation report spoke highly of Fang Heng's strong natural science abilities, making him very suitable for research tasks. Qiao Wei even read a hint of regret in the report. It seemed that inviting Fang Heng to join the Tangjia project team had been somewhat of a compromise. Qiao Wei's curiosity about Fang Heng grew even more. So, the last time she had tried to get close to Fang Heng in order to strike up a conversation, she was completely ignored and brushed aside by him. This made Qiao Wei feel an unprecedented sense of frustration. The school's security work has been done very well. These few days you've been caught up in, the man said with a sigh, shaking his head. Let's not talk about that. Don't worry, the Federation is already investigating the case, and I believe there will be results soon. Fang Heng quickly got to the point and asked, Teacher Cheng, did you come here for any specific reason? Oh, it's like this. Last time you passed the Federation's review, and the review team had a very high opinion of you. Coincidentally, I have a research project in cooperation with the Federation, and the project is urgent. They recommended you to me, so I put on a brave face and came to visit, Teacher Cheng explained. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. It was related to the project team. They weren't here to investigate him. As he was thinking about this, Teacher Cheng became more enthusiastic. Fang Heng, I've read the review report. You indeed have great talent in natural sciences. We sincerely invite you to join my project team. You can rest assured about the treatment. Well, Fang Heng didn't want to complicate things, so he looked apologetic and said, Teacher Chang, I currently have no intention of leaving the project team. That's fine. That's fine. There's no need to completely leave your current project team. Don't rush to decide. Just take a look at the benefits, Teacher Cheng said, opening his briefcase and handing several documents to Fang Heng. Our project team is closely cooperating with the Federation. In addition to the bonuses provided by the project team, the conditions given by the Federation are very generous. Qiao Wei observed Fang Heng's every move. When she saw Fang Heng take the documents from Teacher Chang, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. These were made of special paper produced by the Federation. The paper would react to hundreds of passive skills. If a player had the ability to unlock the lock in the real world and had mastered any corresponding skill, the paper would show a subtle reaction. Unfortunately, the paper did not change at all when it touched Fang Heng, and from their current analysis, they could confirm that the attacker in the SS-level theft incident was very powerful. Kai stood up at this moment. Sorry, Fang Heng, can I borrow your bathroom? Sure. It's at the end of the hallway. Fang Heng nodded, gesturing to the right corridor, then continued to casually browse through some information about the benefits of the project group. Teacher Cheng's words were not exaggerated. Just the salary alone was several levels higher than that of Tangjia's project group. And it only required going twice a week. It wouldn't take up too much time. However, Fang Heng still wasn't interested. His current focus was on leveling up in the game. Where would he find the time to engage in research? Suddenly, Fang Heng stopped. What is this? Turning to the next page, his face showed a hint of surprise and confusion. Seeing Fang Heng's expression, Teacher Cheng smiled and nodded. Fang Heng, there are many benefits to joining the Federal Project Group, such as the additional benefit of the Federal Training Application form you have in your hand. We know that your natural science academic level is very high, but you probably haven't received formal training on the lock of the second stage in the real world yet, right? If you can break through the second stage lock in the real world, it would be very helpful for your personal research path. The latest batch of second stage lock breakthrough training by the Federation is currently recruiting publicly. If you are willing to join the project group, we can provide you with a training application slot. Of course, I cannot guarantee whether the application will be approved, but it doesn't hurt to try, right? I also have my own motives. If you can unlock the second stage lock, it would also benefit our project group, and the project progress could be faster. Fang Heng's heart suddenly ignited at these words. He became interested. The second stage. Mastering the abilities in the game for use in the real world is divided into multiple stages. The Federation refers to each stage as the corresponding lock. After completely unlocking the first stage, the player will entirely possess the game's additional attributes and some passive skills. The second stage consists of most passive skills and very few active skills. As for opening the third stage, the player can use all active skills and talent skills from the game in the real world. Since breaking the second and third stage locks is considered extremely dangerous in the real world, the decryption method has not been publicly disclosed and is firmly controlled by the Federation and some anti-Federation forces. Any unauthorized learning, teaching, or training of how to break the second or third stage lock is considered a serious crime. Fang Heng looked down at the application form information. He had very limited combat abilities in the real world. If he could unlock the second stage lock, his combat strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. He was intrigued. After all, joining Teacher Cheng's research team had no additional requirements, just assisting with research tasks for 2 days each week. 2 days a week in exchange for a slot. Several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind quickly. He put down the list and looked back at Teacher Cheng. Fang Heng, we are very sincere. Don't worry, we have already communicated with the leader Tong Jia. You only need to come in for 2 days a week. It won't affect your daily studies. Trust me, this is a great opportunity. The chances of a successful application are high. Teacher Cheng handed a pen to Fang Heng as she spoke. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Fang Heng couldn't resist the temptation. He took the pen. Suddenly, as his finger touched the pen, Fang Heng sensitively felt a faint touch. He furrowed his brows, looked down. There was nothing on the pen. Illusion? Fang Heng quickly signed his name on the paper. Great. Fang Heng, welcome to our project group. After the specific project formalities are completed in the next 2 days, we will contact you right away. Okay. Fang Heng agreed, yawning, suddenly feeling an extreme drowsiness creeping in. Something's not right. Fang Heng realized this drowsiness was very strange. But the next moment, a warm flow emerged from within him, instantly dispersing the sleepiness. Although there was no game prompt, Fang Heng immediately realized that the passive effect of the annoying body was taking effect. He had been drugged. When did this happen? Was it from the pen? They were indeed up to no good. Have they found out about me? Should I deal with this trouble immediately? Several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind. For a moment, he couldn't make a decision, so he simply pretended to faint and fell onto the sofa. Teacher Cheng saw Fang Heng collapse. Her smile disappeared. She also stood up from the sofa and looked around. Kai paced back from the corridor behind, with a hint of confusion and seriousness on her face. Have you checked? I looked around roughly. Kai shook her head. No, the rooms on the first floor were all empty. The doors to the rooms on the second floor were locked. It took some time to open them, but I checked carefully. Everything was fine. What about the basement? The basement was very messy, with a lot of abandoned clutter. I checked roughly. It should be left by the previous owner. So, he's not the person we're looking for. Kai stared at the unconscious Fang Heng for a while, and simply said, Let's leave first, we'll talk later. As the two of them left, Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes. The killing intent in his eyes faded away. Luckily, They didn't discover the secret of the basement. When the villa was rented, the basement was already piled with a lot of clutter. He just added more parts dismantled from high-level clan machinery. Kai couldn't recognize those things. Otherwise, they would have definitely clashed with the Federation. It seemed that he was really being targeted by the Federation. Trouble. Fang Heng muttered to himself. He really wanted to run away tonight and leave this place. However, considering the large amount of high-level machinery parts just transferred from the game into the basement, as well as not yet obtaining the stimulating original devouring body synthesis formula and a large number of synthetic materials from Tong Jia's laboratory, it would be a pity to leave now. Reluctant to leave. This time, the Federation's investigation was confidential. They probably didn't have much evidence, just suspicions about him. Right now, he was still safe. Let's take a bit more and then leave. Fang Heng took a deep breath and made up his mind. Everything is normal. She focused on investigating several locked rooms, but couldn't find any suspicious points inside. However, she had a strong intuition that Fang Heng was hiding something. Teacher Cheng saw Xiaowei looking distracted and couldn't help but ask, "Xiaowei, do you still have doubts about him?" I just feel it's strange," Xiaowei said, pursing her lips. She didn't know the problem was in the basement, nor did she realize she had just wandered near the edge of danger. She only felt Fang Heng's attitude towards her was strange. When they first met, he wasn't attracted to her appearance. It was more of an indifferent evaluation. "So what's your conclusion?" Xiaowei took out the application report Fang Heng had just signed and asked, "Can we compare handwriting?" "You know, this kind of comparison is meaningless." Xiaowei shook her head. "I'll apply for further investigation on him." "Fang Heng, you are quite outstanding. Even the Federal Research Office has sent you a cooperation invitation." The next day, Fang Heng returned to the office and sat down. Then Tan Guangbin came over. "How about it? I heard that yesterday it was Xiaowei who came with Professor Chen to find you." Tan Guangbin's eyes were eager. "Come on, tell me, is Xiaowei much prettier in person than in the photos? Have you added her on WeChat? Come on, show me your moments." "I'm not familiar with her." Fang Heng was a bit annoyed at first, but was surprised to hear Tan Guangbin talk like that. "Why are you so interested in Xiaowei?" "Interested? Heh, of course. TSK, that figure, it's amazing." Tan Guangbin's eyes revealed a "you know what I mean" expression. He joked and took out a form from the side. "You're quite sly. Enjoy looking. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Here, your project team cooperation application has been approved. Here is the handover list." Fang Heng took the handover list, thinking it was Tan Guangbin, who was sly instead. The application to join Professor Cheng's research team had been approved. From then on, he would go to the project team twice a week to handle related work. In name, he still belonged to Tong Jia's project team. The federal project team just called upon him. The actual workload he was responsible for was minimal. Fang Heng looked at the handover request, and it was very good. The subsidy provided by the federal was 3 times that of a regular project team. "Junior, you are our lucky star. I heard that the Federation has specially approved a lot of emergency research materials for our project team. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy to let Tong team leader go." Fang Heng's eyes widened, turning to ask, "Have the project supplies been approved?" "Of course. Who is our Lingjia team leader? Would we suffer a loss?" "The first batch arrived today. Soon, in at most 2 days, we will have everything we need, and we will be busy for the next 2 days," Tan Guangbin said, enthusiastically, clearly in a good mood. Fang Heng thought to himself, "That's good." With this, he could find ways to quickly obtain the basic materials for the original phage-stimulated synthesis. With the basic materials, it would be much easier for Qiu Yaokang's research team to find substitutes or directly replicate the materials. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly vibrated. Fang Heng glanced down. It was Xiaowei. Xiaowei sent a message saying that his formal application had been approved, and asked him to meet her under the federal building in 10 minutes. Fang Heng skillfully replied with an OK emoji, got up, and prepared to go find Xiaowei. "Hey, Junior, why did you leave without saying a few more words? Let's talk when I come back. I'm going to see Xiaowei first." Watching Fang Heng hurriedly leave the office, Tan Guangbin blinked. "Wow, you say you're not familiar. If you're not familiar, why rush over to meet?" The Federation acted exceptionally quickly, and within half a day, Fang Heng's research team application was finalized, making him an assistant researcher in Professor Cheng's project team. Under the Federal Research Institute building, Chia Wei stood alone at the door, looking lively. When she saw Fang Heng, she smiled and greeted him. Fang Heng, classmate. Sorry for the wait. Fang Heng walked over, and upon seeing Chia Wei's attire, he was also impressed. She must have some charm if Tan Guangbin praised her like that. Chia Wei knew how to leverage her advantages well. The tight-fitting top half made one worrying the buttons might pop open accidentally, matched with a professional skirt on the lower half, showcasing her figure unmistakably. Passing students couldn't help but glance a few more times. Damn, playing the beauty card. Does the Federation like playing this kind of trick? Fang Heng restrained his gaze from Chia Wei. It's okay. Just arrived. Is this your first time at the Research Institute? Let me take you in. Chia Wei moved closer to Fang Heng's side, appearing very friendly. Fang Heng agreed, feeling a refreshing scent wafting into his nose. Unable to resist, he took another look at Chia Wei. Chia Wei noticed the subtle change in Fang Heng's expression and secretly felt pleased. It was worth getting up early to put on makeup today. Fang Heng forced himself to look away. Why couldn't he control his own eyes? Maybe it wasn't his fault. Could it be his desired demon seed? Right? It must be because of the demon seed. Fang Heng made an effort to calm himself down, avoiding eye contact, and followed Chia Wei's steps into the elevator. Chia Wei pressed the elevator button. After a slight sway, the elevator ascended rapidly. Intentionally moving closer to Fang Heng, Chia Wei lowered her voice and asked, Fang Heng, it seems like you don't really like me. Did I do something wrong that made you misunderstand me? Not like you. No. Then why does it seem like you never talked to me first? Fang Heng fell into silence, avoiding eye contact. In the confined space, Chia Wei's scent kept drifting into Fang Heng's nose. Fang Heng, we've just joined the project. We are both members of the project team now. Professor Cheng wants us to communicate more and cooperate. And since we are both newcomers, let's keep each other company. Chia Wei blinked at Fang Heng. What do you say? Fang Heng unintentionally met Chia Wei's pleading gaze again. I don't believe you. Sure. After putting on the experimental suits, Teacher Cheng led the two of them into the indoor botanical garden. The Federal Indoor Botanical Garden was several times larger than the garden rented by Tanjia Research Institute, divided into 3 levels. As soon as they entered the garden, Fang Heng immediately sensed the surging natural power, raising his eyebrows involuntarily. The natural power in the garden was extremely abundant. This was unusual. They must have planted some kind of plants that could release a large amount of natural energy. The federal government must be wealthy. Fang Heng looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Cultivating plants like these took time, effort, and resources, and most ordinary companies couldn't afford the maintenance costs. Is this your first time here? Fang Heng, let me introduce you. This is the Federal Indoor Plant Cultivation Garden built entirely with federal funds. Teacher Cheng led Fang Heng forward and continued. In addition to the plants cultivated by our project team, a large part of the garden is also cultivated by other related project teams, including many advanced plants obtained from the gaming world. We try not to tamper with other people's things. Fang Heng nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. Teacher Cheng led Fang Heng to the back of the garden where several plants were growing alone in an open space. Stepping back about 2 meters from the plants, Teacher Cheng pointed to them. This is the misty shadow begonia, which has not yet bloomed. Its color changes unpredictably like mist and shadows after it blooms, hence the name. After the flowers bloom, they emit a unique fragrance that can put people in a hallucinatory state. Our project team needs to experiment with the blooming misty shadow begonia in the near future. However, Fang Heng, you also need to be careful during cultivation to avoid being affected by the fragrance. Fang Heng heard of this strange flower for the first time, nodding. Okay, I will be careful. Your main task during this period is to take care of these misty shadow begonias. Teacher Cheng handed a thick cultivation record log to Fang Heng, saying, the log contains relevant cultivation instructions. You are naturally more skilled than me in cultivation, so you should understand better how to cultivate. Remember to fill in the cultivation records after each cultivation. You are a professional researcher, so I won't say much more. Also, your student card has been granted access, so you can come and go. Take a look first. After saying this, Teacher Cheng turned to look at Chia Wei and said, Chia Wei, your work has some special arrangements. Come with me first. Okay. Chia Wei followed Teacher Cheng, and after walking a few steps forward, she turned back, winked playfully at Fang Heng, and then continued on. "Fine, fairy," Fang Heng murmured softly as he watched the two leave, then turned to observe the plants on the ground. "Misty Shadow Begonia." Fang Heng reached out his hand. The natural power around him quickly gathered in his hand and infused into the Misty Shadow Begonias ahead. After infusing a small amount of natural power, the Misty Shadow Begonias quickly stopped absorbing it. Fang Heng opened the cultivation record log. The cultivation instructions indicated that there was a limit to the amount of natural energy that the Misty Shadow Begonia could absorb each week. The Federation had tried many methods but had not been able to surpass this limit. Fang Heng approached the plants and tried to observe what caused the absorption limit. He thought for a moment, then backed away. He wasn't interested in helping the Federation improve plant cultivation. The task was completed, so he decided to just maintain his progress of visiting twice a week. It would be troublesome if the improvement succeeded because it might bring more complications. However, Fang Heng looked around and pondered. The botanical garden was filled with abundant natural energy, almost close to saturation. Wasn't that a bit wasteful? He had never encountered such a place of concentrated natural energy in the game before. Coincidentally, he had recently obtained a skill advancement book, and his natural learning level had not yet increased. Why not try absorbing some? After advancing to intermediate natural learning level, players could also increase their natural learning experience by directly absorbing natural energy, albeit requiring some simple transformation. Thinking of this, Fang Heng picked up a twig nearby and carved a small alchemical magic array on the ground. He then sat down in the center of the magic array. In an instant, a faint light appeared on the alchemical magic array. The power of natural learning quickly gathered and transformed through the alchemical magic array into a more easily absorbable form, which was swiftly taken in by Fang Heng. A faint game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: players can transform and absorb special natural energy through alchemy study, mysticism, and natural learning. Player natural learning experience plus 12,891. Great! It was a success. Fang Heng's heart raced as he immediately accelerated his efforts. If there was a player proficient in natural learning in the botanical garden at this moment, they would be able to sense that a large amount of natural energy was forming a vortex and rushing towards Fang Heng, who was meditating with crossed legs. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room not far away, Teacher Cheng and Chia Wei were watching Fang Heng's every move on the monitoring screen. In addition to the Misty Shadow Begonia, the botanical garden had many advanced plants needed for federal project team research, including some rare plant species. For example, the dragons were grass. The federal investigation team believed that the demi-human clan would be interested in it. This invitation for Fang Heng to enter the garden was their second attempt at probing. They deliberately gave Fang Heng this opportunity. If Fang Heng was involved in the demi-human clan incident, he would definitely take action. This was a trap intentionally set by Chia Wei for Fang Heng. However, they were disappointed once again. Throughout the monitoring, everyone watched Fang Heng draw a circle on the ground and then sit cross-legged, seemingly perceiving something. Everyone watched Fang Heng's actions on the screen, feeling somewhat amused and puzzled. It's better not to cause trouble. Fang Heng stood up. The absorption efficiency this half hour was extremely high. Converted to hanging up, he would need almost all the zombie clones to hang up the week before he could achieve this effect in the zombie doomsday scenario. Not bad. Fang Heng glanced at the time again, quickly filled out today's cultivation log, then leisurely left the botanical garden area. In a few days, when the natural power was replenished, he would come back. As for other special plants in the botanical garden that Fang Heng had no interest in, he didn't even glance at them, and directly left the laboratory. On the monitoring screen, seeing Fang Heng finish his cultivation and leave without looking back, the others fell into silence once again. For some reason, Chia Wei felt a sense of defeat rising in her heart. The probing action was her idea. It seemed to have completely failed now. The other party didn't take the bait at all. Could it be that they were being cautious? A federal investigator asked, "Have we been too aggressive?" And he noticed something. Chia Wei thought for a moment. Then thinking back to Fang Heng's attitude towards her earlier, she felt it was quite possible and nodded. Indeed, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Teacher Cheng nodded. No need to rush. If he really is related to the incident, he will show his true colors eventually. Fang Heng was unaware that he was mistakenly thought to be associated with the human forces. He even considered refusing the invitation from the federal project team. Considering that doing so would only raise suspicion, he decided not to bother further. Aside from that, he was genuinely interested in training to break through the second stage lock in the real world. Fang Heng was not in a hurry. He would wait for the federal arrangements in the real world. What mattered most at the moment was the game. After leaving the laboratory, he returned to the Tanjia project team's botanical garden area, took care of the ancient bronzewood, then returned to the villa as usual to continue shuttling between the game and the real world, moving equipment parts in and out of the warehouse. Fang Heng's days returned to their former busyness, working and studying at the school during the day, and laboriously shuttling between the game and the real world at night, moving supplies in the warehouse. 2 days later, until Fang Heng had completely emptied the second-floor laboratory of the mausoleum, he finally received exact information from the Black Castle. Shalin, we can prepare to retreat. Just now, news came from the Black Castle that the Federation is very close to us now, and they can completely break through the space collapse today. Okay. Shalin nodded slowly, lowering her hands. Dang, dang, bang, bang, bang. A dense group of void-lurking beasts burst open in front, splattering into pieces of flesh and blood. During this time, Shalin had been dealing with monsters continuously. She had gotten used to this method of training. Every time she finished training, her mental power would have a slight increase. With constant training accumulation, there would be a qualitative change one day. During this time, Fang Heng glanced at Shalin and was about to say something, but seeing the cold indifference in Shalin's tone, he changed his words. Anyway, thank you. You're welcome. After leaving here, Shalin said, after leaving here, I will return to the Black Castle. I will give you a copy of the chip information, and if there are any research results on the chips in the future, I will contact you. Fang Heng just wanted to ask if there would be a chance for future cooperation with Shalin. Seeing her saying so, he shrugged and said, okay. And you? Shalin's lips slightly parted as she asked, the difficulty of leveling up by 40 levels in a short time is not with normal creatures. You need to kill higher-tier creatures to obtain a third-order mutation crystal. Such creatures can only be found in high-tier game worlds. Well, I will continue to stay in the mausoleum world for a while and then try to find leader-level creatures to complete the upgrade. Shalin became more serious, reminding, the Federal Elite Team will also stay in the mausoleum world for a while, so be careful. I understand. Fang Heng took a deep breath and waved ahead. The numerous zombie clones around gradually merged into the surrounding space, entered the secondary spatial projection, and committed suicide, disappearing completely. Shalin nodded, grabbed Fang Heng's wrist, placed her left hand on the pendant on her chest. Suddenly, the two were simultaneously drawn into a special space and disappeared on the spot. About an hour after the two disappeared, the shattered space ahead slowly began to heal. The elite federal team gathered in front of the entrance to the passage, glanced at each other, then dispersed and stood on guard. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of void aberrant beasts rushed out from the healing passage interior at high speed. The elite team was prepared in advance, and various small arcane spells flew towards them as soon as the void-lurking beasts emerged. A few hundred void-lurking beasts could not affect this elite team in any way. Soon, all the void-lurking beasts were clear. Arnos tried to sense the depths of the passage, then looked back. Anku, the trader of the Black Castle, was also among the group. Feeling Arnos's gaze, Anku nodded and said, after the corner ahead is a straight path. Crossing it will lead to the central hall of the mausoleum, where the sarcophagus was. Shalin was previously trapped there, but should now have escaped. Arnos nodded to the team. Be careful. Let's continue. Led by two federal elite players, the team continued along the passage. After clearing the first batch of void aberrant beasts, no other creatures appeared. Until they returned to the central hall of the mausoleum, seeing the scene before them, Arnos' eyes revealed a serious expression. The sarcophagus that was originally in the center of the hall had completely disappeared, leaving only a small hole on the ground. A beam of light extended from the hole towards the top, shining on the ceiling. When Nanku first saw the second-floor space, he was also somewhat surprised. Faced with Arnos' questioning, he gritted his teeth and snorted lightly. I didn't know there was a second floor here either. Charlene never mentioned it to us. Arnos didn't say much more. Soon, Two elite members who had entered the second floor for investigation returned to the first floor and reported, "Leader, we checked it out. Upstairs is a large second-floor hall, very messy with recent traces of intense battles, and it's confirmed that there's no one there now." A look of seriousness flashed through Arnost's expression, and he nodded. "Let's go in together." The group followed the passage on the ceiling into the second-floor research hall. The floor was littered with overturned tables and chairs, as well as various broken wooden blocks and metal sheets. From these things alone, it was impossible to discern what this place used to be. From various signs, it could be determined that there had been intense battles here. A player checked around and said, "There should have been a lot of things here, but they're all missing now. They must have been taken away." "Yes, I noticed that. There are residual marks on the ground." As the group discussed, suddenly, a game prompt appeared on the retinas of all players. Prompt: Player team discovers a special area. Current task: exploration of the main tomb. Task completion increased by 5%. Players can search in the secret area to discover more clues and improve task completion. Arnost glanced at the game prompt, his face showing some tension. Explore. This place has already been emptied by someone. What's the point of exploring? Arnost turned around, staring intensely at Anku with a hint of anger. Anku also learned for the first time that there was a second floor here. He fell silent for a moment, moving his lips slightly. I also just found out. Inform the Federal Action Department to handle the follow-up. Let's go." Arnost interrupted Anku, turning away with a hint of anger. Originally, this plan had been almost certain, but unexpectedly, it was still manipulated by the Black Castle, and this spy in front of him didn't even have the most basic intelligence. He even had a suspicion. The thing set in the second-floor secret area might be Charlene's true target on this trip. Fang Heng and Charlene had been hiding in the special space all along. It wasn't until the next morning that Fang Heng confirmed the news of most federal personnel leaving from the outside and left the special space with Charlene. Charlene easily took care of two federal guards, and the two quickly left the tomb area using the secondary space projection power. They arrived outside the tomb, and Charlene looked at Fang Heng again. "The federal high-level team will continue to stay in this world. You will be in danger. I can take you with me to leave." "No need. I have a way to go, and I still need to find a way to complete the time-limited task. The people of the Federation don't know my identity. It's not a big deal." Fang Heng waved his hand, rejecting Charlene's kindness. After all, it's not easy to find a high-level game world. He was also planning to make good use of his time to quickly find the third-order mutation crystal for his upgrade. Being trapped in the special space for 6 days consumed a lot of his time. The good news was that Charlene was a great help. Psychology had a terrifying killing power against the lurking beasts of the void. The monster spawn rate was amazing. Unfortunately, the great help was leaving now. Fang Heng looked at Charlene, who was about to leave, and surprisingly felt a bit reluctant. "Goodbye." Charlene sensed Fang Heng's reluctance in his eyes, and she also felt a strange emotion she had never experienced before. Under the mask, Charlene smiled slightly. "We'll meet again next time." "Yad." Watching Charlene leave, Fang Heng thought for a moment, then turned and headed towards the direction of the Federation camp. When he first entered the game, he had contacted Mo Jiawei. Since the Black Castle withdrew from the Tomb World, the Federation had gradually gained control of the entire world, beginning to expand exploration outward from the base camp. At the same time, the Federation also issued a large number of mission commissions externally. Thanks to Charlene's terrifying monster spawn efficiency, now he had no shortage of first and second-order mutation crystals needed for his upgrade. What was lacking was the third-order crystal. He decided to go to the camp to check the situation and see if there were any suitable commission tasks to earn the crystals. Soon, Fang Heng arrived outside the Federation camp, reverting to his human form again and walking into the camp through the gate. Unlike the last time, most of the outer guard towers of the Federation camp had been dismantled, and the dense guard team had withdrawn, leaving only some basic guards. The internal commission receiving hall had also been thoroughly renovated, no longer looking like a simple warehouse. Even though it was early in the morning, the mission hall was still bustling with activity. The large electronic board at the Federation's commission place displayed most of the open missions. Fang Heng scanned the screen quickly. Most of the missions issued by the Federation were related to exploration, with a large part focusing on mineral resource collection, but these missions had high requirements, needing to be under Federation supervision at all times, and the Federation's cut was also high. After a rough scan, he did not find any tasks related to the third-order mutation crystal. He had forgotten to ask Charlene before parting, and he didn't know where the 2-liter level semi-mechanical aberration constructs at the Black Castle had managed to manipulate had come from. Fang Heng was thinking when he heard footsteps behind him. He alertly glanced over his shoulder. "Boss Fang, I can't believe you could safely come back even from such a dangerous place. You are really..." Lu Yanlong saw Fang Heng safely return and immediately came over to greet him, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. "You're really strong." Hearing that Fang Heng had been surrounded by the elite main force of the Federation, the Sea Star Company had been worried for him. However, facing the Federation, the Sea Star Company could not help much. Once they engaged in direct combat, they could not provide much assistance. Unexpectedly, Fang Heng easily escaped. That was the elite team of the Federation in the high-level game world. Who knows how Boss Fang managed to pull it off? It was truly surprising for the Sea Star Company. Seeing Lu Yanlong, Fang Heng relaxed and continued to look at the commission screen, saying, "It's just luck, you guys came pretty quickly." Lu Yanlong smiled and said, "It's not just bad, it's terrible, but now that you're back, things will be different. Our boss has been hoping for your return." Lu Yanlong wasn't exaggerating. Ever since Fang Heng got trapped in the main tomb, the transmission channel of the obelisk couldn't be maintained. Moreover, the Federation strictly inspected all transmission channels, so even if the Starfish Company found some rich mines and completed the excavation, they still had to transport the resources back through the Federation's channels. Every time they used the transmission channel, the Federation would charge them heavily. During this time, apart from the Black Castle and the prisons, the Starfish Company was undoubtedly the most eager for Fang Heng to return soon. Lu Yanlong complained softly, "Those dogs from the Western Federation, aside from occupying a few necessary large transmission points, they destroy every small transmission point they find. It's like they own this world." Lu Yanlong was quite unhappy, muttering, "Small companies like us have no way to survive." Fang Heng glanced at Lu Yanlong. Wasn't the Starfish Company also a small company? He thought the Federation's actions were normal, all for resource competition. If you didn't agree, well, it's a matter of whose fist is bigger. Starfish Company couldn't compete and dare not, so they could only make meager profits. Lu Yanlong had been venting his grievances halfway through, but then he changed the subject and looked at Fang Heng with a somewhat ingratiating smile. "But with you back, things are different. We found a hidden small transmission point that the Federation hasn't discovered yet. It should be usable for a while, and there's a huge mine near the transmission point for us to transport goods. However, it's a bit far from here." "How far?" asked Fang Heng. "About 300 to 400 kilometers, Lu Yanlong chuckled. "Wow," Fang Heng coughed, surprised, "that far? Even in bat form, it would take some time to fly there." "Well, it's not too bad. We have to run a little more to make money. With the current situation, you know, the Federation's pressure and the bad economy, we can only endure." Lu Yanlong chuckled. "By the way, Fang, the lake area we drained before has been discovered by the Federation, and they've occupied it. But I've already managed to relocate the barrier destruction device we set up there, so the loss isn't significant. As for the defense barrier left by the clan on the other side, the Federation has completely eliminated it, and they have already entered the tomb for exploration. We can't go back there for now," Wu Yanlong added. Understood. Fang Heng was prepared for that. It was only natural for the Federation to expand their search after so long, and finding the tomb by the lake was to be expected. Fang Heng smiled wryly. "After so much talk, don't you have any good news?" "Actually, there is one." Lu Yanlong snapped his fingers and said excitedly, "Do you remember the Central Federation captain we worked with last time? You mean Captain Domer?" "Yes, him. He's quite reliable. Although they've gone back after the mission ended, he helped us finalize the transformation device for the mutation crystals, and with the Central Federation's approval, the Western Federation won't dare to bother us in this regard." Fang Heng's eyes lit up. That was indeed great news. He stayed in the tomb world to farm third-tier mutation crystals. The transformation device was a solution to his urgent needs. He would try out the Federation's mutation crystal transformation device first. The device required a large-scale monster farming to charge. It would definitely attract attention. It would be best to avoid revealing it to the Federation and find a place far from their view to farm. Fang Heng thought and asked, "Regarding the mining location you mentioned earlier, Lu Yanlong quickly took out a map from his backpack and unfolded it before them. He pointed to a spot on the map and said, "Here, Fang, there's a mine located here. The mine is situated on the outskirts of a tomb, and we're currently figuring out how to handle the aberrant creature attacks from the tomb's outskirts during mining. In addition, we have found a transmission point here. Look, it's very close to both the tomb's exit and the mining point, about less than a kilometer away, so it's convenient for transporting goods out of the tomb world," Lu Yanlong added. "Oh, one more thing," he remembered. "We confirmed that there's a boss-level creature in that area. So, Fang, we need to be extra careful when we act." Fang Heng felt a stir in his heart. A boss. What great news. Wasn't he looking for boss monsters? A strategic location, close to the transmission point, and near the tomb. He could farm resources and test the Federation's mutation crystal transformation device. It met multiple needs. Fang Heng studied the map, contemplating, and asked, "How long will it take to set up the transformation device for the mutation crystals?" "Hey, with just a word from you, we can set out now, and we'll have it done by 4 o'clock this afternoon," Lu Yanlong said eagerly. Fang Heng checked the time, and immediately made a decision. "Great, let's get started." Aside from farming monsters, he also needed to mine cosmic crystal, or was a high-quality energy source and crucial for various alchemical magic formations, as well as providing energy for his zombie transformation. With the Black Castle team helping with exploration, more resources meant better preparation. "Understood. I'll get things arranged." Lu Yanlong agreed excitedly and called a player over to quickly discuss some arrangements. While the Black Castle team prepared, Fang Heng continued to peruse the Federation's commission list, looking for opportunities. Among all the tasks offered by the Federation, only a few exploration tasks might involve boss-level aberrant creatures. Special tasks. Fang Heng's gaze settled on a specific task among the commissions. It required the assignee to have intermediate or higher spatial abilities. He focused on this particular task, quickly scanning the details, noting the task code, and then patting Lu Yanlong on the shoulder. "Hello. This is a detailed information contract for the commission. Please do not disclose any details about the commission to the public. Only teams with qualifications of S level and above can view and receive the commission. This is considered a high requirement in all task ratings." Fang Heng took the commission contract and immediately began inspecting it. He quickly realized that while he was trapped in the main tomb, the Federation was also exploring other tombs simultaneously. The Federation broke into several small tombs and found central stone coffins, as well as spatial traps around the coffins. Currently, the Federation is mobilizing members to break open the spatial traps and attempt to move the coffins out of each tomb. Judging from the task description, players recruited by the Federation need to assist in clearing the spatial traps and relocating the coffins. The reward is very good. After reading the task instructions, Fang Heng couldn't help but stroke his chin. Interesting. A traitor appeared in the Black Castle team. The Federation should be aware of the connection between the remains hidden in the coffin and the main storyline of the lineage. Based on this judgment, the Federation's choice to relocate the coffins is likely for further research. However, it's strange that the task instructions indicate that the transport destination of the coffin is not the Federation camp, but another tomb that has already been cleared and secured. So, is the Federation not planning to transport the coffin to another safe gaming world for research? Did something unexpected happen? Is it related to the main mission in the tomb world? Fang Heng vaguely sensed something suspicious and carefully recalled the scene when he opened the small tomb coffins last time. Yes. Fang Heng suddenly remembered something. Regardless of what the Federation wants to do, last time he found lineage remains infected by a virus when he opened the coffin, and the remains were stimulated to revive. Due to triggering the spatial trap, the remains were completely engulfed by the spatial trap. So, what if they deactivate the spatial trap beforehand and then open the coffin? Will the remains also become a boss-level creature like the remains in the main tomb? It's highly possible. Upon further consideration, the mutated remains in the main tomb were the result of infection by the mother worm, much stronger than ordinary creatures infected by the virus. The strength of the infected remains should not be as high as his. It should be manageable. Fang Heng pondered that if he follows this method, he might be able to acquire the third-order crystals needed for his advancement. Lu Yanlong also looked at the task commission report in Fang Heng's hand and felt strange after glancing at it. An escort mission for the coffin? What is the Federation up to? When he raised his head, he saw a kind of malicious smile on Fang Heng's face, which made him feel uneasy suddenly. Boss Fang, it will take more than 10 hours for the supplies to be transported. I find this task from the Federation quite interesting. Are you interested in accompanying me to complete the mission on the way? Lu Yanlong was surprised by this and couldn't help but swallow nervously. He thought to himself that it would be fine for someone else to accept this task. Boss Fang, are you sure you want to take it? Are you confident that you won't be chased by a huge number of ambush beasts in the tomb? Seeing the look Lu Yanlong gave him, Fang Heng assumed that accepting the task might cause trouble and asked, "Is there a problem? Does the Federation have new restrictions on accepting tasks?" No. Lu Yanlong came back to his senses and waved his hand repeatedly. Boss Fang, I'm fine. When do we depart? Fang Heng said, "Let's go. Right now." Lu Yanlong was well versed in spatial studies, so having him around could be helpful. The two of them immediately accepted the commission under the name of the Sea Star Company and drove an off-road vehicle to the meeting point of the mission, which was located about 40 kilometers south of the Federation camp. The Federation team gathered at the entrance of a small tomb. For the Federation, breaking into the first small tomb that was discovered was quite troublesome, but with the experience from the first time, subsequent operations became standard and smooth. First, they had to clear the outer layer of distortion beasts, just brute force through them. After clearing the outer layer, they used demolition devices to break through the large spatial barrier on the outer layer of the tomb. The demolition devices were readily available. They just needed to be transported and reassembled. After entering the tomb and using the keys found in the first tomb to easily open the entrances of the subsequent tombs, the Federation would also use alchemical magic arrays to seal space-jumping teleportation for the ambush beasts lurking in the tomb. However, the Federation encountered some trouble while dealing with the central stone coffin in the tomb. There were spatial traps around the coffin, which were very difficult to dismantle. Since there were not many players in the Federation team with spatial abilities, it took them half a day to clean up all the spatial traps by mobilizing all relevant personnel together. Players are not machines. After clearing the spatial traps, they needed a long time to recover. However, there were still many small tombs in the tomb world, and to save time, the Federation had no choice but to recruit players with intermediate-level spatial skills to assist. When Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong arrived at the Federation's tomb gathering point in the off-road vehicle, it was still early in the day. The Federation team was dealing with the void ambush beasts constantly coming out from deep within the tomb. Sensing Fang Heng's presence, the void ambush beasts became agitated and their numbers rapidly increased. The Federation team commander was unsure of what was happening, and the pressure on him increased significantly. Lu Yanlong discreetly glanced at Fang Heng and thought that Boss Fang indeed had a problem, so he quickly pulled Fang Heng away. With the loss of sensing the virus within Fang Heng's body, the Federation swiftly regained control of the situation. It was only after the Federation team used special rune alchemical arrays to completely seal the spatial jumping channel of the void ambush beasts that Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong presented the mission commission authorization letter, allowing them to continue entering the tomb to find the person in charge of the mission. Lu Yanlong nodded in thanks, then walked along a passage with Fang Heng and entered a room deep inside the tomb. Fang Heng surveyed the layout of the room. In the center of the room was a stone coffin, behind which familiar metallic racks and dark purple spatial crystals were suspended. It seemed that the layout of all the stone coffins in the small tombs was the same. Inside the stone coffin were remains left by the family. When Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong were seen by the 5 people in the room, all of them turned their eyes towards them. 3 of them were dressed in federal attire. They were all federal agents. Just as the captain of the federal squad had said, Nasto stood out with his height of nearly 2 meters. Nasto and his 5 companions had just entered the room and were still checking the status of the stone coffin and spatial traps. "Welcome." Nasto stood up and clapped his hands. "It looks like we are all here." Lu Yanlong nodded gently towards the people in the room. "We are from the Starfish Corporation, commissioned by the Federation to come here." A federal player standing next to Nasto nodded. "I know. This time the commission was arranged by the Federal Commission Department. Did Colonel Blame mention it to you? This time, it's not a regular commission. We are here to clear the spatial traps. You should be aware of the risks. How long have you all been studying spatial manipulation? Is your strength enough?" Before Fang Heng arrived, There had already been 2 or 3 batches of players who had come to report, and all of them had been sent away. This job couldn't be handled by players who had just advanced to intermediate spatial manipulation. I know. This is my apprentice accompanying me to learn. I will look after him. There will be no problem, Li Yanlong said with some concern as he glanced at Fang Heng. The eradication of spatial traps theoretically require at least intermediate spatial manipulation skills. Just in theory, if a beginner who had just advanced to the intermediate level made a mistake, the entire space might collapse and everyone would be in trouble. Caution was necessary. Nasto looked at Fang Heng and said, "If it's just for observation, it's safer to stay outside." "It's not just simple observation. I can help," said Fang Heng, taking a step back. As he stepped back, Fang Heng's figure gradually faded and merged into a secondary spatial projection. Seconds later, a faint distortion appeared in the space beside Nasto. Fang Heng stepped out from the secondary spatial projection and appeared by the side of the stone coffin. Everyone looked at Fang Heng with amazement. This skill casually entering the secondary spatial projection and successfully teleporting a distance. It seemed very effortless. All the players present were well versed in spatial manipulation and nodded in agreement. Such capability was impressive and surpassed most of them. Li Yanlong was also amazed to see this scene. He stared at Fang Heng as if he had seen a ghost, trying to figure out what had happened to him. It seemed like a miracle. When did he, Boss Fang? What exactly happened to him? Just over a week ago, he was a complete novice in spatial manipulation. Why was he locked inside the main tomb for a week and now so proficient in controlling secondary spatial projection, able to move around in it? The other players fell silent upon seeing Fang Heng's display of skill and looked at Li Yanlong in disbelief. "What the heck are you pretending for? Your apprentice is at least an advanced spatial manipulator. So what about you? A master? A demigod?" As all eyes were on him, Li Yanlong remembered what he had just said and suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. Not thinking about these messy things anymore, he quickly changed the subject. "If no one objects, let's get started." Everyone nodded and took a few steps back to get to work. Among these players, besides Nasto, the highest level was only advanced spatial manipulation. They were still far from being masters. Nasto, as the mission leader, was quite satisfied. With the impressive abilities of Fang Heng and Li Yanlong, the mission would be completed more easily. "All right, let me repeat. Let's start by cutting off the spatial traps around the stone coffin. As for the traps inside the coffin, do not touch them for now. We will transfer the coffin later," Nasto said, looking at the time and adding, "Let's get to work quickly. I hope we can complete the mission before noon." Everyone gathered around the coffin and began to work. Following suit, Fang Heng reached out and placed his hand on the edge of the stone coffin. After raising his spatial manipulation proficiency to the master level, his spatial sense had greatly improved. Fang Heng could easily perceive the layout of the spatial traps around him. Concentrating his mental power, he used spatial energy to dissolve and cut off the spatial traps left on the outer perimeter of the coffin. Cutting off the spatial barrier was slow. Together, the 7 of them worked intermittently and it took a total of 6 hours until a slight crackling sound was heard from the coffin's periphery. It was done. The weary faces of the group finally showed a hint of relief. The outer spatial traps were completely disconnected from the coffin. However, this short time was not enough to dismantle the entire trap. They only severed the ignition device of the trap that connected it to the cave's spatial traps. There were still residual spatial traps inside the room and the coffin. Nevertheless, for players like Fang Heng, who were proficient in spatial manipulation, the remaining traps posed little threat. Ensuring their safety would not be a big issue. Nasto breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at everyone, paused on Fang Heng and Li Yanlong for a moment, and continued, "You've all worked hard. The most dangerous part is over. Take a half-hour rest to recover, and then we can proceed with transporting the coffin." The family inside the stone coffin should have placed some restrictions, which should still be able to control in the short term. The federal team did not perceive the changes inside the stone coffin. After resting for a while, the federal team leader led a dozen federal soldiers into the room, and the soldiers worked together to lift the stone coffin off the ground and load it onto a military truck behind them. Nasto took the lead and followed. "Let's go. We will escort the stone coffin." Fang Heng was worried that being close to the stone coffin would accelerate the resurrection of the corpse mutation, so he and Li Yanlong boarded another truck and left with the team. Li Yanlong, who had been using spatial abilities intensively for 6 hours, couldn't help feeling drowsy, constantly yawning along the way. Fang Heng's spirits were still good, silently noting the route of the truck's journey. Soon, the vehicle, along with the stone coffin, arrived at the perimeter of another large tomb guarded by the Federation. This tomb was not as large as the central tomb, but it looked very peculiar, built against a mountain range, with most of the tomb located inside a cave in the mountain. By this time, the entire tomb had been completely cleared by the Federation. The truck stopped at the entrance of the cave tomb. Federal team members immediately gathered around. Nasto got off the car and briefly communicated with the Federal team, then waved to Fang Heng's group of players commissioned to escort the stone coffin, saying, "Wait for us to escort the stone coffin into the tomb together. It is an important guard location of the Federation inside. Don't wander around." Everyone nodded in understanding. Soon, under the arrangement of the Federal team, the stone coffin was transported into the cave tomb area. Fang Heng also followed behind the team. The tomb, built against the mountain range, was much larger than ordinary small tombs and had several forked paths inside. Fang Heng followed behind until he passed through a long corridor and a vast cave appeared before him. A cave. Fang Heng was curious. This place was different from the tombs he had seen before. The walls of one of the caves still had special patterns and inscriptions. Interesting, Fang Heng murmured softly, taking a few more glances at the walls. Even in the main tomb, he had not encountered similar cave walls before. The inscriptions on the walls were undoubtedly of the family language. Unfortunately, the Black Castle team was not present, so the meaning of the inscriptions could not be deciphered. Fang Heng's gaze shifted to the center of the cave. 3 stone coffins were placed on the ground. Several Federal soldiers carefully brought the stone coffin they had just escorted inside and placed it alongside the previous 3. Fang Heng stared at the stone coffins on the ground. He had a vague sense that there were also life forms of the same remains inside these 3 stone coffins. Nasto clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the players in the cave once more, and continued, "Thank you all for your hard work. Today's commission task is completed. The Federal team will take you back to the Federal camp. Furthermore, this is a control zone of the Federation. Please forget everything you saw and heard here today, and do not disclose it to anyone. Thank you. There will be similar tasks in the future. If you are willing to continuously receive commissions, you can contact me." Fang Heng and Lianlong exchanged a glance, feeling puzzled. Was the task already completed? Without understanding the purpose of the Federation gathering all the stone coffins here, the Federation started sending people away. Did they really just come here to labor in vain? Fang Heng asked in a deep voice, "Are the long-term commissions also tasks like clearing spatial barriers and transporting stone coffins?" Nasto gave Fang Heng a glance. This was the first time Fang Heng had spoken up today. Yes. Fang Heng furrowed his brows, feeling even more perplexed. So it seemed that the Federation was still planning to gather more stone coffins here in succession. What did they intend to do? That's it for today. I hope to continue working with you next time. Nasto waved his hand and signaled for the soldiers to escort Fang Heng and his group away. Soon, except for the 3 Federal members, everyone else left the Federal outpost under the escort of Federal soldiers and boarded trucks back to the Federal camp. Fang Heng and Lianlong remained silent along the way, getting off the truck halfway to the Federal camp. Watching the truck drive away in the distance, the 2 exchanged a glance. Fang Heng asked, "Do you also sense something is amiss?" "No need to look, just a guess. There's something fishy." Lianlong shook his head, saying, "The Federation is being too cautious, even blocking off the perimeter of the tomb from people. Based on my years of dealing with the Federation, there is probably some hidden special side task inside, and the blockade is just to keep it for themselves." "Yet, I feel the same way." Fang Heng nodded in agreement, looking towards the direction of the previous tomb. He was even more curious about what the Federation was up to. In theory, the remains in the central tomb had been completely destroyed, and he had already cleared out the secret research lab on the 2nd floor of the tomb. The main task had come to an end. Was there something he had overlooked? If he could find a way to bring the Dode team here to analyze the family inscriptions in the tomb cave, he might find some clues. Lianlong noticed Fang Heng looking at the tomb direction with a malicious gaze and couldn't help shivering. "Ahem, Boss Fang, you're not thinking of sneaking in, are you? Shouldn't we just go back first? It's not a good idea to mess with the Federation." Fang Heng retracted his gaze. It made sense. The guards in the tomb were not weak. Besides, he didn't yet know what the Federation's ultimate goal was, so breaking in and aimlessly exploring would be unlikely to yield any results. Seeing Fang Heng hesitating, Lu Yanlong quickly changed the subject. By the way, Boss Fang, the mine area is also almost ready. Shouldn't we go back first? Let's not mind the Federation's business anymore. Making money is more important. What do you think? Hearing about making money, Fang Heng's attention was drawn back. It was reasonable. Making money was crucial. There were still many mines waiting to be excavated, and the main goal at the moment was still to level up. There was no need to continue wasting time with the Federation. The mine area also had a leader-level aberration waiting. The mutation crystallization device provided by the Federation also needed on-site testing. Thinking about this, Fang Heng stopped hesitating. As Dang Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong rushed all the way over here, a large group of fast-moving scavengers were already trailing behind them. More zombie clones were still on their way. Sea-Star Corporation occupied this place about 2 days ago. A small obelisk teleportation point. Since this location is too far from the federal camp, without Dang Fang Heng and the others, they couldn't activate the teleportation channel. Therefore, the Sea-Star Corporation's operations here were very inconvenient, and only 4 guards were temporarily stationed here. The rest of the Sea-Star Corporation mining team was still guarding the mine 1 kilometer away. Boss Fang, I've checked. No players have explored this area yet. We are the first ones to discover it. Good. Fang Heng jumped down from the fused tyrant's body and began to inspect. The obelisk teleportation magic array was intact. It just needed a simple channel construction. After a rough check, Fang Heng immediately began to establish a channel to the zombie apocalypse world. The Federation has set up a space fluctuation sensing tower in the main camp. They can probably sense the spatial fluctuations of the teleportation channel here, but since this place is far from the camp, it will likely take a long time for them to come investigate. I've had people watching the perimeter. They will report any situation promptly. It shouldn't be a problem in the short term. Lu Yanlong explained, pointing to a dense forest area to the right of the obelisk teleportation point. Boss Fang, look over there. As I mentioned to you before, the mining area is over there, about 1 kilometer away. To the right is a swamp. In the center of the swamp, there is a small tomb. The target mining area is on the outskirts of the swamp area. Lu Yanlong sighed and continued, we've tried a few times, but every time we get close, it triggers the hostility of the aberrant creatures in the swamp, so we've had trouble with normal mining operations. I understand. Fang Heng finished his arrangements, looked up, and glanced at the forest area in the distance. It seemed that solely relying on the Sea-Star Corporation would be difficult to complete the mining operation in a short time. Fang Heng lowered his head again and infused cosmic crystal energy into the teleportation magic array, placing his hand on the magic array. The magic array activated smoothly, and the obelisk emitted a faint light. A blue teleportation channel opened before everyone's eyes. The guards from the Sea-Star Corporation players nearby immediately stepped back and kept a close watch. Lu Yanlong also looked excited at the completed teleportation channel. Boss Fang was truly amazing. He had set up the teleportation channel effortlessly. With the teleportation channel established, the subsequent support from the Sea-Star Corporation could quickly arrive, especially for material delivery. They could use Boss Fang's teleportation channel to deliver goods directly, avoiding the federal campsite tariffs. Seeing the teleportation channel successfully operational, Fang Heng clapped his hands, stood up, and asked Lu Yanlong, by the way, you mentioned before encountering a boss-level creature in the swamp. Yes, when we were evaluating the area around the mining site, we found it on the outskirts of the tomb. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Okay. Lu Yanlong instructed the 2 Sea-Star Corporation players who were guarding and exploring and brought Fang Heng to the mining area. About 1 kilometer away, a small area of woodland had been cleared, with a dozen large mechanical structures piled up on the ground. A Sea-Star Corporation mining team of about 30 people was currently on guard. The team had been tormented by swamp creatures these past few days. Despite the fact that a mineable area was not far ahead, the mining of ore would pass through the alert zone of the swamp aberrant beasts. Every time the team tried to pass through, they were attacked by the swamp aberrant lizard beasts. The player team had tried several methods to avoid the attacks of the swamp aberrant lizard beasts, but the effects were very limited. In utter desperation, they could only use the most straightforward method, gradually pushing forward, using the swamp-clearing machinery to try to slowly deplete the number of aberrant creatures. Seeing Lu Yanlong bringing Fan Heng here, C-Star Corporation team leader Mike, responsible for on-site security and exploration, also came over with his subordinates to greet them. Boss Fang, nice to meet you. Mike was around 50 years old. This was the first time he had seen Fang Heng, and he curiously scrutinized the young man. He had heard many rumors about Fang Heng before. We've been waiting for you to arrive. Mike briefly explained the situation to Fang Heng, then showed a bit of a distressed expression. He was curious about what special abilities this young man, highly praised by the C-Star Corporation boss, really possessed. His boss even gave up 80% of the profits directly. You see, the boss wasn't a generous person. After listening to Mike's rough description, Fang Heng rubbed his chin, then glanced at the large mechanical structures piled up on the open ground. Boss Fang, these are the mutation crystal conversion devices just delivered, still warm. Lu Yanlong quickly explained, then pointed to several large instruments on the right, saying, additionally, those are swamp purification devices. The swamp aberrant lizard beasts can take advantage of the terrain in the swamp, and these machines can clean up the swamp area. Good. Fang Heng nodded, then looked towards the device area in the distance. In any case, first testing the strength of the swamp lizard beasts. Everyone, back away a bit. Clear a space. We're ready to start. Mike frowned as he listened. Boss Fang, this small area is an advantageous terrain we've cleared these past 2 days. The swamp aberrant lizard beasts can smell human scents. If we retreat, they may launch an attack, and when that happens, it might affect the machinery in combat. Lu Yanlong signaled to Mike with his eyes, advising him not to continue speaking. Everything was under Boss Fang's control. Don't make random suggestions. All right. Sorry. My mistake. Mike recognized Lu Yanlong's expression, shut his mouth promptly, and gestured for the team to retreat a bit. Of course, for safety, he didn't have the team retreat too far, firmly guarding in front of the mechanical devices. Before the team of Mike had fully retreated, a rustling sound came from the dense forest behind them. Following that, a red-colored creature rushed out from the forest. Mike and his team's expressions changed instantly. They were lickers. In no time, a dense group of lickers emerged from the forest, swiftly advancing and pouncing towards the swamp area. The lickers quickly entered the swamp area, hindered in their movements by the environment of the swamp. The lickers unexpectedly gained the upper hand. Mick and his team watched the scene in front of them with astonishment in their eyes. The low-level lickers in the game were actually able to hold their ground against the distorted swamp lizard beasts from the high-level gaming world. The players from Hakes & Company were amazed to see this, and then they heard heavy footsteps coming from the dense forest behind them. The fused tyrants raised their beam weapons, briefly aimed, and fired fiercely towards the area where the lickers and the distorted swamp lizard beasts gathered. Doom. Boom boom boom. The intense beams fell on the group of monsters, triggering violent explosions one after another. Feeling the intense vibrations under their feet, the players from Mick's team were even more astonished. Tyrants. And they were tyrants capable of using super heavy beam weapons. It was only then that they realized why Fan Heng had told them all to step back, to leave space for the beams from the fused tyrant's weapons to bombard. Hint. Player and Ned duplicate fused tyrant inflicts 1 to 332 points of explosion damage on the swamp distorted lizard beast. Hint. Player and Ned duplicate fused tyrant kills the swamp distorted lizard beast. Player gains 40 for survival points. Numerous game prompts began flashing on Fang Heng's retinal display. At the same time, the swamp distorted lizard beasts killed emitted weak red glows, which were absorbed by the mutation crystal conversion device operating behind Fang Heng. The barrage continued for over 10 minutes, causing heavy casualties among the swamp distorted lizard beasts, who gradually began to retreat and disappear into the depths of the swamp. Fang Heng also controlled the fused tyrants to temporarily cease the attack and reload the ammunition clip. Lu Yanlong said to Mick, "Brother, it's almost done. We can continue to advance." "Okay." Mick replied cautiously after looking at the swamp area in front of them. In less than 10 minutes of a small-scale skirmish, the Undead Legion Psi had virtually zero casualties aside from the consumption of beam weapon ammunition. Mick immediately signaled his team behind him to follow up, picking up the bulky drainage pipes extending from the large-scale swamp-clearing machine and collectively moving them to the swamp ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The swamp clearing machine thundered, working at full capacity to clean the swamp water. Currently, it seemed that the swamp area was easier to handle compared to the deserts and lakes they had encountered before. Fang Heng estimated the intensity of the previous battle and shifted his gaze towards the distance. Vaguely, a shadow of a building structure located deeper in the swamp could be seen. It was undoubtedly a tomb. Soon, as the swamp area ahead gradually cleared out, the undead duplicates also slowly advanced, and the second wave of swamp lizard beasts emerged from the swamp. The liquor horde once again rushed forward. Go. Continue. As Fang Heng's team continued to advance wave after wave, by the time the sun began to set, they had already advanced more than 300 meters. The player team slowly moved forward with the mechanical devices. At this time, a passage leading to the mining area on the right was finally cleared. Success. Mick felt an indescribable emotion. They had spent 2 days fighting wits and courage with the swamp-distorted lizard beasts, advancing less than 50 meters. The people hired by the boss had advanced more than 300 meters in just a few hours. They resolved the trouble directly. The boss is indeed the boss. They have found a big helper. The money spent was really worth it. In his heart, Mick silently praised the boss of Hakes & Company. He was about to communicate with the offline team to prepare for sending a professional excavation team over when suddenly he paused. What's going on now? Mick was once again shocked by what he saw. He observed numerous zombies lurking in the dense forest, staggering out and slowly entering the mining collection area of the mountain. Subsequently, the zombies took out pickaxes from their waists, wielded them, and began to mine ore. Zombies could assist in mining. Mick was astonished to discover that summoned creatures could possess such attributes, opening his eyes to the unexpected. For a while, the sound of pickaxes striking filled the entire mountain area. The zombies casually threw the mined ores on the ground. Mick was about to instruct the players to collect the ores for relocation when he suddenly saw another group of zombies staggering toward them. They carried a basket on their backs, kept collecting the ores from the ground, and after filling the basket, they left without looking back, heading straight towards the obelisk teleportation portal. Due to the slow movement of the zombies carrying the basket quickly formed a winding line in Mick's sight, gradually disappearing at the end of the field of vision. They could also assist in transporting goods. That's not all. On the other side, another group of zombies had already begun to cut down trees, clear the roads, and pave stone pathways. Mick had never imagined he would witness such a scene one day. He stared at the zombies' actions for a while before gradually coming back to his senses. It seemed the zombies were preparing to clear and construct a pathway to the obelisk teleportation point a kilometer away. Mick couldn't help but look at Fang Long nearby. He now understood the boss's intention and why he chose to offer Fang Heng such a generous share. With the boss's help, this was easy money. Fang Heng stood aside, focused on controlling the undead duplicates to complete the automated mining operation. The mining of ores itself was not a problem. The subsequent transportation and road cleaning would be easy to handle. The transfer of supplies through the obelisk teleportation portal after the mining will be naturally assisted by others. The trouble now was that the efficiency of clearing the swamp area did not meet his expectations. He pondered that he would need to have Hakes & Company mobilize more swamp clearing machinery to accelerate the pace of clearing the swamp. Soon, Mick and Lu Yanlong were called over to discuss this matter. Hearing Fang Heng's proposal, Lu Yanlong did not dare to speak for a moment. Thought they were advancing slowly. In less than half an afternoon, they had advanced over 300 meters. This efficiency was already beyond imagination. Lu Yanlong patted his chest, saying it's on him, and immediately, and to apply for the mobilization of resources. If everything went smoothly, the first batch of machinery could be obtained later in the evening, doubling the efficiency by midnight. Mick listened attentively to the discussion. What does this mean? Are we taking a break now? What time is it? Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare rest like this. Are we going to be working through the night tonight? Fang Heng looked at Mike and asked, why did they stop? Ahem, Boss Fang, Mike coughed lightly, explaining, there are leader-level creatures lurking in the swamp at night. For safety reasons, we usually don't operate machinery at night. Mike wasn't making this up. The team had learned this lesson the hard way. The roaring noise from the machines would attract attention from the semi-mechanical swamp aberration leader. The leader creature would be drawn to the sound and come ashore to destroy the swamp clearing machines, resulting in everyone's daytime work being wasted. Fang Heng's eyes lit up at the mention of leader-level creatures. It's alright, whatever needs to happen will happen eventually. I was just thinking of testing the strength of the leader-level creature. Mike felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this, his expression changing several times. What? Is he crazy? Knowing there is a leader monster and still charging ahead. Is it necessary? Lu Yanlong knew that Fang Heng's goal for coming this time wasn't just for mining, so he immediately said, Captain Mike, please make arrangements. Boss Fang has a plan. All right, I understand. Mike felt that Boss Fang was unfathomable, so he just nodded without asking more and instructed the team to continue working. Soon, the sound of machinery revving up again filled the air. Fang Heng observed the lake in the distance, feeling a sense of anticipation. Leader-level creatures. Can the current zombie copies handle them? The players from Starfish Company had witnessed the power of leader-level creatures before and carefully stepped back after operating the machinery to avoid getting involved. Soon, as the swamp was gradually purified and cleaned, another wave of distorted swamp lizards emerged from the swamp area and swooped towards the lake. The scavengers waiting at the edge of the swamp immediately rushed forward. The two sides clashed once again, plunging into a chaotic battle. Doom. Boom boom. The fused tyrant continued to wield its high-energy beam weapon, continuously blasting away. The swamp was soon covered in a layer of crimson blood. Fang Heng stood not far away, closely watching the swamp water surface in the distance. They're coming. His bloodline sensed a powerful life force deep in the swamp. Undoubtedly, a leader-level creature. It was rapidly approaching the edge of the swamp. Still far from the shore, the giant distorted swamp lizard appeared halfway out of the lake. A red light shot out from its mouth. Doom. Boom boom boom. Several consecutive bursts of molten energy cannons exploded among the zombie horde. Several scavengers, already injured, were instantly killed by the explosive flames. The leader of the giant distorted swamp lizard couldn't use its remote assault skills continuously. After a few attempts, seeing limited results, it continued to move forward, emerging from a section of the swamp, crawling towards the shore. Numerous scavengers immediately charged at the monster under Fang Heng's control, the leader of the swamp lizard beast swung its tail fiercely, creating a gust of wind that sent a large group of zombies flying. However, some scavengers were lucky enough to dodge the attacks and latch onto the leader with claws and teeth. Fang Heng's game notifications started flooding the screen once again. Prompt: Player zombie copy scavenger form suffers impact damage. Prompt: Player zombie copy scavenger form attacks, suffers toxic feedback effect, enters a poison state. Prompt: Player zombie copy scavenger form passive skill and dead body activated, unknown poisoning effect removed. Toxic feedback. Fang Heng muttered to himself, observing the leader of the swamp lizard beast. The leader's skin emitted a purple hue and could secrete highly toxic substances. Players who dealt melee damage to it would suffer a poison-like feedback effect. However, the leader's survival tactic was countered by the undead body effect of the zombie copies. The undead body skill completely neutralized the passive toxin effect of the swamp lizard beast leader. As more and more scavengers swarmed the leader, its movement speed gradually slowed. Even the rear zombie copies staggered towards the swamp lizard leader, attempting to surround it. Mike's team players hid in the distance, carefully observing the battle. They were astonished to see that even the leader-level swamp lizard beast was firmly entangled by the zombie creatures, unable to break free. After struggling and attacking for a few times, the swamp lizard leader began to roll and attempt to break free on the spot. It was losing its sidekicks gradually and was almost completely surrounded by the zombies. Realizing the danger, the swamp lizard beast began to slowly change direction. Was it trying to escape? Fang Heng stared intently at the leader of the swamp lizard beast, quickly gathering a mark in front of him. Swish, swish swish, skeletal undead. For rapidly swirling magic circles appeared on the path the swamp lizard beast leader must take to retreat. Visible frost overflowed from the rapidly swirling magic circles. The frost even instantly froze a small patch of swamp around the magic circles. Swish, swish swish. For skeletal undead appeared successively from the swirling magic circles, standing in a line and blocking the escape route of the leader-level aberrant swamp lizard beast. Conveniently, the skeletal creatures were also mostly immune to most toxic damage. The undead skeleton stepped out from the magic circle and immediately slashed forward. Dang! The icebound slash landed on the swamp lizard leader's hardened dark purple skin, making a heavy impact sound. The armor defense of the Swamp Lizard leader was terrifying, as this strike only caused less than 1,000 points of damage. The area attacked by the icebound slash was immediately covered in a layer of frost. The movement speed of the Swamp Lizard leader gradually decreased without its awareness. The subsequent scavengers continued to swarm the leader, inflicting attack damage. 29, -39, -77, -17. Fang Heng could see the small damage numbers continuously popping up above the Swamp Lizard beast's head. While each damage number was seldom over 100, they were extremely dense, for undead skeletal leaders used their bodies to block the path of the lizard swamp beast, continuously striking with their weapons. They used the frost effect from the Ice Soul Slasher to control the swamp lizard, keeping it firmly in place and unable to escape. Fang Heng focused on controlling the Book of the Dead. When his mental energy recovered to a certain level, he once again formed seals with his hands in front of him. 4 magic arrays reappeared. 4 more undead skeletal leaders were summoned to join the battle. At the current state, Fang Heng was already at his limit, controlling 8 undead skeletal leaders at the same time. Summoning more was possible, but Fang Heng couldn't handle controlling them all at once and was at risk of losing control. 8 were enough. The players watching on the side dared not even take a breath. Who exactly was Fang Boss? Not only could he control a large number of zombie creatures, but he could also casually summon leader-level skeletal creatures, and 8 of them at that. It was astonishing that there were players who could control the Swamp Lizard beast to death just by summoning creatures. The lizard leader tried to break through left and right, but each time, it was firmly blocked by the undead skeletal leaders. The default setting in the game was that the player team were teammates, and the players could see the overall health of the lizard leader slowly decreasing. If this continued, the boss would likely be defeated by Fang Boss. The Swamp Lizard beast leader seemed to realize that its life force was gradually depleting. In a desperate attempt, it became more frenzy in its attacks, continuously trying to break free from the encirclement. Fang Heng focused all his attention on controlling the summoned creatures to block the leader. The battle lasted for over an hour. The good news was that the health of the Swamp Lizard leader had dropped to only 10%. Mick and his team watched as the leader's health slowly decreased. They felt just as tense as Fang Heng. The players all had a sense of anticipation, wanting to see the final outcome, wanting to witness whether Fang Boss could successfully solo the boss. Suddenly, a blood-red glint appeared in the eyes of the lizard leader. Not good. Fang Heng suddenly felt a warning in his heart and immediately controlled several undead skeletal leaders in front to block the lizard leader's charge. Doom. A powerful surge of life force burst out from the distorted swamp lizard leader. The soul chains wrapped around it burst open instantly. It wanted to force its way through. Doom. Sensing its impending death, the swamp lizard leader unleashed its life potential, using its body to forcefully charge forward. Dang. 2 undead skeletal leaders were forcefully pushed back. At the same time, the undead skeletal boss's Ice Soul Slasher ruthlessly struck the leader, leaving a deep visible wound, which was instantly frozen. Seeing the swamp lizard leader but to enter the swamp area ahead, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the skeletal boss. Swiftly, Fang Heng quickly intercepted the swamp lizard beast in front, viciously smashing it with an aloe metal stick. Dang. The aloe metal stick struck the forehead of the lizard leader heavily, causing it to stagger once again. Fang Heng felt a numbness in his hands, followed by a tremendous force, causing him to be thrown out. However, while still in midair, Fang Heng lightly tapped his toes, using the 2-stage jumping skill to quickly change direction and regain control of his body, transforming into a bat form and circling in the air before flying back. After being delayed by Fang Heng, the swamp lizard beast leader's escape was once again hindered. The undead skeletal leaders on both sides immediately surrounded it, trapping it securely. Fang Heng became even more cautious, commanding the zombie clones behind to gather tightly, using vine skills to entangle and bind each other, forming a thick zombie wall to block the swamp lizard leader's escape route. A look of despair appeared in the eyes of the distorted swamp lizard beast leader. Its final struggle was in vain. The remaining struggles were futile, and soon, under the relentless attacks of the devourers, its eyes gradually lost their luster. Until its health was reduced to the lowest point, it fell heavily to the ground. A game prompt appeared in Fang Heng's vision. Hint. Player successfully killed the distorted swamp lizard beast leader. Player gains 300 main deity points. Player finds a 3rd-tier mutation crystal *1. Player discovers the improved mutation of the distorted entity that can be injected into the genetic body *1. Here it is. A third-tier crystal. Looking at the game prompt, Fang Heng felt a surge of excitement. Success. The look in the eyes of mixed team behind him became even more extraordinary. He actually succeeded. Fang Heng, the boss. This guy can really solo bosses. Fang Heng raised his hand and collected the third-tier mutation crystal on the back of his hand, then glanced at the special genetic body item description of the improved mutation of the distorted entity. Item: enhanced mutation of the distorted entity that can be injected into the genetic body. Rank: S. Description: DNA extracted from the distorted entity, when injected, can temporarily increase defense strength by 50% for 30 minutes, permanently increase constitution by 3 points, and can also be used for research. This type of item can be used a maximum of 3 times. If used for research, the item will be consumed. He even obtained a decent potion. Fang Heng had heard about it from the Federation. There was a probability of obtaining this injectable genetic body after killing the boss in the tomb world. Each player could use it up to 3 times, granting a bonus of 9 constitution points. Since this item could be traded, it could definitely be sold at a high price. Fang Heng directly ingested the potion. Looking around, dealing with boss-level monsters was still a bit challenging. The swamp lizard leader's strongest point was its passive toxic feedback, which was completely suppressed by his undead effect. Even so, dealing with the leader still took a long time. Lu Yanlong walked up. "Are you okay, Fang boss? You look pretty tired." "I'm fine, just a bit drained." Fang Heng waved it off, breathed a sigh of relief, and continued controlling the following zombie clones and the fused tyrant to advance into the swamp region. Mick, accompanied by 2 guardian players, approached. "Fang boss, the leader creatures have been cleared, so we will take care of things here. If there are any issues, we will contact you immediately." After clearing up the leader creatures, they only needed to systematically clear the swamp area. With the zombie creatures under Fang Heng's control guarding the area, the threat was minimal. "All right, thank you. The summoned creatures will continue to help you clear the swamp. If you encounter any trouble, contact me offline." Fang Heng nodded, feeling a bit fatigued after the intense battle. "No problem, leave it to us." With that, the immediate situation in the game was under control for now. All they had to do was wait. After returning from the zombie apocalypse last night, he didn't rest. Instead, he returned to the real world and moved the high-level mechanical components in the warehouse back and forth a few times before returning to the Prison Research Institute. He worked until very late, not going to bed until after 2 in the morning. Early in the morning, he was awakened by his phone vibrating with a message. This may be the adverse effect brought about by the significant increase in perceptual attributes. Picking up his phone, Fang Heng saw several consecutive messages from Chia Wei. "Get up. I have good news to tell you. See you in the elementology class. I brought breakfast for you." The last message even included an emoji that said "praise me." Looking at the messages on his phone, Fang Heng's drowsiness dissipated. "Chia Wei, what is the Federation up to again? There's never a moment of peace." Fang Heng muttered to himself and remained vigilant. Well, he wouldn't be able to sleep now. Fang Heng simply got up, washed his face to wake himself up, and returned to the tomb world to check in. In the tomb world, the zombie production line that Fang Heng arranged last night was running smoothly. Lu Yanlong and the others had naturally stayed up all night. There was no sign of weariness on their faces. Instead, they were full of energy. The zombies worked so hard. These were all solid performances. Bonuses for this month could be expected. The zombie clones were roughly divided into 2 batches. Overnight, a batch of ordinary zombie clones had already laid out a stone road between the mining area and the obelisk transmission point. The zombie clones transported the mine ore back and forth between the zombie apocalypse world through a tunnel. The other batch orderly cooperated with the Sea Star Company team to clear the swamp area and move forward slowly. Fang Heng optimized the AFK efficiency again and quickly returned to attend offline classes. Faced with Chia Wei's invitation, he really dared not make excuses. Who knows what scheme Chia Wei was secretly hatching? Fang Heng arrived early at the classroom for the elementology class and found that Chia Wei had not yet arrived, as usual sitting in the back row. Soon, students began to arrive one after another. Chia Wei arrived as scheduled, chatting and laughing with a few companions before entering the classroom together, then walking alone to Fang Heng's side. "I brought breakfast for you. Andy's croissant. Try it. It's a new flavor and very delicious." "Thank you." And another good news, congratulations, your application for the second phase lock training has been approved. Training for phase 1 will start this afternoon. If it's convenient, can I take you there? Really? Fang Heng was still pondering if there could be something mixed into the croissant, but upon hearing Chia Wei's words, he raised his head, somewhat surprised. He had researched some related information. The Federation's unlocking authorization process for the lock was very complicated. He was using a fake identity. Although Mo Jiawei had assured him that the identity was absolutely valid and real, and would not be exposed, he still felt a bit unconfident. Could he really pass the Federation's review so easily? Of course, it's real. After class, don't rush to leave. I'll take you there together. Chia Wei winked mischievously at Fang Heng and left before he could refuse, sitting in the front row of the classroom and chatting and laughing with a few close classmates, occasionally turning to look at Fang Heng and giggling. In her gaze at Fang Heng, there was a hint of pity, as if she were looking at a prey trapped in a cage. You can disguise your appearance, you can hide your strength, but if you have mastered the second stage lock, you will definitely reveal a flaw when trying to learn it a second time. Chia Wei believed that Fang Heng's disguise would definitely be revealed. Fang Heng was unaware of Chia Wei's thoughts and looked at the front row where Chia Wei was with great vigilance. He also realized that Chia Wei had never stopped testing him. The so-called training could very well be a trap. Unfortunately, the bait was too tempting. Let's take it step by step. Currently AFK in the game, there were no urgent events. Let's see what tricks Chia Wei was up to. One lesson quickly passed. Fang Heng felt dizzy from all the thinking. Most of the time, he was pondering how to deal with Chia Wei. It was a big problem. Chia Wei was very enthusiastic. After class, she first took Fang Heng to visit the Federation's exclusive research building within the Hain School. Then they had a working meal together in the cafeteria. It wasn't until the afternoon that the two of them left the school together, took the subway to the training center built by the Federation in the outskirts. Thank you for specially accompanying me. It's really troublesome for you. Why be so polite? Anyway, I also need to train, so it's on the way for me too. Chia Wei pointed at her head, playfully smiled and said, the difficulty of opening the second stage lock is much higher than the first stage. I won't hide it from you. I've been studying for more than a year already. According to the coach, I'm still lacking some insight. Fang Heng nodded. He had heard about this as well. Opening the second stage lock was much more difficult than the first stage. Chia Wei had been observing Fang Heng all the way. From his current performance, Fang Heng seemed completely normal. However, that was precisely what Chia Wei found abnormal. She didn't believe an ordinary person could remain indifferent under her proactive attacks. Clearly, Fang Heng was on guard. No rush, there's still plenty of time. She wasn't afraid that he wouldn't reveal any flaws at all. Let's go. Don't just stand there. I'll take you to the training ground. Chia Wei thought to herself, pulling Fang Heng into the training center. After completing the verification at the entrance of the training center, Chia Wei took Fang Heng to the second floor of the training center. The indoor training ground was about the size of a soccer field. Several large instruments were lined up along the walls. Fang Heng took a few glances at them. They were strange-looking machines, somewhat resembling a dismantled globe with only a few hollow circular wheels remaining. A middle-aged man in a black coaching uniform walked towards Fang Heng. Hello, are you here to participate in the training? I'm Rua, the coach for this session. Rua seemed to be in his late 60s or 70s. He had a robust body, with clearly defined muscle lines, exuding explosiveness, and his gaze was very strong. I'm Fang Heng. Rua glanced roughly at Fang Heng, compared him to the personnel list in his hand, then pointed to a registration table at the entrance to the training ground. The people have not all arrived yet. We will officially start in 15 minutes. You can go over there and do some pre-registration. Okay. I'll accompany you. Without waiting for Fang Heng's response, Chia Wei dragged him to the registration area. Halfway there, she whispered in a low voice, we're lucky. Coach Rua is a well-known and experienced trainer here. Rua had a stern expression, looking rather unsmiling. He quickly glanced at the training roster on the table beside him. After Kai answered the phone and exchanged a few words, she then showed a sorry expression and greeted Fang Heng. Sorry, Fang Heng, I have an urgent matter. Fang Heng waved his hand. It's okay. Go ahead. I can handle it myself. Okay, call me when it's over. Fang Heng watched Kai leave and felt relieved. It was best to get rid of Kai. After smoothly completing the verification procedures, the last participants in the training gradually arrived. Fang Heng also observed the few people training with him. 2 of them looked familiar. They should have met at N school. Rua clapped his hands, gathered everyone at the entrance of the training hall, scanned them with his gaze, and said, in a deep voice, "Everyone, I'm Rua, the coach for this session. In the following period, I will assist you all in completing the training for the second stage lock. During the training, you need to maintain absolute focus. Also, the devices used in training may be interfered with by electronic products, so please put your phones and other items in the storage box before the formal training begins." The storage box was set up in a row on the entrance wall behind the people. The players had no objections and followed the instructions to store their phones in the box. When everyone gathered again, Rua nodded, saying, "Very well, let's start the training. Let me demonstrate roughly first." Fang Heng concentrated, watching Rua's every move. Rua slowly raised his hand, gathered strength for a moment, then with a soft shout, swiftly raised his hand and threw a punch out of nowhere. Ha! Swoosh! Along with the punch, a tearing sound of breaking through the air could be heard. Doom! Following that, a burst sounded not far away. The wooden stake more than 20 meters away from Rua was hit by some invisible force, causing it to shake uncontrollably in place. Upon closer inspection, a penetrated handprint appeared on the stake. A penetrating attack. Fang Heng observed the wooden stake not far away, feeling amazed. Was this a passive skill in the game as well? Clap, clap, clap ... Someone started applauding, and other trainees joined in. Rua stopped his stance and continued. After entering the game, with the improvement of individual strength attributes, strength can gradually overflow through the body. At this point, through training the consciousness C, we can guide the recognition of the existence of the consciousness C. This allows for a complete control of this part of strength by connecting the spiritual and physical power entirely. This is called the first stage of the lock. Compared to the first stage, breaking the first stage lock is relatively simple. The stronger the basic attributes in the game, the easier it is to perceive the existence of the consciousness C. As for the second stage, we need to establish a higher level connection between consciousness and the body. I don't like to dwell too much on theory in my teaching style. What we need to do is guide the spiritual power within the consciousness C to flow all over the body, create a channel controlled by the consciousness C within the body, and thoroughly integrate the body into the control of the consciousness C. This step is called the solidification of the channel. As Rui explained, everyone showed thoughtful expressions. Behind me is the Federal Research Training Device, the Starry Wheel. It can simulate external mental pressure, which can stimulate the consciousness C and help us solidify this step. At the same time, it serves as a protective device to keep us safe. Next, I will demonstrate it for you all. Listening to Rua's explanations, Fang Heng seemed to understand. The first stage is to open the consciousness C, complete the connection between body and consciousness, while the second stage is to integrate the body into the consciousness, allowing the consciousness C to control the body perfectly. In a large central monitoring room at the Federal Training Center, Kai lightly knocked on the door and walked into the monitoring room, taking a seat among a row of people. Investigator Kleiman was sitting in front of the command screen, attentively observing the screens. A federal investigator reported, "Team led. All target personas have been marked." On the screen, Fang Heng and 6 other trainees appeared. Of course, the main screen was divided into hundreds of screens, not only displaying Fang Heng and the 6 others. He was just one of many. After the first screening, the Federal had identified a total of 28 suspicious individuals. Kleiman decided to conduct a second in-depth investigation of these 28 individuals. Interestingly, only 14 of them were willing to participate in the opening training of the second stage lock, exactly half of the initial number. Kleiman observed Fang Heng, who was focused on the screen, and asked Kai, do you still consider Fang Heng a significant threat? Yes. Well, intuition is sometimes essential for investigations. I need you to keep a close eye on him. Understood. Kai observed the screen's contents and fell into silence. On the screen, Fang Heng's behaviors after participating in the training showed nothing suspicious. After several attempts, he smoothly entered the Starry Wheel to practice. The Starry Wheel started with a buzzing nose. Fang Heng sat cross-legged in the slowly rotating giant wheel, seemingly suspended. The special mental magnetic field was activated. Following Rua's instructions, Fang Heng first tried to gradually control the power within the consciousness sea to flow throughout his body. This step was very challenging. The spiritual powers within the consciousness sea could be manipulated freely. Still, integrating them throughout the body was very difficult. An unintended mistake could lead to uncontrollable fluctuations of spiritual power, wandering chaotically within the body. At this point, the starry wheel would assist in channeling the uncontrollable spiritual power back into the consciousness sea. In just half an hour of his first training session, Fang Heng had already failed more than a dozen times. It seemed that this kind of training couldn't be accomplished at home normally. Without the assistance of the starry wheel, he probably would have fainted from the huge backlash of spiritual power long ago. Rua assisted the players in training, noticing the indicators displayed on the device next to Fang Heng. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he looked up at Fang Heng meditating in the center of the starry wheel. Such a strong spiritual attribute. Looking back at the training list, Rua couldn't help but mutter to himself, Fang Heng. The training for the second stage of the lock was very challenging. Without a strong basic spiritual power, it was almost impossible to break through. This second stage of training on locks is an exploration. If Fang Heng had been disguising himself before, he had no need to continue wasting time learning here. By pretending to be a beginner in learning, there will be feedback in the instrument data as well. He definitely cannot escape Rua's eyes. At this moment, Fang Heng is immersed in the practice and has no idea that he unknowingly passed a dangerous test. After several attempts, he discovered some tricks. Not in a hurry, he began releasing mental strength bit by bit from the sea of consciousness each time, allowing the mental strength to gradually get used to circulating within the body. With each solidified path, some residual mental strength guidance will remain in the meridian paths. According to Coach Rua, this residual guidance is the embryo of the path. With each accumulated guidance, a clear channel will form within the body. Fang Heng quickly realized that this thing highlights the importance of diligence to make up for clumsiness. Perhaps for those players with low mental attributes, their mental strength would deplete after a period of practice, but he is different. His mental strength is abundant. Liver is all that's required. Fang Heng quickly immersed himself in practice. Despite repeated failures, he could perceive that a small part of the initial path within his body was slowly forming. Due to the high concentration of mental strength, his ability to sense the passage of time in the outside world also greatly diminished. Unconsciously, 6 hours passed quickly. After Coach Rua took a nap in the rest area, he reopened the doors of the training ground. Seeing Fang Heng still meditating at the center of the Wheel of Stars, Rua's face showed more surprise. He hasn't left yet? He has been training players on the training ground for over a decade. Based on past experience, almost none of the players who participated in training on the first day gave up, and many eagerly stayed back for extra practice. Today was no exception. As time passed, the monotony of practice became apparent, and only a third of the players who could persist for over 6 months. Even if players are interested, at most, they can practice for an additional 2 hours tops, including training time. It's already been exactly 6.5 hours, and he's still training. Putting aside everything else, can his mental attributes keep up? Rua was a bit curious. Standing by the Wheel of Stars, he waited. Fang Heng had his eyes closed. During the afternoon, as the guidance of mental strength gradually became more proficient, he could already attempt to control about 1/10 of his body with mental strength, and the constantly flowing channel quickly formed a small part of the channel structure. The fixed channels were reinforced with each attempt, and the unsuccessful channels were gradually cleared. Every failure allowed Fang Heng to feel that he had traveled farther than before. During the latest attempt, he unsurprisingly failed again. His mental strength began to lose control, and under the external force from the Wheel of Stars, flowed back into the sea of consciousness. When Fang Heng opened his eyes from the state of practice, he saw Rua standing opposite him. Coach, Rua nodded and asked, "How do you feel?" It's not easy. Controlling the flow of mental strength throughout the body is very difficult, but I believe it will get better with continued practice. Listening to Fang Heng's description, Rua was secretly amazed. He had already begun to manipulate the flow of mental strength throughout his body. Is his talent truly this exceptional? Coach, is there a problem? No. Everyone's talents and insights are different. Your talent and comprehension are very good, so don't waste them. Rua nodded. Continue. But remember, practice isn't something that happens overnight. It requires time and dedication, so rest well. Okay. Fang Heng had no intention of leaving and continued deep in concentration, starting the next round of practice. Rua saw Fang Heng enter the state of practice again and couldn't help but turn away, looking at the surveillance camera installed in the corner. Seems like a practice fanatic. Will someone like him really be able to unravel the disguises of players with 3 locks? In the monitoring room, most of the members of the Federal Investigation Team showed relaxed expressions. This action of Fang Heng's is completely out of a player who is approaching the second stage locks for the first time. Moreover, his talent is extraordinary. In comparison, another player who left after only half an hour of learning actually seemed more suspicious. Clayman said solemnly, "The test is not over yet. Stay vigilant and continue observing." Understood. Due to his high mental attributes, Fang Heng had training times dozens of times longer than a normal player. Unfortunately, consciousness training couldn't be done by his zombie avatars. Otherwise, Fang Heng would definitely go back to the game and let the avatars assist in idle training. Correspondingly, Fang Heng could feel the strengthening of the channels in his body little by little during training. This visible progress gave him a sense of security. Very interesting. If he can break through the second level of locks in the real world, liver. Since there isn't any danger currently within the game, he should focus on liver. Midnight. As the day's work ended, Clayman was meticulously reviewing the reports of every suspicious individual. Suddenly, as he flipped through one file, Clayman slowly raised his head and looked at the person on the surveillance screen. Fang Heng. When carefully considered, all the people who came for training today at least had some suspicious behavior to some extent. Except for that person. It was too strange. Starting from the afternoon training until now, it had been a full 12 hours. He had been inside the training arena practicing all this time. He didn't eat, drink, or use the restroom. He continuously maintained the same posture while practicing the locks of the second stage. Fang Heng. Investigator Clayman muttered this name to himself. Could a person like this be the Aryan they were looking for? It couldn't be. Aryans don't need to practice the second stage of locks, they can directly break through. Rua was experienced, and he confirmed that Fang Heng was indeed practicing and not pretending. So at least Fang Heng couldn't have been the attacker on that night. Clayman furrowed his brows. He noticed that Fang Heng on the surveillance screen finally stood up. Finally, if there was no further action, Clayman would have begun to doubt if Fang Heng had gone mad. Report. Clement once again looked at Fang Heng on the surveillance screen, tapping the armrest lightly with his fingers, lost in thought. Jovi watched Clement, feeling extremely anxious. Based on Fang Heng's performance today, his suspicions had mostly been cleared. This meant that the investigation into Fang Heng would likely be put on hold. Jovi couldn't believe it. She still believed that there was something wrong with Fang Heng, and it was a big problem. After a while, Clement raised his head and said, "Even if your guess is correct, that Fang Heng is the same person as the master of the Blood Clan Doomsday, do you think he is related to the Subhuman clan?" "Yes, sir. I am sure of it." Jovi's eyes were unwavering. "You must know, the Central Federation has an unusual attitude towards Fang Heng. They do not want us to touch him." Jovi moved her lips slightly, clenched her fists, and stopped speaking. She couldn't bear to let all her days of investigation go to waste. If her intuition was correct, if Fang Heng really was the master of the Blood Clan Doomsday, and if he was colluding with the Subhuman clan or anti-Federation forces, undoubtedly, there would be a storm within the Federation. She would also seize this opportunity to rise to the top. This was one of the reasons why Jovi had been staring at Fang Heng so intently all this time. Fang Heng's surveillance level will be temporarily lowered. The remaining 4 people after today's screening will be our focus in the next phase of work. You will have new assignments tomorrow. Clement noticed Jovi's thoughts, shifted his gaze away from her, and softened his tone. "You're tired too. Go rest." "Yes." Jovi left the monitoring platform, casting a final glance at the screen. She chose to trust her intuition. When she saw Fang Heng's name on the list of suspicious individuals, she had a strong feeling. Fang Heng. It must be him. Meanwhile, in the training room, Fang Heng also opened his eyes from his cultivation state, surprised that it was so late. After 12 hours of continuous cultivation, Fang Heng woke up feeling sore all over his body. He quickly leapt down from the starry wheel, stretched lazily, and heard his bones creak. A little tired, but the effects of cultivation were excellent. Some of the meridians in his body had already left marks, and soon would form stable meridians, allowing spiritual energy to flow smoothly into 1/3 of his body. Continuing with this efficiency, in at most 3 days, he could complete the circulation of his body's meridians. Fang Heng was somewhat looking forward to it. After breaking through the second-order lock, he would be able to use passive skills in the real world, increasing his combat power. Thinking about this, Fang Heng retrieved his phone from the cabinet, left the Federation Training Center, and took a taxi home. By the time he returned to his villa, it was already midnight. As a precaution, Fang Heng first used his mental power to sense his surroundings, confirmed that no one had invaded, and then returned to the basement to start moving things back to the zombie doomsday warehouse. Being watched by Federation personnel meant he had to be careful in everything he did. In the game, Qiu Yaokang's team was still studying and analyzing the virus left in the bodies of the alien races for 24 hours. Over at the mining area, Lu Yanlong led the Sea Star Company team steadily advancing into the depths of the marsh area. There wasn't much for him to do there. After taking a round online to check, Fang Heng continued to move mechanical parts into the game until 3 in the morning before finally heading to bed. Unconsciously, Fang Heng's daily routine began to change. He no longer attended classes and would go straight to the training center after breakfast to cultivate for the whole day, returning home at night to transport mechanical parts between the underground basement and the zombie doomsday warehouse, checking the game online 3 times a day for adjustments. The investigators, who were in charge of monitoring Fang Heng for 24 hours, were starting to admire him. This kid, was cultivation the only thing he did apart from eating and sleeping? Fang Heng enjoyed it. After each cultivation session, he could personally feel the formation of the meridians inside his body, as the trainers had said. It was late into the night on the second day of cultivation when Fang Heng returned home, bringing a portion of mechanical parts back online. As usual, Lu Yanlong brought good news. The marsh area had been cleared. With the help of the zombie clones and Sea Star Company players, the marsh area had been transformed into a flat terrain after mechanical clearing. In the center of the flat land was a large rising platform where a tomb had been erected. The barrier that originally existed around the tomb had been temporarily blocked by the Black Castle players using space interference devices. Lu Yanlong then sealed the underground entrance to the void-lurking beasts within the tomb while Fang Heng was absent. They were now waiting for Fang Heng to come and complete the final tasks. Boss Fang, the external crystal transformation device has absorbed enough energy. I've had the MiC team help transport it back to the Federation for extraction. According to the Federation's feedback, it will take 4 to 5 days to complete the transformation, and we should be able to get to third-order mutated crystals. Good. I appreciate your help. Get those crystals as soon as possible. Fang Heng nodded in agreement. The transformation device was a nice gadget that could easily fetch him to crystals without the effort of fighting boss creatures. However, the process was time-consuming, typically taking about a week to get to crystals, and working with the Federation was not always stable. I will make sure someone is watching over it. While they were talking, Lu Yanlong and Fang Heng arrived at the room where the stone coffin was located deep in the tomb. Lu Yanlong approached the coffin, ready to start working. Boss Fang, like the previous tomb discoveries, there are spatial traps around the stone coffin. Shall we clean them up together first? Yes, but we don't need to work so hard this time. We don't have to do it ourselves. Fang Heng observed the surroundings, then waved his hand. 20-odd zombie clones staggered into the room from the entrance, appearing at Fang Heng's command. Under Fang Heng's manipulation, the zombies gathered around the stone coffin and placed their hands on it. The stone coffin emitted a white spatial fluctuation. What in the world? Lu Yanlong looked at the zombies, his face filled with surprise, and turned back to closely watch Fang Heng. Could the zombies really assist in using spatial abilities to eliminate spatial traps? Was it reliable? Fang Heng remained calm. Zombies could indeed help in removing spatial traps, but their efficiency was low, slower than if he did it himself, and it required some of his mental energy to guide them. With the help of the zombie clone, the deciphering efficiency greatly increased. In just 1 hour, the spatial trap inside the stone coffin was triggered and completely cut off. Lu Yanlong breathed a sigh of relief and took a step back. The crisis had been averted. There were still a few spatial traps sealed inside the stone coffin, but they were no longer a threat and wouldn't cause a large-scale collapse of space. Lu Yanlong looked at Fang Heng, who was pondering in front of the stone coffin. Boss Fang, Shall we open the coffin? Yes. Fang Heng nodded. He was just thinking about the purpose of the federal collection of stone coffins. Forget it. Continue. After putting in so much effort, the target was this thing. Let's open it and take a look. Fang Heng placed his hand on the lid of the stone coffin and slowly pushed it forward. Click, click, click. Gradually, the body of a corpse was revealed from under the lid of the stone coffin. Halfway through pushing the lid of the coffin, Fang Heng suddenly exerted force and pushed the lid of the coffin back heavily. Dang! The heavy lid of the stone coffin fell to the ground with a loud bang. The space barrier that was originally sealed inside the stone coffin burst open. Whoosh! The corpse lying flat in the stone coffin was stimulated and suddenly opened its eyes. The resurrected corpse sat up in the stone coffin, then got up and lunged at Fang Heng. Fang Heng's pupils shrank. Whoosh! He swung the metal stick in his hand heavily towards the resurrected corpse. Dang! The head of the corpse was hit head-on by the metal stick, making a muffled sound. Then it was sent flying and hit the wall behind with a loud bang, creating a shallow dent. Fang Heng stared at the resurrected corpse struggling on the ground, trying to stand up again, furrowing his brows. Something seemed off. Was this guy so weak? The difference in strength compared to the resurrected corpse encounter in the main tomb was too big. After falling to the ground, the corpse lay there for a moment before slowly standing back up and lunging at Fang Heng once again. Fang Heng observed the corpse. The posture of the resurrected corpse was very strange, with its limbs extremely stiff. As it approached, the skin on the upper body of the corpse suddenly flipped up, revealing a silver-white metal underneath. What is this? Fang Heng's pupils constricted. Click, click, click. A series of dark holes emerged from the white metal layer under the corpse's skin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, over a dozen yellow beams burst out from the mechanical transformation gun. The beam cannon firmly locked down Fang Heng and the surrounding area, subjecting them to a dense barrage. Damn! Even Lu Yanlong standing behind Fang Heng was affected, his heart skipping a beat, cursing under his breath as he quickly retreated to a secondary projection space to evade. At the same time, Fang Heng also took a step back and merged into a secondary projection space to dodge the all-round beam weapon assault. Boom, boom, doom. The beams pierced through Fang Heng's previously occupied position, exploding on the wall behind one after another. The lower level of the tomb trembled violently. Fang Heng reappeared from the secondary projection space and swung a stick viciously towards the resurrected corpse's side. Dang! The corpse was once again sent flying. Over 30 scavengers immediately rushed forward, pouring into the room from the rear passage and converging around the resurrected corpse, devouring it ravenously. The movements of the resurrected corpse were already stiff, and it took a minute or two for it to stand up wobbly on the ground. Being surrounded by the scavengers, it was unable to stand up smoothly. Lu Yanlong also reappeared from the secondary projection space, walked to Fang Heng's side with a puzzled look and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? Is this guy also a mechanical reformed organism?" Whoosh, whoosh. Just as they were talking, the cannons under the skin of the resurrected corpse, which had been surrounded by the scavengers, opened again. However, this time, the cannons were firmly covered by a large number of scavengers' bodies. Boom, boom. The beam weapons fired at close range on the scavengers exploded upon impact. While causing massive damage to the surrounding scavengers, it's also inflicted a significant amount of damage to the resurrected corpse. Another wave of scavengers surged forward fearlessly, once again tightly encircling the resurrected corpse. Boom, boom. The resurrected corpse could not break free from the relentless onslaught of scavengers and could only continuously use the beam weapon for attack. After several consecutive explosions, a resurrected corpse's health reached its limit, collapsing to the ground and ceasing all movement. A game prompt appeared in front of Fang Heng. Tip: player killed a special life form. Unknown reformed body. Player obtained 30 survival points. Player discovered a first-order mutation crystal *1. Killed. Isn't it a bit too simple? Lu Yanlong also received the game prompt and couldn't help but look at Fang Heng. Was the resurrected corpse a half-mechanical being after modification? At first glance, the mechanical body still seemed quite powerful, but once it started fighting, the shortcomings of the mechanical body became apparent. The attack pattern was limited, and the stability of its actions was poor. Except for the initial scare from the full coverage of the beam, it was relatively easy to deal with afterwards. Fang Heng also found it strange. He was expecting to kill the boss and earn a Tier 3 mutation crystal. Is this all there is? Just one Tier 1 crystal? Fang Heng approached and crouched down to inspect the situation of the corpse on the ground. Tip: player found an unknown corpse. This corpse body has been modified by a mechanical body. Tip: this corpse belongs to an unknown object, cannot pass through spatial channels. Tip: players can conduct research on the corpse to obtain more information through scientific research methods. I see. After checking for a moment, Fang Heng seemed to have understood something. He had misunderstood earlier. He had initially thought that the virus in the corpse's body was reacting to the Hera virus in his own body, which stimulated the resurrection of the corpse. In fact, it was not the case. The corpse hidden in the coffin had undergone a semi-mechanical modification by the herd. The resurrection of the corpse was due to the sensing device installed in the corpse sensing the presence of the virus in its body, thereby activating it into combat mode. The principle was similar to the Void Infiltrator beast. Lu Yanlong listened to Fang Heng's explanation and sighed. They talk about commemorating the heroic warriors of the herd, but after they die, they end up being turned into modified lifeforms, which are not good at all. Fang Heng shook his head. He could understand why they did it. Modifying the corpse could provide better control and prevent accidents. As Fang Heng pondered, he also thought of the herd's experiments on the virus. Fang Heng took out a small, incomplete disc-shaped object from his backpack. It was a special compound that could stimulate the original phagocytosis reaction. It was obvious that the virus in his own body could not stimulate the dormant virus in the corpse to awaken. But this thing probably could. Fang Heng took the compound and approached the corpse slowly. Suddenly, when the compound approached the corpse within 3 meters, the originally dead corpse on the ground immediately reacted. Hiss, hiss. Tiny red tentacles overflowed from the body of the corpse. Fang Heng quickly retracted the compound and stepped back. The red tentacles that overflowed from the corpse's body slowly wrapped around the entire corpse firmly, forming a red cocoon-like biological entity. Crackle, crackle. The red tentacles completed the transformation in just a minute, then slowly retracted back under the skin. The fallen corpse revived once again. This time, the form of the reanimated corpse showed a slight change. There was a large and healed skin wound on the left side of the body, and numerous tiny red tentacles could be seen writhing below the wound. Fang Heng whispered, "Here it comes, this time it's the big guy." Lu Yanlong also sensed the energy emanating from the corpse and promptly retreated to the entrance of the cave. This was the real deal. Suddenly, the corpse turned into a red blur and flew straight towards Fang Heng, while tentacles burst out from the left side of its body. Several red tentacles, forming sharp spikes, shot out from the body first and formed a net that came crashing towards Fang Heng. Swish! A dark golden book appeared in front of Fang Heng. The vow book. Shoo! 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 The dark golden sacred pages flew out from the vow book swiftly. Boom! 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 The golden light collided with the dense red tentacle net, exploding one after another. The sacred attribute could also inflict additional damage when dealing with reanimated corpses. Coupled with the purification effect of the sacred pages, the once open net was completely blasted clean. The subsequent sacred pages turned into streams of light that continuously bombarded the corpse, pushing it back step by step. The visible decrease in the corpse's health was rapid. At the same time, the energy within the vow book was depleted to 1/3 within this short half-minute. Lu Yanlong was amazed at the sight. Sacred attribute? He watched as the boss's health plummeted from full to half under the continuous attacks from the sacred pages. Fang Heng had such a powerful move that he hadn't revealed until now. Swish! 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 Four swirling magic arrays spun around Fang Heng's feet. A visible icy breath emanated from the magic arrays. The undead skeleton leader stepped out of the magic arrays and immediately swung its icy cleaver towards the reanimated corpse. Bang! 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 The reanimated corpse was continuously repelled by the ice-cold skeleton. After being heavily damaged by the vow book, coupled with the subsequent effects of the arrival of the Icebone boss, the reanimated corpse's abilities were greatly diminished. Fang Heng switched to the undead study form once again. Concentrating his mental energy, the Book of the Dead appeared in front of him. Hiss! Hiss! Dense soul chains emerged from the Book of the Dead and swiftly entwined around the corpse. The reanimated corpse's legs were firmly entangled by the soul chains as it moved backward, and another two chains tightly encircled the waist of the reanimated corpse, drastically reducing its mobility. Once the corpse was restrained, the fight fell into Fang Heng's rhythm. Fang Heng quickly made a decision. The Licking Eater's attack power was too low, barely enough for large creatures, but ineffective against agile small creatures. Moreover, the reanimated corpse had been infected by the virus, giving it good self-recovery abilities. Relying on the Licking Eater as the main damage dealer was unrealistic, so Fang Heng decisively chose to rely on the Undead Skeleton Leader as the primary damage dealer. Fearing that the Undead Skeleton Leader would be killed in seconds, he had to keep an eye on it. If he found its health dropping below 1/3, he would immediately summon it back and switch to a new Undead Skeleton Leader to join the battle. The situation turned into a stalemate once again. Lu Yanlong swallowed nervously. How many more trump cards did Fang Boss set up his sleeve, switching between the undead and sacred attributes? He took a few steps back, avoiding the front line of the battle. Not because he didn't want to help, but because this level of combat was beyond his capabilities. Spatial studies were only good for escaping, and he wouldn't stand a chance in a head-on fight. As the battle progressed, Fang Heng's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed like the Undead Skeleton Leaders could suppress the reanimated corpse, but in reality, Fang Heng had to focus all his attention on controlling the soul chains and the Undead Skeleton Leaders in battle, without a moment's relaxation. Luckily, the reanimated corpse only acted on instinct, making its combat style somewhat straightforward. Watching the reanimated corpse's health slowly dwindling, Fang Heng once again switched to the Vow Book, exhausting all remaining energy. Swish, swish, swish. The golden light once again overflowed from the Vow Book, blasting towards the reanimated corpse, causing a series of explosions and sending it flying. Sout! The reanimated corpse hit the wall heavily and slowly fell down. The red tentacled lifeforms under its skin quickly retracted inside. Swish! A blue flame rose from the reanimated corpse, engulfing it in an intense blaze. Within a few seconds, the reanimated corpse was burnt to ashes. Fang Heng retrieved the Vow Book, and the game prompt appeared on his retina. Hint: player Fang Heng successfully killed the reanimated corpse, mutated body, and found a Tier 3 mutation crystal *1. Phew! Fang Heng released the mark he had condensed in front of him, breathing heavily. Taking down a leader-level creature required immense effort. It was too difficult, and this was with the Vow Book's help in dealing with 3/4 of it. Otherwise, it would have been even more troublesome. Thankfully, the outcome was good, and he managed to obtain the Tier 3 mutation crystal. Thinking this, Fang Heng approached the ashes of the remains burnt by the blue flames on the ground, picked up the Tier 3 mutation crystal left behind among them. Huh, what's this? Among the pile of black ashes, Fang Heng found not only a Tier 3 mutation crystal, but also a dark golden metal disc. A metal disc. Fang Heng's heart stirred. He remembered that Shalin had retrieved a similar disc from the body of a corpse in the main tomb before, but it was unfortunately taken away by the undercover agent arranged by the Federation in the end. Hint: player obtains item, unknown disc. Item, unknown disc. Type, future technology. Description: a disc made of special alloy, possibly containing some secrets within. You may try to open it. Description: player lacks relevant skills, forcing it open may damage the objects inside the disc. Looking at the item prompt given by the game, Fang Heng felt even more puzzled. Strange. Could it really be the Avila chip? What's even stranger is the Federation. Are they also searching for the sarcophagus, all for the metal disc? Fang Heng felt something was amiss, so after some thought, he decided to temporarily put the disc in his backpack. He would bring it back to let Qiyakan and Dudi's research team take a look. With Qiyakan's ability, he should be able to open it. There might be more clues then. Fang Boss, are you okay? Lu Yanlong had been watching on the side for a while, and seeing the crisis resolved, he hurried over. He thought Fang Boss was getting more skilled. Last time, it took him several hours to solo the boss creature. This time, it only took an hour. He glanced at the gray ashes left on the ground and cautiously asked, "Is everything settled now?" "Yes, all clear." "All right, we just scouted the direction of the next tomb about 20 kilometers north of here, in the center of a mountain range. The terrain is not very suitable for combat. Do we need to go over there now?" Fang Heng stroked his chin, pondering. Considering his current efficiency, Starting from breaking through the outer defenses of the distorted beasts guarding the tomb, it would take a full 2 days until reaching deep inside the tomb to defeat a boss-level monster and get a Tier 3 mutation crystal. Using the Federation's mutation crystal transformation device could also yield 2 mutation crystals, but it would take a lot of time, about 4 to 5 days to get to. And that's in an ideal scenario. If encountering special terrain or creatures, it would take even longer. The efficiency was too low. It seemed impossible to improve it. Tier grinding seemed a bit foolish. He would have to think of another way. Fang Heng thought about the Federation. No need. I'll leave the zombie creatures here to assist in excavation, and we'll head back later. How? Go back? Lu Yanlong was puzzled. Go back where? Back to the Federation camp. Fang Heng looked confident, nodding. The Federation is looking for tombs everywhere to move sarcophagi. Why don't we use their power and help them find the tombs and move the sarcophagi together? Lu Yanlong was even more confused. What's going on? Why suddenly rush to help the Federation do things? Your relationship with the Federation isn't that good, is it? Hey, Fang boss, wait for me. As Lu Yanlong was contemplating, he looked up to see Fang Heng had already left the room and was walking away through the corridor. He quickly picked up his pace to catch up. Fang Heng's plan was simple. Since clearing tombs one by one was too slow, why not in a big group? Since there were a lot of sarcophagi in the Federation, he ignored the Federation's true intentions. Anyway, he currently possessed a compound that could activate all the corpses in the sarcophagus. When the time came, he would directly activate all the corpses inside the sarcophagus using his ultimate move, Eternal Moon, to wipe out the corpse boss in one wave. Efficiency was key. As for this time period, he could help the Federation collect more sarcophagi to speed up. Oh. Speaking of leveling up, there was still one problem in front of him. He wasn't sure how many Tier 3 mutation crystals were needed to reach level 40. Calculating the time left, the mission would end in half a month. Would there be enough time? With that in mind, Fang Heng stopped in his tracks. As he left the tomb, Lu Yanlong immediately followed. Fang boss, don't be in such a hurry. If you're accepting a mission, I need to inform the Federation. I'll log off for a moment and have my company friends help with processing the mission remotely. Just a moment, okay. I'll wait, Fang Heng said as he opened the upgrade mission panel. Leveling up to 37 was already met. Might as well upgrade and see how it goes. Seeing Fang Heng checking the mission attributes, Lu Yanlong placed the sleeping bag next to Fang Heng outside the tomb and went offline on the spot. Hint. Player level up to LV 37. Player gets 1307 extra zombie avatars due to player's talent skill. Hint. Current zombie avatar count 7,840. Hint. Level 38 upgrade requirements. Tier 1 mutation crystal asterisk 200k. Tier 2 mutation crystal asterisk 1000. Tier 3 mutation crystal asterisk 1. The ground started churning continuously. Grayish-blue hands reaching up from the depths as zombies struggled to climb out. Indeed. Starting from level 38, 3-tier mutation crystals were needed for upgrades. Fang Heng began to worry even more. This round of leveling up to 40 was unstable. With help from Charlene, he had no shortage of tier 1 and 2 mutation crystals. Upgrade first, think later. Continue. Another upgrade. Hint. Player level up to LV 38. Player gets 1568 extra zombie avatars due to player's talent skill. Hint. Current zombie avatar count 9,408. Hint. Level 39 upgrade requirements. Tier 1 mutation crystal asterisk 50k. Tier 2 mutation crystal asterisk 5000. Tier 3 mutation crystal asterisk 5. Upgrading to level 39 required 5 Tier 3 mutation crystals. The increase was still manageable. Fang Heng did a quick calculation. Previously, with Charlene's help, he had killed many monsters in the main tomb. At least he wasn't lacking in Tier 1 and 2 mutation crystals now. Upgrade first, think later. Hint. Player spends Rainbow Crystal asterisk 1. Player obtains Tier 3 mutation crystal asterisk 10. Upgrade. As a faint light appeared around Fang Heng, the ground started churning again. Hint. Player level up to LV 39. Player gets 1882 extra zombie avatars due to player's talent skill. Hint. Current zombie avatar count 11,290. Hint. Level 40 upgrade requirements. Tier 1 mutation crystal * 5 meters, Tier 2 mutation crystal * 1 OK, Tier 3 mutation crystal * 20. Fang Heng felt a warm power flowing through his body once again. After reaching level 39, the total number of zombie avatars finally surpassed 10,000. There were already densely packed zombie avatars around him, with new ones constantly emerging from the ground. Fang Heng then checked the upgrade requirements for level 40 and his heart sank. Trouble was brewing. The Federation's mutation crystal transformation device had already been sent back to the Federation camp for processing. According to the Federation's estimates, it could transform to Tier 3 mutation crystals. Due to the extremely rare number of tradable crystal quantities, it is estimated that only 3 to 4 pieces can be obtained. For safety reasons, it would be best to try to obtain 5 pieces if possible. Fang Heng did the calculation. The difference is not significant. In these 2 days, the Federation should also be able to obtain 2 or 3 stone coffins, and with his help, it shouldn't be a problem to gather 5 stone coffins. Wait for the cooldown period of the Eternal Moon skill in 2 days, and then directly use a powerful move to clean out the corpse resurrection boss. If everything goes smoothly, the mission can be completed in 2 days, completing the task more than a week in advance. That's the plan. With a firm decision, Fang Heng raised his head once again. At this moment, the entire periphery of the tomb was already occupied by densely packed 4 to 5,000 zombie clones. With a consecutive increase of 3 levels, the number of zombie clones also surged. Lu Yanlong logged back in after contacting the team offline. What's going on? As soon as he logged in, he saw the tomb surrounded by a sea of zombies. What happened? In a blink of an eye, did Boss Fang summon so many zombies to prepare for a major move? Lu Yanlong couldn't help but turn his head and look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng also noticed Lu Yanlong's gaze and asked, "How is it? Have you made contact? Is the Federation still carrying out the task of collecting coffins?" Lu Yanlong paused and said, "Yes, the company has accepted the relevant task commission. I inquired, and the Federation has recently acquired a coffin and urgently needs manpower. Just 1 coffin. The Federation's actions are a bit slow. Won't this affect his leveling plan?" Fang Heng felt somewhat resentful. He patted Lu Yanlong on the shoulder. "All right, I understand. Let's go. Help out at the Federation." The biggest uncertainty in the leveling plan lies with the Federation. He must ensure that there are no issues with the Federation's coffin collection. In the Federation training ground, Fang Heng floated in the center of the Star Wheel mechanical practice. He had been training intermittently according to the coach's instructions for 4 days. His mental strength could occasionally complete a full circulation of the body. Some of the pathways for the circulation of mental strength in his body had already formed, creating faintly visible paths in the meridians. However, the channels were still unstable and very thin. Coach Lua had been teaching in the Federation for many years and had never seen such high breakthrough efficiency in Fang Heng's training progress. However, Lua said that it would still take a long time for Fang Heng to fully break through the 2nd stage lock. The next stage of training would need to wait for the meridian channels to be condensed before continuing. Without a doubt, Fang Heng continued to focus on his cultivation. As usual, Fang Heng completed his fixed 6 hours of training every day, jumped down from the Star Wheel machine, and glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner of the training ground. It was almost time. He decided to check on the game. Meanwhile, in the monitoring hall, the Federal Special Investigation Team was proceeding with the next phase of work deployment. Every move of Fang Heng was captured on one of the monitoring platform screens. Based on the actions of the past few days, suspicions surrounding Fang Heng had been cleared. No one could fake it so convincingly. After multiple layers of screening, the focus of the investigation team shifted to the 3 most suspicious individuals, none of whom included Fang Heng. Clayman closed his notebook and reiterated, "Our target is a player with the ability to break the 3rd stage lock in the real world, which poses high danger. It cannot be ruled out that they are of the demi-human race. Pay attention to safety. Do not act lightly, and do not raise suspicions, understand?" "Understood. Okay. Get to work." After everyone left, Kai remained in place. Clayman shifted his gaze to Kai and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Team leader, I still think Fang Heng is suspicious." Clayman fell silent for a moment and said, "Kai, you are not being professional. The word think should not come from a professional investigator. You can have intuition, but you should not rely solely on it. I need evidence." Kai stood still and moved her lips. Over the past few days, the federal team had been tracking Fang Heng 24/7, but had not found any issues. She had even conducted a thorough investigation of Fang Heng privately, but found nothing suspicious. She was not willing to give up like this. This was her chance to make a breakthrough. Kai remained silent for a moment and said firmly, "Team leader, please give me one more chance. I will provide concrete evidence. As long as it doesn't affect your work, I allow you to investigate privately. You have only 3 days. After 3 days, we will move on to the next phase of the operation, and by then, I hope you can fully focus on the task. Thank you, team leader. I promise." A look of determination passed through Kai's eyes, and she left the monitoring hall. She was certain there must be something wrong with Fang Heng, and it was a big problem. Kai left the federal training building, hesitating for a moment. She only had 3 days. She was certain that Fang Heng had been very careful in everything he did, to the point where she had not found any flaws all this time. Even with 3 more days, it would be difficult to discover anything on her own. There was only one method left. Kai took a deep breath and found a contact named or not in her phone book. Holy, or not. Hello, or not. This is Kai. There's something I believe you'll be interested in. At the same time, Fang Heng returned to his rented villa. After freshening up, he returned to the basement, packed the mechanical parts temporarily stored there into his backpack, and transported them back and forth to the zombie apocalypse. For the past 2 days, Fang Heng had maintained a healthy daily routine. 6 hours of offline training, 2 hours of moving mechanical parts, 12 hours of gaming, and finally, 4 hours of rest. His time was fully scheduled. Of course, the time allocated was not enough to transport all the mechanical parts from the real world to the basement. Fang Heng roughly estimated that it would take another 6 to 7 days to completely empty the basement. Once he finished his day of training, Fang Heng returned to the villa with a backpack full of mechanical parts and headed back to the zombie apocalypse. Before he could unload the cargo, Mo Jiawei hurriedly approached him. "Fang Heng, we've been waiting for you. DRIZZLE is looking for you urgently, saying there's an important discovery in the lab, and everyone is waiting for you to come over as soon as possible." Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Qiu Yao Khan was holding a thick analysis file in his hands, flipping through it page by page. In front of him, Dude and several senior research team members were behaving as meekly as elementary school students being checked on their homework, hardly daring to take a breath. "Fang Heng, you're just in time." Qiu Yao Khan glanced at Fang Heng as he entered the laboratory, setting down the file in his hands. "We have made some discoveries during the research process and I wanted to chat with you about it." Fang Heng changed into his lab coat and walked in from behind the glass door, asking, "How is it? Is it good news?" "It's hard to say it's good news." Qiu Yao Khan shook his head expressionlessly, continuing, "This chip inside the metal disc we dismantled is completely different from the Avira chip you described. We believe this chip is a special type that can transmit signals over long distances across dimensions." Suddenly intrigued, Fang Heng's eyes brightened a bit as he quickly asked, "Is it the Avira chip?" "No, it's not." Qiu Yao Khan shook his head and added, "This chip is completely different from the Avira chip you described. We believe this chip is a special one that can transmit signals across dimensions, not the Avira chip." Then why was Duda so excited to have him come over? Qiu Yao Khan took out an analysis report from the folder and said, "Let's take it step by step. First, there is the metal disc. We dismantled the metal disc and discovered it contained a special chip device inside." Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat, his eyes brightening, as he asked eagerly, "Is it the Elvira chip?" "No, it's not." Qiu Yao Khan shook his head without expression and continued, "This chip is completely different from the Elvira chip you described. We believe this chip is a special one that can transmit signals over long distances." Realizing it wasn't the Avira chip, Fang Heng's excitement faded slightly as he asked, "Signal transmission? What kind of signal?" "Boss Fang, we found a unique frequency signal owned by the kinfolk." Dude, excited, couldn't help but interject, "We analyzed the chip data and can confirm that the kinfolk implanted a special chip in the corpse's body, which can not only control the semi-mechanicalized body of the corpse, but can also periodically send a data packet containing all the data of the corpse to a specific location. To give a somewhat inappropriate example, it's a bit like the black box on an airplane." Fang Heng nodded in understanding. He understood the signal that Duda was describing. But what use was it? Duda continued to explain. The signal transmission frequency is very low, and from the signals we captured, we can now confirm that the signal will be sent to a certain location, then gathered, amplified, and subsequently concentrated to transmit to a specific external coordinate point. We can try to deduce the kinfolk's intended location for the signal by relying on this inference. It is very likely that the place is the gathering place of the kinfolk. Hearing this, Fang Heng's eyelid suddenly jumped, instantly realizing finding the location of the kinfolk. Was that the purpose of the chip? The Federation probably intends to deduce the actual position of the kinfolk through the chip in the corpse, thereby opening a passage to the world where the kinfolk reside. So the Federation would gather the coffins in a medium-sized tomb. This probably meant that the medium-sized tomb was highly likely the place where the kinfolk concentrated and amplified the signal transmission. Touching his chin, Fang Heng suddenly felt that everything made sense. Boss Fang, if possible, we need to enter the tomb world to find the point where the signal is concentrated, to try and find the coordinate point where the kinfolk are. Duda was extremely excited. Having gone through this tomb world, they had gained a deeper understanding of the kinfolk as a whole race. They were a unique race far superior to human technological levels, with mysterious psychic abilities. Well, the tomb world is currently quite dangerous, not suitable for entry. When I have time, I will consider it, Fang Heng said, as a game prompt appeared on his retina. Hint: player triggers mission. Data chip. Mission name. Data chip. Mission difficulty. A mission description. Verify the special signal frequency obtained from the metal disc inside the resurrected corpse's body. And Duda hopes to further investigate the signal transmission point. Mission requirements. Locate the point of signal data collection and transmission. Mission reward. Next stage of mission. Qiu Yao Kong continued. The explanation of the chip includes here. Next is the research report on the ashes and lead samples you collected. It can be confirmed that the ashes and sample bodies belong to the Hela virus homologous body. However, the two viruses have shown great divergence in their evolutionary directions. At this point, it's difficult to determine which is stronger in terms of strength. Fang Heng asked, "Can my zombie clone use the virus body for differential modification?" Qiu Yao Kong seemed to have expected Fang Heng's question and nodded, saying, "Yes, I have conducted a feasibility test and obtained a perfect data report. Theoretically, it is entirely possible to carry out the next phase of modification on your zombie body. Whenever you are ready, we can start the physical testing at any time." Fang Heng was stunned. "Any time? You mean even now?" "Of course," Qiu Yao Kong, with a look that seemed to say you are underestimating me, said, "The preliminary preparation work is not very difficult, and the first batch of live experiments can start at any time." Mo Jiawei on the side became excited. "Qiu God, what are we waiting for? Let's get started right away." "Yes," Qiu Yao Kong nodded to a researcher beside him, then continued, "They need to do some preparation. In about half an hour, you can take a look at this. I have studied the twisted creatures and void lurkers you obtained, and I found something interesting." Qiu Yao Kong, as he spoke, led everyone to a large research room, to the left of a glass experimental vessel. The void lurkers have a strong sensitivity to the virus body, which is not innate but has gone through a special genetic modification program and can be controlled by the implantable chip stimulation. Of course, the most interesting thing is not this, but the special antiviral powder you got targeting the virus body. I managed to extract a very small portion of the antiviral body from it. Fang Heng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Antiviral body. Previously, in the main tomb, Qian Shaolin found a small fragment of a kinfolk's severed finger in the secret research lab on the second floor. After the experimental analysis, the apparatus was supposed to use pre-installed antivirus gas to completely destroy the corpse. I asked Mo Jiawei to help collect some, and currently we have produced a small batch of test samples. You can take them to use first, Qiu Yao Kong said, taking a box full of vials from an assistant researcher next to him and handing it to Fang Heng. We have already conducted lab experiments, and the results are very good. However, I do not recommend large-scale use. Based on our current research on the viral body has an extremely high self-iterative efficiency. Large-scale use will cause the viral body to develop resistance. Isn't this amazing? They even developed an antiviral body drug. Qiu Yaokon is truly amazing. Fang Heng felt a twitch in his heart as he accepted the medicine box from Qiu Yaokon. A prompt flashed on his retina. Game. Hint. Player receives special medicine *24. Item. Antiviral body special medicine NT3-78. Description. Developed by the Qiu Yaokon team based on the simulated residue of some mental toxins. When the medicine vial is broken, the liquid medicine can atomize and diffuse into the surrounding air within 3 seconds, causing additional massive damage to specific viral bodies. Finally, regarding space jumping, the space leap of Voice Stealth Beast is related to its own special characteristics, which cannot be replicated, Qiu Yaokon said, as he closed his notebook. That's the general situation. The preparation time is almost up. Follow me for the next stage of live testing. Okay, Fang Heng replied, putting the medicine box into his backpack and hurriedly following. Soon, Fang Heng and the team, led by Qiu Yaokon, entered another large-scale live experimentation laboratory. The live test was ready. Qiu Yaokon stopped in front of a large cultivation tank with a few people. Click. The cultivation tank opened in front of everyone. Fang Heng controlled the liquor to climb quickly. Qiu Yaokon reached out to stop Fang Heng in front of the cultivation tank, saying, "Not yet, Fang Heng. Take a look at that." Fang Heng turned his gaze to the cultivation tank on the right side, as pointed out by Qiu Yaokon. There was an external glass vessel on the right side of the cultivation tank, filled with dark yellow liquid. Fang Heng squinted his eyes and approached to observe carefully. Dark red worm-like creatures were swimming in the dark yellow liquid. The creatures were very small, almost imperceptible unless observed closely. "I call it the whisker worm," Qiu Yaokon explained. "It is a product of the fusion of hello viral body and a certain type of insect. The whisker worm can reside beneath the skin to provide stronger defense for the host. Ideally, if we can implant the worm into the zombie body, the defense of the zombie body can be further enhanced." Fang Heng observed the creatures, furrowing his eyebrows slightly. The defense of the zombies was already strong enough, and further strengthening it didn't seem very significant. The key was the attack. What about the attack aspect? Qiu Yaokon glanced at Fang Heng and said, "It also sees a significant improvement in offensive capabilities." Fang Heng's eyes lit up. That's great. What he lacked now was attacking ability. After being infected by the whisker worm, the biotic agility can be improved, and the attack strength will undergo a qualitative change. But Qiu Yaokon paused, walked to the side of the cultivation tank, and flipped through the experiment log in his hand. "But the main problems now are two," Qiu Yaokon continued. "First, the whisker worm can only be effective on reanimated bodies, so it conflicts with the liquor 100%. Also, I have tested its fusion with Diffusion Tyrant, which contains the worm body, but it also conflicts and cannot be integrated. Second, due to the limitations of the zombie body itself, even with the ability integrated by the whisker worm, I expect that their movement speed and agility will not be improved, and may even experience a slight decrease." Fang Heng listened, mouth slightly agape. "A decrease? Why would it decrease? The mobility of zombies was already weak. A decrease? Yes, the Carnage armor form is the most suitable. Other zombie transformations have an almost 0% transformation rate," Qiu Yaokon said, taking a research report from a nearby researcher. "To test and verify my theory, we need to first transform a Carnage armor zombie." All right, Fang Heng decided to trust Qiu Yaokon. He left the professional matters to the professionals. Test experiences showed that following Qiu Yaokon was often the right choice. Fang Heng controlled the liquor to quickly form a chrysalis on the ground. Chi-chi, snap. A few seconds later, a regular form zombie walked out of the chrysalis and staggered towards the other side of the cultivation tank. Qiu Yaokon waved to the monitor in the corner of the lab. Click. The door of the cultivation tank was remotely closed with a sound. Chi. The cultivation tank was quickly filled with blue liquid until it was full to the brim. A game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint. Your zombie form normal form is undergoing transformation. Hint. Judgment in progress. Hint. Current transformation requires 200 survival points per person. 21st year evolution crystals. Transformation takes 2 hours. Players can consume additional survival points to accelerate the transformation efficiency. Hint. The current success rate of evolution is 99.2%, with an additional 20% increase due to player talent skills. Are you ready to evolve? Consume points. Speed up. Full throttle. Hint. Player has completed the zombie form transformation. Hint. The current zombie form has changed. Fang Heng surveyed the flesh-armored zombie, unable to hold back a bitter smile in his heart. The biggest weakness of the segmented zombie was its movement speed. After the flesh armor evolved, it seemed to carry several thick shields on its body. Walking became more swaying, and its movement speed was once again reduced. It looked like a complete oaf. Mo Jiawei also showed a wry expression beside him. No matter how you look at it, it seemed like a negative evolution. The flesh-armored zombie seemed more like an inferior product that should be eliminated. Qiu Yaokan received the experimental data detection report from the researcher's hand, repeatedly checking the various data on the report, and occasionally looking up to observe the flesh-armored zombie, showing a satisfied expression. Very good. Qiu Yaokan nodded in satisfaction, then walked to the right side of the cultivation chamber, signaling Fang Heng to start the next operation. Really good. Fang Heng expressed doubt about this. Following Qiu Yaokan's instructions, he once again manipulated the flesh-armored zombie to enter the cultivation chamber on the other side. Click. When the flesh-armored zombie completely entered the cultivation chamber, the chamber door locked again. Mixed with tiny red worm-like life forms, the dark yellow liquid flowed into the cultivation chamber through the pipeline. The water level gradually rose until the flesh-armored zombie was completely submerged. The flesh-armored zombie's body began to twitch uncontrollably. Fang Heng leaned in front of the glass, squinting to observe carefully. Tiny nematode life forms rapidly burrowed into the flesh-armored zombie's skin. Once again, a game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint. Your zombie avatar segmentation is undergoing modification. Hint. In judgment, player's current level has increased to 30. Player meets current zombie avatar. Chimeric parasite transformation conditions. Hint. In judgment process. Hint. Current modification requires per unit 8 OS survival points. First tier mutation crystal asterisk 200. Second tier mutation crystal asterisk 20. Modification duration 48 hours. Player can consume additional survival points to accelerate the modification efficiency. Hint. Current success rate of evolution is 57.2%. Affected by player's talent skills, this evolution success rate is additionally increased by 20%. Would you like to start the evolution? Hint. Does the player choose to accelerate the evolution? Fang Heng's mind stirred. Chimeric parasites also require so many mutation crystals and survival points. Compared to the previous devourer, the chimeric parasite form even requires more. This means that the game's judgment of the chimeric parasite's strength after evolution is higher than that of the devourer. The good news is that the success rate of chimeric parasite evolution is higher than that of the devourer, already exceeding 50%. Fang Heng glanced at Mo Jiawei beside him, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Qiu Yaokan pulled Mo Jiawei over, perhaps also to increase the evolution success rate. Fang Heng once again chose to go all out, expending points, expending energy, accelerating evolution. Gudong gudong gudong. A series of bubbles floated in the cultivation chamber. After a moment, the indicator lights on the instrument lit up, and the liquid in the cultivation chamber was suction dry again. Click. The chamber door opened. Everyone's gaze focused on the flesh-armored zombie walking out from the chamber. At least from the external appearance, there was no significant difference between the flesh-armored zombie before and after modification. At this moment, Fang Heng was examining the modification game message of the red-colored parasitic zombie. Tip. Player has completed the transformation of the zombie avatar flesh armor form with the chimeric parasite virus body. Tip. Current flesh-armored zombie form has not changed, already fused with chimeric parasite form. Tipped. Solidifying the current fused flesh-armored zombie form requires consumption of first-tier mutation crystal asterisk 300, second-tier mutation crystal asterisk 50. Main god points asterisk 1, 5 west. Zombie avatar fused with chimeric parasite form. Description: a special zombie life form parasitized by a special chimeric parasite, capable of sharing life with the zombie body. This zombie has extremely slow movement speed, enhanced defense capabilities. When under threat, the chimeric parasite inside the body will automatically launch attacks. Additional skills: self-combustion passive, cannot be disabled. Skill description: when the zombie avatar dies, the body will enter a self-combustion state until completely self-destructed. This transformation was different from previous ones. The chimeric parasite seemed more like a parasitic state. He now could only control the zombie avatar. The chimeric parasite fused inside the zombie body was uncontrollable. Furthermore, solidifying the zombie avatar's transformation state also required a large amount of survival points and mutation crystals, which was costly. There was only one additional skill, which at first glance didn't seem to have any practical effect. The real combat situation remained a mystery. Fang Heng shifted his gaze to Qiu Yao Khan. Well, let's conduct a physical test. Qiu Yao Khan observed the chimeric parasite zombie form, continuously jotting down notes on the experiment record book, then looked up and said, "Go to the beta-sealed laboratory." Click! Just as the words fell, the reinforced glass door not far from the group opened. Fang Heng controlled the chimeric parasite zombie avatar to sway forward into the sealed laboratory. Compared to before, the way the chimeric parasite zombie avatar walked looked even more foolish. Looking at this appearance, can this really be trusted? Fang Heng also felt a bit uncertain. He then controlled 12 other lickers to enter the laboratory with him. Dang! The laboratory door closed again. Everyone stood outside the laboratory, observing the situation inside through the reinforced glass. Qiu Yao Khan saw the gesture given by the researcher, nodded to Fang Heng, and said, "Ready. The experiment can begin. Try to attack the new composite zombie avatar. Theoretically, the fused red-bearded insect parasitize in the zombie body will automatically counterattack." Good. Fang Heng immediately controlled a licker to quickly rush towards the chimeric parasite zombie avatar. The chimeric parasite zombie avatar still stood in place, appearing dumbfounded. The distance between the two sides was just over 10 meters. The licker rapidly approached, then pounced. Given the movement speed displayed by the chimeric parasite zombie avatar, it was impossible to dodge the licker's attack. Whoosh! Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted, unexpectedly. Just as the licker leapt to pounce towards the chimeric parasite zombie avatar halfway, the flesh armor in front of the chimeric parasite zombie avatar suddenly exploded outward, and several red thorns shot out from it. The thorns pierced outwards for about 5 meters, almost instantly piercing through the leaping licker in midair. The red thorn spun the pierced licker in the air for a few rounds before flinging them away towards a distance. Sout, this piercing attack is very powerful, directly removing 1/5 of the licker's health. Remember, the licker inherits its base health. It already has a boss-level health template. Moreover, the spike-piercing speed is extremely fast, even the licker's agility cannot resist it. Let's try again, Fang Heng thought, while controlling 12 lickers to rush towards the amalgamated zombie from different angles simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, more than 10 spikes simultaneously pierced through the thick armor wrapped around the amalgamated zombie's body, penetrating each licker leaping in midair. Dang! Without exception, the 12 lickers were once again thrown outwards after being spun several times in the air by the spikes. Amazing! He couldn't be stopped at all. The lickers simply couldn't get close to the amalgamated zombie. Fang Heng secretly praised. From the simple attack tests, the amalgamated zombie still has many shortcomings. For example, slow movement speed, weak control aspects, and when facing ranged attacks, it's like a live target. But just this spike output ability alone is worth it. Fang Heng looked at Qiu Yao Khan, who was also participating in the combat test, and asked, "Can it be mass-produced?" The amalgamated insects need to be cultivated, which will take some time. Additionally, the initial activation of the amalgamated insects requires a special compound to stimulate the original mutant cells. So currently, mass production is not possible. Based on the current situation, if you are in a hurry, at the extreme limit, about 20 to 50 can be provided in a day, said Qiu Yao Khan while jotting down data. I need to keep this zombie for further detailed testing as part of adjustments, and the success rate of subsequent evolution will also gradually increase. Fang Heng listened and couldn't help scratching his head. Challenging. In terms of cultivating the amalgamated insects, with Qiu Yao Kang's research team, reaching the production level is not difficult. As for the compound to stimulate the original mutant cells, he had occasionally visited Tan Jia's research lab the past few days, and already had the formula. He was also trying to slowly take some raw materials back from the research team, and bringing it back into the game for the research team. Completely mastering the compound replication production is only a matter of time. Currently, the biggest issue is the main god points required for solidifying the zombie doppelganger status. This stuff is expensive. After a long silence, Fang Heng could only say helplessly, "Okay, I understand. Let's proceed with the tests first and try to improve the success rate and production as much as possible. I will figure out the rest. Exiting the laboratory, Fang Heng started thinking about how to earn some main god points. Many parts of the game require main god points, but he had very few opportunities to earn them. No time. He had to temporarily put it aside, as there were more pressing issues at the moment. He would consider the main god points issue again, after completing the level 40 mission. After all, such opportunities are rare. He had been waiting for his powerful skill Eternal Moon cooldown to finish these days, and also for the Federation to collect more sarcophagi. Now that the skill cooldown was over and with a total of 9 sarcophagi collected with the help of Lu Yanlong, he was ready to move. During the safety period, he would wait for the Federation to bring one more tomorrow to complete the 10 sarcophagi needed before taking action. With the targeted toxic gas provided by Qiu Yaokon and the powerful skill Eternal Moon, dealing with boss-level creatures in one go wouldn't be an issue. Even if something unexpected happened, he had a potion to reset the skill cooldown. Calculating it, tomorrow seemed like a good day. He needed to move quickly. Better to act sooner rather than later. He didn't want any complications. Fang Heng pondered how to proceed quietly when he suddenly received an urgent communication from Lu Yanlong via the survival radio. Lu Yanlong, Boss Fang, there's a problem with the sarcophagi here. Please come over as soon as you can. I'm waiting for you at the usual spot. Something went wrong. Fang Heng's heart sank. Not good. They had only been handling the sarcophagi transportation tasks for a couple of days, and the Federation was already encountering issues one after another. First, the person in charge of the commissions expressed dissatisfaction with the efficiency of the players taking the task, asking them to speed up the transportation of the sarcophagi and not allowing them to stay long in the crypts. Then, the Federation started aggressively haggling over prices. Many players were not willing to endure the Federation's attitude and gave up on the commissions. However, for Fang Heng, it was not just about the commissions, so he had endured it for the time being. Fang Heng, be right there. After quickly replying, Fang Heng immediately returned to the tomb in the game world. Soon, Fang Heng returned to the tomb world via the teleportation channel, transforming into a bat form and arriving in a forest near the medium-sized tomb under Federation watch. At the edge of the forest, Lu Yanlong looked anxious, glancing left and right, waiting for Fang Heng to return. Fang Heng discreetly resumed his human form in the shadows and walked towards Lu Yanlong along the path, asking, "What's happened?" "I'm not sure of the specifics, but it feels really off," Lu Yanlong said with a solemn expression. "Just now, the Federation's commission department contacted me in advance. They temporarily froze our contract with the Federation for the tasks and invited us to go to the medium-sized tomb to find Nasto and cooperate with the Federation for a special investigation." Fang Heng was taken aback. A special investigation? What was going on? Furrowing his brows, Fang Heng asked, "Why? What investigation is this?" The Federation didn't provide reasons, nor did they explain the nature of the investigation. They just mentioned that significant issues were found when the sarcophagus was undergoing the mission department inspection. The accepted commissions are also temporarily on hold. They asked us to go there immediately to cooperate with the investigation. Our C-Star company has been quietly investigating, but so far, there's no news. Also, I asked Nasto about it. He didn't say much on the phone. He just asked us to hurry over to meet him, mentioning it's a bit troublesome and needs to be discussed face-to-face with us. Knowing some of Fang Heng's general plans, Lu Yanlong couldn't help but feel anxious, and guessed, "Boss Fang, could it be related to a special task from the Federation? Have they already collected all the sarcophagi and are now making excuses to avoid our help?" "Indeed, that's a possibility," Fang Heng said, looking towards the entrance of the tomb, pondering. It was possible that the Federation had enough of the needed sarcophagi and didn't require their assistance at all. However, there was also the more troubling possibility that the Federation had discovered issues with the sarcophagi, leading to the suspension of subsequent tasks. Regardless of the situation, it might render all their preliminary efforts in vain. Fang Heng quickly calculated in his mind. It didn't look good. Lu Yanlong carefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Fang Heng. "Boss Fang, are we really going to play on such a big scale? Opportunities like this are rare. Be mentally prepared. Let's gamble once, for the last time." Another gamble, and saying it's the last time. Lu Yanlong thought to himself, I don't believe you at all. He already felt that Boss Fang's plan was unreliable. Dealing with so many boss-level creatures alone, isn't this guy just a perfect madman? And now they have to act under the nose of the Federation. The risks have multiplied. But Fang Heng's luck in gambling was off the charts, winning every time. Seeing Lu Yanlong looking nervous, Fang Heng patted his shoulder. Don't be so tense, keep smiling. Acting like this will only make you look suspicious. Lu Yanlong nodded at Fang Heng's words, patting his own cheeks to try to relax his facial muscles, forcing a smile that was even uglier than crying. Okay. Fang Heng was also helpless. Collecting the stone coffins for the Federation was a crucial part of his upgrading plan. If things went wrong, he would have to think of another way to obtain third-tier mutation crystals for leveling up. This could mean not completing the level 40 upgrade within a month. A gamble must be taken. Let's get started. What else could they do? They had to take action. Lu Yanlong also accepted his fate, took a deep breath, and instructed, Boss Fang, we must be careful. There is a team of elite players from the high-level gaming world waiting on the Federation camp's side. If they come over, it'll be over half an hour. We must not meet them head-on. Got it? Fang Heng nodded. After all, these elite players in the high-tier game might be as strong as Shalin. Just imagine, in the worst-case scenario, he would be facing a team formed by Shalin. Who could withstand that? Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong emerged from the dense forest, heading towards the medium-sized tomb cave along the temporarily open path. These past few days, Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong had been assisting the Federation in completing the coffin transportation task, and several Federation players guarding the entrance already recognized them. With time, the guards had slightly relaxed their vigilance. Having gone through the effort of transporting the coffins from a long distance, the players chose to stay here for a while without immediate expulsion. It wasn't until the Federation's higher-level task force order enhanced vigilance that they began to drive the players away. The guards saw Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong and did not conduct a detailed identity verification check, directly letting them pass, nodding towards them. After entering the cave, Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong headed towards the tomb cave on the right side. Along the way, they saw scattered Federation guards on duty. Fang Heng estimated the defense level inside the cave and even considered a forced entry. Soon, they passed through a narrow passage and entered a large cavern on the right side of the cave. Seeing rows of stone coffins inside the cave, Fang Heng felt a bit relieved. At least the coffins were all still there. After half a day of hard work, their spoils were not taken by others. Nasto. Lu Yanlong saw several Federation players in the cave and waved to Nasto. Nasto was in charge of the Federation's coffin escort mission and had also advanced to the master level in space studies. A professional match. When Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong arrived, he was sitting on a protruding rock talking with other players. Seeing the two approaching, he stood up to greet them. You guys are here. Come on over. Nasto was from the Federation, but after experiencing the events of the past few days, he also had some grudges against the higher-ups. At this moment, he was even more dissatisfied. Lu Yanlong had cooperated well with Nasto in the past 2 days, and they were familiar with each other. After sitting down and noticing the tense atmosphere, Lu Yanlong couldn't help but joke, didn't the higher-level task department forbid us from staying here for long? What's happening today? Did the sun rise from the west? Nasto sighed deeply, feeling somewhat worn out. Joining the Federation could bring a lot of resource support, but the cost was having to get involved in these troublesome matters. Don't mention it. We've encountered trouble. Urgently summoning you guys here is not a good thing. I'm not going to hide it from you. It's all those upper-level struggles for power and benefits. Nasto then went on to explain the situation. You know, I belong to the engineering department, and I chose this department because I thought it would be easy, with no danger. After hearing Nasto complain for a while, Fang Heng finally understood. The coffin had caused quite a bit of trouble. Yesterday, the Federation Task Department commissioned one of the 12 financial conglomerates, the Michelson Company, to perform a secondary inspection on the coffin. The inspection results showed some problems. As for the specifics, Nasto was not clear. Ultimately, the Michelson Company believed that the engineering department led by Nasto did not follow specific procedures during the coffin transfer, causing abnormalities inside the coffin with the remains. The Michelson Company issued a report, stating that it could affect subsequent commissioned tasks. Nasto's higher-up in the engineering department was not pleased to hear this. Originally, it had nothing to do with him, but he had come to help without a word of thanks, And now he was being accused of issues during the coffin transport. Who could tolerate that? If the coffin had problems that affected the subsequent tasks, they would definitely not be able to shake off the blame. You guys are here to think of a solution together. Later on, we'll have to figure out a way to quickly hand over the job smoothly. The higher level task department is on site, and I heard they may perform immediate coffin inspections. Looking around at everyone, Nasto continued, we are the only ones here right now. Tell me the truth. Did anyone touch the coffin during the process? Everyone present shook their heads one after another. One player said with a bitter smile, Sir, you've been present throughout the entire transportation process. We haven't touched the coffin except for moving it. You've seen it all. Nasto nodded. I know, from what I see, Michelson Company's researchers probably found some oversight, and now they had shifted the blame onto us. The other players had also witnessed the despicable behavior of the 12 financial conglomerates and felt that they were once again creating trouble behind the scenes. After hearing this, Fang Heng understood, but his thoughts were different from the other players. Could it be possible that the problem lies with himself? The mechanized reconstruction of the corpse inside the coffin might trigger reaction in his own viral body odor. Could this have caused the anomalies detected by the Michelson Company? Fang Heng pondered with his head lowered. Regardless of whether it was caused by him or not, how should they deal with the current situation? This matter is probably not that simple. The superior team will come over for pre-handover testing and certification. I'm worried they will push the problem onto us. If there really is a problem, in the worst case scenario, we might all be subject to federal super-level review. Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong exchanged a glance. Super-level review? This could be troublesome. Lu Yanlong felt even more aggrieved. Indeed, they were planning something sneaky on the sarcophagus, but they hadn't even started yet. How did it end up with them being the scapegoats? Luck was truly not on their side. Nasto was feeling frustrated. If these people caused trouble, he would also suffer. Fang Heng pondered for a moment, then leaned in to whisper a few words to Lu Yanlong. Lu Yanlong's expression suddenly stiffened. What's wrong? Nasto couldn't help but glance at Fang Heng next to Lu Yanlong. This young man dressed in necromancer-themed attire rarely spoke during commissioned tasks. Toss was deeply impressed by him. Firstly, Fang Heng's quiet nature, and secondly, Fang Heng's exceptional spatial skills surpassing other players by a significant margin. Lu Yanlong said, I'm afraid we'll really be the scapegoats. My companion noticed earlier that there was a slight fluctuation inside the sarcophagus. It's likely that there have been some changes to the remains inside, and it's very possible that Michelson Corporation's tests were faulty. This is unbelievable. Nasto had no doubts about Fang Heng's perception, ran his hand through his hair anxiously, thinking about how to shift blame and avoid trouble. One player spoke up, even if there are issues with the remains in the sarcophagus, they wouldn't be able to prove it was caused by our transportation, right? When problems arise, someone has to take the blame. We could just argue with them, say their testing results were faulty. That arguing could lead to all of us facing federal review, which would be a hassle. The discussion continued among the group. Nasto felt overwhelmed by the continuous no's, growing more and more agitated. After talking for a while, they still couldn't come up with a viable solution. Suddenly, Lu Yanlong said, Nasto, we actually have a way to deal with this trouble. Nasto's interest was piqued and he looked at Lu Yanlong. What is it? Like you just said, the Federal Task Commission Department and Michelson Corporation will open the coffin for inspection together. I mean, if we inform Michelson Corporation in advance that opening the coffin will trigger a special spatial explosion, causing changes in the remains inside ... Lu Yanlong pondered, whispering softly, the 12 Consortium's company surely won't believe it. They would insist on proceeding with the inspection of the coffin, right? So, if something goes wrong, the coffin is completely destroyed, then wouldn't the blame be off us? Nasto was taken aback. The other two spatial players also looked at Lu Yanlong with skeptical eyes. What does this mean? At first glance, it seemed fine. But what problems could occur from opening the coffin? Didn't Michelson Corporation already try opening the sarcophagus once before? Everything was safe, and there were no disturbances reported. Nasto asked seriously, explain in detail. Lu Yanlong glanced around at everyone, then lowered his voice and said, my friend is an advanced necromancer who can tamper with the remains, inciting them to enter a frenzied mutated state. Once they open the sarcophagus, it will definitely give them a big surprise. Nasto had been contemplating how to evade and shift blame, but hearing Lu Yanlong's suggestion, he was intrigued. So there was still this option. Nasto immediately lowered his head to ponder for a moment, carefully considering. Indeed, if it happened as Lu Yanlong said, it could be a way to shift blame. If something went wrong, it would be due to Michelson Corporation's research team's lack of professionalism, with no connection to them. Are you sure you can handle this? They will be here at daybreak, expected to arrive in 4 hours at the earliest. We are pressed for time. Lu Yanlong looked back at Fang Heng, who nodded slightly, and then responded, no problem, we can handle it. Nasto was still hesitant. While the plan was clever, there was also a significant risk, and if any errors occurred, what do you all think? Nasto asked for the opinions of the other players. I think we should give it a try. A player hired for the Federal Commission didn't want to cause trouble. The subsequent high-level federal scrutiny was very troublesome. Who among the players present could claim to be completely clean, even if there were no issues, being inspected for no reason, wasting time, and being put on the Federal's watch list would make future actions very inconvenient. At present, they were all in the same boat. Finding a way to get through this was the best option. However, a player asked softly, what if it fails? What are the consequences? I'm also concerned about this, another player continued. Michelson Corporation's research team is not foolish. If they notice an issue, what will we do? No one could answer that question. The cave fell silent for a moment. If it went as Fang Heng said, everything would be fine if successful. But if it failed, wouldn't they bear an even bigger burden? While everyone was focused on discussing with Lu Yanlong, Fang Heng discreetly approached a stone sarcophagus in the middle of the cave, reaching out to touch the sarcophagus lid. His mental perception entered the sarcophagus. Soon, the semi-mechanical body inside the sarcophagus was stimulated and entered a state of revival. Unaware of Fang Heng's actions, the players continued their discussion. I think we need to come up with a more secure plan. This is too risky. Do you have a better idea? Can't we also bring in a testing team to argue with them? We can't let Michelson Corporation have the final say. Fang Heng determined that it was almost time, put his hand down, took a few steps toward the sarcophagus, looked up at everyone and interrupted. Guys, listen. Fang Heng made a gesture for silence. The players in the cave immediately quieted down, stopping their discussion. Click, click. Once the silence fell, everyone heard the faint clicking sound. The sound was incredibly prominent in the quiet cave. In the hesitation of the crowd, the stone sarcophagus unexpectedly began to tremble slightly out of control. It seemed as if something inside the sarcophagus was struggling to break free. The players dared not make a move and began to step back. Fang Heng broke the silence, looked at Nasto, and said, in a deep voice, not good. The corpse has already been revived. Nasto was shocked and turned to look at Fang Heng. Really? Are you sure? Fang Heng did not reply. He just raised his hand forward. The dark book of the dead appeared in midair. Hiss, hiss. The solidified soul chain burst out of the book of the dead, tightly wrapping around the sarcophagus, hoisting it up into the air. Seeing Fang Heng's necromancy skills in action, the crowd's doubts ebbed away. Fang Heng continued, time is short. I cannot suppress the sarcophagus for too long. Give me an answer quickly. We still have a chance. We can tamper with the corpse or report to the higher federal team and undergo federal review. Sweat beaded on Nasto's forehead. In a short half-minute, he quickly considered the various consequences in his mind. All right. Let's do as you say. Nasto immediately made a decision and said, we're already at this point. Even in the worst case, we will all be responsible. Let's all act together. If something happens, no one can escape. Yes. Be careful. Seeing Nasto make up his mind, Fang Heng slowly opened the lid of the sarcophagus suspended in midair. Everyone closely watched as the lid was slowly revealed by the soul chains. With a bang, the reanimated corpse broke through the weak spatial barrier inside the sarcophagus and charged towards Fang Heng from above. Help him! Nasto shouted. Several players joined forces to create a spatial barrier in front of Fang Heng. The corpse's body collided with an invisible spatial barrier, making a dull impact sound, before being knocked backward. As the corpse flew backward, a series of clicking noises emanated from its body. Black barrel-like structures emerged beneath its skin. Lu Yanlong, observing this, exclaimed, "It's a laser weapon. Be careful, everyone." Before he finished speaking, a barrage of laser beams burst forth from the barrels. The laser weapon instantly shattered the spatial barrier. More beams rained down on the players. The players on the scene were well versed in spatial manipulation and quickly retreated into secondary spatial projections to avoid the onslaught. As the volley of attacks ended, Fang Heng emerged from another secondary projection and swiftly pursued the reanimated corpse, wielding a metal staff to strike its forehead fiercely. With a thud, the corpse's forehead caved in, and it was once again sent flying. "Quick! Subdue it." The remaining players left their spatial projections and worked together to immobilize the reanimated corpse using spatial magic. Fang Heng continued to attack by swinging the metal staff relentlessly. The reanimated corpse's health was not robust, and in a brief moment, its health was depleted, leaving it motionless on the ground. Nasto, seeing this, immediately rallied the others to surround it. "How is it?" Fang Heng bent down to inspect the mechanical reanimated corpse for a moment and nodded. "Yes, as I expected, the corpse exhibited a special mutation reaction." Nasto, feeling nervous, asked, "Can you handle it?" "No problem. The sarcophagus has not been destroyed yet. We can seal the corpse back in, lay down a spatial magic array inside, and I will find a way to manipulate it. If anyone opens the sarcophagus, the corpse will revive, and the entire sarcophagus will be affected." Knowing what Nasto wanted to ask, Fang Heng paused and looked back at Nasto. "Unless someone is proficient in both spatial and necromancy studies, it will not be discovered. Let's do it." Taking Fang Heng's words to heart, Nasto bravely decided, "Everyone, we are all in the same boat now. Nobody wants to undergo federal scrutiny. Let's get to work. There are less than 4 hours left until dawn. Let's restore everything before then." At this point, everyone was on Fang Heng's thief shit. They immediately sprang into action, working together to move the corpse back into the sarcophagus and following Fang Heng's instructions to set up a layer of spatial protection on top. Due to the tight time frame, the protection was hastily laid out and could easily be detected. After that, everyone looked towards Fang Heng once again. Inside the sarcophagus, Fang Heng arranged a small magic array, then stepped forward, enveloping a small piece of a stimulant that could activate the corpse in spatial energy and placed it on the spatial layer. "All right. Who's next?" The players were taken aback by Fang Heng's simple actions. Was it really that easy? Just placing that small object would be enough. Nasto was somewhat uneasy. "Fang Heng, can you guarantee it's 100% safe?" "Yes. To prevent any suspicions, besides this sarcophagus, the other sarcophagi need to be handled as well. Since time is short, I suggest we start immediately." Fang Heng looked up at Nasto. "I will not joke about risking my life." "All right." With time pressing, Nasto urged the players to proceed, initiating the opening of the next sarcophagus. Just 3 seconds after the second sarcophagus was opened, the corpse, stimulated by the virus on Fang Heng, revived once more and charged towards him. "Deal with it." This time, players were mentally prepared and set up spatial barriers to absorb the incoming damage before the intense laser attack arrived. After the mechanical reanimated corpse finished its assault and entered a cooldown period, the players used spatial manipulation once again to firmly restrain it. Finally, Fang Heng delivered the finishing blow. The players were unaware that, several times in a row, the reanimated corpse consistently targeted Fang Heng with its hatred. As for the subsequent 5th and 6th rounds, the players had grown accustomed and even prepared in advance, swiftly locking down and controlling the reanimated corpse with spatial skills before it regained full consciousness, then swiftly dispatching it. As the players' cooperation became more proficient, they managed to eliminate all the mechanical reanimated bodies in the sarcophagi ahead of time and reseal them within a mere 2 hours. Once everything was confirmed, the 9 sarcophagi were restored to their original positions. The crowd looked at Fang Heng with puzzled expressions once again. "I used a special prop on the corpse, which, when combined with necromancy, can cause a special reaction in the body. The level of the remains is very high, and the resulting creatures will also have greatly enhanced abilities, which we currently cannot handle." It was only then that the crowd understood what the black fragments Fang Heng had placed in the sarcophagus were. After pondering for a moment, Nasto asked, "Should we arrange for guards in advance?" Lu Yanlong interjected, saying, "I suggest we don't. It will make us look suspicious." Nasto thought for a moment and agreed. The group gathered around the protruding rock and sat down, waiting for the arrival of the federal team. The players couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. They weren't sure if they could evade the federal subsequent investigation and pass the blame. 2 hours later, the sun rose. By the time it was past 8 o'clock, Federal Task Force leader Tabio, along with a group of soldiers, entered the cavern. Nasto stood up to greet Tabio as soon as he saw him. "Officer, you're all here." Tabio nodded at Nasto. "I heard from the ManhwaRecap gaming company that there was a problem during the transportation of the sarcophagus. I came to take a look." The head of the engineering department, who was with Tabio, said, "Officer, we had no issues with transporting the sarcophagus." The team from ManhwaRecap company also chimed in. "Gentlemen, the sarcophagus is a special item with spatial energy fluctuations. Due to improper handling during transport, the life forms inside the sarcophagus underwent a reaction, and there are obvious anomalies in the data report. Blaming us for anomalies because of improper handling, isn't that a bit much? All our procedures were carried out according to the prescribed standards. As for your claim that the anomalies were due to our actions, where's the evidence?" Tabio gestured for both sides to stop arguing. As they made their way here, the logistics head and the ManhwaRecap gaming company team were already passing the buck. Tabio had other tasks to handle and didn't have time to listen to their bickering. "All right, that's enough. Dr. Pan, you mentioned having evidence that the remains inside the sarcophagus were damaged during transport. You may proceed now." "All right." Dr. Pan from ManhwaRecap company followed the team. He walked a few steps forward, nodding to the people. Dr. Pan appeared to be in his 50s and had a somewhat stern look. "Thank you for your trust, officer. We discovered some highly conspicuous abnormal data during our second inspection of the sarcophagus. After a series of evaluations, it was confirmed that there were anomalies in the remains during transport. I will now conduct an on-site examination of the sarcophagus to prove this to everyone," Dr. Pan said, nodding to the two players who had come with him. Two players from ManhwaRecap company's spatial division came up to the sarcophagus and began inspecting it, preparing to take action. The head of the Federal Engineering Department glanced at Nasto, giving him a questioning look. Seeing the doubtful look from the other side, Nasto also felt a bit uneasy. Things had come to this point, and he was in deep trouble. Nasto pretended to remain calm, gave the department head a look that said he had everything under control, then walked over to Dr. Pan and his team. "Wait a moment." Dr. Pan, about to start the coffin examination, was stopped by Nasto, who furrowed his brows. "Is there something else? Are you planning to open the coffin? Must he ask?" Dr. Pan frowned, not knowing what game Nasto was playing, feeling a bit annoyed, and said, "Yes. Do you have an issue with that? It would be best not to. I'm not entirely clear on your mission, but we have sensed that there are spatial devices inside the sarcophagus. Once the devices trigger, if they cause any fluctuations, both the coffin and the remains could be destroyed." Dr. Pan was momentarily stunned by these words. A spatial trap? A large-scale explosion? Are you kidding? He had opened the sarcophagus for inspection before. When would there be a special explosion causing an anomalous reaction? Tabio also frowned upon hearing this. The kinsfolk-related mission was very important for them. If there was indeed a risk, they couldn't just open the coffin recklessly. "Dr. Pan, is what he said true?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Dr. Pan felt that Nasto was just making excuses to delay things and said firmly, "I have checked the sarcophagus, I'm certain, and such a situation is impossible. I have been researching the kinsfolk for many years, so I have confidence in this." Seeing Dr. Pan so confident, Nasto felt a bit uneasy. He hoped Fang Heng could be relied on. Nasto silently prayed to himself as he stepped back a few paces. "I have warned you. If there are any issues later, it's not our responsibility." Dr. Pan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He suddenly felt that something was amiss and said, "Even if an accident occurs, it should be analyzed specifically whether it was due to an error in your handling during transport." "You?" Nasto suppressed his anger. "Dr. Pan, what do you mean by that? That's enough." Seeing the two about to start arguing again, Tabio raised his hand to stop them from continuing. "Dr. Pan, if you are sure there won't be any problem, then proceed." Dr. Pan glared at Nasto and gestured to his assistant to prepare to open the sarcophagus. The two ManhwaRecap company's spatial division players slowly approached the sarcophagus, attempting to remove the spatial traps on the outside. The players in Nasto's team couldn't help but show a hint of disdain on their faces as they watched the ManhwaRecap company players. These two were indeed lacking in skill. They probably had only reached the level of intermediate spatial study. It took them a full half-hour to completely remove the spatial traps before taking a few steps back and nodding to Dr. Pan. Inside the cavern, everyone's attention was focused on the sarcophagus. Next, I will open the sarcophagus. I will conduct an on-site verification for everyone. Be careful, the remains in the coffin had undergone some changes and may pose a risk. Tabio waved his hand as a signal. Two elite federal players stepped forward, standing beside Dr. Pan to protect him. Dr. Pan was unaware of the impending danger. He quietly reminded everyone and slowly approached the sarcophagus until he reached its side. Click, click, click. As Dr. Pan slowly pushed the sarcophagus forward, he suddenly felt a resistance, as if there was another force restraining him from moving it further. In the next moment, a sudden force in the opposite direction suddenly pushed open the stone sarcophagus lid that had been suppressed and unable to be pushed open. Dr. Pan was startled. Tabio immediately sensed a force about to erupt. His pupil suddenly contracted, and he shouted, "Protect Dr. Pan." Doom. The small spatial trap set inside the stone sarcophagus was triggered. The entire stone sarcophagus burst open instantly. Two elite federal players immediately raised their large shields to protect Dr. Pan. "Be careful!" A cry rang out, and everyone in the cave immediately backed away. The two federal players proficient in protection skills put away their teasing gestures and immediately escorted Dr. Pan to move backward. In the chaos, taking advantage of no one's attention, Fang Heng pressed a mark in front of him with both hands, and a magic array rapidly circulated in his right eye pupil. Fang Heng softly whispered in a volume only he could hear, "Explode." Magic array. Remote control. Under the control of the Omni Knowledge Eye, the remaining 8 magic arrays hidden in the stone sarcophagi swiftly began to operate. Fang Heng controlled the timing of the magic array very carefully, taking advantage of the spatial trap eruption to act. The violent spatial fluctuations masked Fang Heng's small movements, and no one noticed that he secretly detonated the magic arrays in the remaining stone sarcophagi. Doom. Boom boom. In just a few seconds, the remaining stone sarcophagi in the center of the cave exploded in succession. Dr. Pan had just been escorted to the back by 2 players without a chance to catch his breath. Then the subsequent explosion struck again, and he was quickly grabbed by another federal player on the side and pulled further back. What? How? Dr. Pan looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes showing an incredulous expression. How could this happen? How could the stone sarcophagus suddenly explode? Suddenly, Dr. Pan seemed to realize something and looked at Masto and the others on the side. Are you messing with the sarcophagus? Nonsense. Nasto remained silent, wearing a grim expression without speaking. Another federal player beside him couldn't help but curse. "We've already warned you. There are abnormal spatial fluctuations inside the sarcophagus. You." "Shut up!" Tabio suddenly shouted. The players who were about to complain were stunned and all closed their mouths. Turning back, they saw Tabio staring in the direction of the exploded sarcophagus and said, in a deep voice, "Dr. Pan, what exactly is that thing?" Dr. Pan was also taken aback, looking up in the direction Nasto was staring at. That. After the continuous spatial explosions shattered the sarcophagus into pieces, on the ground appeared clusters of red wriggling twisted life forms. They were carcasses. Dr. Pan stared at the wriggling red life forms on the ground, his expression suddenly changing. Countless tiny tentacles emerged from under the carcass's skin, enveloping the entire carcass, making it look like a twisted, wriggling reptilian life form on the surface. Squeak, squeak. In just over 10 seconds, the spatial fluctuations caused by the explosions gradually dissipated, and the tentacles pouring out from the carcass began to retract. All the players present had strong perception abilities, and they all sensed the converging force emanating from the carcass. The first carcass wobbled and stood up straight from the ground. Its movements looked extremely distorted and strange, slowly turning around to face the players, standing still for a few seconds before slowly walking towards them. "Dr. Pan, be careful. Please move back a bit." Several federal guards cautiously stood in front of Dr. Pan, vigilantly watching the resurrected carcass approaching. Tabio observed the carcass and said, in a deep voice, "Go and try it out, but be careful." Two federal guards glanced at each other at his words, immediately adopting a defensive posture, raising to large shields in front of them, slowly moving closer to the approaching carcass. The distance between the two sides was gradually shortened. Shoo, shoo, shoo. When they were less than 10 meters apart, the resurrected carcass launched a surprise attack first. Countless small tentacle-like objects condensed and overflowed from the resurrected body, instantly forming a long, narrow piercing object that fiercely stabbed forward. The two guards immediately placed their large shields in front of them at the sight. Sout! The spike struck heavily on the shield. A dull thud rang out from the shield in front of the guard, and the guard, along with the shield, was pushed back more than 10 steps before the impact was completely absorbed. It's a boss-level creature. Be careful, everyone. The guard quickly glanced at the game prompt information, then looked cautiously at his shield, tightly gripping its handle. With just one blow, the shield durability plummeted, and a shallow pit was even dented on the stone shield. Shield blessed by the war goddess. The shield's level has reached legendary status. Its defense power is even stronger than alloy metals, yet it was dented by a single blow. After the failed attack, the carcass did not accelerate to pursue but instead took steps forward, slowly approaching the location of the players. Dr. Pan had no idea what had happened to the resurrected carcass and why it had evolved into its current form. Just saved from death, cold sweat kept dripping down his cheeks. Including Nasto and several spatial studies players, seeing the strength of the resurrected carcass, they were more surprised. The carcass had already resurrected once. This was the second time. The strength of the resurrected carcass controlled by Fan Heng was more than 10 times higher than last time. The aura emanating from such a carcass was extremely terrifying. It was no longer the same level of monster. Is the study of undead really this terrifying? Nasto sneaked a glance at Fan Heng. What exactly is this thing? How did he bring it out? Nasto was deeply puzzled, but on the surface, he pretended to look angry, turned to the Michelson company and demanded, Dr. Pan, answer the question. What are these things? The federal group also turned their heads to Dr. Pan. Dr. Pan stared at the resurrected carcass, wiped the sweat from his cheeks, and said, it could be the virus inside the carcass, which resurrected after being infected. Due to the mutation infection of the virus, its abilities have reached the boss level. Hearing the term boss level, the federal players' expressions turned solemn again. Hey, maybe? Nasto sneered, obviously very dissatisfied with this answer, sneered and asked, so you already knew it would resurrect? No one dared to underestimate them by a slightest bit at the scene. Tabio asked, Dr. Pan, what are the biological characteristics of virus-reanimated bodies? Can we deal with them with our current abilities? Up to now, Dr. Pan's mind was still muddled. What was happening in front of him had exceeded his cognition. Their team had already conducted detailed tests on some of the remains they had previously discovered, confirming that the viruses inside the remains had completely lost their activity and could not possibly revive. But what was happening with the remains inside these coffins? He was completely perplexed. As for the weaknesses of the reanimated bodies, without thorough testing, he couldn't provide an answer at all. I don't know. Tabio frowned, looking displeased with Dr. Pan's response. The leader of the Federal Guard group suggested, Commander, the enemy is very strong and numerous. It's very dangerous to stay here. I suggest requesting external support and evacuating from the danger zone. Look, as the group was discussing preparations for evacuation, the reanimated life forms inside the coffins underwent a change. The first reanimated corpse that was closest to the players staggered forward unsteadily. Suddenly, his movement paused, and for thick bone spurs extended from his scapulae. SS's fine red tentacles immediately extended along the bone spurs. After the bone spurs extended from the body, they fiercely stabbed into the ground, directly forming extended limbs on the reanimated body. The reanimated body no longer walked with both legs, but instead, like a giant spider, accelerated towards the group using the extended limbs on its body. With the support of 4 limbs, the speed and strength of the reanimated body had undergone a qualitative change compared to just a moment ago. What kind of creature was this? This eerie life form caused the players to pale. Dr. Pan's expression was even more peculiar. This is not good. It is rapidly acclimating and mastering its body. The virus is transforming the body. Bang. Before the sentence could finish, there was a dull impact. The reanimated body charging forward directly sent a player holding a large shield flying, and at the same time, the reanimated body was also knocked backward. Even the player holding a legendary class shield could not completely block the impact from the reanimated body. This may not even be the strongest form of the reanimated body. What's even worse is, aside from this terrifying leader-level creature, there are another 8 of them inside the cave. The player's expressions immediately turned incredibly grim. Tabio furrowed his brow, quickly weighing the pros and cons. and made a decision, saying, "Let's go. Retreat from here." Yes. The federal player guard took up the rear of the team again, while the remaining players immediately escorted Dr. Pan and the research team to quickly retreat. SSS. SSSSSS. After the reanimated body retreated 10 steps, it charged forward again. This time, it extended huge bone spurs from its tailbone, coiled them around from behind, and then fiercely flung them forward like steel whips. The bone whip lashed out like a scorpion. Dang. Two federal players forcefully withstood the bone whip strikes of the reanimated body with their large shields, leaving deep imprints on the ground beneath them as their bodies continuously retreated. They endured tremendous impact, their wrists painfully numb, almost near exhaustion. Suddenly, after the reanimated body launched an attack, it withdrew its tail and swung it up once again. The two players' expressions changed. This was not good. Trouble was brewing. Dang, dang, bang. In the next moment, more than 10 giant bone barriers rose from the ground in front of the players. Turning his head, they saw a player dressed in and dead mage attire appearing behind them. In front of the player, there floated a dark book of the dead. Feng Heng solemnly said, "You to go. I'll hold him off. The enemy is extremely powerful. Be careful." The two nodded at Feng Heng and quickly dashed toward the exit of the subsequent cave. Dang, dang, bang. The continuous rising bone barriers proved unable to stop the reanimated body from breaking through within seconds, instantly shattering the barriers. Feng Heng's peripheral vision swept over the players who had already left the tomb, his eyes narrowing, as he clasped his hands together before him again. Assemble. Suddenly, four alchemy magic arrays aligned in a row at the entrance of the passage, spinning rapidly. The undead skeletal leader emerged from the magic arrays, and the frostbite blade was brought down in unison. Dang. The reanimated body showed no mercy to the undead skeletal leader, breaking through the bone barriers and swinging the bone whip once again. Dang. The bone whip heavily struck the frostbite blade. The undead skeletal leader was forced to retreat, clearly falling behind. Fortunately, the undead skeletal leader was able to delay the steps of the reanimated body. Feng Heng took a final look at the entrance to the cave where the players had fled, and took out a pre-prepared advanced explosive burst magic scroll from his backpack. An elemental magic scroll, a fire attribute wide area attack spell. No need to master elemental learning before use. One of the player's top 10 recognized practical high-level spells. Other than being expensive, it had almost no drawbacks. Activating the scroll, Feng Heng tossed it into the cave entrance. Dang. The scroll landed in the middle of the passage and detonated in midair. Dang. Dang bang. Suddenly, the cave entrance was filled with a violent rumbling. The fire spells consecutively exploded, causing all players inside the tomb to feel intense vibrations, with a large number of rocks falling from the top of the cave. In a short moment, the entrance passage of the cave was completely sealed off due to the collapse of rocks. After doing all this, Feng Heng turned around, surveying the remaining 9 skeletal reanimated bodies in the cave, his eyes filled with fierce resolve. "I'm missing 9 third-stage mutation crystals. It all depends on you, guys." Meanwhile, Tabio's group of players had escaped from the cave passage. Dang, dang, bang. Massive rumbling came from the collapsed passage behind. The 2 guards at the rear of the group, supported by their companions, fled from the passage, feeling their hearts beating wildly, grateful for their escape. If they had been even half a minute later, they would have been trapped inside together. Tabio looked at the collapsed passage before him, his expression dark, feeling a hint of fear. Perhaps sealing the passage shut was the best outcome for now. He immediately turned to scan the group, saying in a deep voice, "Count the number of people." Another player looked at the collapsed passage and whispered, "We are the last ones out. I'm afraid he's..." Everyone fell silent. Trapped inside the passage, they were also faced with a total of 9 powerful mutated resurrected corpses. Just the thought of it was so despairing. "Don't worry too much, everyone. Feng Heng is a member of our Starfish Company. Not only is he a scholar of undead study, but he is also well-versed in spatial studies and carries a random teleportation scroll with him at all times." Lu Yanlong stepped forward and explained, "Feng Heng asked you all to leave first because he is confident he can use the power of the teleportation scroll to escape." "Got it." Tabio nodded. "Thank you for your company's assistance." With no casualties, they were fortunate in their misfortune. The danger level of the mission has exceeded the assessment range. "Notify the Federation headquarters immediately to request support," Tabio said, his gaze shifting to the supervisor of the Mikosa company beside him, speaking solemnly. "You should be grateful, that there were no casualties. The Mikosa company supervisor wiped the sweat off his forehead. I will provide a report on the incident as soon as possible. Lu Yanlong cautiously glanced at the entrance of the cave, sealed layer by layer with rocks. Everything was going just as Fang Heng had planned. They just needed to wait here. Let Fang take care of everything. However, thinking back to the horrifying resurrected corpses from before, Lu Yanlong couldn't help but feel a bit scared, and a chill ran down his spine. Does Fang really have the ability to deal with such terrifying creatures? And 9 of them at once. Just as Lu Yanlong was worrying, he suddenly furrowed his brows. What's happening? At the same time, Nesto and several players in the team, who were proficient in spatial studies, all turned their heads to look at the collapsed entrance of the spatial passage. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. A very strong spatial fluctuation was coming from afar, from inside the cave. What on earth was happening there? ... At the other end of the buried passage, Fang Heng appeared out of the secondary spatial projection. Just relying on the undead skeletal boss was no way to deal with the resurrected corpses. And there were 9 of them. Fang Heng never intended to rely on the undead skeletal boss to solve the problem in the first place. He only needed the boss to buy him some time. Swish! At the moment he exited the secondary spatial projection, Fang Heng took out a box full of antiviral body medicine from his backpack and threw it forward. Doom! Boom boom! The box exploded in the air. The white powdery substance scattered in the air, dissolved quickly before it even landed, spreading rapidly around the cave. The resurrected corpses were affected by the white powder. The bone spikes that were continuously bursting out of their bodies started to retract back. Even their bodies were unsteady, losing their combat ability in an instant. Fang Heng saw a game prompt on his retinas. Hint: resurrected corpse unknown is affected by a special medicine, reducing health by 60%. Entering a state of confusion lasts 3 to 5 minutes. Defense decreases by 30% for 30 minutes. All damage received increases by 30%. Attack range decreases by 30%. The effect was so significant. The medicine developed by Qiu Yakong was really miraculous. Get prepared. Fang Heng drank a bottle of double mental power potion beforehand. The potion was prepared in advance, able to double his mental power limit within 30 minutes. Following that, Fang Heng concentrated his hands in front of him. Combine. Swish. Almost in an instant, a huge crack reappeared within Fang Heng's consciousness. His mental power rushed into the crack madly. Game prompts rapidly appeared on his retinas. Hint: player uses skill Eternal Moon. Hint: detected player currently in an unknown sequence world. Hint: merging current world. Player's skill form changes, merging in progress. Hint: detected player's current status. Spatial studies, skill merging in progress. Hint: detected player's current environment, skill merging in progress. Hint: player and teammates have entered the cycle of rebirth state. Hint: Eternal Moon summon skill. Spatial worm, mechanical, creature. Spatial worm, mechanical. Here it comes. The mechanical spatial worm again. Just as Fang had expected, being in the same game world and using the same academic form to use the Eternal Moon skill had a high probability of summoning the same creature. Therefore, the mental power consumed by the summon was also the same. He drank a mental power enhancement potion in advance, meaning he could persist in using the skill for a longer time. As the Eternal Moon skill was activated, an abnormal spatial fluctuation occurred throughout the cave. Around one of the resurrected corpses who unintentionally moved forward, while in a state of confusion, spatial ripples appeared. The body of the resurrected corpse was completely enveloped by the spatial ripples. Dense mechanical space forms emerged from the concentric spatial halos, jumping onto the resurrected corpse. Swish, swish, swish. As the resurrected corpse was attacked, it immediately retaliated. Numerous red tentacles oozed out from under its skin, forming red bone spikes that extended outwards. However, the red bone spikes pierced through the mechanical spatial forms directly, forming a bizarre spatial overlap between the two. It seemed like the attacks of the mechanical space forms were initiated from another spatial projection. Swish, swish, swish. Countless red tentacle-wrapped bone spikes protruded from the body of the resurrected corpse. Yet all the attacks from the resurrected corpse landed in empty space. The resurrected corpse was stuck in place by the spatial channel, unable to move, only able to continuously launch ineffective attacks. The mechanical space forms landing on it emitted a faint white light. Fang Heng could clearly see, at the maximum health of the resurrected corpse was rapidly decreasing. 4 undead skeletal leaders caught up, swinging ice cold slashes for extra damage. Swish! A single slash fell. Doom! The resurrected corpse was emptied of health. After being frozen once again, the corpse burst open. The frozen fragments fell to the ground, then began to self-ignite madly, emitting a faint blue flame. Fang Heng focused, his eyes opening wide suddenly. He had noticed something. The mental power consumption of using the Eternal Moon skill and the strength of the target to be dealt with were related. Compared to last time in the main tomb, the mental control pressure on him this time had greatly decreased. Maybe he could save a bottle of CD recovery potion. Fang Heng raised his hand and pointed toward another resurrected corpse once again. The second leader shattered and exploded again under the corrosion of the spatial mechanical insects, self-igniting and burning on the ground. Next, in less than 3 short minutes, all the resurrected bodies were destroyed by the spatial insects' disintegration. Phew! Fang Heng gasped heavily, exiting the Eternal Moon status. The battle went even smoother than imagined. The backup plan, the CD recovery potion, was saved. He only suffered a small part of mental backlash. Fang Heng knew that the federal team outside might return to the cave at any time for inspection. After taking a few deep breaths on the spot, he hurried towards the wreckage left by the resurrected bodies. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several black crystals were attracted by a force and flew toward Fang Heng's palm, flowing into the mark on the back of his hand. Hint: the player successfully obtained 9 Tier 3 mutation crystals. All gathered, a total of 9 Tier 3 mutation crystals. Adding the last one on the federal side, he could get them in 2 days. Level 40 upgrade secured. There was still a little over a week left to complete the mission. Even if the federal conversion device encountered problems, he had enough time to figure out another way to obtain Tier 3 mutation crystals. Fang Heng lowered his head again, looking at the pile of remains on the ground. Among the many burning ashes, there were small pieces of metal discs. Fang Heng squatted down, picking up each metal piece that fell on the ground one by one. Hint: the player obtains unknown metal discs *9. Hint: due to the player collecting a considerable number of metal discs in advance, the player's current mission, data chip, has been completed, triggering the next stage task ahead of schedule. Hint: the player triggers the next stage task, Journey to the Unknown. Fang Heng was originally planning to collect all the metal discs and leave quickly. Suddenly he saw a game prompt pop up, so he looked down to check the detailed task instructions. Task name: Signal to the Unknown Land. Task description: you have obtained a sufficient quantity of data chips. Please try to send a signal through the kin signal amplifier transmitter to find the specific channel of the kin channel and determine the world coordinates where the kin exist. Task requirements: obtain at least 5 data chips with integrity exceeding 80%, attempt to repair and activate the transmitter, and open the information transmission. Task reward: hidden game world coordinates, ruins of the land. Hint: the player has obtained enough chips and can check the detailed coordinates of the kin signal amplifier transmitter through the task. Here it is. The hidden game world coordinates. Fang Heng's heart stirred. Just as he had guessed before, the Federal's gathering of the sarcophagi here was part of a related task. The signal transmission mechanism left by the kin was nearby. Unfortunately, now was not the time to complete the task. The Federal's elite team was already on their way, and forcibly completing the task now posed too much danger. It's better to retreat, temporarily put the task on hold, then figure out a way to complete it next time. After some thought, Fang Heng quickly cleared the traces left on the scene, collected the remaining compound fragments at the scene until everything was confirmed to be correct, and finally glanced at the collapsed passage destroyed by spales. Whoosh! Gradually, a rapidly rotating magic array reflection appeared under Fang Heng's feet. The pale blue spatial light spots floated around Fang Heng, gradually enveloping him completely. Logging off. Let's go. At the same time, outside the collapsed cave where stones blocked the entrance, the group led by Nastor also felt the rapid disappearance of spatial fluctuations inside the cave. Everyone glanced at each other. The intense spatial fluctuations just now were highly abnormal. Something must have happened inside the cave. Boss Fang should be fine. Lu Yanlong was also extremely anxious, muttering to himself, when suddenly the communicator he carried with him received a message. The specially made communicator by the Starfish Company could be used for remote communication in most special environments. It can only support communication within 20 kilometers and has a very limited message length. Seeing the message, Wu Yanlong's pupils suddenly shrank. There was only one symbol transmitted. This symbol meant that everything was settled. Boss Fang had already sorted it out. So quickly? Less than 10 minutes had passed since the passage was sealed. All 9 resurrected bodies were taken care of. Even the elite team from the Federal hadn't arrived yet. The peripheral players had not even started digging the passage. Lu Yanlong took a deep breath. It seemed that Boss Fang possessed even deeper abilities hidden from sight. Soon, in less than half an hour, Arnost learned that there was something unusual in the tomb and personally led the entire elite team from the Federal to provide support. The players began re-clearing the collapsed passage. The collapsed passage was only over 20 meters long. The digging efficiency was extremely high. The elite team from the Federal guarded the passage entrance, waiting cautiously. Eventually, only a few large rocks blocked the path forward. It seemed that no power fluctuations could be sensed from behind the passage. The players from the Federal elite team looked at each other, sensing that something was not quite right. Had the resurrected and dead creatures fallen back into dormancy again? Arnost whispered, "Open the passage and be careful." Yes. An elite player from the Federal stepped forward, gathered power, and after 3 seconds, swung a fist forward. Doom. The last 2 huge rocks blocking the way were shattered by the punch. Once again, the inside of the cave was fully revealed to everyone. Arnost frowned. The rest of the people carefully examined the situation inside the cave. The interior of the cave was in disarray, clearly having experienced a fierce battle. But where were the resurrected and dead life forms? The entire cave was now empty, with only some ruins left after the sarcophagi were broken. There was no trace of any undead life forms. Arnost turned to look at the players. They also couldn't understand what had happened. They had clearly seen the resurrected leader-level undead creatures before they left. How could they have disappeared in the blink of an eye? Tabio couldn't help but look at the professional sent by the 12 consortiums, Dr. Pan. Dr. Pan, what's going on? Well, Dr. Pan looked at the scene in front of him, not sure what was going on, and even more uncertain about how to explain it. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. What could it be? How did the resurrected and dead creatures disappear all of a sudden? At this moment, Lu Yanlong suddenly said, "Could it be related to the spatial fluctuations we sensed earlier?" Yes, possibly. After being reminded, Dr. Pen felt like he had grasped the key point. He suddenly looked up and said, "There might be a spatial trap hidden in the sarcophagus. We triggered the trap, causing it to explode. The spatial fluctuations you sensed earlier were most likely a safety mechanism left by the kin to prevent the spread of the undead and the virus. The continuous use of the eternal moon exceeded the limit of mental strength and suffered a small backlash. It needs to rest for a short period." Regardless of the mutual finger-pointing and blame-shifting, in the federal government, 3-tier mutation crystals have already been obtained. The most difficult part of the plan has been successfully completed. Next, once the last 3-tier mutation crystals are obtained by the Federation, farewell to the Tomb World can be completely bid. Return to Punos to complete the mission, and obtain the advanced talent for the next stage. As for what comes next, Fang Heng lay on the bed, looking at the white ceiling. After obtaining the remaining to highest-level advanced talents, does he have the capital to compete in the high-level gaming world and ton of envy? Maybe starting now would be a bit challenging. Let's first see the strength of the advanced talents before making a decision. After staying offline for nearly 48 hours, when everything returned to calm, Fan Heng once again returned to the game world, reappearing in the cave. Before logging in, he had already contacted Hakes & Company. Through some insinuations, he obtained some internal information from Nasta. Since the unexpected incident in the cave last time, the Federal Engineering Department and Miko's Games entered a new round of blame-shifting mode about who was to blame. The head of the mission department also felt a headache. It is said that the two sides even had a big argument. In the end, the federal government made relevant adjustments to the mission, and the Coffin Commission task was reopened. This time, Nasto's team was completely excluded, and everything was now solely the responsibility of Miko's Games. If there are any problems with this mission commission again, Miko's Games won't be able to escape. They will have to take full responsibility. Nasto naturally felt relieved knowing about this result, but also a bit worried. If Miko's Games could smoothly complete the mission this time, there would probably be more arguments and disputes later on. Fang Heng felt somewhat responsible for Nasta being wrongly blamed for this. He had to find a way to make up for it. Stepping into the game, Fang Heng reached out and touched the ghost-faced jade pendant, ready to release the breath of death to block the surrounding environment. Luckily, there was no one in the cave. Fang Heng put away the jade pendant and looked around the cave again. To his surprise, the actions of Miko's games were swift, and they had already restarted the task of collecting coffins these days. And they had not learned their lesson from the previous mishap, as they still placed the newly acquired coffin in the cave. There were 2 coffins in total, and they seemed quite new. This could help Nasta. Thinking this, Fang Heng approached one of the coffins and pushed open the lid with some force, revealing a gap. He quickly threw a large piece of original devour-stimulating compound into the gap and closed the lid rapidly. The corpse inside the coffin, stimulated by the compound, began to shake violently. With a loud bang, the entire coffin exploded after a few moments of shaking. In the wreckage of the coffin, countless tiny tentacles wrapped around the corpse, writhing like a twisted red worm struggling on the ground. It looks like we are going straight into the second stage. Fang Heng immediately collected the explosive Devourer compound from the explosion, triggering the worm virus within the second corpse by replicating the process and placing the compound inside the second coffin. Dang! The second coffin also exploded. What's going on? What's the sound inside? Why is there an explosion? There is a problem. Quickly, go inside and check. Notify the captain. Fang Heng heard the shouts and footsteps approaching from outside the passage, so he quickly put away the stimulating Devourer compound and stepped forward into the secondary spatial projection. The entire commission task is now the responsibility of Miko's games, so the personnel guarding the cave have been replaced by players from Miko's games, with only a few federal players outside responsible for the security of the entrances and exits. This was already an insufficient guard force. The location where the coffins were stored was a key area, normally not allowed for entry, and Miko's games players were only allowed to guard the outer entrance. They couldn't have imagined that someone could directly invade from the inside. Hearing the explosion, the external players hurriedly came to investigate. By the time the players rushed into the cave, Fang Heng had already disappeared by stepping into the secondary spatial projection. The players only saw the shattered debris of the exploded coffin and the red alien worm wriggling on the ground. They were immediately alarmed. It's bad. The coffin exploded. It's an alien creature. Hurry, inform the department leader. Go. With only a few guards from Miko's games, they were completely unable to deal with 2 leader-class creatures simultaneously. Chaos erupted, and Fang Heng had already used the secondary spatial projection to leave following the passage. The secondary spatial projection is really useful, Fang Heng muttered to himself, stepping out of the spatial projection and checking the game prompts. The signal-sending device of the clan was nearby. At present, the entire tomb cave was gradually descending into chaos. Upon hearing the news, the federal team responsible for guarding the outside immediately entered the tomb to provide support. Fang Heng changed into the prepared federal uniform, put on a human mask, some basic disguises. Passing by the players who were hastily rushing to support wouldn't arouse suspicion. Acting boldly, Fang Heng quickly found a large cave on the other side of the tomb as guided by the game tasks. In the cave, several players were guarding a large machine. As Fang Heng stepped into the cave, the players immediately became alert and looked at him suspiciously. Who goes there? Fang Heng glanced at them, tightened his right hand behind his back. The Eye of Hellfarum in his hand emitted a wave of mental power. Suddenly, several players became dazed. In their eyes, Fang Heng's face transformed inexplicably into that of a senior officer. Why are you still here? The tomb where the coffins are located is in trouble. Hurry up and provide support. Yes, sir. The guards didn't doubt him, and immediately, and to support. Fang Heng watched them leave and quickly walked up to a large machine in the cave. Touching it, Fang Heng saw the game prompt that popped up and cursed silently in his heart. Just his luck to encounter a problem when things are already going wrong. What he lacks now are the main god points. Prompt: the player's current main god points are insufficient. Judge the player's current, the equivalent identity, is the ruler of the realm, and players can borrow points. Are you trying to rob me? Just paid off old debts, and now new ones are added. Fang Heng took a deep breath. Despite his best calculations, he didn't expect to be screwed over by the mission system in the end. I choose to borrow. Prompt: the player uses the borrowing mode. and the player will advance 10,000 main god points. The player needs to repay 15,000 main god points within 30 days, otherwise, forced item sale and repayment will be carried out. Warning: failure to repay on time will randomly sell the player's belongings. Please be aware of the risks. Fang Heng glanced at the game warning prompt, then placed his hand on the large mechanized structure. A slow progress bar appeared on his forehead. The progress bar was excruciatingly slow, taking at least 7 or 8 minutes. No rush, Fang Heng muttered softly, taking a breath to calm himself, and took out the second eye of Hellion from his backpack. It was incredibly useful against intermediate and low-level players, saving him a lot of trouble. While Fang Heng patiently waited, chaos ensued on the other side, in the cave. Dr. Pen had already gone to bed at this late hour when he suddenly received an urgent message and was called out of his bed to join the game. Something major was happening in the game. Initially, Dr. Pan was a bit groggy. However, upon entering the game and witnessing the scene in the cave, Dr. Pan broke out in a cold sweat, with not a hint of sleep left in him. Trouble again? Is it the sarcophagus again? Everything he saw exceeded his comprehension. Ever since the abnormal events of the sarcophagus a few days ago, he had been trying to solve it numerous times to no avail. After ruling out various impossibilities, he came to a conclusion. Nasto. It must be Nasto's team causing trouble again. To prove himself right, he risked everything this time, pleading with ManhwaRecap Corporation for another chance to entrust him with the task, to avoid Nasto's interference. After much thought, ManhwaRecap Corporation, led by profit considerations, ultimately decided to trust Dr. Pan once more. Dr. Pan handled a sarcophagus with extreme care, checking its status 3 times daily these days. It was perfectly fine a few hours ago, and only after seeing the data report did he manage to sleep in peace. But, unexpectedly, an anomaly occurred again. What on earth is happening? Dr. Pan was in complete disarray. On the other side, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Fang Heng finally received a game prompt. Prompt: the player has obtained information collection. Prompt: the player acquires relevant data packets. Prompt: the player successfully analyzes the data, completing the task, heading to the unknown land. Prompt: currently, the player receives a high-level game world, the coordinates of the ruins. Prompt: the player can choose to build a teleportation channel, specifically construct a teleportation channel to that world. Prompt: the world is of high level, players beware. Prompt: player detected with domain mainline task, physical, mental. Prompt: player can trigger related task hints after entering the ruins. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Apart from getting the coordinates of a new world, there was an unexpected joy as well. The domain mainline task was shared with him by Shalin as a condition for assisting Black Castle this time. He knew very little about the main task line. Perhaps he could ask Shalin before heading to that world. With the task completed, Fang Heng took one last look at the large mechanized structure in front of him, hesitating slightly. It would be safest to destroy everything. Holding the high-level game world in his own hands would prevent the Federation from getting hold of it and causing trouble in the future. With that in mind, Fang Heng set a time bomb on the machinery, setting it to detonate in 2 minutes. He left the room, stepping once again into the secondary spatial projection, avoiding ManhwaRecap Game Company and the federal people, quickly fleeing towards the exit of the tomb. Just as he left the tomb cave, Fang Heng heard a muffled explosion coming from the tomb behind him. Glancing back at the chaotic scene in the tomb, Fang Heng transformed into a bat form, flapping his wings to leave the tomb area. An hour later, Fang Heng returned to the Fanji Monument teleportation point. Lu Yanlong had been waiting for Fang Heng at the teleportation point all this time. Seeing a familiar black spot appearing in the distance, his eyes lit up with excitement, waving his hand at the high ground, calling out, "Boss Fang, over here." During these days, with the help of Fang Heng's zombie avatar, Haixing Corporation managed to finish mining all the ore before the Federation's exploration team arrived and sent all the cosmic crystal ore back to the zombie apocalypse through the Fanji Monument teleportation channel. Subsequently, Haixing Corporation would refine the basic cosmic crystal ore and allocate resources together with Fang Heng. Seeing Fang Heng transforming back from his bat form to human shape, Lu Yanlong hurried forward in 3 steps, asking, "Boss Fang, are you okay? I heard there were some movements in the tomb just now." I made some arrangements over there before coming back." Fang Heng was more concerned about the mutated crystal situation now, casually explaining before shifting the topic, "What about the things? Do we have them in hand? Is the Federation causing trouble for us? Lu Yanlong handed to third-level mutated crystals to Fang Heng. All sorted out. A special approval from the Central Federation. They haven't dared to intervene yet. Prompt. Player receives third-level mutated crystal *2. Great. Done. The last two mutated crystal pieces were also in hand. Fang Heng was thrilled. Well done. I owe you thanks during this time. With your help, things here are almost resolved. I need to return to the zombie apocalypse. Ha ha. I feel embarrassed when Boss Fang says that. I'm just a bystander shouting 666 while accompanying you on missions. By the way, are you coming back later? The company discovered a few more mining sites these days. I'll quite go. Fang Heng checked the mutated crystal, stored them on his hand's mark, and declined with a wave of his hand. Not this time. I have a time-limited task to complete first. I'll contact you if needed. Fang Heng was fired up now, his mind set on reaching level 42, complete the remaining talent tasks. He didn't have time to mime with Haixing Corporation. Lu Yanlong looked at Fang Heng, blinked, and began to doubt if he had misheard. Okay. Thank you, Manager Fang. We have been cooperating happily for so long, and I'm sure the price will satisfy you. Lu Yanlong quickly adjusted his attitude, nodded in thanks, and said so. However, the excavation plan originally set by the Sea Star Company is now lacking the support of Fang Heng, resulting in a significant decrease in profit efficiency. They can still make money, but obviously not as much as expected. You're welcome, Fang Heng replied without much thought, agreeing and then opening the game character attribute panel to choose an immediate upgrade. A pale white light immediately enveloped him. Game prompts appeared. Prompt: player's current level has been raised to LV 40. Due to the player's talent skill, the player additionally gains 2,258 zombie minions. Prompt: player's current zombie minion quantity, 13,548. Prompt: player level 41 upgrade requirement, first order Mirage Crystal *3. Prompt: player's current level has been raised to level 40. The player's special task, Guro's special assessment, has been completed. Please find Mentor Guro to hand over the task. Please note the remaining time for the task. With the level increase, the ground around Fang Heng suddenly churned again. Over 2,000 zombie minions emerged from the deep ground successively. Soon, the dense group of zombies firmly surrounded the teleportation point of the obelisk. With a smooth promotion to level 40, the number of zombie minions obtained with each level increase had already exceeded 1,000. Fang Heng skimmed through the game prompts and furrowed his brows unconsciously. From level 41 onwards, he needed Mirage Crystals. It was going to be tough. Previously, he and Shalin only managed to attain one after collaborating to kill a high-ranking leader. It was apparent that the subsequent leveling difficulties had significantly increased. Who cares? Let's worry about that later. First, let's check the remaining talents rewards. What if the difficulty increases? With talent enhancement, his strength might undergo a qualitative improvement. After grinding for so long, he finally saw hope. Feeling excited, Fang Heng hurried to complete the task to get the rewards. He closed the game prompt, patted Lu Yanlong on the shoulder, and said, I have something urgent to attend to. You take care of things here. Goodbye. Lu Yanlong opened his mouth, glanced around at the zombies surrounding the teleportation obelisk, and nodded absently. Okay. Fang Heng swiftly returned to the zombie apocalypse game world through the teleportation channel of the obelisk without any pause. Without hesitation, he once again took out the invitation letter to the Prunozet world, teleporting to the Prunozet game world. Prunozet, Tower of Bone. At the entrance, Fang Heng presented the invitation letter and was led to the upper level of the Tower of Bone by two undead servants. Oh, Fang Heng, you're here. Coming to see me so late. Did you encounter any troubles? The rest time for undead players was mostly during the day. High-level mentors seemed to require less sleep and were rarely available at night. Seeing Fang Heng enter, the undead mentor Guro set down the book he was reading. He had high hopes for Fang Heng, which was why he provided this meeting opportunity. Fang Heng respectfully nodded to Mentor Guro and said, Mentor, I'm here to deliver the task at this late hour. Hearing this, Guro's eyes showed surprise and he stared at Fang Heng closely. What did you say? Deliver the task. Is your mission completed? Yes. The task you assigned to me has been accomplished. Guro's eyes shimmered with surprise, mixed with a hint of seriousness. He stood up from his chair, walked up to Fang Heng, and lightly placed his hand on Fang Heng's wrist. It was truly completed. Goro reevaluated Fang Heng up and down, inwardly nodding approvingly. Within less than a month, Fang Heng had managed to raise his level from 30 to 40, far exceeding his expectations. Originally, he only wanted to give Fang Heng a goal, motivate him a bit, and provide him with more drive. He did not expect Fang Heng to achieve it, and even ahead of schedule by over a week. He had finally found a budding talent in the younger generation of undead studies who could bear the banner. However, this alone was not enough. There happened to be an opportunity at hand. Goro hesitated a bit. Fang Heng had been exposed to undead studies for too short a time. He worried if this move would be counterproductive. Sensing Goro's strange expression, after a long time of silence, Fang Heng felt a tinge of unease and asked, "Mentor Goro, Goro withdrew his hand, unable to conceal his satisfaction in his eyes, and nodded in praise. "You've done well. I didn't misjudge you. According to our agreement, I will give you a reward and activate your talent potential." As he spoke, a pale white light enveloped Fang Heng's body. Fang Heng saw game prompts appearing on his retina. Prompt: player completed the task. Goro's special assessment. Prompt: player skipped the 40th level talent upgrade stage. Prompt: player gains SSS level talent advanced enhancement. Options 1. Life drain passive, cancelable. Talent enhancement. Option 2. Mutation infection passive, cancelable. Feeling a strange power flowing within him, Fang Heng couldn't help but close his eyes to feel it. After a moment, the warm sensation dissipated from within his body. Fang Heng opened his eyes again, checking the game prompts. The talent skill zombie minion description now included to passive enhancement effects. Talent enhancement effect 1. Life drain passive, cancelable. Effect description 1. When there are zombie minions within a 1500 range of the player, the final damage the player receives will be shared collectively among all zombie minions within the range. This damage is life-draining damage, cannot be reduced again. If the damage exceeds the zombie minion's life limit, the minion will bear the maximum damage and die, with the rest of the damage being absorbed by the player. Effect description 2. The player will still be affected negatively by the damage apply. Effect description 3. This enhancement effect activates passively after opening, and the player can choose whether to activate it. Talent enhancement effect 2. Mutation infection passive, cancelable. Effect description 1. Your zombie minions have the mutation infection effect. After attacking a target, there's a basic 50% chance of causing the target to enter a mutation infection state. The infection probability fluctuates based on the levels of both parties, with a minimum not lower than 0.1%, receiving 20 to 100 damage per second. This state cannot be stacked, is permanent, but can be removed by S or higher rated healing items or spells related to treatment. Effect description 2. When a creature in the mutation infection state dies, it will be resurrected as a mutated, infected body. The number of mutated, infected bodies generated is related to the strength of the infected creature. Players can choose to consume stored energy to double the number of mutated, infected bodies obtained. Effect description 3. This enhancement effect activates passively after opening, and the player can choose whether to activate it. Additional note: the resurrected mutated, infected body has the same attributes and passive skills as the player's zombie minion normal form, and is controlled by the player. The mutated, infected body cannot be resurrected after death. Wow, what powerful additional attributes! First, there's the life drain. The life drain skill undoubtedly greatly enhances survival ability once again. For summoner-type players, it can be said to be a divine skill. Coupled with the undead body effect he now has on him, the two complement each other. As long as there are a large number of zombie puppets around, he's an indestructible big meat shield. Now, even a large number of high-level spell attacks can't kill him. Life drain is a defensive skill. As for the second mutation infection effect, it is completely an offensive skill. It gave Fang Heng a big surprise. Fang Heng had to look at the instructions twice before he could have a rough understanding of this skill. The zombie puppet talent now possesses a terrifying zombie infection effect. This means he can continuously summon zombie puppets from the dead bodies, just like the undead mage, constantly relying on slaughter to strengthen the zombie team. What's even more terrifying is that the mutated infected zombie form will also inherit some of his attributes, as well as the terrifying effect of undead body. Moreover, the mutated, infected body can also infect more life forms, and so on. Just like the spread of a zombie virus, And it is a terrifying zombie with his basic attributes and most passive skill effects enhanced. With just this move, he probably can easily destroy the entire beginner game world on his own. Not to mention the beginner level, even the intermediate game world is likely to not be able to withstand it. Fang Heng's smile couldn't be hidden anymore. The defensive ability of Effect 1 is already insane, but it is not the most practical. Obviously, Effect 2 is even more of a surprise for him now. With the new effect, in a short time, it is not impossible to rely on activating effects to create a batch of corpses. Fang Heng, it seems you are very satisfied with this talent enhancement. Fang Heng closed the game prompt, clasped his fists, and gratefully nodded, saying, "Thank you, mentor. There's no need for so much politeness. You have reached this point mainly by your own efforts. What I can help you is actually very little, and dead scholars have always been fair. To achieve anything, you need to rely on yourself." Guluo nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Now that your undead study ability has also made significant progress, it's time to take it further. Remember, you are also one of us in the realm of undead studies. When will you consider advancing to the master level of undead studies? I happen to have a very tricky matter on my hands that requires urgent help, and I think you are a good choice. If you can successfully complete the task, I can teach you the master level of undead studies." Fang Heng furrowed his eyebrows when he heard this, showing a difficult expression. Guluo noticed Fang Heng's change in expression and asked, "What's wrong? Do you not want to?" "I'm sorry, mentor. I have a few special tasks on hand right now, and I may not have time temporarily. Advancing to the master level of undead studies is certainly good. However, would advancing to the master level of undead studies cause a qualitative change in his strength?" Fang Heng felt the answer was no. Just like advanced spatial studies, it requires accumulation and cannot achieve a transformational change. The trouble is, the impending outbreak of the demon seed in him will not give him time to slowly accumulate transformation. Fang Heng planned to wait until his current tasks were almost completed, to settle down and carefully analyze the chaotic skills to find a way to quickly enhance his abilities. Guluo nodded. "You have your own ideas and path, and I shouldn't say much. But we also have some fate between us, so I'll just remind you with one sentence. Please, mentor, enlighten me. You can give yourself time, but your enemies won't give you time." Fang Heng raised his eyebrows, feeling that the old mentor seemed to have a hidden meaning. Guluo turned his wrist, and the spirit altar of bones appeared on the table. "I have finished processing Fiona's soul. You can take the altar back. The church won't find you through her soul. You can rest assured." However, Guluo paused, becoming more serious. "I won't hide it from you. Donnie's side has encountered a direct confrontation with the church now. Fiona's death is of great importance, and the church will definitely not easily give up. Even if they can't link you to Fiona's disappearance, there will certainly be a major battle between our undead studies and the church." Fang Heng gradually calmed down from the excitement of acquiring the new skill and listened to what Guluo had said, nodding with a serious expression. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, mentor." This time, he was able to receive high rewards for the reinforcement of 3 talents at once. Essentially, it was all due to the perfect completion of the rewards following the assassination of Fiona. The rewards exceeded expectations. However, as a price, the series of crises triggered by killing Fiona have not all ended. A confrontation with the church is inevitable. Whether it's the study of the undead, the god tree of the blood clan, or even the demonic seed within him, the church will definitely not let him off. In any case, don't hold out hope for reconciliation. Be prepared for battle. Fang Heng admonished himself inwardly. "Well, as long as you are mentally prepared, go on. If you have anything, you can come to me at any time. You are one of us in the realm of undead studies, and we should also provide you with protection." "Thank you, Guluo mentor." After bidding farewell to Guluo, Fang Heng quickly left the Tower of White Bones. He can't wait to try out the new skill. Fang Heng felt itchy in his heart. Just reading a description of a skill is obviously not enough to accurately show the strength of a skill. You need real combat to see clearly. Where should he go to try out the skill? There's no need to waste time choosing another place. Might as well go back to the tomb world. Just as Lu Yanlong mentioned earlier, there are still plenty of ores in the tomb world. In theory, the mutated infected bodies inherited all the abilities of normal zombies, so they should also be able to perform tasks such as mining and transportation, right? If that's the case, Fang Heng's mind couldn't help but heat up. Let's go. Go back to the tomb world to see. After leaving the Tower of White Bones, Fang Heng returned to the zombie doomsday world once again. After more than half an hour, Lian hurried back to the game's Times Square teleportation point and met up with Fang Heng. If you think about it, I might as well say it. Mr. Fang doesn't look like the kind of person who gives up easily. How can you just give up when there are so many minerals? It doesn't seem like his style at all. Ha ha. Mr. Fang's choices have always been very wise. What can be more important than making money? Making money is the most enjoyable, right? Lian laughed and skillfully took out a map of the mine area, nervously rubbing his hands. Mr. Fang, this is a part of the area discovered by Sea Star Company in the past few days. The west side is the federal camp. Let's try to approach from the east to avoid running into the federal authorities. Oh, by the way, this time we are competing with the federal authorities, so we need to hurry up. Where do you think we should start? Fang Heng agreed, looked at the map, thought for a moment, then pointed to a location marked on the map. Let's start from here. Lian looked at the area indicated by Fang Heng and nodded. The place Mr. Fang pointed to is a bit strange. It's an area with a gathering of wild life forms, with only a small patch of mines nearby. A very small mining area. Why choose that place? Lian was pondered why Fang Heng chose that spot, then suddenly felt a tap on the shoulder. Turning around, Fang Heng had already leapt onto the back of the fusion tyrant, calling out, "Let's go. Hurry up." "All right. Coming." Lian responded, quickly climbing onto the back of the fusion tyrant and following Fang Heng towards the mine. The two fusion tyrants ran ahead, followed by over 200 lickers and more. In less than an hour, they entered the outskirts of the forest area. Ahead was a vast plain area. The plain was inhabited by many mutated creatures. Despite it being late at night, there were still many figures wandering on the plain. Fang Heng controlled the fusion tyrant to stop at the edge of the forest, his pupils emitting a red glow. Vampire ability. Night vision. The dark figures appearing on the plain belonged to a kind of lower-level mutated creature, the plain foxes. This nocturnal species lived in groups on the plain and had strong territorial awareness. In the beginner to intermediate game levels, the plain foxes were common with relatively average attributes. However, in the advanced game levels, the plain fox's strength increased after mutation, and their group behavior could be troublesome. Due to the strong team spirit of the plain foxes, attacking one could agitate the entire group, so players usually avoid provoking them. Perfect for testing talent enhancements. Fang Heng felt a bit excited, waving his hand forward. Immediately, a large group of lickers and over a dozen fusion tyrants rushed towards the plain, aiming for the plain foxes. The plain foxes sensed the intruders' intent. With the invasion of their territory, the whole herd of plain foxes was stirred up. Their howls echoed through the night sky, a warning signal when their territory was invaded. The licker group had no reaction and charged in. The howls became shorter and more urgent. The group of plain foxes on the plain began to gather. From a distance, Lian, who was following Fang Heng, couldn't help but feel a chill. He found it strange why Mr. Fang would provoke this group of plain foxes for no reason. "Mr. Fang, what are we doing?" Don't worry, you'll see in a minute," Fang Heng said with anticipation. The lickers in the front rushed towards the plain foxes, initiating the battle. The undead group and the plain fox group clashed head-on. The battle unfolded. Countless plain foxes poured in from all directions. The whole plain resounded with their howls. The sheer number of plain foxes flooding in from every corner almost instantly engulfed the group of 200 lickers at the center. Rows of game prompts crazily refreshed on Fang Heng's retina. Prompt: player undead clone licker is hit by the impact damage of the plain fox. Prompt: player undead clone fusion tyrant inflicts 1 to 8 hammered damage on the plain fox and causes a knockback effect. Prompt: player undead clone licker inflicts 9 to 8 biting damage on the plain fox. Prompt: plain fox mutant mutated infection effect is activated. Fang Heng looked at the game prompts while keeping an eye on the battlefield, gaining insight. So that's how it is. In addition to the level difference between both sides, the mutation infection was also related to the method of attack. For example, the lickers used biting and claw attacks, and once they broke the skin and contacted blood, there was a high probability of triggering the mutation infection, affecting the opponent. After entering the mutation infection status, the enemy would also suffer from a poison debuff causing continuous damage per second. Although minimal, it could be ignored by high-level creatures with high health points, serving more as a nuisance. On the other hand, the fusion tyrants, if using their fists to attack without causing bleeding, would rarely trigger the mutation infection effect. Fang Heng estimated the triggering probability to be less than 5%. If they used long-range beam weapons, it probably wouldn't trigger the mutation infection effect at all. Nodding in understanding, Fang Heng analyzed the passive talent enhancement effect, pondering how to perfect the use of this move and the possibilities of incorporating various high-tech technologies in the future. Lu Yanlong stood by, observing cautiously. He already had some understanding of the liquors. Despite the rapid increase in the number of plain foxes, more and more were crowding in from all directions, surrounding the summoned creatures in the center. However, the undead, under Fang Heng's control, were extremely resilient and seemingly indestructible. He wondered what Mr. Fang was up to. Spawning monsters? There was no need. In fact, Fang Heng had meticulously selected the location for spawning monsters in advance. There were mainly two reasons. Firstly, the plain foxes had not undergone any alien-kin half-mechanical modifications, making them susceptible to infection effects. Secondly, the plain foxes could only use their strong bodies for physical attacks, thus unable to cause fatal harm to the undead clones with their undying effects. Tip: Plain wild fox aberration mutation infection effect takes effect. Fang Heng stared intently at the corpse left by the plain wild fox. Hiss. After the death of the plain wild fox, the corpse left behind began to move eerily, slowly swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a cocoon in place. The cocoon rapidly swelled in just 5 seconds, until it tore open. Click. Accompanied by a slight tearing sound, a gray-green hand extended from the cocoon. The mutated infected zombie alter ego clawed open the cocoon, struggling to crawl out from within, but before he could fully emerge, he was violently knocked away by another plain wild fox from the side. Fang Heng's eyes lit up as game notifications reappeared on the retina. Tip: The current player has not selected to expend energy in exchange for additional infected body count. Player gains zombie self-mutation, infected body *1. Tipped: Your zombie self-mutation, infected body has been attacked by the plain wild fox aberration, receiving 12-13 impact damage. Tipped: Your zombie self-mutation, infected body triggers the undead effect, restoring 12-13 health points. Good. Fang Heng observed the game prompts, silently cheering inside. The mutation-infected body completely replicated the undead effect of the ordinary zombie self. The crucial passive skill effects have been perfectly inherited. With this, Fang Heng's heart couldn't help but thump faster. It could be foreseen that as the battle continued, the number of his zombie selves would only increase, while the enemy count would decrease. Just imagine, after a wave of team battles, his side suffered no losses, but instead gained reinforcements. Wait a minute, this is, Fang Heng observed the game prompts, is mind-stirring, right? There are talent-enhancing effects and an energy modulation mode that allows the expenditure of energy to obtain more mutation-infected bodies. The energy gauge is acquired after attaining level 30 talent advancement. The transformation of the zombie self requires energy from the energy gauge, which is supplied by convertible resources like the Cosmic Crystal, or he is currently jointly mining with the Starfish Corporation. Fang Heng attempted to switch the passive skill mode to energy consumption mode. Tip: Player switches to energy consumption mode, increasing the number of mutation-infected bodies obtained. Fang Heng suppressed his excitement, patiently waiting and observing. The action capabilities of the mutation-infected zombie are as sluggish as the regular form, often requiring multiple attacks before finding an opportunity to counterattack. But that was already sufficient. It could still inflict damage. Another plain wild fox was knocked down, coincidentally falling within the attack range of the lickers. 5 or 6 lickers pounced together. Hiss, hiss. Claws drew scars on the plain wild fox's body. Tip: Player's zombie self-lickers inflicts 477 bite damage on the plain wild fox, resulting in its death. Player gains 15 survival points. Tipped: The mutation infection effect of the plain wild fox aberration takes effect. Here it comes. Fang Heng stared at the fallen corpse of the plain wild fox. The corpse once again moved and gathered into a cocoon. Click. The cocoon swelled and burst open after a moment. 2 mutation-infected bodies crawled out from the burst cocoon. Tip: player chooses to expend energy for additional infected body count. Player gains zombie self-mutation, infected body *2. Here they come. 2 at once. After being strengthened by energy consumption, a doubled amount of mutation-infected bodies were born. Fang Heng glanced at the prompt instructions. The energy expenditure was less than 100. At least for now, he could fully afford to expend it. On the other side, Lu Yanlong still couldn't understand what Boss Fang was up to. What's wrong with Boss Fang? Why would he suddenly want to target these plain wild foxes? Farming mobs for resources? It couldn't be, right? If it was just about farming mobs, he could understand. Even though he had never seen the full force of Fang Heng's zombie army, there were thousands of them, yet such a massive zombie main force team had not joined the battle, leaving only a few hundred lickers and a dozen or so fused tyrants. They hadn't even used long-range beam weapons. How long would this farming go on for? On the contrary, Boss Fang still looked excited and eager, with a hint of exhilaration on his face. Lu Yanlong didn't dare ask more questions, forcing himself to be patient and continue watching. As he watched, his expression gradually became more solemn. He quickly realized that something seemed off. Alarmed, Lu Yanlong began to doubt himself, rubbing his eyes. What's going on? Zombie creatures? Upon closer inspection, he noticed small cocoons suddenly emerging from the debris on the ground. Cocoons? When did they appear? Lu Yanlong realized that the situation was not as simple as he initially thought and carefully observed the battlefield. Suddenly, Lu Yanlong realized he was witnessing a terrifying scene and turned his head abruptly towards Fang Heng, his eyes filled with an expression of disbelief. Boss Fang, what's happening here? The cocoons were coalescing from the corpses of the fallen wild foxes. This situation appeared extremely frightening. As the number of fallen plain wild foxes increased, so did the cocoons generated from their bodies, resulting in more zombie bodies. And it was apparent that these zombies were all under Boss Fang's control. Unconsciously, a cold sweat appeared on Lu Yanlong's forehead, and his body felt chilly. In just 10 minutes, a large number of zombies had gathered in the center of the plain that had been besieged. The horn of the counterattack sounded. Lu Yanlong looked at Fang Heng, his eyes filled with astonishment, even a hint of fear. What new skills or methods has Boss Fang mastered? Using zombies as a seemingly harmless way to farm mobs had already left Lu Yanlong in awe. Having just accepted this setup, he didn't expect that within a few days, Boss Fang had made significant progress again. After the brawl, the zombies had not suffered any casualties and had even been replenished in number. Fang Heng watched the scene before him, gently clenching his fist, his face revealing a satisfied expression. Satisfied. Now the question arises, can mutant-infected bodies possess passive life skills? Fang Heng issued instructions to the mutant-infected body in front of him to chop wood. After receiving the instructions, the mutant-infected body staggered to a large tree nearby, extended its hand, and began to pull the tree trunk. The game prompt appeared again. Prompt: player's zombie avatar mutant-infected body is currently collecting resources, obtaining a crude tree branch *1. It worked. Just like regular zombie avatars, the mutant-infected body had no trouble completing the resource collection task. The only thing he was missing now was a convenient tool for collecting resources. Regular zombie avatars could carry some tools. With so many new mutant-infected bodies now, the available collection tools were clearly insufficient, and they needed to be continuously supplied from the zombie apocalypse world. Fang Heng thought to himself and then glanced ahead at the zombie avatars battling with the wild fox tribe on the plains. Lu, where is the next mining area located? Lu Yanlong, taken aback, heard Fang Heng calling out to him, and turned his head. Oh, here. Where's the next mining area? Lu Yanlong regained his senses, looked down at the map, and replied, it's to the right, about 2 kilometers away. Okay. Good. Testing completed. Let's not waste any more time. Get to it. Fang Heng immediately opened the game log, remotely controlling the eaters from the zombie apocalypse to gather quickly and enter the apocalypse world through the obelisk gateway. At the same time, the tools needed for mining were transported from the zombie apocalypse into the tomb world. Since they were going all out, they might as well go big. Whether it's or other materials, get it all. Anything without a name belongs to whoever finds it. Lu Yanlong watched as the mutated creatures on the plains dwindled. They were replaced by zombies crawling out from cocoons. The zombie population visibly expanded rapidly, until the whole plane was filled with the shadow of zombie avatars. Then, the zombies started chopping trees in the nearby area, mining for ores and collecting any resources they came across, forming a continuous flow transported back and forth through the obelisk gateway. Lu Yanlong swallowed nervously. He was truly shocked by the scene before him. Indeed, he had wanted to compete with Fang Heng against the Federation to gain more resources from the Tomb World. However, this ruthless competition was beyond what he had expected. After a night of frantic expansion, Fang Heng logged back in the next morning. Rows of game prompts quickly appeared. Prompt: during the player's offline period, players' zombie avatars have killed 39,182 mutated creatures. Click here for details. Player additionally obtained zombies mutant infected bodies *82,713. Prompt: player has collected withered grass *2,178,143. Broken wood *91,733. Broken stones *271,823. Player has mined crude wood *87,362. Looking at the game prompts, Fang Heng was truly surprised. When he logged off last night, he had simply ordered the zombie avatars to explore and attack enemies and gather resources in the vicinity. He had never expected that upon logging back in, the number of mutant-infected bodies had already exceeded 100,000. Lu Yanlong had also stayed up all night, keeping order behind the zombie horde. Throughout the night, he witnessed how nothing grew in their path. As the number of mutant-infected bodies rapidly increased, they were able to overwhelm the mutated creatures in the wild with their sheer numbers. They had no natural predators. They packed up everything collectible within their sight. Even the large rocks they encountered on the road were smashed by the zombies and carried away. The trouble was, without Fang Heng's oversight, the subsequent scenes descended into chaos. The obelisk gateways were too small and could not handle the large amount of resources collected, which piled up messily next to them. The entrance to the gateways appeared congested, so, after much consideration, Fang Heng temporarily halted the collection of low-level wood and stones and made further adjustments to optimize the layout of the resource collection line. Lu Yanlong watched Fang Heng and didn't know what to say at this point. He had only wanted to see some resources before the Federation arrived, to make some profit. He never expected that in just half a day. He didn't ask you to harvest everything at once. Meanwhile, as Fang Heng aggressively plundered resources in the Tomb World, players commissioned by the Federation to explore and conduct reconnaissance missions on the outskirts of their camp gradually noticed that something was amiss. A team sent to investigate suddenly found themselves entering an area where no grass grew. What's going on? The players felt like they had stepped into a barren wasteland. The ground was bare, and fresh tree-cutting marks were clearly visible. Judging from the map, this area was originally part of a forest region, but now, the forest in front of them looked like nothing but ruins. What had happened here? As they wondered, they suddenly saw a few staggering figures in the distance. Be careful. The team leader raised his hand to alert the players, tightly gripping his short sword, and stared intently at the figures ahead. Several people lingered in place for a few minutes, and more zombie creatures emerged from a distance, gradually approaching them. It seems to be zombie creatures. Be careful to cover me, I'll try dealing with them, the team leader said, switching to a long-range AK rifle, pulling the trigger and madly firing towards the approaching zombie group in front of them. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down on the zombies, bursting into dark red blood mist. However, these zombie creatures were horrible. Despite the bullets hitting them intensively, like a rain of dots, they only took a few steps back without any effect at all. Ineffective. The team leader emptied a full magazine, seeing that not a single zombie fell, still dragging their shaky bodies towards the group. Trouble. Judging from their health, they seemed like elite-level creatures. Fortunately, their movement speed was as slow as low-level zombies in ordinary games. Luckily, the zombie creatures did not exhibit a mutated reaction after being attacked. They might be special life forms. Let's find a way to bring one back, the player team leader shouted again, conjuring a mark with both hands in front of him. Whoosh! A bright red crystalline spear materialized beside the team leader. Swish! Under the mental control, the crystalline spear fiercely pierced the foremost zombie. Plop! A light sound. Bang! The crystalline spear pierced through the body of the mutated, infected zombie, knocking it down hard. The other 6 players in the team also conjured marks in front of them. 6 crystalline spears condensed in midair successively, flying swiftly towards the fallen mutated, infected zombie. The spears penetrated the creature's body, pinning it to the ground, unable to move. The players' faces showed surprise. They're not dead yet. The mutated infected zombie was pinned to the ground, still struggling frantically. So resilient, frowning, the team leader quickly changed the hand seal in front of him and lightly shouted, "Explode." Doom. 7 crystalline spears piercing the mutated, infected zombie exploded simultaneously. The instant high damage caused the mutated zombie's body to burst apart. The intense explosion sent a blast of dust and sand swirling around. The team players immediately retreated, checking the game log at the same time. Something's wrong. There's no kill indication in the game log. These special creatures might be related to a mission. The players immediately realized that something was amiss. Killing the zombies didn't reward them with any survival points. This indicated that the zombie creatures were likely tied to a special mission. They had barely managed to defeat one with a special move suitable for elite-level creatures, without checking the aftermath of killing the zombie creature. Looking forward again, the dust gradually cleared, revealing a large group of zombie creatures in the distance, seemingly drawn by the explosion. The sight shocked everyone. So many? The effort it took to deal with one zombie. How would they handle this many following it? Not good. Their numbers are increasing. Let's retreat. Let's go. The captain called for the team to retreat immediately, thinking to himself, what a bad omen. They had thought it was just a simple reconnaissance mission, not expecting to encounter such tenacious creatures. They had wasted so much ammunition and effort, yet gained nothing in return. Let's return to camp and report the situation to the Federation. Soon enough, the Federal Command camp in the Western District received reconnaissance feedback reports about the appearance of special mutated zombie creatures. Tabio, the head of the Tomb World mission, received the report and immediately called for a meeting with the main personnel. Abnormal incidents had occurred at the tomb sarcophagus the night before, which had not been fully resolved yet. Detailed reports were still being compiled, and now they faced a new problem. Was it related to the Tomb World mission as well? Tabio had his doubts. Dr. Pan placed the report down and said, "Sir, ordinary zombie creatures should not have such strong defensive capabilities. In my estimation, these are likely products infected with a parasite virus from a kin body." The people in the meeting all nodded in agreement. The players tasked with the mission were not weak. They should have been able to handle ordinary zombies. There was definitely an issue here. Tabio asked, "Why is the situation like this now?" "It's likely due to a leakage of the parasite virus from the kin bodies." Dr. Pan paused, looking serious, and continued, "I suspect this problem might be caused by the Black Castle. They may have intentionally leaked the infected virus to cause trouble for us and buy time." "No, that's not accurate. The Black Castle has left, and apart from us, there are no other contenders for the mainline mission in the Tomb World." "Well, it's possible they had laid down a conspiracy in advance. Perhaps we haven't triggered the special mission yet." Dr. Pan argued before suggesting, "We might need more research funding from Mikhailson Company to provide accurate reports. Since there were no scoring rewards for killing these creatures, it means they probably belong to a mission category, so we can find a targeted solution." Tabio pondered for a moment. "Let's put aside the unknown zombie creature. How far along is the repair of the signal transmitter?" "It's severely damaged. We suspect that it was invaded by unknown individuals when the corpse body in the tomb had a riot that night, and the resurrection of the corpse body must be related to the intruders." Tabio remained expressionless. "Can it be repaired?" "It's hard. We are applying to dismantle the machinery and send it back to the high-level gaming world for repair and reassembly. Offline, at the Federal Training Base, for several days in a row, online zombie NPCs have been looting the Tomb World. With the combined powerful effect of the newly acquired talent mutated infection, the number of zombie NPCs had rapidly expanded, yielding astonishing results in looting resources. Each day, resources transported through the obelisk portal to enter the prison shelter or measured in tons. The prison quickly ran out of space. Mojaway, seeing the unfavorable situation, quickly called in employees from the Sea-Star Company to help unload. Less rare items were resold immediately, while precious materials were stored in a new warehouse. As a longtime primary resources partner with Fang Hen, the Sea-Star Company was ecstatic about the surge in business. The entire company was running at full capacity, with business booming. Fang Heng manipulated the flow of spiritual energy once again to transform his body, completing a round of training and opening his eyes. Coach Rua, well done. Coach Rua observed the changes in Fang Heng's body through the data instruments and silently praised in his heart. These past few days, he had been watching Fang Heng's training diligently, with talents that surpassed ordinary people by more than 10 times and being at the top in terms of effort as well. Fang Heng asked, "Coach, can I proceed to the next second stage of training?" "Not yet." Rua waved his hand, saying, "The spiritual energy meridians in your body have only just begun to condense and solidify. It will take some time. Your talent is excellent, but it also requires time. Understand?" "Okay, Coach." Fang Heng nodded and jumped down from the star wheel. "I feel that my control over spiritual energy has been enhanced. Can I proceed with the next training without the assistance of the star wheel?" "Theoretically, yes." Rua nodded and said, "But I suggest you be more careful. For safety reasons, having the assistance of the star wheel is the best." "I understand. Thank you, Coach." Fang Heng bid farewell and left the training hall. Judging by his current training efficiency, he estimated that it would still take some time to solidify the channels for the flow of spiritual energy in his body. With this level of progress, it was unnecessary to continue staying under the Federation's watchful gaze. Revisit after a significant breakthrough. Rua watched Fang Heng's departing figure and sighed silently. It's a pity. Fang Heng did not undergo the secondary review by the Federation. He received orders from his superiors that he could not be taught the follow-up breakthrough method for the lock in the second stage. Fang Heng was unaware that the Federation had such operations. Considering that he couldn't complete the breakthrough for the second stage of lock in a short time, he decided to shift some of his focus to the game temporarily. There were still many things he could do in the game. There was still some time before the outbreak of the demon race in half a year. Currently, his own strength was not sufficient for a direct confrontation with the demon race. Time was of the essence to quickly improve. He had already obtained most of the synthetic materials from Tongjia Research Institute, with only a few special ones left, which he could also obtain in the next 2 days. As for the next step, Fang Heng pondered for a moment and decided to seek the advice of Dichi Mentor. Another day ended, and when Fang Heng finished his training and took the subway home, it was already late at night. Back in his room, Fang Heng quickly freshened up and returned to the game world. Fall arrived, and the weather gradually cooled down. Inside Hain's school, Kiwei sat on a chair outside the outdoor basketball court. A gust of wind blew up the dry yellow leaves on the ground, swirled for a moment, and gently landed on her shoulder. Kiwei reached out to brush off the fallen leaves. She became more agitated. Kiwei knew that something must have happened. It was a sixth sense inherent in her. Whenever something bad happened, she would always feel this kind of unease. Kike walked towards Kiwei and handed her a cup of milk tea, saying, "Kiwei, you don't seem to be in a good state today." "Sorry, I'm a bit out of it," Kiwei replied, taking the milk tea from her companion and turning her head to look at the old school building next to the basketball court. After a few rounds of preliminary investigations, the investigation team narrowed down the list of suspects to the last 2 individuals, Keboe and Sangdazi. For safety reasons, the head of the investigation team invited the combat department to the Central Inspection Bureau to help. Kiwei and Kike were assigned to monitor Sangdazi. They had been keeping an eye on Sangdazi for some time. The investigation team wanted to uncover more from him, dig out more valuable information, so they had not taken action yet. However, Kiwei was unusually restless today. What could be about to happen? Kiwei took a sip of milk tea. The usually rich and sweet milk tea, she now detected a faint bitterness. Could it be from Arnold? Kiwei thought of Arnold. Arnold came from St. Court, a very powerful chosen knight of St. Court. They once cooperated by coincidence. At that time, she provided information while St. Court handled the frontline combat. She informed Arnold about Fang Heng. She suspected that Fang Heng, who was studying at Hain's school, was the same person as the main bloodline and Lord Fang Heng in the current game world. Unfortunately, Qui's various speculations about Fang Heng had no actual evidence. After hearing the news, Arnold said that after finishing his current task, he would come over for a look. Calculating the time, it should be almost time, right? After hesitating for a moment, Kiwei opened her phone and dialed Arnold's number. "What's up? It's me, Kiwei. I wanted to ask about last time. There was an impatient voice on the other end of the phone. Regarding Fang Han, we just finished a task and are preparing to meet with him for verification. Now, yes, we're already on the way, and we'll be there in about half an hour. Kiwei frowned. He should still be at the villa. You might meet him face to face. Perfect. It can be a direct test of his strength. Rest assured, we won't disclose your identity. If he is Fang Han, we will bring him to Saint Court as a thank you for your information. You don't need to worry about the next steps. Before Kiwei could say anything more, the call was already hung up on the other end. Kiwei felt a bit annoyed. She remembered working with Arnold that one time, where he effortlessly took care of the enemies that terrified her with just one strike. Even the mentor couldn't fully grasp Arnold's true strength, but Arnold's arrogant nature was very off-putting. In Arnold's eyes, others might just be mere tools. Kike saw Kiwei holding her phone again, looking down in thought, and pushed her gently, whispering, "Kiwei, is there something wrong? You seem strange today." "I'm sorry." Kiwei put away her phone, glanced again in the direction of the old school building. The suspect Zhangdazi from the demon race had not shown up. However, based on the previous observations during their surveillance, Kiwei also agreed with the team leader's judgment. It was almost certain that Zhangdazi was from the demon race. The team leader had set up layers of surveillance around him. Their group was only a member of the peripheral surveillance team. They were not supposed to leave without authorization during the mission. However, Kuizunis had reached its limit. She had to go and see. "Kike, I need to leave for a moment. Now, we're still on a mission." "What's the matter that's so important?" A black Chevrolet pickup truck parked in front of Fang Heng's villa. "Arnott, is your information accurate? It's someone I met during the last mission, and she wasn't sure if the information was correct, so this time we just came by to take a look on the way," Arnott said as he opened the car door, got out, and walked towards the villa's front door. The two stood in front of the villa, looking up at the overall structure. Arnott's companion, Reddert, released his aura and tried to sense, furrowing his brows as he said, "I can't detect any on that aura, and it seems like there's no one inside." Maybe they just left. Ever since the vampire incident, the Holy Corps had considered Fang Heng the most dangerous enemy. Recently, there were unverified rumors circulating, suggesting that Fang Heng was highly likely to be a demon. Vampires, necromancers, related to the disappearance of the saint. And now even possibly a demon, with various buffs stacked, the Holy Corps would not let Fang Heng go. Danger should be eliminated in time. Recently, Fang Heng had been under the protection of the Necromancy Society, staying within their organization, making it difficult for the Holy Court to directly target him. So when Arnott received this information, he didn't believe it. It just so happened that he was passing by. So after completing a troublesome task with his partner, they decided to investigate further. It seemed like they came up empty-handed. Fang Heng was not inside the house. "What now?" Arnott said. "Since we're here, let's search more carefully." The two simultaneously suppressed their auras. Arnott took the lead, pulling out lock-picking tools from a small bag at his side. Click. After a few easy manipulations, the room door made a faint sound. Arnott pushed open the door. He and his companion exchanged a quick glance. The two entered the villa, splitting up to inspect. Arnott ascended the stairs to the second floor, meticulously exploring each room one by one. He didn't find any suspicious clues inside the rooms. There was nothing in the villa that could connect Fang Heng to the vampires. It seemed like the intelligence was inaccurate. Indeed, why would someone use the same name if they were hiding in disguise? That would make it too easy to be exposed. Arnott chuckled self-deprecatingly. Federal agents were as unreliable as ever. It seemed like the trip was in vain. Arnott retraced his steps to the first floor. Just as he descended the stairs, he happened to see his companion, Reddert, peering out from the bottom of the staircase. Reddert looked serious as he said, in a low voice, "Arnott, I found something. Come with me to the basement." A fight. Arnott's heart skipped a beat, becoming more alert as he followed Reddert into the basement. The basement was cluttered. Reddert walked into a pile of miscellaneous items and quickly unearthed several mechanical components, returning to Arnott and handing them over. "Take a look at this. These are mechanical components." Arnott played with the parts in his hand and asked, raising his head, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with these?" Reddert's expression turned solemn as he nodded. "These are not ordinary metal parts. The level of technology is very high." "You mean these are from a game?" "Yes, I've studied similar materials in the game, and I'm certain." Arnott couldn't help but stroke his chin. Strange. How did Fang Heng come into contact with this special metal? I've seen his background profile. He is a laboratory staff member who would have had access to such materials in the lab. Possibly. But even so, items brought out from games are regulated by the Federation, and ordinary people cannot take items out of the lab. So there's something fishy about him. Just as they spoke, both suddenly sensed something, their faces turning serious as they leapt back. Whoosh! In front of them, a magical array began rapidly spinning on the basement floor. Flickering spatial light spots appeared around the space. Arnott and Reddert stared at the magical array, their eyes filled with surprise. A figure swiftly materialized within the alchemy magic array. Fang Heng had just returned from the game world, finishing off the zombie avatars he had set up for auto-grinding and was preparing to log out. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. His blood perception informed him that there were other people besides him in the basement. Fang Heng's eyes snapped open, only to see Reddert and Arnott standing in front of him. Both of them looked at Fang Heng with astonished eyes. A special method of entering and exiting the game. Subhuman race. They hadn't found evidence connecting Fang Heng to the vampire Doomsday Master, but they unexpectedly discovered that Fang Heng was a subhuman. Fang Heng also stared back at them. Big trouble. His biggest secret had been discovered. What should he do? For a moment, several thoughts raced through Fang Heng's mind. Who are you? Arnott stared cautiously at Fang Heng, taking out a photo from his pocket and comparing it to Fang Heng, asking, "Are you Fang Heng? Who sent you to find me?" Arnott didn't answer, but looked at Reddert beside him. Reddert shook his head and said, "I can't sense any undead or vampire aura on him. It seems he's not the one we're looking for, but ... Arnott interrupted, "But he might have a hidden aura item on him. Anyway, he is suspicious, so we'll take him back for now." The Holy Court. Just earlier, the instructor Gore had warned Fang Heng to be cautious of the Holy Court, and now they were already at his doorstep. Listening to the casual conversation of the two men, completely disregarding him, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. How to deal with this situation? I don't understand what you're saying. This is my villa. Arnott stared at Fang Heng and shook his head. We didn't mean to disturb you. Whether you're the person we're looking for or not, we need you to accompany us for a trip. Fang Heng took a step back, clenching his fist lightly. A confrontation was inevitable, and he now wanted to gather more information from the other party. Where to? To the Holy Court. Arnott and Reddert took a step to the side, blocking the basement exit precisely. We don't want to engage here. It would be troublesome. If you're unwilling to cooperate, then we can only. The long sword pierced Fang Heng's heart. Facing the demi-human tribe, DRIZZLE was not as careless as Arnott. He didn't hold back at all, using a deadly move as soon as he acted. However, in the next instant, DRIZZLE's pupil suddenly contracted. What's going on? This sword didn't seem to cause much damage to Fang Heng. He even felt a hint of undead aura emanating from Fang Heng. A student of necromancy. Could he really be Fang Heng? Hint. Player uses special potion, Protection of the Dark Spirit. Hint. Cooldown reset for all player skills. Player's current state restored. Hint. Player switches to necromancy academic form. Fang Heng stared intently at the two before him. They appeared confident, clearly having absolute confidence in their strength. His only chance of winning. Taking advantage of their arrogance, he directly used his most powerful move to keep both of them. He didn't have many skills he could use in the real world. Only the Eternal Moon. Swish. DRIZZLE stared fiercely at Fang Heng, realizing that Fang Heng's figure was gradually becoming somewhat illusory before his eyes, and he saw the phantom of a red moon appearing behind Fang Heng. At the same time, game notifications flashed rapidly on Fang Heng's retina. Hint. Player uses skill. Eternal Moon. Hint. Detected player is in a chaotic world rank. High order. Hint. Fusion of current world. Player's skill form changes. Infusion. Hint. Detected player's current state. Necromancy. Skill fusion in progress. Hint. Detected player's current environment. Skill fusion in progress. Hint. Player and teammates have entered the cycle of reincarnation. Hint. Eternal Moon summoning skill. Lamenting Ghost. Creature. Lamenting Ghost explanation. Born of eternal sorrow, at the bottom of the river of despair, in the realm of death, able to evoke the resentment of those coming and going in the river of despair, sinking into eternal despair and hatred. Additional skills. Illusion of resentment, despair. The gazes of Radar and Arnott gradually became mesmerized as they looked at the faint white moonlight behind Fang Heng. Swish! A burst of golden holy light suddenly exploded in front of Arnott and Radar. The divine power protection passive took effect. Stimulated by the holy light, the two suddenly regained consciousness. It was an illusion. After regaining consciousness, Radar's face turned pale. He subconsciously tried to gain control of his body but found that his feet had unknowingly sunk into a mud swamp. What? He looked down. In the moment when he was just affected by the illusion, countless lost souls emerged from the muddy swamp under his feet, gripping his legs tightly and dragging him down and into the swamp. Get off! Radar shouted and swung his lawn sword in his hand. Swish! A golden light burst forth. Dang! Unexpectedly, a look of panic appeared on Radar's face. The holy light had a strong restraint on undead creatures. However, only a few of the soul bodies hit by the holy sword of light were injured and retreated. But the next moment, even more soul bodies emerged from the swamp, reaching out to grab him. Arnott. Things are not looking good. Think of something. Radar shouted and turned to look for his companion for help. Arnott was much stronger than him. However, when he turned his head and saw Arnott's situation, Radar's face turned pale. This was bad. Only then did he realize that not only the ground was affected, the walls of the basement room and the ceiling were filled with dark ripples resembling a swamp. Pale ghostly bodies were emerging from all directions in the muddy walls. The only reason why he had not been attacked by the ghostly entities was because of Arnott. A dark golden sacred light flowed around Arnott, layer by layer of golden halo expanding outward, dispersing the attacking ghostly creatures. However, the golden light was gradually fading. The range of the light halo around Arnott was shrinking. Arnott's expression became extremely grave. His situation was not much better than Radar's. He too was being firmly held by the ghostly entities emerging from under his feet. This was overestimated. They had thought that Fang Heng in the real world was just an inconsequential minor character, so the exploration didn't even have time to report back. They never expected to encounter the demi-human tribe. And their strength was terrifying. What made Arnott even more desperate was that Fang Heng seemed to be separated from them by a huge rift that couldn't be crossed. The golden light shining from Arnott was gradually dimming under the repeated assaults of the ghostly creatures, and he could no longer hold on. Arnott's face gradually turned pale, and the golden holy light that had been expanding outward rapidly dissipated. Dang! Countless ghostly creatures swarming in the basement seemed to have found a release, rushing madly towards Arnott and Radar. Radar continuously wielded the holy light longsword to kill and disperse the ghostly entities. However, this had very limited effect. Every time they were hit by a ghostly entity, they felt their bodies weakening a bit. Radar's body uncontrollably followed and was slowly dragged into the swamp by the ghostly entities. He felt the call of death. His vision gradually plunged into darkness. Swish! In just a short minute, Fang Heng recovered from the eternal moon state. He stared at Radar and Arnott who had fallen before him, a gray light glowing in his pupils. The strength of Arnott and Radar did not reach the level of the leader-class creatures in the high-order game. Therefore, after controlling the eternal moon, Fang Heng did not suffer backlash, and he still had some mental power left. Swish! Without delay, Fang Heng quickly placed his hands in front of him, forming a mark. Combine. Swish! The shrine of bone spirits appeared in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng looked up at the half-empty space. With gray pupils focused, the souls of Radar and Arnott were slowly drifting towards the ceiling. Fang Heng pointed his finger to the mid-air, softly saying, "Go." Two gray airs rushed out from the shrine of bone spirits and entangled the two drifting souls in mid-air. Bang! Bang! At the moment when the dark light seized the souls of the two, the sacred golden light that guarded the souls burst forth, dispersing the gray aura. Fang Heng furrowed his brows and let out a disdainful snort. HMPH! The golden light was stimulated and burst open again, breaking free from the control of the gray aura continuously. Until the third time. The fourth time. With each time Fang Heng activated the power of the bone spirit altar towards the soul body, the golden holy light shield protecting the soul finally couldn't hold on any longer and burst with a bang. Two souls lost the protection of divine power and were firmly entangled by two gray auras. The soul body emitted sharp screams, struggling frantically. However, Arnott and the others, who had never trained their soul power, couldn't resist the control of the bone spirit altar on their souls. Whoosh! Fang Heng controlled the breath of the bone spirit altar, tightly gripping the souls of the two, pouring them into the bone spirit altar. Phew! After completing all this, he took a deep breath, retracted the bone spirit altar, and looked down at the two bodies lying on the ground. Huge loss. Being found by the court's people unprepared. Wasted a vial of CD recovery potion for nothing. Next, he still had to face more troublesome issues. How should he end this? Arnott and the other souls were already imprisoned, so that wasn't a big problem. Cleaning up the traces. A gamble. Gambling that no one would know they had been here. Fang Heng lowered his head, quickly thinking about how to deal with the situation ahead. From the conversation with Arnott earlier, it seemed that they weren't sure of their identities before coming here to investigate. Should he leave immediately, or wait a little longer? Fang Heng hesitated for a moment, crossing out the option to stay. No, he couldn't wait any longer. The risk was too great. With the powerful Eternal Mu in hand this time, combined with Arnott's overconfidence in his own strength, he had been taken down carelessly in one blow. Once the court realized the disappearance of Arnott and the others and reacted, the second batch of investigations would quickly follow. Fang Heng knew that things might not be as bad as he thought, but the risk was too great. He couldn't gamble. He had to leave immediately. The sooner, the better. But before leaving, there was one thing he needed to do: stimulate the compound of the original devourer. The compound of the original devourer was too important. The subsequent stages of evolution for the powerful zombie duplicates required this kind of stimulating compound. There were still three very important raw materials for the synthesis of the original devourer stimulus compound. These three materials were all acquired in advanced games. The laboratory materials needed to go through layers of federal approval, and they had just been delivered to the laboratory last night, so he didn't have a chance to get his hands on them yet. He had to figure out a way to take them with him before leaving. It should be fine if it's just a few hours tonight, Fang Heng thought. To be safe, he first dealt with the bodies. In fact, it wasn't difficult. As the Realm Master, he had a special space-time jumping backpack. Ordinary bodies couldn't be stored in the backpack, but he only needed a coffin. After putting the bodies into the coffin, he could pack the whole thing into the backpack compartment. Closing his eyes in place, Fang Heng conjured a swiftly spinning magic circle under his feet. Soon, Fang Heng made a round trip in the game world and brought the coffin out, but before he could load the bodies, a sudden cell phone ringtone rang in the basement. Ring ring ... Ha. A phone call? Walking over to the fallen bodies, Fang Heng reached into Arnott's pocket and pulled out the phone. Looking at the incoming call display on the phone screen, Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. Chia Wei. So it was her. That woman. So the court learned about his information from Chia Wei. A hint of killing intent flashed in Fang Heng's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and threw the phone directly into the game space backpack. After completing all this, Fang Heng placed the two bodies into the coffin, then threw the coffin into the jumper backpack. From his pocket, Fang Heng pulled out his phone and dialed a number skillfully. Fano, I've run into a bit of trouble and I need your help. I think this might be something your team is more specialized in. Outside the villa where Fang Heng lived, a ride-hailing car was parked on the street. Chia Wei observed the villa from the car window. Sir, we've arrived at your destination. Chia Wei seemed not to have heard, still staring at the villa. Whether it was an illusion or not, under the night sky, the villa tonight seemed particularly eerie. The ride-hailing driver urged impatiently, Sir, are you waiting for someone? Why don't you make a phone call? I have another order to pick up. Just a bit longer. Chia Wei interrupted unceremoniously, handing a 100 yuan note to the driver. The ride-hailing driver immediately smiled broadly, took the note happily, and closed his mouth. The villa seemed extremely quiet. There was no fluctuation of any power, no movement. Had Arnott and the others acted, or had they already left? Chia Wei's heart thumped uncontrollably, and it beat faster and faster. She was very sure of her intuition. Something bad must be happening. Chia Wei took out her phone again and tried to contact Arnott. Out of service area. What's going on? She had just called Arnott while on the road, and the ringtone had clearly sounded, so how come he was out of service area now? Putting down the phone, her sense of unease grew stronger, and she couldn't help but look back at the villa, feeling even more fearful. Could something have happened? Impossible. Arnott was a combat talent cultivated by the court, extremely strong. Even if he encountered an opponent he couldn't handle, he wouldn't be taken down without making any noise. Last time they met, she hadn't even seen how Arnott made his move, and the opponent had already fallen without any offensive ability. Moreover, in extreme cases, even if they were in a life-threatening situation, the clerics of the core had the divine power to protect their souls, and they could be resurrected under the bath of holy light. So it couldn't be. Nothing will go wrong, Qiao Wei murmured, as if reassuring herself, continuously telling herself that Arnott was extremely powerful and wouldn't be easily defeated. But what if? Qiao Wei looked back at the villa again. Suddenly, she saw a pair of dark eyes peeking out from the window on the second floor of the villa. The moment their gazes met, a chill ran down Qiao Wei's spine like an electric shock. Danger! It was Fang Han. Fang Han was still there, but the court's people had lost contact. Almost instantly, Qiao Wei's mind went to the worst-case scenario. Oh, something must have gone wrong. Just a moment ago, those eyes were not certain if they belonged to Fang Han, but those cold, sinister eyes definitely do not belong to anyone from the Holy Court. In a panic, Qiao Wei immediately dialed her phone. Damn it, answer quickly. Hurry. Qiao Wei first called the team leader, but their phone was already switched off. At the moment, the team leader, Clayman, is overseeing the situation with the demi-humans on the Hayes School side. After this period of setting up, it is now the most critical stage to close the net. After trying to call a few times with no success, Qiao Wei redialed her group member Cheke's phone. Cheked. Yes, I'm here. What's wrong? You sound really scared. What happened? There is something wrong with Fang Han. Cheked. I'm sure of it. He definitely has a problem. Inform the team leader for me. There is a big issue with Fang Han. He is extremely dangerous. Cheked, on the other end of the phone, frowned. She didn't know what had made Qiao Wei so panicked, and hurriedly tried to comfort her. Qiao Wei, calm down a bit. Are you safe right now? The feeling of unease in Qiao Wei's heart didn't diminish at all. She anxiously looked out the car window. I don't know. I should be safe. Okay. I got it. The team leader is currently overseeing tonight's operation. I can't reach him. Stay calm and tell me what happened. You said Fang Han has a problem. Do you have any evidence? Qiao Wei was momentarily speechless. Evidence? She didn't have actual evidence. Federal members privately contacting the Holy Corps for investigations couldn't be openly discussed. Finding a problem would be good, but she currently had no concrete evidence. Hearing Qiao Wei silent for a moment, Cheke sighed inwardly. During this mission, she was paired with Qiao Wei, and she had seen Qiao Wei investigate Fang Han in her own time more than once. She felt that Qiao Wei was getting a bit obsessed. Indeed, there were many suspicious aspects about Fang Han, that despite Qiao Wei's long investigation, she hadn't found any substantial evidence. Chekhead didn't want her friend to continue down this path blindly and persuaded. Qiao Wei, where are you? I'm coming to find you now. Chekhead, I'm on the way back to the school. Listen to me, help me find the team leader. Asterisk click asterisk, asterisk boom, asterisk. Just as she was speaking, Cheke suddenly heard a loud explosion coming from the phone. Qiao Wei. What's happening? The huge explosion heard from the other end of the phone made Cheke feel that something was terribly wrong. Her face suddenly changed color, and she shouted into the phone. Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei. Asterisk. Beep beep beep. Asterisk. The signal disappeared. No way. Could it be? Beads of sweat appeared on Cheke's forehead as she immediately used internal communication to report the incident. Hayes School. Inside the second academic building, the conference room on the third floor has been secretly converted into a temporary command center for the Federal Investigation Team. The investigation work is progressing smoothly. In recent days, the main focus of the Special Investigation Team has been on Sangdazian Xie Po to school members. Besides these two, Clayman keenly discovered the presence of a third hidden demi-human. Clayman is an excellent hunter with great patience. He has not taken any action yet, aiming to catch them all. Currently, the entire Hayes School has been turned into a trap. They have placed out the bait in advance. As expected, Sangdazian Xie Po couldn't resist the temptation and took action tonight. The third person hidden in the shadows. Finally, they can find him. The situation is critical. The strength of the hidden demi-humans cannot be evaluated. Clayman had requested elite agents from the inspectorate to assist in the capture. Most members of the investigation team are responsible for perimeter surveillance. Through hidden surveillance cameras installed in the students' Clayman in the command room could see that the target has been lured and is stepping into the trap he had designed. Clayman is enjoying this sense of achievement, waiting quietly for the prey to come to him. While Clayman was enjoying this moment, a knock on the door sounded from outside. A member of the Special Investigation Team, in charge of external intelligence, entered the hall, deliberately lowering his voice as he walked over to Clayman and carefully placed a file in front of him. Clayman glanced at the file and asked, "What is it, sir?" "The Inspectorate has just received an urgent report that may be related to the task we are currently carrying out, so it was sent over urgently for your decision." Clayman raised an eyebrow slightly. An unexpected incident? He least liked unexpected events. "Well, thank you." Clayman diverted his attention from the surveillance screen, opened the file, and quickly read through it. Suddenly, Clayman's face darkened, his brow furrowed. Chia Wei, the junior whom his old friend entrusted him to take care of before leaving. She's dead. Clayman's face turned incredibly grim, and he felt a surge of anger. Carefully reading further, Clayman found out that the vehicle Chia Wei was in had been attacked, and she was confirmed dead on the way to the hospital. The Inspectorate intervened promptly after detecting power fluctuations, suspecting it could be the work of the Black Fortress. How coincidental that when Chia Wei was under attack, she was on the phone, and the person she was talking to was her team member, Cheke. From Cheke's questioning, it was known that Chia Wei was very anxious and nervous at the time, and had mentioned there was a problem with Fang Heng. Fang Heng? Clayman thought of Fang Heng. He had some doubts about Fang Heng before. However, those suspicions were quickly dispelled after several tests. Chia Wei had always had great suspicions about Fang Heng, keeping her eyes on him and investigating him in secret. This action had also received his approval. In an instant, the suspicions on Fang Heng were magnified infinitely in Clayman's eyes. Clayman did not want to believe it was just a coincidence. He quickly realized that his judgment had been off. Indeed, Fang Heng might not be related to the demi-human issue, but he could very well be associated with the Black Fortress. Clayman asked, "Where is Fang Heng?" "He's not at home right now. We're trying to track his whereabouts. We stopped shadowing him the other day. Should we bring him in for questioning once we find him?" Clayman hesitated for a moment. "Got it." Just as the group finalized their battle plan, a player monitoring the perimeter through the surveillance platform noticed something and reported, "Team leader, we've spotted Fang Heng at Haines School. He is heading towards the Federal Research Building." Fang Heng? At this time, appearing at Haines School? They were just looking for Fang Heng, and now he's appeared boldly at Haines School, right before their eyes. The members of the investigation team immediately became alert upon hearing this news. In terms of timing, Fang Heng was almost back at Haines School when Kai had an incident. The timing doesn't match up for him to commit the crime. An investigator couldn't help but ask, "Strange, there was no one in the lab at that time. What was he doing there?" Another investigator said, "The gathering place for the Yaran tribe is in the old school area, which is some distance from where Fang Heng is." Clement thought for a moment. Has a disruptor appeared in the trap he set? He does not allow anyone to disrupt the capture plan. Send a team over to find Fang Heng, and ask him to come back for questioning first. Yes. In the evening, Fang Heng returned to Haines School. He could confidently leave Kai to the Black Castle. Now, he needed to go to Haines School to obtain the special raw materials for the final 3 types of stimuli-consuming organisms. After getting the materials, he would leave immediately. The timing was perfect. However, Fang Heng did not expect Kai to have such extraordinary intuition. He had been targeted as soon as he entered the school. Fang Heng, as usual, swiped his ID card to enter the lab. After layers of approval, the relevant special materials were handed over to the research group under Tongjia last night. It should be here. Fang Heng checked against the logbook in the lab and quickly found the corresponding materials in the experimental cabinet. With a gentle push, the materials disappeared into his palm and were placed into the game backpack. Done. Easily done. Items placed in the game backpack could smoothly pass through the external item security check area. Of course, once the lab discovered the missing materials, they would soon investigate his involvement, but by then, he would have already fled. Fang Heng smoothly passed through the external detection area and took the elevator back along the original route. Next, he could leave the city. It was a pity that the course was only halfway down. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened. Fang Heng frowned. Outside the door, there were 2 people. Both had serious expressions, their focus on Fang Heng. One of them showed their identification to Fan Heng and said, "Mr. Fang Hen, we are the Federal Inspection Team. You are related to a serious case. Please come with us." Fang Heng's mind raced. Not good. They were from the Federation. Why were they moving so fast? What to do? In an instant, several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind. Should he take action? No. It probably wasn't the best choice to act within Hain's school. He could only resort to a contingency plan. First, leave the school campus with them. Fang Heng had anticipated that this operation might involve risks, so he had prepared a backup plan. The Black Castle team would protect his movements in secret. If any problems arose, the Black Castle would ambush the Federation halfway as he left Hain's school. By then, with the passive special ability of the Immortal Body and the ability to quickly enter the game, Fang Heng believed he could easily overcome the situation. "I have something to do. My research project is at a critical moment. Without an arrest warrant, please cooperate with our work." The Federal Inspection Team members spoke with an unquestionable tone and exchanged a glance with each other. They approached Fang Heng from both sides. Fang Heng, wearing a disgusted expression, took a step back and said, in a low voice, "All right, I understand. Don't touch me. I will go with you." "Thank you." The two inspection team members had received instructions in advance not to make too much noise. Seeing that Fang Heng was willing to cooperate, escorted him out of the research building. Fang Heng showed no signs of aggression, followed the two investigators after passing through the research facility security check. The federal investigators led Fang Heng towards the exit of Hain's school, preparing to take Fang Heng to the inspection agency for questioning. Fang Heng asked, "What happened to Kai? You'll find out at the inspection agency." The investigator was not done and was reluctant to disclose more information to Fang Heng. After a few more questions from Fang Heng resulting in no response, they all fell silent and continued walking ahead. Just as the three were about to reach the exit, suddenly, the two investigators' expressions changed abruptly, turning to look back at the research building. They had heard an urgent call for help on their earpiece team channel. "It's bad. We've been found out. Requesting support. We need immediate backup. Warning. High-level energy reaction detected. Dangerous individual spotted. Gu Qingju. Female. 26 years old. With a massive mutation reaction. The current environmental area has triggered an extremely dangerous level signal. It's a Yeren tribe member. A high-level Yeren tribe member. Gu Qingju is a high-level Yeren tribe member. Initiate emergency plan. Team members are seriously injured. We need support. Execute evacuation and containment procedures." Fang Heng couldn't hear the conversation on the federal radio, but he saw the two federal members suddenly stop and look towards the building behind them. He also turned to look at the building. The old school building. Shoo! Fang Heng furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling an extremely sharp nose piercing his eardrums. Doom! Following that, all the glass windows of the old school building shattered instantly. "What's happening?" Fang Heng stared fixedly in the direction of the old school building. He sensed a powerful surge of vitality and strength emanating from the explosion. Judging from the strength of the vitality, that person's power was extremely strong, possibly even at the level of a high-ranking boss in the gaming world. The two federal investigators looked nervous, glanced at each other, then turned to face Fang Heng. "Take him out of here first." One of the federal investigators took out handcuffs from his hands and indicated towards Fang Heng. "It's a sudden situation. We can't take any chances." "I refuse," Fang Heng said coldly, taking a step back. The federal investigator was momentarily stunned. Behind Fang Heng, not far from the exit of N school, a series of blue beams of light rose into the sky. Countless blue light pillars rose from the ground, converging towards the center of the N school campus, shooting into the sky. From above, the blue light pillars encircled the school in the center. Click, click, click. The light pillars underwent subtle changes, rapidly changing angles and intertwining in the air, forming a blue mesh that quickly enveloped the entire N school. Thus, the blue light once again spread above the light beams, completely sealing off the airspace above N school. Fang Heng sensed an extremely dangerous smell from this. What a grand display! They have sealed off the entire school? No. The blockade is probably not targeting him, but most likely the powerful aura sensed from the old school building. The two members of the federal investigation team's faces change even more. Not good. The defense barrier has been activated. What kind of formidable enemy have they encountered that even the elite inspection team cannot resist and has to take the final precautionary step? Urgent shouts came from the earpiece again. Attention D9 team. Target Gu Qingju is approaching your direction rapidly. Please be cautious. The target is already heavily injured. Make sure to intercept her. Delay time. Reinforcements are on their way. The two Federal Inspection members, upon hearing the warning from the earpiece, were instantly shocked. D9 team, isn't that their team number? Even under the siege of so many elite teams, the enemy managed to escape. The two of them at this moment completely disregarded Fang Heng, turning to look in the direction behind them, their palms sweating uncontrollably. A figure in the distance was rapidly approaching them. Fang Heng also fixed his gaze on that figure. The speed was extremely fast, and the intensity of the aura was very strong. It was the cause of the intense fluctuations in the old school building. Stop. The two members of the Federal Inspection Bureau tried to block the enemy's path, shouting loudly and quickly, throwing several dark spherical objects from their hands. Boom, boom, boom. The spheres were thrown towards the enemy, exploding in the air. The scene was covered in flames from the intense burning. In the midst of the fiery blaze, a figure passed directly through. Dang! The figures intersected. Such terrifying power. The speed was so fast that Fang Heng couldn't even see how the enemy made a move. In a brief encounter, the two Federal Inspection team members spat out blood from their mouths and were flung out fiercely. Run! Fang Heng immediately dodged to the right. Swish! However, the figure did not give up on its intentions and pursued him closely. Not good. Fang Heng saw the enemy rapidly closing the distance between them. Unable to dodge, Fang Heng realized that he was completely locked in by the enemy's aura, unable to escape. The difference in strength between the two sides was vast. He could only use that move. Enter the game. Before the attack could arrive, Fang Heng closed his eyes tightly. At the same time, a phantom magical array appeared under his feet. However, this magical array did not rapidly revolve as before. In the darkness, Fang Heng once again saw the ancient wooden door in front of him. But unlike before, when he entered the game through the wooden door, this time, he noticed that the door was entwined with densely packed blue mesh. What's going on? The door was entangled and couldn't be pushed open. Fang Heng's heart tightened. The blue mesh immediately made Fang Heng think of the large beam of light surrounding the perimeter of An School. Was it the federal blockade? Is it a special way to prevent him from entering the game? He couldn't enter the game. Fang Heng's expression suddenly changed. Then he abruptly opened his eyes. Before him, the enemy's right hand had already formed into a blade, gently touching his chest. Just a little more, and the enemy could easily pierce his heart with the blade. However, at the last moment of the attack, the enemy stopped. Only at this moment did Fang Heng finally see the enemy's face clearly. What? When Fang Heng saw this face, his pupils dilated several times. His brain went blank for an instant. It was a woman. It was her. Fang Heng stared intently at the face before him. It perfectly matched the face of the person he remembered. Xia Shi. How could it be her? How is this even possible? Although there were some parts of her face that seemed slightly off, as if partially disguised, Fang Heng could easily associate her with Xia Shi. Astonishment filled Fang Heng's mind to the extreme, and he almost shouted, Xia Shi. Upon hearing this name, Xia Shi's expression changed slightly, a hint of surprise showing on her face. Swish! Xia Shi quickly withdrew her hand, passing by Fang Heng and flying rapidly towards the exit of N School. Only then did Fang Heng come back to his senses in the blank space, turning his head to look at Xia Shi's back, his eyes filled with immense astonishment. Xia Shi was swiftly approaching the blue defense network constructed around the perimeter of N School. Doom! A punch was thrown. A forceful wave of power erupted from the impact center of the fist, spreading outwards with a thunderous boom. The visible shockwave quickly swept outward. Fang Heng quickly raised his arm to block in front of him. With a single blow, the blue barrier began to tremble violently. Xia Ji's eyes were cold, and facing the blue barrier, she clenched her fist once again. Doom! Another heavy impact. An even stronger wave of force spread outward. The entire blue defense network surrounding N School once again trembled violently. Horrifying power fluctuations. Fang Heng was secretly alarmed. As the shock wave spread out, Fang Heng lowered his arm and looked forward. He saw Xia Shi standing in front of the barrier, her figure slightly swaying. The earlier intense battle with the elite team of the Federal Inspection had consumed most of her strength, and she was severely injured at this point. already at the end of her strength. After finally exerting her utmost in the last two attacks, she reached her limit. With no strength left, Fang Heng looked at Xia Shi, who had collapsed in front of the barrier, his brows furrowed. His mind was in chaos right now. Why had Xia Shi appeared here? And Xia Shi didn't seem to recognize him. Indeed, his current appearance had some basic disguise, but this kind of crude disguise couldn't fool Xia Shi. Not good. Fang Heng's mind raced. Looking back to the distance, dozens of powerful auras were rapidly approaching their location. They were the people of the Federal Inspection Bureau. Now was not the time to think about these things. They had to leave immediately. But the entire N school had been completely sealed off by the blue barrier. Fang Heng looked up at the blue defensive barrier network surrounding the school's perimeter. With a sudden roar, a loud explosion resounded. Dang! The entire blue defensive barrier surrounding N school was shattered. In an instant, countless blue twinkling star-like dots of energy fragmented into pieces and scattered in the air. Broken through. Xia Shi. Fang Heng glanced down at Xia Shi lying on the ground. How should Xia Shi be dealt with? Take her away. Time was tight. Sensing the approaching fluctuations of energy and blood power from behind, Fang Heng didn't have time to think more, so he quickly stepped forward, helped the unconscious Xia Shi up from the ground, and prepared to carry her on his shoulder to leave. Just as Fang Heng lifted Xia Shi up, something suddenly moved in his heart. What's going on? Xia Ji's face had changed slightly. From the contours to the details, there were subtle changes. It was slightly different from before. Fang Heng was absolutely sure that the person in front of him was Xia Shi without a doubt. But now, just a few subtle changes in her appearance made Fang Heng hesitate. Was she really Xia Shi? Something was wrong. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Time was running out, so he couldn't afford to think too much. He carried the unconscious Xia Shi on his shoulder and quickly headed towards the right exit of the school. First, he needed to meet Fa Na. On the roadside, an off-road vehicle was parked not far from N school. Fa Na looked at the condensed blue spatial barrier from a distance, feeling uncertain and surprised. She had received instructions from her superiors to come here to assist Fang Heng. If everything went smoothly, she would evacuate Fang Heng from the city through Black Castle's special channels. Fa Na never expected that while waiting to assist Fang Heng, a super-large energy crystal barrier appeared on the outskirts of N school. It was a special barrier set up by the Federation around N school. When was it deployed? Their Black Castle team did not receive any prior information. This meant that the Federation must be carrying out a special secret operation. Combined with the powerful energy fluctuations felt from within the school earlier, it was concluded that the Federation's target was an extremely dangerous individual hidden inside N school. Is it the D-Human clan? Fa Na could tell that the powerful barrier network set up outside the school was aimed at the D-Human clan. It was true that last time the Black Castle team reported some anomalies during their mission, possibly related to the D-Human clan. Fa Na put aside her thoughts. She was more concerned about Fang Heng now. Just when Fang Heng entered the school at this critical moment, could he have gotten himself into trouble? Fa Na kept glancing towards the side entrance of the school, filled with worrying. Just as she hesitated whether to get off the car to check, the barrier surrounding the school suddenly shattered. Then, she saw a figure quickly leaving the N school grounds, heading towards her off-road vehicle. It was Fang Heng. He was also carrying a person. Fa Na furrowed her brows and immediately started the off-road vehicle to chase after Fang Heng, stopping in front of him and rolling down the window. Fang Heng, I'm here to pick you up. Come on, get in. Okay. Seeing Fa Na come to pick him up, Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief, opened the car door, and immediately helped Xia Shi onto the back seat. The off-road vehicle started up, speeding towards the outskirts of the city. Fang Heng checked on Xia Shi beside him as soon as possible. Xia Shi was seriously injured, with numerous wounds staining almost half of her clothes red, and her skin bore many burn marks. But her injuries were slowly recovering. It seemed that Xia Shi also possessed self-healing abilities. However, this healing ability was far less effective than the immortal body effect. It appeared that Xia Shi had just fainted temporarily. With severe injuries and the serious backlash from the battle, Fang Heng stared at Xia Ji's face. It was strange. The first time he saw Xia Shi, he could confirm with 100% certainty that the person in front of him was Xia Shi, even if she had disguised herself. But now, Fang Heng was unsure. He felt that Xia Ji's face had changed. It was indescribable with words. It was only some changes in details, but the feeling was that they were two different people, Too strange. What was the reason for this odd illusion? Fana occasionally glanced at Gu Qingju through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but ask, "Are you familiar with Gu Qingju?" Gu Qingju? Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and looked towards Fana in the driver's seat. "She is Gu Qingju. Do you know her?" Fana took a look at Fang Heng through the rearview mirror, thinking that she didn't even know who the other was and had just taken them away directly. "Not really. I have seen her photo," Fana explained. Gu Qingju is an outstanding graduate from several previous sessions of N school. Her photo is still hanging on the school's display board. Sometimes she visits the school, but I have never had direct contact with her. Fana had stayed in the school for a while, and as soon as she got into the car, she recognized Gu Qingju at a glance. Fang Heng furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Was she not Zia Shi? Was she Gu Qingju? Who was Gu Qingju? Or could it be that Gu Qingju was just a disguise of Zia Shi? Fang Heng, there has been a lot of commotion just now. The outskirts of the city may be cordoned off now. It might be inconvenient to have her with us. How do you plan to handle this? Fang Heng hesitated for a moment. He had a strong intuition. Regardless of whether the person beside him was really Zia Shi or not, she must be closely related to Zia Shi. With her, I have many questions to ask her. Find a safe place for us to hide. Let's lay low for now. All right, I also suggest to lay low for a while before leaving. I know a very safe place where she can also receive treatment. Thank you. Fang Heng nodded slightly, feeling slightly relieved, then turned his head to look at Gu Qingju beside him. Gu Qingju's eyelids moved slightly. She struggled to open her eyes. "No. We can't stay. We won't escape. Go to the dark city. Only there." Fang Heng's eyes lit up. "You're awake." Gu Qingju lay on the seat, her face pale to the extreme. In fact, she had already awakened when she entered the off-road vehicle, but her body suffered a severe backlash, making it almost impossible to move, and her mental state was extremely weak. She had not yet escaped danger, and could not determine the identities of Fang Heng and the other person, so she struggled to keep herself awake with the last bit of energy. She could roughly distinguish that Fang Heng and the other person were not with the Federation, and hearing them say they wanted to find a place to hide, she forced her weak body to open her eyes. Farna had been observing Gu Qingju through the rearview mirror all along. Seeing her faint again, Farna's brow furrowed, and after a moment of thought, she asked, "Fang Heng, she just mentioned her own kindred. So is she from the Yaosura clan?" Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the defense barriers set up at the federal periphery were aimed at the Yaosura clan, and combined with what Gu Qingju had just said, it was highly likely that she was from the Yaosura clan. So, he had just run into a stroke of bad luck, coincidentally encountering her while trying to steal something on the way to school. Fang Heng nodded and said, "Highly likely." Farna then asked again, "Do you think what she said is credible?" Fang Heng nodded in thought once more. After shattering the outer barricade earlier, the tiny specks of light that fell like stars could very likely be traces left by the barrier. Fang Heng tried closing his eyes again. Not good. The blue webbed seal was still present on the wooden door leading into the game. His power to enter the game remained sealed. Trouble was brewing. Fang Heng opened his eyes and nodded, saying, "Yes, it should be true." He then asked, "What is the Dark City?" "It's a special area that can greatly shield external perception and tracking, and the Federation has very limited control over that area, with many forces gathered there. They are just a bunch of low-ranking individuals, a disorganized group." With a glance at the unconscious Gu Qingju nearby, Fang Heng asked, "Is there any other place where we can evade the Federation's pursuit?" Farna thought for a moment, then shook her head, saying, "There are indeed a few places where we can avoid external tracking, but I can't be sure about the type of tracking mark left on you, so I can't guarantee their effectiveness. The Dark City is indeed the most suitable place." "All right, then we'll head to the Dark City." Haynes School. Inside the Federal Command Room, the entire Special Investigation Team was operating at full capacity. The first phase of the mission didn't go perfectly. The mastermind behind Sangdazi, Gu Qingju, broke through the elite inspection team's blockade at the last moment and escaped from the encirclement. The superiors of the Federal Inspection Bureau were furious and immediately dispatched a stronger special team to ensure the capture of the suspect Gu Qingju. Clement was extremely excited at this moment. They had caught a big fish, and it was an unexpected big fish. However, Gu Qingju's strength exceeded Clement and the Federal Inspection Bureau's expectations. The enemy was unexpectedly strong, able to break through the encirclement set up by the Federal Inspection Team. Team leader, Sangdazi and Chabo have been successfully captured. Both are critically injured and exhausted, and are being taken to a special medical facility for treatment. The situation is not optimistic. In addition, Gu Qingju is heavily injured, has broken through the outer school barricade, and is currently fleeing. The casualties of the inspection bureau are being tallied. According to your instructions, all city entrances and exits have been sealed off, and the inspection bureau has mobilized elite personnel to chase after Gu Qingju. I believe we will soon have feedback. Clement nodded gently. He had already set up a trap. Gu Qingzhu ... There was no way she could escape. Clement was already considering his next move. Once Gu Qingju was caught, they would use her as a stepping stone to eradicate the entire Asura clan force hidden in the central federal city. As Clement pondered his next move, he noticed his subordinates had not left yet and asked, "Is there anything else?" "It's about Fang Heng. We are conducting a personnel investigation. When the incident occurred, the two members who were supposed to arrest Fang Heng were heavily injured and unconscious, and we have temporarily lost track of Fang Heng." Clement's face darkened slightly. He should still be in the school. Find him and arrest him immediately. Fang Heng has not been found yet. In addition, the inspection team discovered that another marked individual escaped along with Gu Qingju. Another companion? Clement's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Who?" "We are investigating, but the target's identity has not been confirmed." His subordinate hesitated, then continued, "We suspect that person is likely Fang Heng." Under the cover of night, Farna drove the vehicle recklessly. On the way, she contacted the Black Castle team through a special channel. The Dark City's location is outside the city. The events that just unfolded at Haines School had a great impact. The Federation has set up a blockade around the city outskirts. We'll have to break through using a smaller road, and we'll definitely encounter federal obstacles along the way. Farna reminded, "Don't worry, our people are already in position and they will assist us in breaking the federal line of defense." "Thank you. We owe the Black Castle another favor this time." Farna nodded. "Don't mention it. Fang Heng, our cooperation has always been very pleasant. Trust me, compared to what you've done for us, this little favor is nothing." Fang Heng noted this favor and glanced at the unconscious Gu Qingju beside him. Meeting Gu Qingju might be either a good or bad thing for him. Losing the ability to enter the game directly was a significant weakness for him. There should be a way for Gu Qingju to recover. Fang Heng had a strong feeling that through Gu Qingju, he could uncover the secrets on himself. Soon, intense fighting could be heard up ahead. After receiving the orders to seal off the city from the superiors, the Federation had promptly closed all city exits. However, the city was vast, and it was impossible to completely cut off all entrances and exits in a short period of time. The Dark Castle's pre-planned strategy is now showing its effect, as they had set up evacuation routes and prepared to engage the Federation head-on. It was the right time. The Black Castle team acted in advance, clearing obstacles for Farna. She successfully navigated through the federal interception and circled around towards the Dark City. "Thank you." Seeing that they had successfully escaped danger, Fang Heng relaxed a bit and thanked Farna again, asking, "By the way, you haven't told me, what exactly is the Dark City?" Farna thought for a moment and explained, "It's difficult to give an exact definition. Do you know about the game's rifts? Is it related to the game?" After observing the crack for several years, the Federation adjusted the danger rating to the lowest level and designated the area surrounding the crack as a restricted zone. Within the region of the Shadow City, there are unique fluctuations of power. Any communications or energy perception entering the area will be blocked, which is quite unusual. Afterward, criminals discovered that the perception barrier could help them avoid many troubles, so they began engaging in illicit transactions within the crack area. As more people gathered, several small factions united to establish an underground trading post there, widely known as the Shadow City. Fang Heng understood. The Shadow City was probably an underground platform built by several small underground factions to conduct shady activities. After driving wildly for over 2 hours, Farna gradually slowed down and parked by the edge of a forest. Fang Heng checked his phone. They had not officially entered the area of the Shadow City. The phone signal had already completely failed over 10 minutes ago. Fang Heng leaned out the window to look outside. Several thatched cottages were built by the edge of the forest. It was already late at night, yet lights were still on inside the cottages. "Fang Heng, wait for me," Farna said, as she got out of the car and walked into one of the cottages. Soon, Fana emerged from the cottage with a cloth bag and threw it to Fang Heng in the back seat. What's this? Fang Heng opened the bag and found it filled with small shells. These are shells of Arctic blue clams, processed with special techniques, each one marked uniquely. Inside the Shadow City, almost all communication with the outside world is cut off. It is impossible to use networks, and even games cannot be accessed. So most transactions inside are done through bartering. Fana continued to explain. These shells are like hard currency, and the surrounding cottages act as exchange points where you can use them to exchange for Federation currency. One shell is worth 10,000 Federation coins. All right. Fana continued driving the off-road vehicle until they stopped at a cavern entrance. We have arrived, Fang Heng said as he helped Gu Qingju out of the car. Ahead was a mountain wall with a cavern entrance. This is one of the entrances to the cavern in the Shadow City. Follow me, Fana said as she turned on a powerful flashlight and stepped into the cavern, leading the way ahead. There are many entrances to the Shadow City. To thoroughly guard this place would require a huge amount of manpower from the Federation. Initially, the Federation was worried about the spread of the game cracks, so the guards were very strict. However, after a few years, they found that the cracks posed no danger. To save expenses, the protective forces gradually weakened. Later, this place was discovered by those with ill intentions. Initially, it was just some small organizations, some individuals engaging in private activities, but it gradually developed into a larger scale, with several local small factions banding together to completely occupy this area and set rules. The Federation has completely wiped out the factions within the Shadow City several times in the past, but each time they were eradicated, the Shadow City would rise from the ashes within a few months. Fang Heng nodded in understanding. Interests are at play. I see, Fana whispered. Don't be fooled by just the small factions. Powerful players from big factions often gather in the Shadow City to gather intelligence or make trades. It is very dangerous inside. I understand, Fang Heng said, as they entered the cavern and soon encountered several forks. Fana was not familiar with the interior of the Shadow City, and she took out the map she had purchased earlier in the small shack to guide them forward. After walking deep into the cave for about 10 minutes, Fang Heng heard the sound of flowing water ahead. At some point, a dark mist enveloped the surroundings. Walking in the mist, Fang Heng noticed that not only his visibility was reduced, but his perception abilities also significantly diminished. It was related to this unknown mist. Thinking to himself, Fang Heng realized a red tint in his pupils. With the night vision ability enhanced by his vampire bloodline, he could see a bit farther. Ahead was an underground dark lake. Several scattered small boats floated on the surface. Many people were gathered at the lakeside, looking in their direction. When Fang Heng approached, one of them waved at them. Hey, are you heading to the Shadow City? Fana whispered to Fang Heng. I've been here once before on a mission with my teammates. I'm not very familiar with this place either. To enter the inner city of the Shadow City, we need to cross the river. Let's go inside first, find a place to treat Gu Qingju, and make plans after she wakes up. All right, Fang Heng nodded softly and followed Fana towards the group of people by the lake. It seemed like this group at the lakeside was together. From the looks of you, have you encountered enemies? A slightly short and skinny old man approached them first. He noticed that Fana and Fang Heng looked unfamiliar and then saw Gu Qingju on Fang Heng's back. He smiled and said, "You've come to the right place. Your enemies won't find you here. The entry fee is very cheap. 2 shells of Arctic blue clams." Fana tossed a small bag full of Arctic blue clam shells directly to the old man. "We'll be staying here for a few days and need someone to accompany us the whole time. I'm happy to serve you, bosses," the old man said, after opening the bag and seeing the shells, smiling with a face full of wrinkles. He beckoned. "Ziche, they need a guide. You lead them over there. Be smart. Let the bosses know their money is well spent." "All right." A young man with dark skin on a boat replied. He steered the boat towards the shore, approaching the group, and waved at them. "Bosses, please get on board." Fang Heng leapt onto the boat with Gu Qingju on his back. Ziche looked young, and he kindly smiled. Once Fang Heng and Fana were seated, he steered the boat forward along the underground lake. "Are the bosses looking for a doctor?" In the Shadow City, there is only one major medical center. Others are smaller personal workshops, to be honest, with average skills. Bosses don't seem short on money. It's better to go to the large medical center, Ziche said. "Okay. Once we're inside the city, take us to a medical center," Fana replied. All right. The boat continued deeper into the underground river, and the surrounding black mist became thicker. Fang Heng's senses were suppressed once again. He reached out his hand. What a good place, Fang Heng muttered to himself, attempting to sense the black mist. The black mist seemed to have an absorption effect on perception. At least for now, the black mist surrounding the body had not caused any negative impacts. Half an hour later, the raft gradually merged into the main river, and after moving forward for more than 10 minutes, the group arrived at the riverbank. A city built inside underground caves appeared before Fang Heng's eyes. The city was completely built underground, and combined with the mysterious black mist's influence, the communication system had completely failed, isolating the whole dark city from the outside world. Getting off the boat, Xiaoqi led Fang Heng and the others into the city. It was already early morning, and the interior of the dark city still looked bustling. Pedestrians hurried back and forth on the streets. Everyone instinctively maintained silence, their figures shrouded in a thin layer of black mist, adding an air of solemnity and strangeness to the underground city. Are the bosses here for the first time? Let me give a brief introduction. The Ghost Market is the largest trading market in our dark city. You are quite lucky. At the end of each month, there are often many good things. Who knows, you might find some treasures. I heard that some people even found artifacts before. Xiaoqi introduced while leading Fang Heng and the others forward. However, there are also many scammers. If you want to go shopping, you can bring me along. I might not be able to discern good items, but I can help the bosses avoid stepping on landmines with some of the counterfeit goods. Fana interrupted. Take us to the clinic first. All right, bosses, please follow me. Xiaoqi saw that the two were not interested in the ghost market, so he stopped talking cheerfully and led the way. The dark city itself is not big. The only clinic in the city is ahead. By the way, bosses, since this is your first time here, there are some things I need to remind you about to avoid any delays in your important matters. Fana, as cold as ever, said, Go on. Although the dark city is not large, it is jointly managed by several factions. The managers here usually wear hats, and those with blue gemstones embedded on their hats are the factions managing the city. If the bosses encounter disputes in the city, they can seek help from them, which can to a certain extent guarantee our safety. Theoretically, fighting and killing are not allowed in the dark city. However, as you know, it's difficult to avoid such things, so it's better to be cautious. Also, I wonder if the bosses have heard of the Mute Gang. They are usually active outside the city, rarely encountered inside. If the bosses happen to encounter them outside the city, it's best not to provoke them. Upon hearing this, Fana frowned. She had never heard of this faction before. The Mute Gang. A powerful gang. It seems like you fear them a lot. Ha ha, they are nothing compared to the bosses. Xiaoqi laughed and continued to explain. The Mute Gang is a small gang that just established itself in the dark city more than 2 years ago. They later stabilized their position here and mostly operate in the outer city. The dark city is not large, divided into the north and south districts. The entire south district is the ghost market area, while the north district is the living area. Besides that, there are few people active outside the city. After a few turns, the group, led by Xiaoqi, entered a clinic. Xiaoqi was familiar with the clinic. As long as the money was enough, Xiaoqi invited the owner to personally treat Gu Qingzhuo. The clinic owner briefly examined the comatose Gu Qingzhuo and showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Terrifying self-healing ability. The owner immediately knew that he was dealing with an extraordinary person. He spoke with more caution when addressing Fang Heng. Esteemed guests, the patient's injuries are severe, but fortunately her physical condition is excellent, and she is already in self-recovery. There should be no major issues. Our medical facilities are limited, so I'll prescribe some medication for her and provide conservative treatment to assist her recovery. The owner pondered his words for a moment and continued. With her physical condition, she should wake up by tomorrow and may find better treatment options than what I could offer. All right, we will stay here for a while, Fana said, handing over a pouch filled with shells, arranged to rooms for us. A medical apprentice approached. Of course. Please follow me, I'll take you to your rooms. Wait. Fang Heng stopped the apprentice and looked at the owner, asking, The patient has been marked with a tracking spell. Do you have a way to remove it, sir? You overestimate us. We can only provide basic treatments, mostly for external injuries. We are unable to handle the tracking mark you mentioned. Xiaoqi blinked as he listened. The owner didn't speak like this before. He used to claim that as long as enough money was paid, he could cure all kinds of ailments. Why was he so humble today? All right, I understand. Thank you. Fang Heng nodded and followed the apprentice to the backyard. Fana still harbored some suspicions about Gu Qingzhuo. After discussing with Fang Heng, they decided to stay behind to take care of Gu Qingzhuo, while Fang Heng would sleep in the adjacent room alone. Returning to the room, Fang Heng freshened up briefly and sat on the bed, attempting to re-enter the game. Closing his eyes, the entrance gate to the game reappeared in his mind. Trouble. The gate was still sealed with the blue seal and showed no signs of weakening. Fang Heng tried to push the gate forward. It wouldn't budge. The blue seal tightly wrapped around the gate, not something he could easily open with a push. It seemed that he couldn't use this method to enter the game for now. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Heng decided to spend some time in the dark city and wait until Gu Qingzhuo woke up the next morning to reassess the situation. Gu Qingzhuo might know more about the seal and how to break it. Thinking this, Fang Heng opened his eyes and lay down on the bed. Yesterday, he was a good student studying technology at school, and today he suddenly became a fugitive pursued by the Federation. The change was too sudden. Restless, Fang Heng tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well go outside for a walk. Perhaps he could find a way to remove the tracking spell in the dark city. Thinking so, Fang Heng got up, greeted Fana next door, and returned to the clinic lobby. Xiaoqi was sitting on a chair chatting with the clinic's apprentices. Upon seeing Fang Heng approaching, he quickly greeted him. "Boss, are you comfortable with your stay? Is there anything you need?" "Well," Fang Heng nodded and said, "I've been marked with a tracking spell." After wandering around in circles, Fang Heng and Xia Che returned to the entrance of the Din City. Xia Che looked at her. They had tried more than 10 shops, but none of them could even detect the tracking seal left on Boss Fang Heng's body. Xia Che suspected that, if he wasn't following alongside, Boss Fang might have been mistaken for causing trouble and kicked out. "Boss Fang, I'm sorry, but we just checked the last shop." Forget it." Fang Heng waved his hand. He didn't have high hopes to begin with, so he couldn't really say he was disappointed. The tracking seal grade on his body was very high and specifically aimed at the demi-human race. It was normal that ordinary people couldn't detect it. "Boss, are we going back now?" "No. Since we're here, let's take a look at the ghost market on the way." "All right, boss. Let me introduce you." Hearing about visiting the ghost market, Xia Qi's interest was piqued, taking Fang Heng to the southern city ghost market. The entire Dim City wasn't large, and the ghost market was the busiest area in the city, jointly managed by several gangs. At the entrance, players could rent a marked signboard. With that, they could set up a stall at the corresponding spot. Both sides of the ghost market streets were lined with stalls of various sizes and prices. In case of disputes in the market, one could seek help from the gangs for resolution. "Boss, the rule inside the ghost market is to pay first and then receive the goods. Even if you immediately regret the purchase, no one will pay attention. Furthermore, most of the goods in the ghost market are fake or substandard. Of course, there are good items too, but most are illegally obtained, so one needs to be cautious when using outside." Xia Che lowered his voice and whispered, "Also, boss, the stalls closest to the entrance are controlled by the major gangs, and they only sell verified goods. The rest mostly have fake items, so if you want to find bargains, you need to visit the smaller stalls." Just as the outside world, the ghost market was also filled with black mist, enveloping everyone in a thin layer of haze. Following Xia Qi's advice, Fang Heng avoided the larger stalls near the entrance and strolled around the smaller stalls with interest. He usually bought game-related items online, so browsing physical stalls was a new experience for him. Most of the items sold at the stalls were interesting little knickknacks. After checking out a few stalls in a row, Fang Heng quickly realized something. The ghost market and the dim city were a perfect match. The dark mist in the city could distort the perception of buyers, significantly influencing their judgment of the items being sold. However, this distortion didn't affect Fang Heng much. Stopping in front of a stall, his attention was drawn to a jade rune on display. A faint dark light flashed on the jade rune. "May I take a look?" The young stall owner, sitting on a small stool behind the stall, glanced at Fang Heng and smiled. "In the ghost market, you can touch but not take anything." When Fang Heng touched the jade rune, he felt a chilling sensation. He immediately sensed it was related to necromancy. He asked, "How much is this?" At the same time, A game prompt appeared in the lower right corner of his vision. Prompt: player discovers special item, Ghost Curse Jade Rune. Item: Ghost Curse Jade Rune. Rank: B. Description: a graduation exhibit from the outstanding students of the Andrew Necromancer School. Its highlight is the ability to automatically absorb energy from the environment for recharging, achieving a reusable effect. Description: after use, randomly casts 1 to 2 low-level necromancy spells on targets in range. Requires 24 hours to recharge after use in special environments. Recharge speed may fluctuate. The stall owner extended a palm towards Fang Hen. 500, or we can exchange for something that catches my. Haha, that's expensive, Fang Heng said, placing the jade rune down and walking away. He couldn't help but smile inwardly. According to his estimate, it was equivalent to 50 million federal coins. Buying this, asking for an exorbitant price. However, Fang Heng realized he couldn't evaluate it solely like that. Most low-level necromancy spells were weak and didn't have a decisive impact at his current stage. Plus, being random spells made them too unstable. But the highlight of this jade rune was that it didn't require mental effort and allowed for multiple uses. For ordinary people, this jade rune was indeed very useful. As they strolled, Fang Heng observed that most stalls were selling fake goods. Some were low-quality in-game items, all highly priced and not very useful to him. Zia Che, following behind Fang Heng, began to look at him strangely. Anything that caught Boss Fang Xian inquired about never had a price lower than 100 shells. What eyesight! Even the gang leader Liu couldn't match that. After a while, Fang Heng started losing interest. Where could he find so many passive opportunities? With 2/3 of the journey left, Fang Heng leisurely took a look around and decided to go back early. Suddenly, Fang Heng stopped in front of a stall. Before his arrival, many people had gathered at the stall. The young man behind the stall seemed wary, sitting on the ground and looking around from time to time. Curious about the crowd, Fang Heng approached to take a look. The stall displayed various decorative items, some looking ancient. Candles, candle holders, crystal decorations, porcelain bottles, pieces of broken stones, and patterned wooden blocks were among them. Fang Heng's pupils contracted. This is... Sensing something unusual, Fang Heng crouched down. Through his perception, he could distinguish something. All the items in front of this stall could absorb perception. They had similar characteristics to the black mist in the dim city. There was a connection between the two. With a flicker of realization, Fang Heng approached to touch a candle holder. Prompt: player discovers unknown special item. Candle holder unidentified. An unidentified item. Interesting. After strolling all the way until now, he finally found something intriguing. Most low-level items didn't require identification. When the unidentified term appeared, it meant there might be something valuable. Checking that nobody was watching, Fang Heng lowered his head and pulled down his cap. Suddenly, a reflection of an alchemy magic circle appeared in his right eye. The alchemy magic circle spun rapidly. Omni-Eye. Special effect. Identification. Blood trickled down as Fang Heng used his life force and mental energy to identify the target item. Items for the ritual. Fang Heng's heart stirred. No wonder these things placed on the stall could emit a similar aura. The aura belonged to the same source as the one shrouding the entire Dark City. Could the Dark City be related to the ritual? Fang Heng couldn't help but ponder, looking up at the stall owner, asking, price, 50. For all. 1. Choose as you like, no matter the size, all at this price. Fang Heng tossed a small bag filled with seashells. I want one. Friend, do you know what this is? Fang Heng turned to look. The middle-aged man who had been watching nearby just now nodded towards him and handed a small bag of seashells over. Young man, I also find this thing intriguing, but I really can't figure out what it is. It feels strange. Can you help me understand? Fang Heng took the seashells, selected a glass bottle with the strongest absorption ability on the stall based on his intuition, and casually remarked, it's related to the ritual. The aura on it is very similar to the aura inside the Dark City. Thank you, young man. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and immediately turned to the owner. Boss, I want 5. The stall owner took the seashells, nodded, choose. Just as the stall owner finished counting the seashells and stuffed them into his backpack, he suddenly saw something, and his expression changed abruptly. He became even more nervous than before. Even a touch of panic appeared, urging, don't pick. They're all the same. Hurry. Quickly. The middle-aged man frowned. clearly unwilling. I've already paid. What's the rush? Fang Heng curiously turned to look. Just behind, a group of people led by a sharp-faced player were exploring each stall one by one. The stall owner clearly noticed them. Just then, the youth leading the way looked over and spotted this sigh. He seemed to have discovered something, pointing at the stall owner and shouting, "There he is. Capture him. No one leaves." The people following the youth immediately pushed through the crowd and rushed towards the stall owner. The stall owner's face changed drastically. Not even bothering about the things on the stall, he pushed through the crowd in a hurry to escape outside. Trying to run. Chase him. Quick. Quick, quick. Fang Heng's heart stirred. Suddenly, the black mist shrouding the stall owner began to exhibit a faint fluctuation, swiftly coalescing under his feet into a bundle that entangled the stall owner's ankle. Splash! The stall owner suddenly felt like something had grabbed his foot tightly, stumbling and losing balance, falling forward and hitting the ground. The people behind immediately rushed up to subdue him and pulled him up. "Take him away." A group of people quickly surrounded and commanded, encircling the crowd that had gathered in front of the stall. A middle-aged man stepped forward, standing in front of the crowd. There was a prominent scar on his face, looking extremely fearsome, giving off a menacing air. "I am Mutang's Yin Mo." Yin Mo paused, surveyed the people around, and said in a deep voice, "This person just intruded into the Mutant Gang's sanctuary, and the things he was selling here were all stolen from the sanctuary. Everything belongs to the sanctuary, so we need to reclaim it." Mutant Gang. Fang Heng grew more curious. He had heard Seven mention the Mutant Gang before. Most of the time, this group of people congregated outside the Dark City. What was their sanctuary just now? Among the surrounded crowd, a bald middle-aged man with a thick neck snorted coldly and said, "I don't know about your Mutant Gang. I only know that I bought things from him. It's unreasonable to ask me to hand them over. Business is business, money in one hand, goods in the other. That's the rule here. You can't just break it with a word." The other players, who naturally didn't want to return the expensive items they had purchased, also clamored on the sidelines. Yin Mo nodded to a follower next to him, who immediately threw a bag full of seashells over. "Can we go now?" The bald man opened the bag, looked inside, and assumed a posture indicating a price hike. "Now you want to buy, right? Well, I want to sell it now. I bought it for 50 just now, and you want it now. You have to pay double." Upon hearing this, the circle of people from Mutant Gang behind Yin Mo surrounded the area. Yin Mo extended his hand to stop his follower. "Give it to him." The follower reluctantly took out another bag filled with polar blue shells and threw it towards the middle-aged man. "Heh. Whether you talk or not, your Mutant Gang seems to have a lot of money." The bald man weighed the bag in his hand and sighed. "But sorry, I changed my mind. I won't sell it." Yin Mo stared at the man. "How much do you want?" 10 times. Yin Mo suddenly squinted fiercely, matching his scarred face, looking particularly fierce. The bald man was equally aggressive, with over 10 people standing behind him, posturing together. Fang Heng couldn't help but take a step back. It was strange. Just buying something. How did he inexplicably get involved in this chaos? Wasn't the market's security supposed to be okay? Thinking, Fang Heng touched the glass bottle hidden in his pocket. Suddenly, the glass bottle flickered slightly and got stored in the game's teleportation backpack. Just as the two sides were about to get into a fight, suddenly, the entire ghost market resounded with a humming call. "What's going on?" The Mutant Gang heard the call and all looked at Yin Mo. Yin Mo frowned deeply and then said, "Pack up the things, we're leaving." The Mutant Gang members did not delay, quickly cleaning up the remaining stalls and swiftly evacuated from the ghost market. The players left in the ghost market also had an unusual expression upon hearing the alarm. The stall owners, in particular, began to pack up. Strange. What's happening? Just a moment ago, they were ready to fight, and suddenly they called it off. Fang Heng was puzzled, looking at Seven who was beside him. What's going on? It's an emergency signal issued by the Dark City. It's invaders. Invaders? Seven also seemed nervous, nodding. Yes, they're from the Federation. Fang Heng suddenly felt uneasy. They had just arrived at the Dark City, and the Federation had already started to act against the Dark City. 2 hours ago, the Federation confirmed that the scent of Gu Chengju had disappeared in the Dark City area. The Federation applied to the higher-ups to take immediate action through Monkey. In just a short hour, the Federation completed the blockade of the periphery of the Dark City. Gu Qingju is the primary target of the Federation's operation this time. Absolutely cannot be let go. Clement had heard rumors about cracks in the game within the Dark City. The Central Federation has too many troubles to deal with and cannot continuously divert manpower to guard the cracks, nor can they think of a way to permanently resolve the cracks. After thoroughly clearing the Dark City each time, without proper follow-up control, it quickly reignites. In this operation, in addition to the Central Inspection General Administration, the Federation Military Department is also participating. Superiors have issued orders to not only capture Gu Qingju, but also thoroughly clean up the entire Dark City. In the meeting room, Commander Zhou Chen of the Federation Military Department scanned the crowd. The Dark City is filled with a shielding mist that will greatly affect our operations. We will proceed slowly into the Dark City to investigate, preventing the target individual from escaping in the chaos. Commander Zhou's plan is thoughtful. The military will unify command in terms of operations, and our inspection bureau will provide Gu Qingju's location information. Once there is news, we will provide immediate feedback and cooperate with any other needs. Clement also agreed. Our investigative team will also provide various information and data to support the military's actions. Thank you. Soon, Clement heard the sounds of battle coming from outside the temporary camp. Obviously, players inside the Dark City had already noticed something was amiss and were attempting to break out through various secret passages. The few factions that controlled the Dark City were no match for the Federation Military Department. Soon, the sounds of battle gradually subsided, and the first batch of players attempting to escape were all arrested. Meanwhile, inside the Dark City, Fang Heng hurried back to the medical clinic. Gu Qingju's self-healing ability was remarkable, and after resting for a while, most of the injuries on his body had already healed. With the help of Fana, he changed into clean clothes. How is the situation? He is still unconscious. Seems like there's trouble outside. Fang Heng nodded and said, "It's the Federation's people. They've come looking for us." "It must be for us." Fana frowned, looking at Fang Heng, asking, "What should we do?" "Try to escape." Fang Heng shook his head. "It's not so simple. The Federation's goal is to capture Gu Qingju. Knowing their usual methods, they most likely have heavily guarded all exits of the Dark City. Escaping recklessly would be walking into a trap. Furthermore, the Federation follows the markers on them. Staying in the Dark City and using the eerie black mist to hide from tracking can provide some room to maneuver. Once out of the Dark City and losing the cover of the mist, even if they manage to break through the perimeter, they will still be pursued by the Federation. Instead of running, they need to find a way to hide." Soon, the chaos and noise also spread inside the clinic. The situation seemed to worsen. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door from outside the room. Ziche shouted from outside, "Can I come in, bosses?" Fana stepped forward to open the room door. "Boss Fang." On the way back, Ziche and Fang Heng temporarily separated to eavesdrop on the news outside. Having gathered crucial information, Ziche hurried back to report. "How's the situation outside?" "I just checked. It's very bad. The Federation has blocked all the exits of our Dark City. They seem to be planning to completely clean up our Dark City. I'll take you to bosses and quickly evacuate through the emergency exit." "Can we leave?" "Yes." Ziche nodded repeatedly. "We've been making a living in the Dark City. We still know a few hidden entrances. Taking advantage of the chaos now, we can escape through the small pathways. You need to hurry. It might be too late soon." "No. We're not leaving." Fang Heng refused with a shake of his head. He then asked, "Since you're familiar with the Dark City, do you know of any places where we can hide?" "Hide?" Ziche looked puzzled. What did it mean to have the chance to run but not take it? "Bosses, it's very dangerous to stay here." Fana interrupted coldly. "Is there a place or not? Answer my question." Ziche shuddered instantly. "Yes, there is. Uncle Liu established an emergency shelter in the middle area of a secret passage for safety. In urgent situations, it can be used to hide, but it's too risky. If the shelter is discovered, we won't escape. Take us there first." This, Ziche saw the resolute expression on Fang Heng and nodded helplessly. "All right, follow me, bosses." Fang Heng carried the unconscious Gu Qingju, following Ziche out of the room. The lobby of the medical clinic had already emptied out, showing signs of chaos. The news of the Federation siege on the Dark City's periphery had spread within the city, causing chaos throughout. different from the main passageway before. This time, Ziche led Fang Heng and the others to the bank of a hidden river on the west side of the city. "Wait here for a moment, bosses. I'll go get the boat ready," Ziche said before leaping down into the river. Shortly after, Ziche resurfaced from the lake, swam toward a wooden pier below the dock, and pulled out the hidden wooden boat from beneath. "Boss, quickly get on the boat, the passage is just..." Ziche was speaking when he noticed the gazes of Fang Heng and the others and couldn't help but look back. On the lake, more than 10 small boats were rapidly approaching them. Ziche saw a figure standing on the leading wooden boat. His eyes lit up, and he waved and called out, "Uncle Liang." Uncle Liang's expression was grim. As the boats approached, he addressed Fang Heng and the others. "No need to board the boat. Everyone should go back. This time, the Federation means business. All the exits outside the Dark City are sealed shut now. Going over there would be walking to our deaths." Ziche grew more nervous upon hearing this. This. The middle-aged man following Uncle Liang said, "This is really bad luck. We were just planning to assist your escape, but unexpectedly ran into the Federation military department head-on and narrowly escaped death." Capitalizing on the moment when everyone was disembarking, Uncle Liang continued, "The people who have come this time are all from the Federation military department. Their strength is too strong, and their movements are very cautious. They didn't pursue us, but carefully search every step of the way. The temporary save points we set up surely won't escape their notice." Uncle Liang paused and said, "Otherwise, we can only go back with us now, meet with several local forces in the Dark City, gather together, and maybe we can find a way out." "Okay. Surrendering and waiting for death is definitely not an option. There must be a glimmer of hope to try," Fana said coldly. "Uncle Liang, there is no need to be hesitant. We have as many troubles as you do. Surrender is absolutely impossible. I will go with you." "Good." Time was of the essence, and everyone immediately set off back towards the interior of the Dark City. Fang Heng felt that the situation was becoming more and more tricky. If he were alone right now, perhaps he could use the power of the Dark Mist to try and play hide and seek with the Federation members inside the Dark City. But with Gu Qingju still unconscious, that plan wouldn't work. These players may have average individual strength, but they have been mingling in the Dark City for years and are extremely familiar with the terrain. Who knows what solutions they might come up with? When Uncle Liu and the other players arrived at the edge of the Dark City by the river, a large group of players had already gathered there. Everyone was blocked inside the Dark City and had no way to retreat. The players were clamoring, venting their frustrations, and the situation was starting to get out of control. "Damn, what's wrong with the Federation today? Boss Li, didn't you already arrange everything with the Federation from top to bottom? Why didn't we receive any warning this time? Tell us, what should we do now?" The leaders of the factions controlling the Dark City looked grim. "Shut up. The regional security officer, Lan, and I had a close relationship, and he didn't inform me in advance. It must be a secret operation at a higher level." Keat glared at everyone fiercely and said, "I bear the lives of over a dozen people on my shoulders. I am even more afraid of being found by the Federation." Keat was the leader of one of the strongest small factions within the Dark City. Seeing Gaiat's anger, everyone quieted down. Another faction leader advised, "Keat, don't be mad. With the Federation blocking us outside, everyone is in panic. They just said some nonsense in the heat of the moment." "Yes, Keat, we are all in the same boat. You have been here for more than 10 years and are the most familiar with the environment here. You must know a way out from here. Everyone wants to get out, so let's not be hasty. Keat, if you say a word, we will all follow your lead." Hearing this, Gaiat's anger subsided a bit. Who knew what madness the Federation was up to outside? Just now, he and his men tried to go outside to probe, see which department of the Federation was leading this operation, and try to build some rapport. But unexpectedly, it was the military branch of the Federation. He had just shown his face, and before he could say a word, bullets greeted him directly. If his men hadn't driven the boat fast, he might not have survived. The Federation had targeted the Dark City a few times in the past, but this was the first encounter with the military branch. This time the Federation's operation had no prior warning, and they were especially cautious. After encountering us, they didn't pursue further but continued to clear the area along the way. They probably want to capture us all in one fell swoop. Keat had long realized how tricky the situation was, snorting, and looked at everyone. So don't think about finding a place to hide. With the current posture of the Federation, there's nowhere to escape. In my opinion, why not confront them? Once they enter the city, we can use the terrain to our advantage. The group fell into silence. A head-on clash will undoubtedly lead to heavy casualties. Everyone feared death, and it was the federal military branch. The outcome was already clear. With their ragtag group, they had no chance at winning. It might be better to surrender directly and to go that route. As everyone hesitated, a leader of a small guild spoke up. Geet, do you think the trouble might have originated from that direction? It seems like we haven't seen anyone from over there. Guyat's expression changed at the mention of this. Since several small forces had jointly taken control of the Dark City, there had been peace. But over 2 years ago, members of the Mute Gang entered the Dark City and quickly rose to become the dominant force within the city. It was strange that the Mute Gang had never participated in the distribution of benefits within the Dark City. They only occupied a small area outside the city. They had shown great restraint and had no conflicts with other major factions. There were very few reports of them doing anything out of line. Just one thing, whenever someone entered the area outside the Dark City controlled by the Mute Gang, they would be driven away. Over the past 2 years, few people had ventured into the area under the Mute Gang's control. Nobody knew what the Mute Gang was up to in that region. In fact, that area contained the core of the game's rifts, surrounded by dense black fog. When the Mute Gang was absent, hardly anyone dared to approach the area. Yes, we haven't seen anyone from the Mute Gang. Have they found a way to deal with the Federation? At the mention of this, a glimmer of hope rekindled among the group. Geet squinted his eyes. Unlike most ordinary players present, he had witnessed the Mute Gang's capabilities 2 years ago when they arrived. He wouldn't dare to go alone to face them, but with so many people gathered here now, it might be worth a try. Makes sense. This matter is definitely related to the Mute Gang. Let's go. Let's go to the Mute Gang and demand an explanation from them. Let's go to the Mute Gang. Demand an explanation from them. Regardless of whether the Federation was targeting the Mute Gang or not, they were going to check it out first. The players were aware that they couldn't defeat the Federation. If they were going to die, why should the Mute Gang's people be able to hide behind the scenes? In the worst-case scenario, they could drag the Mute Gang down with them. With determination, Geet gathered a group of players, and they set off towards the outskirts of the city where the Mute Gang was stationed. Amidst the crowd, Fang Heng and Fana exchanged a glance as the situation evolved once again. Just as well. He was also curious about the Mute Gang. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire rang out. Fang Heng looked up towards a high place in front of him. A series of bullets were fired from the tall wooden watchtower. Who goes there? This is the territory of the Mute Gang. Outsiders are forbidden to enter. Leave immediately. Geet stepped out from the crowd, took 2 steps forward, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Mad. Don't give me nonsense. What are you pretending? The people from the Federation have attacked. Don't you know? Let your leader come out and speak." There was a moment of silence on the watchtower. Humph. Seeing no response from the other side, Geet coldly laughed, veins popping on his neck, and continued to shout, "The Dark City has always been a lawless land. We are all ants living at the bottom, barely scraping a living here. It was fine when the Mute Gang occupied this place, but now the federal people are coming to kill, and you're still stopping us from hiding inside. Should we stay outside and fight the Federation? Are you asking for our deaths? If you were me, what would you do?" Geet's words were quite infectious, coupled with the immense pressure from the Federation outside. The players were ignited with anger, their eyes turning red. To fight with the Federation meant risking death, or at best being imprisoned for life. It would be giving advantage to the Mute Gang for nothing. There are no free lunches in this world. So instead of that, they might as well confront the Mute Gang and teach them a lesson. Seeing the atmosphere reaching a boiling point, Geet snorted, waved his hand, and led the people to charge into the Mute Gang's base. He was confident that the people on the watchtower wouldn't dare to shoot. Indeed, as Geet had anticipated, upon seeing so many people, the Mute Gang members on the watchtower immediately stopped shooting and hurried to report the situation to their gang leader. Fang Heng followed the majority and entered the inner part of the Mute Gang's base. After entering through the entrance guarded by the watchtower, he realized that there was a hidden world inside the gang's base. The cave was shrouded in thick fog at the top, making it impossible to see clearly, and the pathways on the ground were blocked by giant stones erected in a haphazard manner, obstructing the way forward. The jumbled giant stones and rock walls formed a maze-like structure intentionally created to confuse intruders. Beside him, Xiaoqi stood at the entrance of the mute gang's base, looking surprised at the scene unfolding. She whispered, "I didn't expect the interior of the mute gang to be like this." "What? I remember you said you grew up here from a young age and never came here before." "Well, that's not entirely true. I have been here many times, but it wasn't like this back then. After the mute gang completely took over this place, I never came in again." Xiaoqi raised her head, looking towards the far distance and pointing towards the high place covered in thick fog based on her memory, saying, "That's the place. I remember it very clearly. That area has the most concentrated aura, but it's also the most dangerous. There used to be a cave on the rock wall over there, where the game crack was located. Many people went missing in that area near the game crack in the past, so even without the mute gang, people rarely ventured close." Fang Heng and Fana both looked in the direction pointed out by Xiaoqi. The area was shrouded in heavy black fog, making it impossible to see anything. The fog wasn't this thick in the past. You could still vaguely see an outline. Xiaoqi whispered, "I heard Uncle Liu mention that before the mute gang came to the Dark City, many major guilds and forces explored that area. They confirmed that apart from the game crack, there was nothing else there, which is why the mute gang took over." As they were talking, Gait, who was leading the group, had already entered the mute gang's base. Seeing the maze-like structure created by the mute gang ahead, Gait felt unsure of how to proceed. Just then, the mute gang leader and a group of people emerged from the black fog in front of them. "Gait, why so angry? The people below don't understand. Let me apologize on their behalf." The newcomer was a young man dressed in white silk. Unlike Gait, the mute gang leader looked very young, well-mannered, and at first glance, seemed like a top student. Could such a person be a gang leader? ManhwaRecap smiled slightly and looked at the other leaders behind Gait. "The mute gang has been getting along well with all of you for years. What happened today? Rushing into our base without prior notice, isn't that true?" Gait snorted and said, "There's nothing pleasant or unpleasant about it. You're stronger than us with your fists, and in the past, we couldn't beat you. We accepted it. But today's situation is different. You know too, the people from the Federation want us dead." "Mr. Gait, you're joking. I'm also troubled by the situation outside. Normally, in face of a common enemy, we should cooperate. What do you think? Can all of you enter our mute gang's base, and we discuss how to deal with the Federation together?" ManhwaRecap had already made up his mind before coming. Time was of the essence, so he laid out his conditions directly, his face turning serious. "But there's one thing I must clarify. The deepest part of our base is the sanctuary of the mute gang. Cooperation is welcome, but please, none of you can enter the sanctuary no matter what. That's our bottom line." ManhwaRecap looked at everyone. "How do the leaders feel about this?" Gait frowned. "Sanctuary? Are your people hiding in the sanctuary, letting us fight to the death with the Federation outside?" "No. Our people will also fight with you on the outskirts. There is no hiding space inside the sanctuary, and I swear on my life about this." Gait stared closely at ManhwaRecap. He didn't believe the nonsense about outsiders not being allowed in the gang's sanctuary. He felt that there might be something unspeakable inside the sanctuary. ManhwaRecap remained calm, with a hint of determination in his tone. "This is my bottom line. If you disagree, then it's a fight to the death. The mute gang will go all the way." With that, the two young men standing behind ManhwaRecap stepped forward simultaneously. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. He recognized one of them, the burly young man, Yin Mo, who had almost fought with him in the ghost market earlier. Gait's face changed several times upon seeing the two individuals. He didn't know ManhwaRecap's strength, nor did he understand that during the mute gang's initial period, just the two people beside ManhwaRecap had beaten all the forces in the Dark City. Jite and ManhwaRecap had been in contact a few times and knew that the other would keep their word. Since the other party had relented, there was no need to be stubborn. A gentleman values his promises. I hope Mr. Jite will keep his word. ManhwaRecap waved his hand, signaling for the guards to step back. "Please follow me, everyone." ManhwaRecap led the group through the renovated maze area. The maze was shrouded in black mist, and their senses were suppressed to the extreme. Fang Heng could only sense blood within a range of less than 5 meters due to his vampire bloodline's ability to perceive blood. He observed his surroundings and couldn't help but silently admire. The internal passages of the base were interconnected, making it very suitable for guerrilla warfare, taking advantage of the terrain and the Federation. Soon, under Muti's arrangements, the ordinary members seeking refuge were temporarily accommodated in caves for rest. Fang Heng, carrying Gu Qingju, and Fana were arranged to rest in the cave where the injured were located. Several gang leaders were taken to the council hall of Mutei Bang to discuss how to unite to deal with the outside Federation. After several rounds of discussions, they decided to defend the internal region of Mutei Bang as a unit, attempting to use the terrain advantage to disperse and isolate the Federation forces. Therefore, let's be prepared for action as things unfold. This crisis is severe, and only by fighting to the death can we find a glimmer of hope, nodded Meng Ruhui to the group. Since 2 years ago, when Mutei Bang firmly established itself in the Dark City, they had been fortifying the base's defenses internally, in preparation for any sudden crises. They just didn't expect it to come so soon. Leveraging the advantageous terrain and black mist, they could hold out against the Federation for a while. But Meng Ruhui was well aware that they couldn't hold on for too long. Mutei Bang also had intelligence sources within the Federation. This sudden attack by the Federation was unexpected and extremely fierce, with no room for mercy, displaying a relentless attitude. What was the purpose? Could the information have leaked? It was impossible. Outside, the Central Federation placed exceptional importance on this operation. 3 departments, including the military, cooperated in the operation. Under the leadership of Clayman, the Federation's Special Investigative Team was only providing information and acting as advisors. The specific command of the operation was not up to him. However, just now, he received precise information from his subordinates. The team had inventoried the teachers and students at Haines School and confirmed the missing persons. Fang Heng was among them. This meant that the person he had sensed fleeing with Gu Qingju was most likely Fang Heng. Fang Heng. Clayman felt a surge of anger in his heart. How could he have missed this before? Fang Heng's disguise was too good, especially since, before coming to Haines School, his old friend entrusted him to take good care of Chiao Wei. Unfortunately, he hadn't kept his promise, so this time, Fang Heng wouldn't escape either. Clayman, we have completely sealed off the interior of the cave. I don't intend to say definitively, but it won't be easy for Gu Qingju to leave, Meng said. Thank you. That person is important to the Central Federation. It would be best to find him alive. We will do our best. Meanwhile, Federal soldiers continued to bring out bodies and detain prisoners from the cave. A Federal player reported, "Sir, we have cleared all the entrances and exits of the caves outside the Dark City, right up to the area of the underground river outlet, and are gradually thoroughly cleaning the interior of the Dark City. In addition, during the cleanup, we discovered a special area guarded by people in the outer city area. A reconnaissance team encountered concentrated resistance during the investigation and has temporarily retreated from the area. From questioning the relevant personnel, we learned that this area belongs to a local small power called Mutei Bang. Please advise." Mutei Bang. The military commander muttered the name and turned to the others, asking, "Have any of you heard of this name?" They all shook their heads. The head of the inspection bureau frowned and said, "The Dark City is full of deceivers, without any internal resources, so it's strange that this Mutei Bang can resist the military's probing. It's quite suspicious." Clayman called over one of his subordinates, "Investigate the details of Mutei Bang as soon as possible." The military commander nodded. "First complete the search of the Dark City, then launch a cleanup of Mutei Bang's base. I don't believe that a gang we haven't heard of before could block all our people." "Yes, sir." Inside the cave, Fang Heng curiously surveyed the layout. The cave was not newly excavated and was about 20 meters deep, storing basic supplies. Most of the wounded were gathered here, while the remaining fighters had been placed in other caves and would soon enter the base maze area to assist Mutei Bang in battle. Since they were players and wounded without combat capabilities, they were advised not to wander out to avoid disrupting external operations. Strangely, the black mist seemed to seep out from the cave's walls. Fang Heng approached the wall and sensed for a moment. In fact, he had already felt something on his first entry into the cave. At this moment, with the dense fog, Fang Heng could perceive the strange power hidden within the breath more clearly. It felt somewhat familiar, but he couldn't pinpoint where he had felt something similar before. After a moment of pause, seeing no signs of Gu Qingju waking up, Fang Heng looked at Fana and said, "I'll go out and check the situation. I'll be back soon. Please help take care of her." Okay. I will. You be careful too. Fang Heng left the cave. Outside, the Federation team had entered Mutei Bang's base area and ventured into the maze. The Dark City teams, split into groups, were engaging the enemy with the help of unique terrain and the black mist. The first wave of the Federation attack was quickly repelled. However, the crisis was far from over. The second batch of Federation military soldiers kept arriving, surrounding the entire base entrance and preventing any escape. Half an hour later, the second well-targeted attack by the military formally began. Operating in small teams, the Federation continuously infiltrated the base, taking advantage of their superior combat strength over the chaotic Dark City residents. The situation was not optimistic. Due to the maze area being filled with the perception-absorbing black mist, even Fang Heng found it challenging to navigate the pathways. Facing them head-on, over a dozen members of the Moot Gang players were in contact combat with a small regular army team from the Federation. The Moot Gang members were clearly outnumbered. The battle might sound good, but in reality, it was just a constant chase by the Federation team. They were like in a black mist. The Federation team worried about ambushes, treading cautiously as they dared not chase too deeply, or else the situation for the Moot Gang players would only worsen. There were already injuries within the team. Bang! Bang! The Federation players kept shooting and pursuing. Outside the game, firearms were equally practical long-range weapons, especially the standard-issue equipment provided by the Federation Army. The weapons incorporated the highest level of Federation technology, able to cause additional damage and various negative effects on various organisms. Acto led his Moot Gang team and had just encountered a smaller Federation team. He had initially thought about taking them down, but unexpectedly found tough opponents within the enemy ranks. Instead of gaining any advantage, he got heavily injured by bullets and was currently running desperately from the Federation pursuit. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Acto's pupils contracted as he felt a sharp pain in his back, followed by the impact of a bullet causing him to stumble and fall forward. It was him. Fang Heng recognized Acto's face. He was one of the two strong players who followed Meng Ruhui, the leader of the Moot Gang. One was Yin Mo, and the other was the person before him. Fang Heng had heard from Shaoqi that these three had grown up together, their bond stronger than brothers. Boss. Several Moot Gang members rushed to Acto's side to support him. These were not ordinary bullets, they were high-powered sniper rounds. Acto's shoulder in the north had a bloody hole blasted by a bullet. Go. Acto endured the pain, trying to stand up, but felt his legs go weak, almost stumbling to the ground. Don't mind me. Just go. When Acto was about to let others leave first, he suddenly saw a figure emerging from behind a stone pillar ahead, frowning. It wasn't from the Federation. He looked completely unfamiliar. Was this person with Guide who came over alone? Why was he running around by himself? Acto was about to speak when he heard Fang Heng shout at him, "You go ahead. I'll hold them off." Before Acto could respond, Fang Heng had already rushed towards the Federation group. Don't go. Acto thought he was crazy. He hadn't expected this unexpected person to be so fierce, charging straight into the enemy ranks. Bang! Bang! Seeing the figure rapidly approaching through the black mist, the Federation members stopped their advance and aimed their triggers at the figure, shooting a torrent of bullets. Pop! 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 Fang Heng relied on his agility attributes to dodge within the dark mist. The bullets were dense, and he couldn't avoid them completely, getting grazed by one and quickly hiding behind another stone pillar. Hint. Player is affected by unknown poison. Hint. Player is affected by fatigue effect, is under a drowsy effect. Hint. Due to the undead effect, some negative effects are removed. Hint. Player is affected by an unknown effect. Player is immune to this effect. The bullets hit him, and several negative effect notices appeared before him. The unique bullets of the Federation Army were very troublesome for ordinary players. Unfortunately, they were ineffective against him. Fang Heng had already switched to his divine form before entering battle. The divine form provided excellent resistance to various abnormal states, coupled with his ample health points, the terrifying undead effect that restored health points, and the ability to clear physical negative effects. He was completely unfazed. Acto watched in astonishment. Where did this guy come from? Was his strength so incredible? He single-handedly withstood the firepower of an entire Federation squad, without any additional skills, just relying on his agile attributes. Fang Heng was already exceedingly fast in the eyes of regular people. Leveraging the terrain advantage, He continuously dodged between the stone pillars, swiftly approaching the Federation team, seeking an opportunity to strike. "Who's this brat? Get lost!" Suddenly, a figure dashed out from within the Federation team towards Fang Heng. Zoom! The Federation officer, Ruit, anticipated Fang Heng's movement and leapt out from the side, striking forward with a punch. Fang Heng saw the opponent and narrowed his eyes. His inherited basic attributes outside the game were not weak. He wasn't afraid of a head-on confrontation. Bring it on. Fang Heng saw that he couldn't avoid the attack and decided not to, using his fist to strike back. Dang! When their fists collided, Fang Heng felt a terrifying force rushing towards him, causing him to fly back uncontrollably. What brute strength! Fang Heng was shocked. He had been sent flying by a single punch from the opponent, hitting a stone pillar behind with a heavy thud. Fang Heng quickly rolled and got up, looking at the middle-aged man wearing the Federation officer outfit in front of him, eyes flashing with surprise. His strength was even greater than his. The Federation army was indeed formidable. No wonder the Moot gang couldn't hold them back. The difference in strength was too significant. After unlocking the third stage lock, Ruit relied on his unique skill in boxing, combined with his close combat talent, the Tyrant Fist, which allowed few people in the real world to engage him in close combat. He hadn't expected to encounter such a strong opponent in this place. Moreover, the opponent seemed so young. He was definitely not an average guy. Ruit started calculating in his mind, gesturing for his subordinates not to shoot for now, and grinned at Fang Heng, saying, "Haha, interesting kid. How about it? Feeling brave? Keep coming." Fang Heng glanced at Acto and his companions, who were retreating with help, then twisted his neck. The military people were getting a bit crazy. If this were in the game, he would have summoned his zombie doppelganger and fought back, instead of being in this stifling situation. "Hey, bring it on. Not scared of you." Fang Heng's lips curled into a disdainful smile, took a different angle, and once again advanced towards Ruit head-on. "Ha, good. Bold kid." Ruit laughed and quickly engaged. Ruit rarely had such a comfortable time fighting. However, his strength was able to firmly suppress his opponent. He discovered that this kid seemed like an indestructible cockroach, which increased his interest even more. Fang Heng was a bit speechless, thinking to himself that he couldn't protect him from his own mistakes. He glanced back and saw Acto gesturing towards him. Was he signaling to delay the time a bit more? Fang Heng looked at Ruit and said with a smile, "All right, if you can defeat me, I'll go back with you." Ha, good. Then I will have to use my full strength." Ruit laughed loudly. He felt that the young man in front of him had a hint of his youthful self and he felt inclined to recruit him. His expression changed slightly, becoming more serious. "Shoo!" Under the influence of the black mist, Ruit lightly tapped his toe on the ground, disappeared in front of Fang Heng's eyes in the blink of an eye. His speed had increased again. Fang Heng was prompted to release his perception ability fully, trying to anticipate Ruit's movements. Acting in advance, he punched forward, feeling the impact on Ruit, but then a stronger force rushed towards him. Dang! Fang Heng was sent flying again. Good! Ruit praised once more, his admiration for Fang Heng overflowing. Fang Heng was knocked against a pillar, feeling the pain spreading through his body. Taking a deep breath, he quickly stood up again, relying on his resilience to heal his wounds rapidly. Suddenly, several game prompts flashed rapidly in front of his eyes. Hint: player is currently in a special area, affected by special powers, entering a state of energy depletion. Skills will undergo an additional assessment. Failure in assessment will result in skill failure. Attacks will consume twice the normal energy. Hint: within the special area, player's energy will continue to deplete. Prompts. Right? It's the mist. Fang Heng immediately realized that the mist surrounding them had changed. It had become denser, affecting his perception and even draining his energy. Catch! Fang Heng heard Acto's shout from behind and caught a yellow pill thrown at him. Fang Heng looked at the pill in his hand and swallowed it. Hint: player uses known substance. Hint: player's energy depletion effect is weakened. The energy drain effect was suppressed. With Acto's pill, the energy drain effect was significantly reduced. However, the federal military players inside the cave were not faring as well. Most of them had not even noticed the changes in the mist. Come again. Ruit, strong in close combat, but weaker in perception, without receiving any game prompts, didn't notice the abnormalities in the mist surrounding them. Shoo! Seeing Fang Heng stand up once more, Root accelerated suddenly and approached Fang Heng swiftly. Dang! With a powerful punch, Root struck Fang Heng, who had been in a defensive stance, knocking him once again against a large stone pillar. Sout! Fang Heng staggered to his feet once more, his injuries healing rapidly. Root looked at Fang Heng filled with admiration. The more intense the battle, the more he saw in the young man before him. He was resilient and refused to stay down. A natural-born warrior. However, soon he noticed something was amiss. He was starting to feel out of breath and tired. This was abnormal. In the past, with a battle of this intensity, it would take him 5 minutes of continuous combat to feel tired. Yet, now, after less than 3 minutes of fighting, he felt exhausted. Was his combat strength declining? Sensing that something was wrong, Root quickly retreated. Why? Looking up, he saw Fang Heng not persisting in the fight this time, but instead running towards the thick mist without looking back. Root furrowed his brow, feeling even more suspicious. A soldier approached and asked, "Captain, do we pursue?" "Wait for now," Root signaled to his men not to rush. "This mist is strange, let's retreat first." Inside the Mace headquarters, the other federal small teams exploring also quickly realized the danger. The Moot Group players were clearly well-trained, engaging in hit-and-run tactics and exhausting the opponent's energy before striking when they were weakened. Something was wrong. There was an abnormality in the mist. Within its range, energy was depleting at an unusual rate. They thought it was just a cave and victory was assured. They never expected such an abnormal situation. Soon, the federal branch teams began a large-scale retreat. "Friend, over here, follow me." Acto waved to Fang Heng from behind, signaling for them to retreat quickly together. "Thanks for earlier. What's your name?" "No problem, Fang Heng." "Brother Fang Heng, you are really amazing. The federal military players are as tough as they say. I almost lost my life." Acto sighed. He had thought he could take down a small group of the federal military with full force and might, but he ended up severely injured. If it weren't for Fang Heng's help, he and his whole team might have perished. "It's a good thing you had a plan." The military seemed to have retreated. "I will take you back first." "Okay." Fang Heng followed Acto back to the Moot Group headquarters. The headquarters was located deep within the black mist. With the situation urgent, the headquarters had been temporarily turned into a meeting hall for the players. On their way back, Fang Heng and Acto saw injured players being carried into the headquarters for treatment. Inside the headquarters, many leaders of the guilds from the gloomy city had returned early and were in discussions with ManhwaRecap. ManhwaRecap nodded and said, "Thank you, brothers, for lending a helping hand. Meng will always remember this in his heart. If we are lucky enough to get through this crisis, there will be rich rewards in the future." "Don't mention it." Fang Heng saw that the heads of these gangs had their own matters to discuss, so he walked to a corner beside the hall and sat down to rest on his own. Octiu asked, "Big brother, how is the situation outside?" "Well, the federal army has temporarily retreated from their base and are now blocking the area around the entrance. They seem to be coming aggressively this time, probably wanting to eradicate all the forces within the Dark City." The heads of the various gangs in the hall felt the situation was not looking good. The fact that they were able to repel the federal army this time was all thanks to the mysterious abilities of the members of the Mute gang and the Black Fog. At this moment, everyone had pinned their hopes on the Mute gang, all looking towards ManhwaRecap. "Mr. Meng, with so many people here, you are the one who knows the Black Fog the best. What do you think we should do?" ManhwaRecap shook his head and said, "There are no other entrances to the sacred place. It will be difficult to pass this barrier at the moment. I have already sent out a rescue signal to the outside world, so for now we can only continue to defend and hope that those outside can find a way to help us." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into silence again, waiting for outsiders to come to their rescue. Can they be sure they will come? And they were currently surrounded by the federal army. There were few who had the courage to confront the federal army head-on. Octiu looked conflicted, and after some thought, he bit his lip and said, "Big brother, why don't we just use that directly and confront them head-on?" ManhwaRecap glanced at Octiu and gestured for him to shut up. How could they talk about the gang's secrets in front of so many outsiders? Ock realized his mistake as soon as he spoke and quickly shut his mouth, but the words were already out. Everyone looked at ManhwaRecap. Kito saw the exchange of glances between the two and said, "Mr. Meng, at this point, It wouldn't be good to hide any secrets. If not handled properly, we could all be left with nowhere to bury the dead. Hearing ManhwaRecap's words, everyone suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. If not handled properly, they would all have nowhere to bury the dead. But what if it was handled properly? Mr. Meng, we are willing to take the risk. Yes, Mr. Meng, the Federation is wary of the Black Fog. In my estimation, they won't launch another attack until they find a way to deal with it. We still have some time. ManhwaRecap looked conflicted. We can still hold out against the Federation for a while longer. Let's think about it and not rush into a decision. It's already at this point. Can we afford to think about it again? People were getting anxious and started persuading each other. Mr. Meng, not to be pessimistic, but I don't think there will be any external reinforcements coming. The Federation is too powerful this time. Who else can come to help us? Are you willing to watch everything that the Mutei gang has worked so hard to build over the years be destroyed by the Federation? Master Meng, there's no escape. We must prepare for the worst, or when they come back next time, it will be too late. All right. ManhwaRecap couldn't resist the persuasion of so many people and, after hesitating, he took a deep breath. This matter is no small matter. If we are not careful, we could all die on the spot. I ask for everyone's help. After finally persuading ManhwaRecap, the players all rally. Mr. Meng, just tell us what you need us to do. I need everyone to find players among your ranks who understand mysticism. ManhwaRecap gathered the heads of the guilds together to discuss in a low voice. While the others were talking, Fang Heng's gaze was fixed on the direction of the cave. Thick black fog was seeping out from deep within the cave. Over 20 players from the Mutei gang were gathered at the entrance of the cave, guarding it. Inside the cave was the sacred place of the Mutei gang. What was inside the sacred place? A game rift. And it seemed like the Mutei gang had some hidden moves that they had not yet revealed. Can they handle the Federation outside? Fang Heng became more curious. Soon, the Mutei gang and the heads of the various gangs reached an agreement through communication. Dig brother, I will go gather some players who understand mysticism first to energize the ritual magic circle and be prepared. Octu nodded at ManhwaRecap, waved his hand, and immediately led his team to prepare to leave. Other gang leaders also returned to their respective resting caves to gather all players who understood mysticism to assist. Seeing this, Fang Heng stood up and said, Octu, I also understand mysticism. I will go with you and help as much as I can. Great. Thank you, brother. Inside the Mutei gang base, the stone walls had been carved out to create caves at regular intervals. The caves were not deep, about 20 meters deep. In one of the caves, a special ritual was taking place. As soon as Fang Heng stepped into the stone cave, he immediately recognized it. Over a dozen players dressed in Mutei gang attire were sitting around the ritual, collectively controlling it. Black fog was spilling out from the center of the ritual. The quality of this black fog was significantly higher than ordinary black fog. The recent changes in the black fog within the base were related to the ritual. Upon careful consideration, the Mutei gang seemed to have the ability to manipulate this mysterious mist. Fang Heng pondered this and glanced at Octu beside him. It was strange. He had tried to control the black fog before, but as soon as he touched it, the black mist would immediately devour his awareness entirely. He couldn't control it at all. After the black fog spilled out from the center of the ritual, some of it dispersed outside the cave, while more of the essence was absorbed by the surrounding stone walls. Upon closer inspection, there were mystical patterns inscribed on the stone walls inside the cave. The 20 or so players that Octu had brought were all from the various major gangs in the Dark City. They were the first batch of players selected who understood mysticism. As they saw the continuous spill of black fog from the rotating ritual in the center, they all had a look of puzzlement in their eyes. Upon hearing these words, the crowd nodded in agreement, showing a bit more caution. Fang Heng also withdrew his gaze from the ceremony and followed the others to the magical array that was spiraling and rotating in the front right. The magical array was interconnected with the ongoing ceremony. It was a very impressive technique. However, this magical array seemed unfamiliar to Fang Heng. Intrigued, he lowered the brim of his hat and focused his gaze on the magical array. Suddenly, the magical array reflected in his right eye spun rapidly. Hint: players are attempting to identify an unknown magical array. Hint: analyzing. Hint: through analysis, players obtain partial information about the magical array. Magical array. Energy infusion input type, unknown properties explanation. A special magical array made for a specific ritual, capable of storing mental energy and assisting in activating the ritual only for a specific ritual. A special magical array for ritual energy supply. It was rare to see such a thing in the past. Fang Heng muttered to himself, pondering silently. As for the specific effects of the ritual, he had no way of knowing. He suspected it had something to do with the overflowing black fog. While the players paid no mind to the construction of the magical array, they quickly divided into 3 groups under the arrangement of mute, gathered in front of the magical array, and began infusing mental energy into it to activate the operation. Fang Heng also joined the players and tried to approach the magical array. Placing his palm on the edge of the magical array, he felt a faint force immediately connecting to his body. His mental energy was slowly drawn out from within him and flowed into the magical array. Initially manageable, the attraction force from the magical array grew stronger over time. It seemed like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing his mental energy. As the rate of mental energy depletion accelerated, Fang Heng realized he had to retract his hand to stop the infusion. He looked around, noticing that other players were experiencing the strangeness of the magical array as well. After several attempts, they learned to input their mental energy for only half a minute before resting, fearing losing control and being drained by the magical array. Fang Heng could sustain the infusion of mental energy for a longer period, at least 5 minutes, without issues. However, he realized that this method of extracting mental energy would affect the source of consciousness in his mind. It wouldn't cause permanent damage, but compared to ordinary mental energy consumption, this method hindered quick recovery of mental energy in the short term. Fang Heng grew even more curious about the magical array. Standing in front of it, his eye of all-seeing rotated rapidly. As Fang Heng studied the magical array, the rest of the players had already been mostly drained by the magical array, sitting aside, administering potions, resting, and trying to recover quickly. As most players in the Dark City were not very strong, it was quite an achievement to gather so many players knowledgeable in the mysteries. Let's give it our all. The magical array is our biggest card. We might be able to drive the Federation out completely. Act 2 urge, trying to boost the players' morale. Unfortunately, the effect was limited. With generally low mental energy levels and the special property of the magical array absorbing mental energy, even the restorative potions had limited effectiveness. This was turning out to be quite precarious. Observing for a moment, Fang Heng walked over to Act 2 and said, in a low voice, Act 2, most of the people here have low levels of mental energy, so the efficiency of infusing mental energy is low, making it merely a drop in the bucket for the overall magical array. I know, but Act 2 looked troubled, shaking his head. He was also at a loss. He couldn't afford to demoralize them. With a sigh, Act 2 said, this is all we can do for now. Observing the magical array, Fang Heng stroked his chin and pondered. Relying solely on mental energy can only take us so far, but have you ever considered? Maybe we can make some modifications to the magical array. Modification? Act 2 heard this term for the first time and found it quite novel, so he looked at Fang Heng and asked, what modifications? Mental energy is one of the fundamental sources of power. Many powers can simulate the operation of mental energy, with varying degrees of success and effects, Fang Heng explained. Looking at the currently operating magical array, while contemplating, he proposed, I'm thinking we could try to simulate the energy as mental energy to infuse it into the magical array. If we can find the right method, we might trigger the operation of the magical array with a high probability. Act 2 was puzzled by Fang Heng's words. Individually, he understood the separate parts, but when combined, he couldn't comprehend their meaning. Scratching his head, Act 2 asked, Fang Heng, do you really understand this? I know a bit. I have done some research in alchemy, but to achieve this, I also need your cooperation. I need the participants of the ritual to assist me in some tests, Fang Heng replied, hesitating. But, Fang Heng, the Federation could attack at any moment. We don't have much time left, Act 2 reminded. I understand. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze from the magical array. If my judgment is correct, what we are witnessing here is just one of several branch rituals. Currently, more than a dozen caves are holding rituals simultaneously. Even if we are absent, our influence is minor. If we manage to succeed, Fang Heng paused for a moment before saying earnestly, we might be able to directly change the course of the entire battle. At the mention of directly altering the course of the battle, Act 2's eyes lit up. Fang Heng, can we really do it? Yes. It is worth a try. Alright, I'll go talk to Big Brother and be right back. Wait here for me. Act 2, having been rescued by Fang Heng before, had great trust in him. As actor rushed off to discuss with ManhwaRecap, coincidentally, when he returned to the meeting hall, the leaders of various factions were already discussing the next steps to take. Who is that Fang Heng? Do you know him? Just listen to him talking nonsense over there. Be careful not to be fooled. At first, actor remained silent until someone began to attack Fang Heng. He immediately glared back, eyes wide open, arguing, "He is my friend. I believe in him. Everyone, please calm down for a moment." ManhwaRecap stepped forward to defuse the situation, looking at Acto, nodding, "Go ahead. We need to make some attempts." Acto nodded at ManhwaRecap and immediately counted the personnel, then selected more than 10 people to go back to seek Fang Heng's support. "ManhwaRecap, are you indulging your brother like this?" "It's fine." ManhwaRecap shook his head and explained to the crowd, "Even if a single magic array fails, it won't affect the overall situation. From the current situation, the people from the Holy Court will arrive soon, and the next wave of attacks from the Federation will join forces with the Holy Court. We lack the necessary strength, so taking risks is our only chance." Gait made a soft sound of disapproval. He felt that ManhwaRecap was covering up something, but at this point, everyone stopped trying to persuade further. On the other side, Acto led another group of players back to the cave to support, while Fang Heng was still researching the magic array ritual. "Fang Heng, the boss agreed for us to do the research." "Oh right, I just brought some energy cores and magic array schematics from the warehouse. Come take a look and see if they're useful." "Schematics? Great." Fang Heng, engrossed in his research, immediately perked up at the mention of schematics. He had been researching the part of the ritual process that transitioned from the magic array. He had just been studying for a while with limited progress. Fang Heng carefully studied the schematics. More than 20 members of the Mutt Gang accompanying Acto stood quietly in the background. After a moment, Fang Heng set down the blueprint, pondering the ritual for a moment. Acto asked quietly, "Fang Heng, any ideas? Shall we proceed?" A little bit. Let's get started, everyone. Let's try running the ritual first. I need to conduct some stability tests." "Understood." On Fang Heng's side, the ritual was being activated with mental power simulation tests in full swing. On the other hand, the Federation was devising an action plan to deal with the Mutt Gang. After the failure of the first wave of attacks, the Federation immediately withdrew from the Mutt Gang's residence and deployed countermeasures around its perimeter. Alchemy magic arrays. The military department quickly formulated 5 targeted plans and selected the most suitable one for the current situation, using purification-type alchemy magic arrays to thoroughly purify the black mist. Many academic disciplines have additional purification abilities, for example, natural studies and elemental studies of water systems, such as sacred studies. According to the Federation's past experience in dealing with the black mist, the first 2 types had limited effects on the black mist. Only sacred studies. The purification effect was excellent. Unfortunately, sacred studies were closely tied to the Holy Court. There were no players in the military department proficient in sacred studies. Therefore, they had to settle for temporarily setting up elemental and natural magic arrays in the outside world. These 2 arrays could barely purify some of the black mist seeping out from the Mutt Gang's residence, ensuring the safety of the temporary federal camp. Soon, reinforcements from the Holy Court arrived. The Holy Court had a close cooperation with the Central Federation. The Holy Court had also participated in the previous efforts to deal with the Dark City a few times. In fact, as the military department began to deal with the Dark City, the Holy Court had already received the news, and the Archbishop Rob brought a team of believers to support. It was only a short time ago that the Holy Court barely arrived. Archbishop Rob of the Holy Court observed the black mist shrouding the Mutt Gang's holy territory, paused for a moment, a solemn look in his eyes. Clement asked, "Your Eminence, have you discovered anything?" What concerns me now is not my human race, but the game rifts." Archbishop Rob looked towards the entrance of the Mutt Gang residence, a deep sense of concern in his eyes, and continued, "We've been here several times in the past, and the black mist has never been as thick as it is now. I didn't expect things to become this serious before I arrived." Clement said, "Perhaps these changes are related to the Mutt Gang." The head of the Federal Inspection Bureau asked, Is there a connection with the human race? After Gu Qingju escaped from school, she came here as soon as possible. Is it possible that she deliberately led us here? Clement thought for a moment, shook his head. It doesn't seem likely, but we must be prepared. We haven't found the whereabouts of Gu Qingju all this time, and she is likely to be within the Mutt Gang's residence. A soldier reported, "Commander, we have just completed a thorough search of the Dark City's internal area. It found no trace of Fang Heng or Gu Qingju. The psychic tracking markers on the periphery are still unable to detect. Based on this, it is likely that the two are staying within the Dark City area." Clement said, "In this case, it can be confirmed that Gu Qingju and Fang Heng are undoubtedly within the Mutt Gang's residence. These two groups gathering together, it's no wonder it's so troublesome." The military commander looked at Archbishop Rob of the Holy Court again and asked, "Archbishop Rob, the Holy Court has always been very adept at dealing with this kind of evil energy. Is there a way to deal with the current situation?" Everyone has found the best solution at the moment. I received news of the changes in the black mist halfway here and specially brought a special alchemy magic array tablet, which can purify the entire Mutt Gang residence and disperse the black mist at once. That's great. We leave everything regarding the black mist to the Archbishop, and will fully cooperate. After discussing for a while, the battle plan was quickly finalized. The Holy Court cooperated with the federal military to lay down two alchemy magics based on sacred studies. One was a fixed large magic array, and the other was a movable medium magic array. The former was set up outside the Mutt Gang's residence. After activation, the large magic array could purify a large amount of black mist seeping out from the Mutt Gang's residence. The medium magic array, once constructed, was carved on the mobile alchemy stone slate. A large sacred magical array set up on the outskirts of the Mutt Gang's holy site is operating rapidly. A golden sacred light column radiates from the magic array. Beam after beam of light pierces through layers of darkness, breaking through the thick black mist above and shooting straight to the top of the cavern. The surrounding flock of black mist emits a sneering sound as soon as it comes into contact with the light column. The black mist and the dark golden light intertwine and dissolve each other. The visibly reduced black mist hovers around. The sacred light column also quickly dims. The Archbishop signaled the stable operation of the magic array to the Holy Court team, and nodded, saying, "Commander, we can begin." Commander Zhou Chen of the Federal Army ordered, "Action." The federal forces are divided into 14 small groups, with 2 teams escorting a movable alchemical magic array stone slab into the Mutt Gang's headquarters. The players from the Holy Court also split up to join the groups, maintaining the operation of the medium-sized alchemical magic array stone slab on one hand, and under the escort of the Federal Army teams, moving towards the designated magic array deployment points deep inside the Mutt Gang's headquarters. Compared to before, this federal team had a significant advantage in this attack. The light columns released by the medium-sized alchemical magic array allowed players to determine the positions of each teammate. Of course, this also allowed the Mutt Gang players in the black mist to spot the enemy's location immediately. As the army entered the Mutt Gang's headquarters, the battle between the two sides reignited. Outside the headquarters, Commander Zhou Chen judged the situation of each small team based on the position of the light columns. About 10 minutes into the battle, things looked optimistic from the light column's perspective. The Federal Army's solid strength was twice that of the Mutt Gang and other major forces within the Dark City, plus the assistance of the Holy Court. The 7 columns of light that invaded the interior made rapid progress towards the designated location. They encountered seemingly weak resistance. Zhou Chen was muttering to himself when suddenly his expression changed. The situation took a sudden turn. A large amount of black fog was visibly overflowing from deep within the Mutt Gang's headquarters. A surge of black mist quickly filled the entire interior of the Mutt Gang's headquarters and continued to push towards the outside. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Stimulated by this, the external sacred purification magic array swiftly operated, instantly darkening, and several light columns that had already entered the Mutt Gang's headquarters were becoming increasingly hard to see clearly. The holy light flickered in the black mist. It seems that the Mutt Gang has prepared in advance. The Archbishop of the Holy Court frowned and ordered in a deep voice, "Increase the power of the magic array and add an energy source." In the command hall, Meng Ruhui felt immense pressure. The Holy Court had arrived. He had anticipated their involvement. However, the other party had black technology like movable alchemical magic array stones. Damn it, it's those scoundrels from the Holy Court. It's a special alchemical magic array. This kind of array is particularly effective against the black mist. These scoundrels are relentless. They seem to pop up everywhere. This was the first direct confrontation between the Mute Gang and the Holy Court, but the leaders of the other gangs within the Dark City had experienced firsthand the power of the Holy Court and immediately shouted, "Mr. Meng, what should we do? Shouldn't we take action? It seems the people from the federal side have some intentions. Mr. Meng, they are almost here. Aren't we going out yet? They are about to arrive. Won't you say something? Just wait a little longer." Meng Ruhui only said a sentence and then fell silent, no longer responding to the others' urgings, just observing the golden light columns rising from the headquarters. As the federal light columns approached the interior, the players became more nervous, and the entire conference hall fell quiet. After waiting for nearly 7 minutes, with the federal invasion teams already near the deep reaches of the headquarters, Meng Ruhui withdrew his gaze from a distance and turned to face everyone. Faction leaders, the federal forces are cooperating with the Holy Court this time to set up an ultra-large purification magic array. Once they successfully set it up, most of the black mist shrouding the Dark City will be dispersed, and we will completely lose the capital to confront the federal forces. Meng Ruhui waved his hand to signal the Mute Gang members, "Take action." The Mute Gang players all acted together, pushing the ritual magic array to its limit. Instantly, energy gathered. The ritual was activated. A dense black fog overflowed from the cave. Just as Meng Ruhui predicted, they released a dense black fog just as the federal forces deeply entered the Mute Gang's headquarters. Nearly instantaneously, the federal team outside was engulfed in a dense black fog. Even the light columns rising from the magic array were greatly affected. The players suddenly became invigorated. They knew the opportunity had come. "Now is the time. Stop them," Meng Ruhui sternly said. "Faction leaders, this is our last chance. Spare no effort. We must stop them. Destroy the movable alchemical magic array stone slabs in their hands. Mr. Meng, rest assured, the federal dogs are doomed. Let's go. Brothers, charge together. Show the Holy Court some colors." Facing a life and death crisis, the leaders of the Dark City factions temporarily set aside their prejudices and unanimously confronted the federal forces, leading their followers towards the faintly visible location of the light columns. This time, they once again faced a head-on confrontation. Upon contact, the Dark City side found themselves in an absolute disadvantage again. Regrettably, compared to the federal army, the factions within the Dark City were at a significant disadvantage. Meng Ruhui stood in the hall, watching the sacred light columns outside, silently shaking his head. Meanwhile, in a certain cave, Fang Heng was still improving the magic array. At the cave entrance, Acto looked at the intense battle between the Mute Gang players and the federal forces outside, feeling more anxious than anyone else. "Fang Heng, Acto couldn't help but urge again. An hour ago, Fang Heng had completed the initial research and simulation tests. The next step was to start the magic array layout. At this stage, he couldn't offer any help and could only wait on the sidelines, waiting for Fang Heng to finish the layout. In fact, Fang Heng was also aware of the intense battle outside. Although external perception was obscured by the black mist, sounds of battle intermittently reached the cave. Influenced by the central ritual, the ceremony inside the cave was also activated. A large amount of black fog overflowed from the magic array operated by the ritual, spreading out towards the outside of the cave. At the same time, the recently stored mental energy was rapidly dissipating. At this rate, it probably wouldn't last long. Almost there. Up ahead, the first group of players attempting to deal with the Federation's Dark City has been completely wiped out. "It's you again." Seeing the person leading the Federal Army squad, Acto's face immediately darkened. "It's Reed." He had suffered a loss at Reed's hands before. He didn't expect to encounter him again this time. Aktu naturally wanted to redeem himself, but he knew that the disparity between the two sides was significant. This kind of gap couldn't be bridged with just hot-blooded determination. Reed also noticed Aktu, a smile creeping onto his face. "Hey, it's you. Didn't expect to meet so soon again. Last time you were lucky. Hope you have the same luck this time. Charge." Seeing Reed setting up alchemical stone slabs on the spot, Aktu immediately signaled to the players behind him to charge. This time, Aktu didn't personally join the battle, but instead formed a mark in front of him with his hands. The surrounding black mist quickly gathered towards him and condensed into a pure black arrow. Swish! The over meter-long black arrow solidified and shot straight towards Reed and his team. Doom! The black arrow exploded in midair under the influence of a holy power wave. The thick black mist and various negative effects once again enveloped the federal team. With a successful strike, Act 2's expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, Reed's figure emerged from a mass of black mist, appearing in front of him. Not good. AKTU thought to himself and quickly changed the mark in front of him with his hands. The surrounding black mist solidifying into a black shield in front of him. Sout! The shield had just formed when it made a muffled sound and was shattered by Reed's punch. AKTU spat out blood once again, sent flying by the residual force of Reed's punch, disappearing into a thick black mist. Reed was also entangled in the subsequent black mist, momentarily unable to chase. Reed realized he had lost track of AKTU and made a disdainful snort. If it were a one-on-one, he would easily deal with AKTU. Unfortunately, in this eerie environment, where enemies could continually trouble him with the power of the mysterious black mist. Fortunately, Reed glanced at the rear. Although Mutt's helpers were constantly attempting to attack the team from various angles, under the team's protection, the sacred alchemical stone slab remained intact, continuing to dispel the surrounding holy light. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Dang! Not far away, Act 2's back slammed forcefully into a large vertical stone pillar. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand back up. If not for his earlier heavy injuries that hadn't fully healed, he wouldn't have lost so thoroughly, unable even to block Reed's single blow. Up ahead, the players charging the federal team fell one by one. Watching the Sacred Court team already placing the slabs in the designated positions, Act 2's heart sank. 7 magic slate boards need to be placed to complete the magic circle. Corresponding to them are 7 soaring light pillars. He could discern the general locations of the 7 light pillars. 5 of them had already arrived at their positions, ready to go. This meant that the majority of the player team sent to block the federal army had failed. Only 2 slabs remained. Once all the slabs were arranged. What's that? Suddenly, AKTU noticed something and was astonished. He turned his head sharply to look behind him. There, not far away, Sir Terry, who was guarding the slabs, also noticed something. Frowning, he looked towards a certain part of the nearby rocky wall. A thick, completely black mist was continuously billowing out from the crevices of the rock. This black mist was extraordinary. After its dense aura spread out and merged with the external black mist, it immediately spread outwards. Coincidentally, Sir Terry's team was positioned nearest to the area where the black fog overflowed. They were the first to be affected by the black mist. Hissing sounds came continuously from the sacred stone's magic circles, light pillars. Under the erosion of the black mist, the light pillars rapidly dimmed. What's going on? Sir Terry realized the situation was grim, turning to the auxiliary sacred temple priests in the team. The power of the black mist has intensified. It seems that Mutt's helpers have taken some measures to accelerate the circulation of the black mist, releasing even denser black mist. I didn't expect them to go this far, but this could be their final move. The priest's face also showed a serious expression, saying in a low voice, "Colonel Sir Terry, please don't worry, the divine light pillars still have an effect. As long as we can position all 7 pillars, the black mist aura can still be completely purified." "I understand. Leave it to us." Sir Terry narrowed his eyes, gazing at the dense black mist ahead and shouting to the soldiers, "You all heard it. Stay alert. Make sure to guard the sacred stone slab." Understood. In the black mist, AKTU watched the overflowing black mist above with a slight surprise. It was an unexpectedly powerful and intense black mist aura. It must be Fan Hang. He really did it. The members of Mutt's helpers all possess a special skill. Through a certain period of training and assisted by a special kind of medicine, they not only become immune to the effects of the black mist but also gain the ability to utilize the power of the black mist in combat. This gave them a significant advantage when fighting in the black mist. The opportunity had arrived. AKTU felt energized, quickly downing a bottle of pricey restorative potion and forming a mark in front of him with his hands. Swiftly, the dense black mist around him condensed into a pure black arrow. Compared to before, the arrow had multiplied several times in size. Swish! The black arrow shot towards the direction of the distant light pillar. Doom! The arrow exploded. Influenced by the black arrow, the entire light pillar made a booming sound, instantly dimming and reducing its dispersing capabilities several times over. Sir Terry's expression changed drastically. The black mist instantly shrouded their entire team. The dispersing effect of the alchemical magic circles, light pillar was evidently insufficient. Various negative effects surge in. They can stop them. Yin Mo quickly evaluated the current combat power of both sides, a sharp gleam appearing in his eyes. Swish! Yin Mo accelerated towards the squad leader of the Federal Army. A punch was thrown. Before the fist arrived, the black mist attack caused by the punch rushed forward. Dang! The squad leader of the Federal Army blocked the attack with his hands in front of him. The black mist exploded. Suddenly, the squad leader felt a wave of weakness in his body. Not good. The influence of the black mist is too strong. Just now, he could still have an even battle with Yin Mo, but now he suddenly fell behind. In the conference hall of the Mutebang residence, ManhwaRecap saw the eruption of black mist in the distance. His eyes stared straight at the scene, showing a deep surprise. That location is, how could there be such a strong surge of spiritual power? Suddenly, ManhwaRecap thought of Akatu, who had previously proposed to him to optimize and improve the magic array. It's Fang Heng. They succeeded. ManhwaRecap did not have much hope originally, just trying his luck and taking a gamble. He didn't expect it to be successful. The battle was already a hopeless situation, but Fang Heng's successful transformation of the magic array allowed them to survive another wave. I'll go find Fang Heng. The rest of you stay here and protect the Holy Land. Understood. ManhwaRecap no longer cared about protecting the Holy Land. He immediately left to find Fang Heng. He urgently needed to know how Fang Heng had done it. If they could really use the power of the magic array to simulate the activation of spiritual power and greatly improve the efficiency of the ritual, they might even break through the blockade by the Federation this time. Or even completely unlock the seal within the Holy Land. Outside the residence, seeing the sacred pillars inside the Mutebang residence gradually dimming and falling into stagnation, the members of the federal team fell silent. They originally thought the attack was almost guaranteed, but to their surprise, a dense black mist started pouring out at the critical moment. From the feedback of the sacred light pillars, the situation was very bad. Archbishop Robert of the Holy See, his expression grave, observed the situation. Commander Zhou Chen stared at the inside of the residence and said solemnly, "Archbishop Robert, if we choose to launch a strong attack now, what are our chances of winning?" Archbishop Robert frowned. After careful consideration, he responded, "The chances are not low, but I do not recommend a strong attack." "Why?" Archbishop Robert looked up again, gazing at the dense black mist that did not dissipate, and said, in a deep voice, "I am not worried about Mutebang, but about the game rift. The black mist originates from the game rift. The current concentration of black mist has far exceeded the warning line. In the worst-case scenario, if the enemy controls the rift's opening." The Archbishop did not continue further, but the implication was obvious. Mutebang might have a method to control the game rift. If they were pushed to the edge and chose to fully open the game rift, the situation would be much more difficult to handle. Clement and the head of the Federal Inspection Bureau exchanged a glance. Until now, they also realized the seriousness of the situation had escalated. The original mission goal was to capture the extremely dangerous demi-human race, but now it had turned into the possibility of anomalies in the game rift. Dealing with the situation required extra caution. No one wanted to be the one to take the blame in the end. Involving a game rift anomaly, we must be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Archbishop, do you have any solutions? After a moment of contemplation, the Archbishop said, "I suggest a temporary retreat." While the group was discussing, one of the beams of light in the cave finally completely lost its radiance. This meant that one of the light pillars had been destroyed by Mutebang. The hearts of the people sank. Seeing this, Zhou Chen shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's retreat for now." They had lost a movable alchemical stone slab, rendering the completion of the large-scale purify alchemical magic array impossible. Continuing further would be meaningless. I have already contacted the headquarters of the Holy See, and they are also very concerned about the black mist erupting here. The divine messenger Otolia is already on her way here. "You mean Lady Otolia?" The people present blinked in surprise at this news. Besides the Pope of the Holy See, there were 3 other influential figures in the real world. The divine messenger Otolia, the controller of the divine artifact Silent Libra, once completely destroy a rift in an advanced world by herself, gaining fame from that battle. Many had heard of her name. It was unexpected that she was already on her way here. With Opolia personally present, the issue of the Black Mist should be properly suppressed. Yes, the matter is of great importance. Only with the use of divine artifacts can the safety of the game rift be ensured. With the assistance of the divine messenger, we will definitely be able to take down the Mutebang residents. The Archbishop continued. To prevent the spread of energy, we will continue to set up magic arrays around the perimeter to prevent Mutebang from escaping. After thinking for a moment, Military Commander Zhou Chen nodded and said, "All right, let's give them another day." The Archbishop instructed the disciples to control the magic array light pillars outside the Mutebang residence to emit intermittent signals representing retreat to the various infiltrating teams. Zhou Chen could choose to continue a strong attack. Indeed, there was still a chance to completely eradicate Mutebang. The military did not want to see such casualties. Zhou Chen was unwilling to risk his subordinates' lives when there was a safer alternative. Soon, the teams began to retreat from the residence. Many soldiers were slightly injured and taken for treatment. A team leader, Ravi, retreated with the protected alchemical stone slab to the outside world and approached Zhou Chen. "Commander, there is something that needs to be reported." In a low voice, Ravi whispered a few words into Zhou Chen's ear. After hearing Ravi's report, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. He quietly asked, "It is of great importance. Are you sure it's reliable?" "I am certain. Please give me a chance. It's crucial to take them down." "Good. Very well." Zhou Chen nodded, appreciating Ravi's determination and ambition. He was willing to give him a chance, saying, "This operation will be under your command. Take necessary actions to ensure the success of the plan." "Thank you for your trust." Aketu discovered that Root's team wanted to retreat. He had been suppressed for so long, and when he finally found an opportunity to strike back, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. He immediately led his men to chase forward. Unfortunately, despite the chaotic retreat, the Federal Army cooperated in an orderly manner. Aketu chased for a long distance, causing great exhaustion to both sides without inflicting actual harm on the military. Seeing the enemy gradually withdrawing from their base, Aketu could only lead his followers back to the cave. "Brother Fang Hen, you are really amazing. Once again, you saved our lives." Back in the cave, Aketu walked up to Fang Hen and gave him a big hug. "Big brother, I told you, I didn't misjudge you. Brother Fang Hen is reliable." ManhwaRecap arrived a little earlier than Aketu and had been studying magic arrays with Fang Hen. Upon hearing this, he looked at Fang Hen and expressed his gratitude once again. "Indeed, thanks to Mr. Fang Hen's strong assistance, we were able to defeat the Federation. Thank you very much." "You're welcome." At this moment, in addition to ManhwaRecap, many leaders of the forces in the Dark City also gathered to investigate the situation. With the federal attack thwarted once again, the players' morale soared. It turned out that the magic array Fang Hen had worked on had an effect, and everyone was praising his efforts. "I knew you guys could do it. Those federal guys, we didn't see it just now, but they were so scared when they ran away. I have to say, it's all thanks to Brother Fang Hen's efforts." "Brother Fang Hen, after this is over, let's go for a drink. We won't return until we're drunk. Unlike the previous doubts, everyone's attitude towards Fang Hen turned into praise and flattery. It seemed as if those who opposed him before were completely different people now. Among the group, Jite had not spoken the whole time. He simply looked towards Fang Hen from a distance, his expression somewhat unusual. Just now, he had failed in battle with the federal squad. His life was in someone else's hands. To survive, he had to beg for mercy. He had thought his life was over, but unexpectedly, he now had a chance. Under the thick black mist, the Moot Gang launched a counterattack. The Federation quickly received a signal to retreat from outside. Originally, he thought he would be taken out by the Federation as well, but the captain of the federal squad, Levi, gave him a chance to be a double agent and help break the black mist for the Federation. Jite still hesitated at this moment. It seemed like the Moot Gang had a way to deal with the Federation now. If he could survive, he naturally wouldn't be a pawn anymore. ManhwaRecap inspected the magic array and asked seriously, "Brother Fang Hen, can the method of operating the magic array be continued to be promoted? Can the efficiency be further increased?" Everyone quieted down and turned to look at Fang Hen, waiting for his response. "It's possible, but in my estimation, the effect of the magic array won't see a significant increase in efficiency after this. The main issue is the energy supply. Stimulating the operation of the magic array requires the use of energy to materialize mental power. We asked people from the guild before, and the energy stored within the Moog gang is not abundant. ManhwaRecap thought for a moment, feeling regretful. Without enough energy within the base, even if Fang Heng could set up the magic array in the Holy Land, it wouldn't be possible to fully open the game rift. ManhwaRecap sighed internally, admitting, indeed, under normal circumstances, the energy consumed by the ritual is minimal. We don't have much stored energy within our base, and the amount available now is very limited. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group dampened. It seemed that even after all the efforts, they were just struggling on the edge of defeat. When the converted energy was all used up, it would be over for them. The people from the Federation might only need to wait outside. In a few days, they would run out of resources. Jite's expression changed upon hearing this. ManhwaRecap's words dispelled his last hesitation. Damn it! This was already ManhwaRecap's final trump card. It was impossible to withstand the continuous attacks from the Federation with this group of people. It was wise to seek refuge with the Federation early and help them. Jite took a deep breath and made a decision. He wouldn't spend the rest of his life in a prison cell. Seeing the morale somewhat low, ManhwaRecap said, "Please don't give up, everyone. I have requested assistance from the outside, and someone will come to rescue us. Furthermore, I assure you all that this person is extremely powerful, and even the federal military has concerns about him. Additionally, we are also planning a way to escape internally, and the plan is already in progress. The longer we delay, the more hope we have of leaving." Listening to this, the people didn't know whether to believe ManhwaRecap, but at a moment of despair, they chose to take his word seriously. However, Jite sneered inwardly. Who would help from outside and dare to confront the Federation head-on? Just to save them? Jite didn't think anyone here had that much influence. As for the other escape methods ManhwaRecap mentioned, he had heard it many times before. Yet whenever someone asked for specifics, ManhwaRecap always claimed it was a secret of the Holy Land. ManhwaRecap was unaware of Jite's thoughts. He immediately instructed his subordinates to check the supplies, gather all usable energy sources within the base, and prepare to provide power to the magic array. They needed to estimate how long they could hold out and see how much longer they could endure. A player asked, "Since that's the case, the Federals outside have temporarily stopped the attack. Should we also temporarily halt the energy supply? It would save us a bit, wouldn't it?" No. ManhwaRecap decisively rejected the proposal, shaking his head. Stopping the operation of the magic array will significantly weaken the strength of the Black Mist. The Federation is currently unsure of our situation inside, and ceasing operations now would undoubtedly signal to them that our energy is insufficient, giving them the upper hand. Moreover, the two large purification magic arrays outside the base are currently operating, and without energy support, we can last for a maximum of 2 hours. After thinking about it, the crowd found ManhwaRecap's reasoning sound. It's a pity that there is still a lot of energy hidden in our guild. If we could use it. ManhwaRecap looked at Fang Heng and said, clasping his fists, "Brother Fang Heng, can you hold on? Please assist us in setting up a magic array to convert energy. We need to activate the power supply within a short time to deal with the sudden attack of the Federation." "Of course, no problem." Fang Heng stood up and said, "I also need a team to assist in fine-tuning the ceremony, and some materials for the arrangement. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Fang Heng. I'll go prepare the materials. By the way, I need to trouble Leader Meng with something." Fang Heng nodded and greeted. "One of my friends is seriously injured, and she should still be in the injured personnel cave." "I understand. I will arrange for someone to bring her here and do my best to treat her." "Thank you. Also, it is necessary to draw the magic array in a quiet area." Acto stepped forward and said, "Brother Fang Heng, I'll take you there." Fang Heng nodded and followed Acto to set up another magic array in a different cave. The simple discussion ended, and the players from various gangs left one after another. ManhwaRecap watched everyone leave in silence. Yin Mo walked up behind ManhwaRecap and asked, "Brother, what are you thinking?" "It's nothing. Just feeling a bit overlooked." Fang Heng took the time to go and see Fana and Gu Qingju, who had been sent to rest inside the Mutong gang's base area. Fana was still resting with her eyes closed. Part of her perception focused on Gu Qingju. Seeing Fang Heng coming over, she shook her head at him. Gu Qingju had been in a coma and showed no signs of waking up. After staying for a moment, Fang Heng returned to the cave to continue setting up the second magic array. With the experience from the first attempt, setting up the second magic array was almost twice as fast. When the magic array was successfully completed, Fang Heng sat down on a nearby rock wall to take a break. Next is to wait for the Mutong gang to bring over the energy source to supply the magic array and test its stability. According to his experience, there should be no problem. Calculating the time, it's already daylight outside, right? Fang Heng thought, closed his eyes again, and tried to perceive the game entrance gate within him. No, still can't open it. There was no sign of fading on the blue pattern surrounding the game entrance gate. What a pity. Fang Heng sighed inwardly. If he could still enter the game now, he could simply use the spatial teleportation backpack to move energy crystal stones in and out. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Unable to sleep in this situation, unable to enter the game, and feeling restless, Fang Heng simply sat down and entered the second stage of the lock practice directly. One advantage of the second stage of lock practice is that it allows for sufficient focus and immersion. Being immersed in practice naturally shields the disturbances from the outside world, enabling him to calm down. After this period of practice, a track outline of the pathway through which mental energy continuously flowed within his body had appeared. With each successful passage of mental energy, the track would receive a slight deepening. He didn't know when it would end. According to the coach, fully solidifying the mental energy pathway into a mental energy network is a huge project that requires a long period of rigorous training. It could be a year, or even 10 years. However, Fang Heng felt very proficient now. He was already able to use mental energy to flow through his entire body 100%. Let's take it slow. Not knowing how long he had been practicing, until Fang Heng felt completely peaceful within himself, he opened his eyes. Phew. Brother Fang Heng, you finally woke up. I was afraid you had gone into an inner dilemma. Acto looked at Fang Heng waking up and sighed in relief. He had come to find Fang Heng earlier and was surprised to see Fang Heng practicing directly inside the cave. Quite a strange feeling. To endure practice in such an environment, it was a bit extreme in terms of self-discipline. Originally, Acto planned to wait for Fang Heng to finish his practice before talking to him, so he sat down nearby to wait. Unexpectedly, he had waited for over 4 hours. He even doubted if something had happened to Fang Heng during practice. However, since Fang Heng appeared outwardly normal, he chose not to interrupt forcibly. I'm fine. It will take a long time before I break through in practice. Fang Heng waved his hand, explaining, during practice, I can maintain focus and calm down quickly. Acto looked at Fang Heng blankly, blinked, and then asked, Brother Fang Heng, were you breaking the lock during practice? Yes, indeed. Well, it's strange. Brother Fang Heng, why have you been going round in circles in the first step and not progressing to the second stage of practice? Is there a special way to break the lock? Suddenly, Fang Heng felt something was amiss at Acto's question. The furrowing of Fang Heng's brow indicated that he vaguely realized something was wrong. Fang Heng furrowed his brow and explained, the coach told me that my first step in practice is not complete yet, so I temporarily can't move on to the second step. Acto listened with surprise and looked at Fang Heng with an even more peculiar expression, cautiously saying, Fang Heng, this Acto, we are friends. Feel free to speak up if you had any questions. There is nothing to be taboo about. The Federation has always strictly controlled and iteratively upgraded the breakthrough of the lock, optimizing the methods of breakthrough training every year. Currently, nearly all of the breakthrough methods circulating in the outside world originated from the Federation, and later underwent various strange adjustments and improvements due to special circumstances, but overall, they are mostly the same. Undoubtedly, the methods provided by the Federation are considered the most professional and consume the least amount of time. Acto felt a bit less confident upon hearing this answer and muttered softly, That's strange. What's wrong? Acto said straightforwardly, Fang Heng, it seems like there's something wrong with the cultivation method you got from the Federation. What? Fang Heng was shocked. Could it be that the cultivation method given by the Federation was fake? But almost instantly, he realized, yes, it is very likely that the entire cultivation method is fake. Fang Heng just realized the problem at this moment. There are issues with the cultivation method. The Federation already had suspicions about him, so why would they easily hand over the unlocking method for the second phase of the lock to him? During the time at the Federation training base, the breakthrough training for the second stage of the lock was very smooth, which made him not think along these lines. He was completely fooled by the Federation trainers. It seems that I may have been deceived by the Federation people. The way I broke the lock is not normal. Fang Heng finally realized this at this moment, but he did not rush to draw conclusions. Instead, he looked at Acto and asked, "Acto, do you know the unlocking method for the second stage of the lock? Can you tell me the breakthrough method you have mastered?" "Of course, no problem." Acto listened to Fang Heng's words and relaxed, patting his chest confidently. "I was also concerned that it might be a special unlocking method passed down internally, our organization, right? I need to know your previous training progress and methods." "Okay. Recently I was assisted by the Federation and underwent training using the Star Wheel." Fang Heng repositioned himself under Acto's guidance, sat cross-legged, and recounted the entire training process. "Brother Fang Hen, the unlocking methods for the second stage of the lock are mostly the same. It is mainly divided into two steps. The first step is like what the Federation taught you, requiring control of mental power to complete an internal circulation within the body, which indeed requires the support of the meridians generated by the flow of mental power." After hearing Acto's explanation, Fang Heng furrowed his brows and asked, "Meridians? Why do you say that?" "The effect of the internal flow of channels is excellent." He couldn't understand how it was related to meridians. "This is related to the second step of breaking the lock. The ultimate goal of breaking the lock is to release the mental power outward through the body after the circulation inside the body. The meridians limit the flow of mental power, preventing you from achieving the final effect." Listening to Acto's explanation, Fang Heng realized that the Federation was a huge pitfall. They almost led him to a dead end. Fortunately, he met Acto. If he continued to train according to the method given by the Federation for a few more months, the meridian restriction would become heavier and heavier, making it difficult for him to even achieve a breakthrough. "Acto, what should I do now? The problem is not too big." Acto didn't know that Fang Heng had only been training for less than half a year for the second stage lock. "Luckily, you haven't been training for too long yet. There is still time. Accumulating for 10 or 20 years would be troublesome. Now, I need you to completely break through the meridian restriction that was solidified earlier with your mental power. Shatter this barrier completely." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Fang Heng immediately closed his eyes again, following Acto's guidance and forcefully urging his mental power. Suddenly, Fang Heng's mental attributes were much higher than an ordinary player, and with a sudden release of mental power, the mental power circulation network painstakingly built up over nearly half a month shatter under the impact. Construction is difficult. Destruction is extremely easy. Fang Heng attempted to feel it. After destroying the internal channels, the flow of mental power became smoother, significantly increasing in activity, but also becoming more chaotic and harder to control. Fang Heng opened his eyes again and looked at Acto. "Is it okay now? So fast?" Acto was somewhat surprised at how easily Fang Heng broke through the internal meridian restriction. The initial construction of the meridian was meant to assist in mental power flow training. Later, breaking through the second step of the meridian restriction was not easy. Ordinary people might need continuous impacts for the meridian to gradually loosen until it is completely shattered. Generally, the stronger the mental power, the stronger the impact on the meridian restriction. So, Fang Heng's mental strength must be extremely high. Acto thought to himself and nodded. "It's okay. Next, we need to proceed with the formal second step of training. Completing the mental power circulation within the body is just the beginning. The second step is to release the mental power outward after the internal circulation." Outward ... Fang Heng muttered and, guided by Acto, attempted to control the release of mental power outward. Acto explained earnestly, "Yes, releasing mental power outward through various parts of the body, somewhat like an external perception, Fang Heng tried again. Obviously, the control difficulty of this step had increased significantly. Without the original fixed internal flow of channels, the flow of mental power within the body became somewhat difficult and required some adjustment. Fang Heng tried several times in succession, failed to achieve mental power flow. "Fang Heng, it's okay. It's normal not to succeed at first. Take it slowly," Acto reassured, thinking that Fang Heng was already very impressive to achieve this level on his first attempt at cultivation. All right. Fang Heng felt that he had found the right feeling, and with just one more effort, he would be able to find a breakthrough. Outside, there was another disturbance. The dark golden light pillar emitted by the magic array once again intruded into the Mushin gang's headquarters. It seems that the Federation has launched another invasion of the Mushin gang's headquarters. Acto's heart tightened as he said, "It looks like the Federation is on the move again. Fang Heng, I'll go back and take a look first." Fang Heng felt that he had already broken through the second level of the lock and had some clues. He thought that he wouldn't be much help there, so he replied, "All right, you go ahead, be careful." "Okay. I'll come back after repelling the Federation." Mushin gang's headquarters meeting hall. ManhwaRecap looked at the sacred light pillar shining outside the headquarters, feeling doubtful. Strange. This Federation attack is very unusual. The movable alchemy stone columns brought by the Holy Core only had 7. 2 were destroyed in the previous battles, leaving only 5. Obviously, with just these 5 remaining, it was impossible to complete the layout of a large purification magic array. Could it be that they were planning a desperate attack? ManhwaRecap didn't think so. The invaders were small elite teams. ManhwaRecap realized that there must be a problem with this Federation attack, but for a moment he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Yin Mo observed the movements of the sacred light pillar outside and said, "Big brother, it seems like this Federation attack isn't as strong as the last one. I'll personally lead a team to take care of them." "No. Don't rush, let's wait a bit. This Federation attack seems suspicious, let's observe further." Yin Mo always followed ManhwaRecap's advice and decided to stay. ManhwaRecap continued to observe. With the situation unclear, it was better to be defensively position themselves and assess the situation. Meanwhile, near a location close to the Mushin gang's headquarters, Guy took advantage of the chaos within the headquarters and secretly brought his men to the agreed meeting point with the Federation. A small team of over 10 members from the Federation had already arrived early. The team that had infiltrated the Mushin gang headquarters with the magic array light pillar were all a diversion. The real strike force of the Federation was led by the elite troops of the Federation Military Department, led by Rave and Rat. To avoid detection, the number of participants in this secret operation was kept minimal. Soon, Geitz and Rat's teams joined forces. Geitz said, "I found the person you asked me to find, Gu Qingju. She's currently injured and unconscious, being treated inside the Mushin gang headquarters." Rat and Rave exchanged a glance. This information was crucial to their plan. What else? And there's Fang Heng. That kid Fang Heng just modified the magic array. The large-scale black mist that appeared earlier is related to him. Rat squinted his eyes as he listened. It seemed their judgment was correct. The relationship between the demi-human race and the Mushin gang was closely tied. "How is Gu Qingju's condition? Did you see her?" "I saw her from a distance. She seemed fine, but I heard she's unconscious." Rave asked, "What about the defense of the headquarters? How is it?" "Very tight. I just came out, and ManhwaRecap and Yin Mo are still inside guarding the headquarters." Rat and Rave exchanged glances. ManhwaRecap was indeed a tough opponent. Originally, their plan was to lure the Mushin gang members out, and then take advantage of the internal weaknesses of the gang to directly break through the internal magic array producing the black mist, or find a way to get Fang Heng and Gu Qingju out first. Guy looked at them and said, "How about it? What's your plan? Can you handle ManhwaRecap and Yin Mo, who are both guarding the headquarters now? That's not your concern. Focus on your own tasks. We'll handle the trouble you brought to us." "Fine." Guy shrugged and said, "Do as you wish. I'm just giving a heads up. Fang Heng and Acto just went to another cave to set up a magic array. If you go over there to deal with him and the array, the density of the black mist will decrease significantly, and handling the Mushin gang will be much easier." Vila thought the proposal was good, and after some thought, nodded, saying, "All right, lead us to find Fang Heng first. Follow me." Kite had already decided to cooperate with the Federation. Before the rendezvous, he familiarized himself with the terrain around the headquarters and led the group past various guards until they reached the cave where Fang Heng was located. Outside the cave, 2 Mushin gang guards were stationed at a high vantage point. The black mist had caused great trouble for the Federation, and likewise, the normal gang members of the Mushin gang would also be affected by reduced visibility. "I'll distract them, and you cover me." Guide motioned to his men, moving towards the cave entrance. "Who goes there?" The guard player at the entrance noticed something was amiss and immediately shouted to alert others. "It's us. We just saw some suspicious individuals and came to check it out," Guide explained, leading his men towards the cave entrance. The Mushin gang guards did not relax their vigilance because of Gait's words. They looked at Gait, their eyes showing some wariness. This is fine here. There have been no appearances of Federation people. Stop right there. Don't come any closer. Huh, what? Acto isn't inside. Gait acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to approach the cave entrance slowly. I told you to stop. The two Mushin gang guards shouted. Shut up. Gait didn't expect the Mushin gang's guards to be so strict. Realizing he couldn't bluff his way past them, he showed his true self, charging fiercely towards the guards. Danger. They're enemies. Be careful. Stop him. Activate the alarm. In an instant, the alarm in the area of the headquarters was triggered. Idiots. Vila, hiding behind a large protruding rock nearby, saw that Gait had messed up and cursed him inwardly before waving his hand. Let's go. The Federation elite team immediately rushed towards the entrance of the cave. Over a dozen Mushin gang guards streamed out of the cave, engaging in a skirmish with Gait's men and the Federation military unit. At that moment, Acto, not far from the cave, noticed the invasion signal from the cave location, his face changing immediately. Damn it, it's the Federation. Acto hurried back to provide support. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got back to the entrance of the cave, he met the Federation elite team, who were about to invade the cave entrance. Halt! Rhett and Rave heard the shout from behind and furrowed their brows as they quickly glanced at each other. I killed you. Acto seethed with anger as he and over 10 of his men charged towards Gait. Despicable Federation. They almost succeeded. As Acto sprinted forward rapidly, he conjured marks in front of him with both hands. The black mist surrounding him condensed into a giant pair of hands behind Acto, which raised high and fiercely slammed down towards the area where the Federation people were. The hands made of condensed black mist collided harshly. Dang! The dense black mist burst open with force. The players in Gait's group were instantly pushed back by the energy. Reed and Vila controlled their bodies to step back, placing their hands in front of them to resist the impact of the bursting black mist. The two of them showed a serious expression as they exchanged a glance, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. They could sense a large amount of negative effects in the black mist. The antidote developed by the Federation had limited effectiveness. Let's attack quickly. Got it. With each passing moment spent in the black mist, their strength would continually be weakened. Stop them! Acto shouted, bursting out of a layer of black mist. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was enveloped in a thin layer of black mist, blocking Reet and Vila's path. HMPH. Let's go. Vila snorted lightly, and together with Reet, they attacked Acto from both sides. Dang. Reet landed a powerful punch. The black mist exploded. Ha ha ha. Is that all you've got? Acto was pushed back a few steps by the impact, laughing heartily, then charged forward again. After a brief skirmish, Reed and Vila felt significant pressure from Acto. The power of the black mist was too abnormal. Without the black mist, in a normal environment, either one of them could easily subdue Acto. Unfortunately, under the influence of the black mist, Acto's strength was greatly enhanced, and currently, they lacked the holy pillar of light to dispel the surrounding black mist, making them significantly weaker. With one side gaining strength and the other side weakening, only by joining forces could they barely suppress Acto. Additionally, as time passed, they would become progressively less capable of competing. Feeling helpless, Vila's gaze flickered to Gait on the side. Gait had just been blown back by the burst of energy, his aura extremely unsteady. He had just managed to stand up, and seeing the situation, he immediately gathered his men and ran towards the cave. Don't even think about it. Acto saw the intentions of Gait's group and felt both angry and anxious. He flew up to intercept them, but Reet and Vila naturally didn't give him a chance and collectively stopped him. Gait, you will regret this. Acto was entangled by Reet and Vila and couldn't escape, so he could only watch helplessly as Gait entered the cave and issued a warning. Hey. Gait coldly chuckled. He didn't want to get involved in the battle between the Mute gang and the Federation in the first place, but the soldiers of the Federation were too weak. There was no other option. With things having come to this point, Gait could no longer continue in the Dark City. The only way forward was to help the Federation. At this stage, Gait decided to take advantage of the situation and head into the cave to capture Fang Han. Gait and his 10 men quickly strode into the cave. They scanned the surroundings quickly. The Mute gang players gathered in the rear, focusing their attention on the ritual. Gait didn't have time to deal with doubt. Thick black mist spilled out from the ritual, and there was Fang Han. Guide immediately noticed Fang Heng seated by the side of the cave. He saw Fang Heng with closed eyes, seemingly cultivating. Hey. In the midst of all this chaos, he was still cultivating. What a death wish. Guide tightened the dark golden cleaver in his hand and swiftly approached Fang Heng, preparing to render him unconscious and hand him over to the Federation. However, midway through his approach, Guide suddenly realized something. He slowed his steps and squinted his eyes. Something seemed off. Fang Heng was just seated, but the aura emanating from him was inexplicably peculiar. No time to think about it. The Federation soldiers had to be taken care of. Knock out Fang Heng first. Guide raised the cleaver high, the back of the blade facing Fang Heng, then suddenly brought it down with a swift motion, creating a breaking sound in the air. Just as the cleaver was about to land, Fang Heng, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Whoosh! Guide found his wrist, gripping the handle of the cleaver, tightly held by Fang Heng. Guide stared intently at Fang Heng, realizing that an indomitable force was passing through the grip on his wrist. Fang Heng grabbed Guide's wrist and vigorously flung it to the right. Dang! Guide was sent flying midair towards the wall, striking it with a resounding thud. Boss! The gang immediately surrounded Guide, shielding Fang Heng, who was seated near the wall, struggling to stand. Guide looked at Fang Heng, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Wasn't Fang Heng a player skilled in alchemy magic arrays? How could he possess such terrifying brute strength, knocking him away with a single move? Guide's men encircled Fang Heng, but none dared to take a step closer as Fang Heng looked around at them before slowly bowing his head and examining his right hand. The second phase of the lock was on the brink of breaking through. His spiritual energy could now smoothly flow into every corner of his body, but a thin invisible film on his body prevented it from flowing outwards. Initially, Fang Heng had been accumulating spiritual energy to break through, diminishing his awareness of the external world to the lowest point. Unexpectedly, at that critical moment, spurred by the stimulus from Guide, his body's self-defense mechanism was activated, stirring his spiritual energy, breaking through the physical barrier. Learning what had transpired, Fang Heng looked at Guide with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Indeed, Fang Heng owed a debt of thanks to Guide. Otherwise, breaking through the second stage of the lock would have required a lot of effort. The cultivation of the second stage of the lock was like breaking through a layer of rice paper. Once torn, it would allow spiritual energy to be easily released externally. Hence, he could now use passive skills from the game world in reality. Reflecting on it, he realized he didn't have any particularly notable passive skills. The undying body effect was a special reward from the Lord of the Realm and could be directly carried over from the game. After harnessing his spiritual power externally, he became more sensitive to the dark mist lingering inside the cave. It seemed that the key to the second stage of the lock was not just about controlling passive skills in the game as the outsiders had described. The crucial point was actually the degree of control over spiritual power. The second stage of the lock was in fact a complete external release of spiritual power. Controlling most of the passive skills in the game was just an addition. Based on this judgment, breaking through the first lock outside the game was a form of external perception. The second stage was the external release of spiritual power. So what would the third stage be? Fang Heng paid no attention to the group of Guide subordinates gathered around him, even lowering his head to contemplate. Unlike perception, when his spiritual power came into contact with the outer black mist, there was a new change. It didn't completely dissipate and consume upon contact like perception. Could it be controlled? Having just mastered this new ability, Fang Heng, like a curious baby, kept trying to figure out how to use the new skill. From the feedback of his spiritual power, the black mist around Fang Heng gave him an extremely gentle and comfortable feeling. It seemed like his spiritual power could easily control the black mist. Right? The Mu-Tai helpers could also control the black mist. So, were they also using spiritual power to manipulate the black mist? Fang Heng thought as he casually began to use his spiritual power to manipulate the black mist. How far could he control it? He had a feeling that he could easily trigger the black mist. It was very easy to trigger. It was even more convenient than manipulating the soul chains of the Book of the Dead. With the help of his subordinates, Guide struggled to get up from the ground and gathered around Fang Heng. He looked at Fang Heng in this state, his mind filled with uncertainty. He felt a strange aura emanating from Fang Heng. It seemed like an invisible aura was overflowing from his body and merging eerily with the surrounding black mist. On closer inspection, the black mist around Fang Heng was trembling faintly. Moreover, the nearby black mist was being attracted and continuously condensing around Fang Heng. Something was wrong. Guide sensed impending danger, his heart pounding wildly. He realized there must be something wrong with Fang Heng. Whatever it was, he couldn't let him continue. Guide shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack together! Get rid of him!" Guide shouted, raising his long knife again and slashing towards Fang Heng. The rest of his subordinates also launched attacks at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, who had been closing his eyes to sense the changes in the external black mist and attempt to control it, heard Guide shout, and his expression turned serious. He raised his hand abruptly towards the front. Whoosh! Under the stimulation of his spiritual power, the dense black mist suddenly revealed a ferocious form and immediately condensed into a huge chain, swinging forward vigorously. Guide saw the change in the black mist, his pupils suddenly contracting. Dang! Before Guide could even approach, he was fiercely struck on the shoulder by the solidifying black mist chain. A huge impact surged through him. Guide was once again flung and slammed against the wall, a large area of his body turning black where the black chain hit him, even losing consciousness. Poison effect. Guide was shocked and immediately tilted his head back to swallow a bottle of mid-level antidote. After swallowing the antidote, a sharp tingling sensation spread from his shoulder. Guide was horrified, lifting his head to see Fang Heng slowly standing up from his seated position. The black mist condensed behind him. In a short moment, more than 10 black chains were floating behind him. At this moment, Guide actually saw a strange smile on Fang Heng's face. This smile made Guide feel extremely terrified. Fang Heng was in a very good mood now, with a smile on his face. Interesting. In practice, controlling the black mist was similar to controlling the soul chains of the Book of the Dead. It was even easier and more effective. Fang Heng suddenly clasped his hands together in front of him. Swish! Swish 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 swish. Instantly, more than 10 black chains were triggered and crazily surged towards Guide and his men in front. The black mist-formed chains danced wildly. Dang bang bang, dang bang bang. Almost in an instant, Guide's men were flung out by the wildly dancing black chains. Guide was shocked by the scene before him, looking at Fang Heng, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his body trembling with fear. What's going on? How did he suddenly become so strong? He had just arrived at the Mutuan base not long ago. Why could he effortlessly control the black mist like this? That monster was even stronger than Ymor, the second in command of the Mute helpers. He had been warned by the Federal Army about being cautious with Fang Heng, but he never expected Fang Heng's strength to be so formidable. Suddenly, Guide's pupils shrank. Several chains of black mist suddenly flew toward him again. Get out of here! Guide shouted, leaping swiftly to the right, while wielding his knife to forcefully push away the black mist. However, the black mist chains wrapped tightly around the knife and his right arm. Guide suddenly felt a force firmly entangle his right side. Without waiting to struggle, more black mist chains followed suit, tightly wrapping around his body. Guide realized he was being gradually pulled into the air by the iron chains. Unable to move a muscle, he was angry and terrified. He was angry that the Federation had not provided him with accurate information about Fang Heng and terrified by the terrifying power Fang Heng displayed. He never imagined that he would have no resistance whatsoever in Fang Heng's hands. Guide had completely lost control of his body and could only shout frantically, "Fang Heng, let me go. You will regret this. If you touch me, the Federation will." Fang Heng wasn't interested in listening to Guide. He seemed to be toying around, but in fact, he was gradually trying to control the black mist. He wanted to try and see how far he could control the black mist. Swish, swish swish. The black mist lifted Guide up into the air. The chains gradually tightened. Guide's face showed an expression of pain as he realized he was losing control of his body under the influence of the black mist's power. His body became increasingly heavy, and his consciousness was fading. Dang! Fang Heng released the chain of black mist and watched Guide fall from midair, fainting upon hitting the ground. He furrowed his brow. Not dead. He had passed out first. Why? Why can I so easily manipulate the power of the surrounding black mist? At least many people within the federal military also possess second-tier lock abilities, but they do not have a similar ability. So it can be concluded that the ability to manipulate black mist is not something that ordinary people can have after breaking through the second-tier lock. It's an issue with him. Where is the problem? Fang Heng thought, then looked around. Most of Guide's subordinates lost their combat effectiveness under the first round of chain attacks, and the few remaining ones barely crawled up from the ground, tremblingly staring at Fang Heng, not daring to run. Whoosh! Chain links flew rapidly towards the remaining people. Fang Heng quickly used the black mist chains to deal with the remaining few of Jite's subordinates, then looked outside the cave. He heard shouts from outside, where Ok Tiu was fighting someone. Not good. Ok Tiu might be in trouble over there. Without further thought, Fang Heng rushed towards the periphery of the cave. First, help Ok Tiu solve the trouble over there. Outside the cave, Ok Tiu was entangled in a fight with two people, fighting 2 against 1. And with his concern for Fang Heng's safety, he just wanted to get rid of the 2 quickly and go inside the cave to rescue Fang Heng. Under his anxious state, he found it difficult to fully exert his strength and was continuously suppressed by the 2. Whoosh! Reet's figure darted out of a burst of black mist. A punch struck out. Doom! The black mist shield in front of Ok Tiu absorbed most of the damage, but still he was pushed back by the punch, feeling a surge of blood and energy. What to do? The 2 opponents were too difficult for him. He couldn't even approach the cave entrance. Inside the cave, there was only Fang Heng alone, still in a state of cultivation. If he was in danger and the ritual was interrupted, doom. He took another punch from Reet and kept retreating. Anxious, he became more easily distracted. Reet and the other person immediately found openings in his defense, continuously attacking, forcing Ok Tiu to keep retreating further away from the cave entrance, waiting for Jite to deal with Fang Heng and the magic array. Ok Tiu was continuously suppressed, but he had no choice. Feeling extremely frustrated, he suddenly caught sight of a figure flying out of the cave behind him. Seeing the face of the person through the black mist, Ok Tiu's heart skipped a beat, a look of pleasant surprise flashing on his face. Whoosh! Reet noticed Ok Tiu's gaze and expression, and his heart skipped a beat, turning around to look behind. What? He also noticed a figure darting out of the cave, and it was heading towards him. The shadow rushed towards him at high speed, a sneak attack. Feeling the killing intent from behind, Reet snorted coldly in his heart, changing his target. Instead of punching Ok Tiu, he directed the punch towards the figure coming from behind. As he threw the punch, Reet's heart emitted a soft gasp. Before the punch even landed, a surge of dark mist came first. Doom! The punch smashed through the heavy mist. Then the fist fiercely collided with another punch from behind. Reet felt immediately uneasy. The follow-up punch unexpectedly carried an even greater force. He couldn't neutralize the strength of this punch, and was forced to step back several times. Reet was knocked back by a single punch, greatly surprised. Someone could actually suppress his skills and talents purely in terms of strength. Seeing the face of the person clearly, Reet was even more amazed. Fang Heng? How is this possible? He was clearly the same person as before. The last time they met, his strength was superior and he easily overpowered him. And this time, he was on the losing end. This was partly due to his significantly reduced stamina, but it shouldn't have been this much of a struggle. The main reason was the black mist. Reek's expression turned serious. Fang Heng had obviously mastered the ability to manipulate the black mist. Damn it! After helping Moot, Fang Heng's strength had greatly increased. When Vila saw Fang Heng come out, she couldn't help but snore coldly. That idiot Jite. It seemed their plan had completely failed. After confirming that the newcomer was Fang Heng, Ok Tiu was greatly surprised and shouted, Fang Heng. Fang Heng forced Reek back with a punch, then looked at Ok Tiu and asked, "Are you okay?" "Heh, I'm fine." "Very good." Ok Tiu saw that Fang Heng was safe and sound, and finally relaxed, looking at Reet and Vilo. "I can rest assured now. It's time to let them taste some defeat." Whoosh! A fierce fighting spirit glittered in Ok Tiu's eyes, and a layer of black mist instantly enveloped his body. The black mist could actually be manipulated in this way. Fang Heng observed Ok Tiu's movements and found it quite interesting. Learned by example, Fang Heng immediately controlled the black mist to gather around his body, creating a black mist armor. Not bad. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Just by using mental power, he could create a formidable defensive armor. The black mist had no weight and did not affect the body's agility at all. Ok Tiu also saw Fang Heng's actions and was equally surprised. What's going on? How does Fang Heng know how to use the black mist like that? Now wasn't the time for discussion. Ok Tiu temporarily suppressed his doubts and whispered, "Fang Heng, find a way to keep them here." Understood. Ok Tiu formed a seal with both hands in front of him. Gather. Whoosh! Two huge handprints of black mist condensed behind him. Whoosh! The handprints lifted high, then slammed down at the two people in front. Doom! A wide-range attack. As the handprints struck the ground, they exploded, causing widespread damage around them. Reet and Vela dodged back hand forth within the attack range of the handprints. Not a bad move. Fang Heng watched from the side and couldn't help but praise silently. A wide-range attacking approach. It didn't consume much mental energy, and the attack was divided into 2 stages. The handprint striking the ground would explode, causing a second black mist explosion, affecting a wide area. In addition, manipulating the black mist was achieved through externalizing mental power. When it came to controlling mental power, one couldn't help but mention mysticism. Therefore, mystic hand seals and spells could also play a significant supporting role. I see. Watching Ok2's actions, Fang Heng immediately gained an insight. Very good. Very good. Fang Heng muttered to himself, then followed suit, forming an identical hand seal in front of him. Gather. Quoch. 2. Moreover, judging from the density of the black mist condensed on the fist, the power of the fist is absolutely no less than Acto's controlled palm. It even looks more threatening than Acto's palm. Don't mention the Federation. Acto was shocked to see this scene. He thought to himself, what's going on with Fang Heng? The people from the Muk clan who master the control of black mist skillfully also need the assistance of drugs, and they need to go through prolonged training to achieve this. How come Fang Heng seems to not need any of that at all? And he can even apply the same principle to other situations. It seems like he's even fiercer than them. Suddenly, Reet and Vela dodge frantically amid the chaotic fists and palms. They feel the pressure increasing, and their stamina is rapidly decreasing. This won't work at this rate. Let's retreat first. The two looked at each other, and immediately took out a high-level magic scroll to activate. Ice Shield. Suddenly, their mental power infused into the magic formation, and a solid ice crystal shield opened up around them. Acto shouted, Fang Heng. They are trying to escape. Stop them. Got it. Fang Heng shouted back, swiftly charging forward while more than 20 fists quickly condensed behind him, once again launching towards Reet and Vela. Reet and Vela were going crazy seeing this, casting spells while moving. Can someone be so unreasonable? Acto was also shocked. Someone could cast spell attacks while controlling the black mist at this speed. I've never heard of such a thing. Fang Heng stared at the two, and the fists condensed from the black mist continued to pound forward. Doom. Boom boom. The black fists crazily landed on the ice crystal barrier, making intense impacts and explosions. The barrier kept trembling. Doom. Boom boom. Finally, as the last few fists fell simultaneously, the ice crystal barrier exploded with a bang. The thick black mist also exploded along with it. Run. A voice shouted from within the black mist. Vela and Reet's bodies emitted a bloody light, and they dashed out of the black mist, swiftly flying towards the front. Fang Heng watched them flee, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Their speed has increased by nearly twice again, and the flow of their blood and energy is very abnormal. In Fang Heng's mental perception, the blood and energy of these two individuals were exceptionally terrifying. Some kind of blood and energy-related secret technique, with a great cost, no doubt. Fang Heng pondered silently in his heart. Fang Heng, let's chase after them. Acto caught up and wanted to pursue the enemies when he saw them fleeing. Wait. Fang Heng reached out to stop Acto, who was eager to chase after them. Acto, a bit hyped, asked, Fang Heng, why are we not chasing? These two are already severely injured. The blood cloak technique they just used is an internal inheritance of the Federation, extremely draining their energy. They won't be able to hold on for long. There's no need to chase. The way they unleashed their potential just now came at a great cost. Even if we let them go back, they won't be able to recover their combat power quickly for another battle. Fang Heng looked in the direction where the two had fled and advised, in this situation, we can't guarantee that Mutt's help is only targeting Guide. The headquarters of the clan might be in danger. Let's rush back to check on things. Acto broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. That's right. There's still the headquarters. The Federation is really cunning. They even colluded with traitors to play tricks from within. Luckily Fang Heng happened to be in the cave. Guide's group ran into a wall. But what about the headquarters? If the boss and the second-in-command attract attention from outside, and with the help of other traitors, they break into the headquarters cave, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother Fang Heng, you're right. Let's go quickly to the headquarters. Acto was filled with fear and immediately abandoned the idea of chasing the enemies, instructing his subordinates to bring the unconscious Guide back to the base. The members of the Muk clan were not to be underestimated. Acto had made up his mind that after everything settled down, he would publicly use Gait as an example to show the consequences of betrayal. Betrayal comes with a price. And the price is life. As the two rushed back to the deep cave headquarters, they saw that the guards outside the cave were in tight formation and there were no signs of damage. Acto breathed a sigh of relief and, with Fang Heng, entered the cave. Inside the cave, everything was orderly. Acto casually grabbed a guard squad leader and asked, "Where's my elder brother?" There was an invasion alert in the cave area earlier. The main forces and deputy forces have already identified the Federation's actions and thoroughly cleaned up the internal teams, finding the insurgents who were prepared to collude with the Federation. The main leader of the group wanted to take advantage of the chaos, disguising their team as insurgents and launching a preemptive strike, trying to destroy the magic formations arranged by the Federation on the outskirts. The main leader instructed, upon your return, to guard the sacred cave on the spot to prevent the Federation from taking further actions. The squad leader lowered his head and glanced at his watch displaying the time. In 3 minutes and 20 seconds, we will fully activate the Black Mist to assist the main leader in action. Fang Heng and Acto looked at each other upon hearing this. ManhwaRecap is quite something. As soon as he figured out the Federation's plan, he made countermeasures, eliminated the crisis, and even thought about taking a piece out of the Federation's hands. The situation is a bit chaotic now with insurgents infiltrating and launching surprise attacks. There might actually be a chance of success. Alright. Acto has always listened to ManhwaRecap, so upon hearing this, he immediately began strengthening the defense inside and outside the cave hall, preparing for a potential second attack by the Federation and getting the ritual running. When everything was arranged, under the urging of the members of the Muk clan, the speed of the ceremony increased several times. The dense black mist overflowed from the cracks in the rocks and engulfed the surroundings. Acto once again turned his gaze towards the positions of several holy light spots inside the base. The spots seemed to flicker more under the influence of the black mist, as if they could be extinguished at any moment. It seemed like the Federation was starting to retreat. Acto was anxious about the situation of his elder and second-in-command brothers and silently prayed in his heart. Fang Heng patted Acto's shoulder and comforted, "Don't worry, your elder and second brother have strong control over the black mist. With the help of the mist, even if the plan fails, they'll be able to protect themselves." "All right," Acto nodded. The situation was urgent earlier, and they had no time to inquire. Now that they had temporarily relaxed a bit, Acto thought about the strange events that had happened with Fang Heng, and couldn't help but turn to look at him. Black Mist. The ability to control the Black Mist is unique to their Muk clan. Since the boss, ManhwaRecap, moved here, he had been learning to control the Black Mist with him. Acto felt very strange in his heart, couldn't hold back for a moment, and simply asked, "Have you also learned to manipulate the Black Mist?" "Never before." Fang Heng shook his head. "How did you learn to manipulate the Black Mist?" "I don't know either. It's like an instinct. I can control the Black Mist through external spiritual power. I was able to master this ability after breaking through the second stage lock." "What about you? Are you the same as well?" Fang Heng also felt strange, as the ability to manipulate the Black Mist was learned naturally after breaking through the second stage lock. It was as if it was innate. Innate? Hearing this answer, Acto felt an urge to vomit blood. He had spent a lot of time and effort learning how to manipulate the Black Mist initially. In contrast, Fang Heng, he just naturally picked it up relying on instinct, and he even controlled it more smoothly than Acto. "No, I didn't. I spent a lot of time and suffered a lot when I initially learned to manipulate the Black Mist," Acto said honestly, shrugging his shoulders. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, suddenly realizing something, and turned his head abruptly to look at Fang Heng, staring straight at him with eyes full of incredulity. "What's wrong? What did you just say?" Acto looked at Fang Heng as if he were looking at a monster, repeating, "You said you have already broken through the second stage lock." "Ah. Yes. Maybe just lucky. When I was practicing, I was stimulated by an external force from Jite. My spiritual power was triggered. Lucky enough to break through it. Otherwise, I would have to spend more effort." Fang Heng also felt a bit emotional. He really had to thank Jite for saving him a lot of time. Listening to Fang Heng's words, Acto was at a loss. Second stage lock. Fang Heng had even broken through the second stage lock. Acto couldn't help but think of the various hardships he faced when he broke through the second stage lock initially. Compared to that, Fang Heng accomplished it in less than 2 hours. Fang Heng didn't think breaking through the second stage lock was anything surprising. After all, he had spent over half a month from scratch. Too long. Compared to that, the use of the black mist was what he was most puzzled about now, so he continued the conversation around the black mist. What about you, Acto? How did you learn to control the black mist? Acto collected his thoughts, took a minute to digest this fact, and then continued. The method of controlling the black mist was taught to me by my big brother. The way Mute helped everyone control the black mist was taught by my big brother. ManhwaRecap. Fang Heng's heart stirred as he listened. Starting from entering the Dark City, he had never seen ManhwaRecap join the battle. He had heard some rumors from Jiaxi before. It was said that the strongest people in Mute were Yinmo and Acta. However, he had never heard of ManhwaRecap. Is your big brother very strong? Yes. My brother is the strongest among the three of us, but he hasn't made a move in a long time. Acto seemed to recall something, his eyes flickering. More than 5 years ago, we received a special mission that was very difficult. At a critical moment to obtain a higher level mission, my brother suffered severe injuries. Although the mission was completed, my brother's injuries could not be completely healed. After that, we also spent a lot of effort, transferring to several high-level game worlds to find a cure. Until one day, I left for more than a month to complete a personal mission and returned, only to find that my brother had suddenly become the leader of Mute, and then he brought us and a group of helpers to the Dark City, where we settled down. At that time, I heard that my brother had taken on a special mission that could help him cure his serious illness. Later, we focused more on the real world. Fang Heng looked outside the cave, then asked, was it only after your big brother came to the Dark City that he realized how to use the black mist? Well, I am not sure either, Acta recalled and said. I remember that shortly after we came here, my brother started practicing the black mist with us. Fang Heng stroked his chin upon hearing this. It seemed that ManhwaRecap still had some things hidden. The two were in the middle of their conversation when a member of Mute approached Acto and whispered a few words in his ear. Acto's eyes lit up after hearing it. Then he turned to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, good news. Your friend has woken up. Gu Qingju. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Good. Thank you. I'll go see her now. Yes. Go ahead. I'll be here, Acto said. Fang Heng was anxious about Gu Qingju's condition and immediately followed the member of Mute to the lounge to check on her. Inside the lounge, Gu Qingju had woken up, but her condition was still very bad. She had been ambushed by the Federation, fought elite squads of the Federal Inspection Team to protect her companions, and later forcefully triggered the power inside her body that she couldn't fully control in order to break through a barrier, which resulted in serious backlash. Fauna had been keeping a close eye on Gu Qingju and was watching over her since she woke up. When Fang Heng entered the lounge, his gaze lingered on Gu Qingju's face for a moment. Although there were some similarities in facial features and hairstyle, Fang Heng could no longer associate Gu Qingju with Xia Shi. They were completely different people. Why did he have such an illusion before? Fang Heng pondered, then nodded slightly to Fauna. Fauna, I want to talk to her alone. Okay. I'll wait outside. Fauna got up and left the lounge, closing the door behind her. Gu Qingju had been observing Fang Heng as well. She believed Fang Heng was from her own kind. Gu Qingju remembered clearly what had happened before she lost consciousness. As she watched Fang Heng approach, she nodded in gratitude. Thank you. I remember you saved me. And thank you for bringing me to the Dark City. You're welcome. Let's not talk about that now. With no one else present, Fang Heng looked directly into Gu Qingju's eyes and asked in a deep voice, I want to know who you really are. Gu Qingju. Like you, we are both members of the Asian race, and you don't need to be so cautious. Gu Qingju didn't harbor any hostility towards Fang Heng and even expressed some gratitude, saying, I won't harm my own people, and I am willing to trust you. Fang Heng's eyebrows furrowed deeper as he stared at Gu Qingju. It seemed that she had misunderstood something. The answer greatly surprised Fang Heng. He hadn't even heard of the name Xia Shi before. Fang Heng stood dumbfounded on the spot. This answer was something he had never expected. He continued to inquire, You don't know her? Back in N school, your expression clearly changed when I mentioned Xia Shi's name. Why was that? Is that so? Perhaps hearing a strange name at the time felt a bit odd. You mistook me for someone else, and you also caught me by surprise. Gu Qingju recalled the situation, explaining, Your luck was good. I happened to see you using the unique way of the Ren tribe to enter the game, which allowed me to identify your identity. Otherwise, your fate might have ended up like those lackeys of the Federation. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. That's right. Fang Heng remembered something and pulled out his phone from his backpack. Despite having no signal and severe interference with the magnetic field, Ziyaji's photos were still stored in the phone. Fang Heng immediately flipped through his phone to find Ziyaji's photo and handed it to Gu Qingju. Do you know her? She is Ziyaji. Upon seeing Ziyaji's photo, Gu Qingju's expression visibly changed. Her? Ziyaji. So she is Ziyaji. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow, his heart pounding. You indeed recognize her. Who is she? The person who gave me strength. It's a long story. Would you like to tell me? It might be important to me. Gu Qingju gazed at Fang Heng for a moment, gradually sinking into memories. It was a long time ago. I lived in a village outside of Red County. On a peaceful night, the village was massacred by outsiders. My parents hid me in the basement. I heard the cries and pleas from outside, and the village was razed to the ground overnight. When I woke up, I had been taken to a federal research facility. In the facility, there were other Yeren people like me. We were all kept here, and it wasn't until then that I learned the reason behind the massacre of the village. Everything was because of me, because of the Yeren blood in me. In order to study the Yeren, the Federation captured us for live experiments. Inside the facility, our every move was monitored by the Federation. To survive, we had to accept various experiments they gave us. At that time, I was among the youngest group. The tribesmen fought over to actively participate in those dangerous experiments. We could only watch as our tribesmen died in agony one by one after the experiments, even after they die. Gu Qingju recalled the past, tears forming in the corners of his eyes. Their bodies and souls couldn't find peace. Their bodies were dissected for research, and their souls endure endless torment. My people have always been trying to resist, and finally, one day, we found an opportunity and unrest began inside the facility. With the protection of my people, I escaped from the facility. In order to protect us from dying in front of me one by one, a total of 372 companions. When we escaped from the facility, we were only 20. At this point, Gu Qingju's face had gradually turned cold. From that moment on, we bore the hatred of our deceased comrades. We didn't do anything wrong, but merely because of our bloodline, we paid the price. Is this fair? Fang Heng looked at Gu Qingju, shaking his head gently. He had seen some information on the dark web about the Federation's research on the Yeren tribe, but he wasn't sure of its authenticity. Gu Qingju chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps being weak is the greatest sin in itself. We continued to seek power, accumulating strength in secret, until one day 6 years ago, our whereabouts were leaked, and we faced another chase by the Federation. When we were at our wits' end, Ziyaji appeared before me. She saved me. She told me that there was a trait she needed in me. She was willing to give me a chance to gain powerful strength, but the consequences of failure could be death. Gu Qingju casually said, I accepted her offer and actively participated in the ritual she mentioned. Upon hearing Gu Qingju's description of the ritual, Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. A ritual. So Gu Qingju also underwent a ritual, but Gu Qingju did so willingly. It was not the same for him. Based on some scattered memories, Fang Heng speculated that his previous self had been forced to undergo the ritual. Fang Heng had a guess in his mind, but he still looked at Gu Qingju and asked, what kind of ritual was it? Gu Qingju hesitated for a moment and shook his head. You wouldn't want to know more. This is also for your safety. Indeed. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Demon Seed. Ziyaji had a close relationship with the Demon Seed. No. I understand. What is the Demon Seed? I also experienced the Demon Seed ritual. Gu Qingju didn't expect Fang Heng to say that, looked at Fang Heng with a surprised look. Did you succeed? Fang Heng nodded gently. Gu Qingju's eyes showed more surprise, and then he withdrew his gaze. I envy you. Unfortunately, I failed. Lucky enough to keep my life. Listening to Gu Qingju's description, Fang Heng gently clenched his fist again. A failed product, so he was an experimental success from the ritual? Gu Qingju sighed. Although the ritual was a failure, Ziyaji gave me a second chance. She acknowledged my revenge and bestowed upon me a special power. What kind of power? I'm sorry, I promised her not to tell anyone. Fang Heng did not ask about the type of power. Instead, he changed the question. How much do you still know about Ziyaji? Not much. I haven't seen her since that ritual, and I don't know when she will appear before me again. Fang Heng lowered his head, in contemplation for a moment, then looked up. Can you try to contact her? I can. I have her contact information. Gu Qingju nodded. But I have never contacted her. My name has always been on the federal wanted list. I don't want to have too much contact with her, for fear of causing her trouble. Gu Qingju sighed and looked around. The last time I saw Zia, she was also here. Fang Heng suddenly lifted his head. What? You said here? Where are the shackles? Do you have a way to unlock the shackles? After being shackled, I still can't enter the game now. The shackle imprint and tracking imprint are both left by the Federation targeting the subhumans. As far as I know, there are two ways to eliminate the imprints. The first is time. The tracking imprint will gradually fade after 7 days and will completely disappear after 28 days. The second way to eliminate is through a ritual. The ritual process is very complex, and in the current situation, the ritual cannot be performed. We can only wait until after 7 days. I will have a way to weaken the tracking imprint, and then we can temporarily avoid the Federation tracking and try to escape. Okay, I understand. I will try to buy you time and find a way to delay the footsteps of the Federation outside. Fang Heng nodded, flipped his wrist, and pulled out a bottle of rapid recovery potion from his pocket. Do you need this? It can help a little. Gu Qingju drank the offered potion in one go, then sat cross-legged, formed a hand seal in front of her, and closed her eyes to rest. Fang Heng pushed open the door to the rest area. Fana had been waiting outside the door the whole time, and after seeing the two finish their conversation, she nodded at him, then glanced at Gu Qingju resting on the spot and asked, Fang Heng, can she be trusted? I feel like she might be hiding something from me, but she has no malice towards me. For now, we need to join forces to deal with the Federation, so she can be trusted. Be cautious. I will keep an eye on her. Okay. I'll go outside to take a look. Fang Heng walked back towards the lobby. So, Zia Shi has been here as well. According to what Gu Qingju said, the time when Zia Shi conducted a ritual with her was about 6 years ago. 6 years ago? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Fang Heng remembered something, and his pupils contracted. He suddenly looked up and gazed at the entire Mute Gang headquarters that had been revamped into a large complex. Black mist was constantly seeping out of the cracks in the stone walls. Ritual ... Fang Heng muttered to himself. Both he and Zia Shi had gone through a ritual. The rituals they performed were for awakening the demon seeds. He remembered very clearly, at the site of the demon seed ritual he conducted was not in a cave, but in a place similar to a clock tower. There were a total of 7 demon seeds. The rituals he and Zia Shi were involved in did not correspond to the same demon seed. Admittedly, Gu Qingju might be a failed product, but the venue where the ritual was conducted was likely related to demon seeds, coupled with his thoughts on the black mist. No wonder. That's why he had a sense of familiarity with the black mist when he first entered the dark city. Carefully thinking back, this mist was faintly reminiscent of the aura fluctuations he felt when battling the ton of jealousy back then, and with his recent ability to control the black mist, it was highly likely related to the demon seed power within him. Therefore, in the depths of the sacred entrance to the game world in the Mute Gang's headquarters, combining various signs, Fang Heng had a faint conjecture in his mind. That place was very likely a world related to demon seeds. ManhwaRecap came here 2 years ago. He was most likely related to demon seeds. ManhwaRecap had probably hidden some information from AKTU, possibly to protect him. The more contact with demon seeds, the more likely one was to be corrupted by them. The more Fang Heng thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct. He really wanted to take a look inside, but unfortunately, there were layers of Mute Gang people guarding the entrance to the sacred site, and it would be difficult for him to take a look inside. Perhaps it was time to talk to ManhwaRecap. When Fang Heng returned to the Mute Gang headquarters, ManhwaRecap had not yet returned, and AKTU was still anxiously waiting. The central ritual within the headquarters had been pushed to its limits. Dense black mist continued to overflow from the magic circle of the ritual. AKTU, how are things? Not too good. AKTU stared outside, his brow furrowed. He still remembered to pay attention to Fang Heng and asked, "How is your friend? Are they all right? She has woken up temporarily, but she needs some time to rest before fully recovering," Fang Heng said, looking towards the Mute Gang headquarters shrouded in dense black mist. The pillar of light that had invaded the headquarters had already retreated. A fierce battle erupted outside the headquarters. It seemed that ManhwaRecap had already launched an attack on the temporary magic array of the Federation as planned. Whether the attack would succeed was hard to say. Fang Heng's gaze shifted to the sacred area of the Mute Gang's headquarters behind him, saying, "AKTU, I want to go inside the sacred area." "Go into the sacred area." AKTU turned around, almost instinctively rejecting, "No, absolutely not." Fang Heng remained silent for a moment and said, "I have some guesses. Perhaps we can find a way to enhance the black mist from within the sacred area." This, AKTU hesitated. He knew Fang Heng had the ability to improve the magic circle. After thinking it over, AKTU still shook his head and said, "Fang Heng, the sacred area is a crucial place for our Mute Gang, and we never allow anyone to enter, even in the current urgent situation. Wait a bit longer, we can discuss it when the big brother returns. I can't let you in now." Seeing AKTU so determined, Fang Heng shook his head helplessly in his heart. Outside, the sacred pillar of light emitted fluctuating light. Obviously, the battle was still ongoing. However, as time passed, the density of the black mist released by the ritual had gradually decreased. AKTU, feeling uneasy, frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why is the efficiency of the ritual decreasing so quickly?" A member of the Mute Gang assisting in the ritual responded softly, "Third Master, the energy of the magic circle is almost depleted. The internal energy storage is also almost exhausted. The black mist released by the ritual will continue to decrease in density. In the current situation, we can at most hold on for 3 hours. By then, the energy will be completely depleted. At most, it could last for 3 hours. And the density of the black mist would continue to decrease." AKTU stared at the sacred pillar of light radiating outside the headquarters, growing increasingly worried. "AKTU." Fang Heng looked at AKTU again and said, in a deep voice, "The situation outside is not good. Your big brother leading people to launch a surprise attack on the Federation's temporary magic array on the outskirts of the headquarters is undoubtedly a risky move. Once successful, it will undoubtedly buy us a lot of time. But if it fails, the energy we have left is not enough to produce sufficient black mist. We will be unable to resist the Federation's next assault, and our situation will only worsen." "Stop talking." AKTU, already uneasy, couldn't help but interrupt, "My brother will not fail." Swoosh! A sacred pillar of light shot up into the sky. Doom! The dense holy light shone brightly, rapidly spreading outward. The black mist disintegrated upon contact. What? Even though he was deep within the Mutuo Gang, Fang Heng could still sense the intense holy power fluctuations erupting in the distance. What exactly happened over there? Others also sensed the waves of energy erupting on the outskirts of the headquarters, their faces showing shock. Following the eruption of the holy light, as if stimulated, the dense black mist enveloping the depths of Mutuo Gang's headquarters also triggered violent fluctuations. Guided by the explosion, the black mist surged rapidly towards the direction of the holy light pillar erupting at the entrance to the headquarters in the distance. The erupting sacred light clashed with the dense black mist. Hiss, hiss. The black mist rapidly dissipated under the shining of the holy light. The holy light also gradually dimmed under the influence of the black mist. "Big brother." Akeda stared into the distance, murmuring softly to himself. He knew that ManhwaRecap must be in trouble over there. The intertwining and entangling of the holy light beam and black mist lasted for over a minute before slowly dissipating. The black mist within the entire camp was depleted by more than half. The power controlling the black mist gradually weakened. However, the holy light pillar still stood outside the camp. Akeda gazed at the gradually re-emerging sacred light pillar in the distance, his heart sinking. This is bad. The power controlling the black mist within the headquarters had disappeared. This meant that it was highly likely that the eldest and second brother had lost their combat capabilities in the battle with the Federation. The situation was very dire. What to do? Akeda was momentarily in turmoil. Fang Heng also stared at the pillar of light rising outside the headquarters. The power that activated the magical array pillar just now was terrifying, and the emanating power even penetrated through a large amount of black mist. Who exactly had come from the Holy Court this time? The timing of ManhwaRecap's sudden attack was already very well planned. It was unexpected to encounter an even stronger opponent. Akeda clenched his fists, his eyes slightly reddened, his chest heaving a few times, and then shouted loudly, "Follow me. Let's go kill them together." "Wait. Akeda, calm down." Fang Heng pressed Akeda's shoulder, staring at him. Do you remember what Master Meng told you? He told you to guard the sacred ground. Akedu's eyes were bloodshot as he looked outside the headquarters. If something happens to the older and second brothers, it's useless for us to stay here. I want them to pay the price. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Do you think that going over there now will make any difference? Hearing the arrogant laughter in his ear, both Akedu and Fang Heng turned to look at Gait, who was tied up on the side. Gait had actually just woken up, but he had been pretending to be unconscious to save his life. He thought he was in big trouble this time, but upon seeing the holy energy wave erupting outside, he knew his opportunity had come, so he stopped pretending, laughing heartily as he struggled to sit up. Don't you know yet? This time, the Holy Court Envoy, Autoleia of the Holy Court, personally came to completely clear the black mist in the City of Shadows. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. You still dare to think of breaking through the Federation's defense. It's simply laughable. At these words, Akedu's heart sank again. The Envoy, Autoleia, one of the representatives of the Holy Domain in the real world, the wielder of the artifact Silent Balance. Extremely strong. If she personally appeared, no wonder even the joint efforts of the older and second brothers couldn't resist. Just a mutual gang, overestimating your abilities. Even if the three of you go together, what can you do? Just heading for death. It's better to let go of me now, and I'll plead with the Master Envoy. If you are willing to help the Federation, I can spare the lives of you three brothers. Gait sneered, casting a glance at Fang Heng beside him with his periphery vision. Also, I guess you probably don't know yet. This time, the Federation is clearing the City of Shadows all because of this boy. He and his friends are high-level wanted criminals of the Federation. The Federation was led here by this boy. Akedu was stunned at the words, then turned to look at Fang Heng. Gait continued, Akedu, don't be stubborn. As long as you help me take down Fang Heng and his friends, I can guarantee your safety. Shut up. Akedu was provoked, took 2 steps forward, and kicked fiercely, knocking Gait to the ground, his eyes cold, and staring at him. Playing tricks with me. Huh? Let me tell you, our mutual gang and the Federation are in a life and death situation. That's fine. We three brothers are all as good as dead, so I'll bury you first. Gait, seeing the fierce gleam in Akedu's eyes, was frightened, his face turning pale instantly. He never expected his attempt at persuading would only further provoke Akedu. He would have been better off pretending to be unconscious. Don't be impulsive. Fang Heng pressed his hand on Akedu's shoulder. Akedu, things haven't reached the point of being buried. Not everything he says may be the truth. Perhaps the situation outside is not as bad as we think. But we must act now. Let me into the sacred ground to take a look. Maybe there's still a chance. Akedu clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down and think. But he couldn't do it. In fact, everyone in the cave, including him, had already believed Gait's words to varying degrees. Unless the Envoy, Autoleia herself arrived, who else could activate all the power of the Holy Magic Array, and who could easily defeat ManhwaRecap and Yanmo, and they joined forces under such dark mist conditions? Impossible. Akedu took a deep breath and shook his head. It's useless. Fang Heng, I've been inside the sacred ground. There's nothing inside except the game rift. Relying solely on the game rift won't help us. Let's try. I must go inside the sacred ground to take a look. Bring me in. I promise not to act recklessly. Maybe I can find a way to help your older brother. Fang Heng persuaded again. Akedu, if the Envoy Autoleia arrives in person, going to support now would be suicide. The sacred ground may be our last chance. Unable to resist Fang Heng's repeated persuasions and with concerns for the safety of his 2 older brothers, Akedu fell silent for a moment and couldn't help asking, how confident are you? Only 50%. If we don't go, there's nothing at all. Akedu gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll take you in. 2 guards remained silent, but their actions clearly showed their attitude as they continued to block the entrance to the sacred grounds. Akedu's heart trembled upon seeing this. The situation had become so urgent that his subordinate Mutt's guards were still not allowing them to pass. He suddenly felt that there might really be some secrets hidden in the sacred grounds. Otherwise, why would his elder and second brothers always prevent him from entering? Now that my elder and second brothers are missing, Mutt's guards are under my command. I order you to move aside. Do you hear me? The 2 guards glanced at each other, hesitated for a moment. Leader, please believe that Meng leader issued this command for your own safety. Silence. Akedu had run out of patience, drew his long knife and coldly said, "Move aside. I'll say it one last time." The two guard captains sighed inwardly and then signaled their subordinates to clear a path, respectfully stepping aside. "Fang Heng, let's go. Let's go inside and take a look." "Okay." Fang Heng agreed, scanning the guards and then follow AKTU into the depths of the sacred cave. Just as they entered the cave, a thick black mist blew towards them. Fang Heng squinted and saw that the passage inside the cave was narrow, gradually stretching forward. Under the cover of the dense black mist, their vision was greatly impaired. AKTU had been here once before a long time ago, so he took a step forward with Fang Heng and delved further into the cave. The winding passage was quite long, extending for over 800 meters. Soon, the two reached the end. About 10 meters from the end, AKTU gestured for Fang Heng to stop temporarily. "Fang Heng, we've arrived." Fang Heng looked up, observing the scene at the end of the cave. A game crack. The crack was about the size of a fist, floating in midair, emitting a continuous red halo. A dense black mist intermittently overflowed from the crack. Indeed, as AKTU had mentioned earlier, besides the game crack, there was nothing else in the depths of the cave except for the ground and the magical array surrounding the rock walls in a circle. "Fang Heng, you see, apart from this game crack, there's nothing else in the depths of the sacred grounds. The elder brother's intention to prevent outsiders from entering the sacred grounds is for safety reasons. There's really nothing else here." Fang Heng observed the game crack, then looked around, carefully examining the intricate alchemical arrays attached to the ground and rock walls. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he pointed to the patterns on the wall. Something was strange. "AKTU, were these magical arrays present the first time you came here?" "Well, this..." AKTU followed Fang Heng's gesture to observe the magical array patterns and tried to recall. Indeed, when I first came, these things seemed to be non-existent. Only the elder and second brothers usually come here. It should be someone else who arranged these after they searched the place." AKTU was also unsure and asked, could the magical arrays be related to controlling the black mist? Is it to prevent the spread of the mist from the crack? Not necessarily. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze from the wall and kept his eyes fixed on the crack in the space ahead. The magical array on the wall was still active. Obviously, the magical array and the ritual being conducted by the Mutt gang outside were connected. Perhaps influenced by the ritual and the magical array, the black mist intermittently seeped out from the game crack. According to the information obtained from Fana, the game crack mostly connected to another game world. So, was the game world behind this crack a high-level game world related to the demons? Could they find a way to enter that world? Fang Heng carefully observed the alchemical magical array structure set below the game crack, suddenly realizing something even more peculiar. Strange. Outside the game crack, there was a dark golden light enveloping the magical array. Sacred light. A special seal? Was it a seal left by the Holy Court? When did this happen? Countless curiosities arose in Fang Heng's mind, and he instinctively wanted to get closer to observe. AKTU saw Fang Heng taking steps closer to the game crack and quickly reached out to hold his shoulder, whispering, "Fang Heng, it's too dangerous. Please don't get too close. Sometimes the space crack can emit fluctuations, and it would be troublesome if you were sucked in." "All right, I'll be careful," Fang Heng said, took a few more steps forward, stopped 3 meters from the game crack, and stared at the sacred light outside the crack. Surprisingly, the seal was stacked several times over, with one layer being a divine seal with extremely high strength. Several other seals were wrapped around the outside of the divine seal. It was very strange. It needed further inspection. As Fang Heng pondered, a rapidly rotating magic array appeared in his right eye. The all-knowing eye. Hint: the player is using the all-knowing eye to observe the alchemical magical array. Just as Fang Heng used the all-knowing eye to probe for a few seconds, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The black circular game crack in front of him began to emit intense fluctuations from its center. AKTU also sensed the change in the crack, his expression changing abruptly. He quickly stepped back and shouted, "Fang Heng, be careful. Step back." Before he could finish speaking, the dense black mist burst out from the crack. The mist spread too quickly. Fang Heng was unable to dodge in time, and was instantly engulfed by the expanding mist. The black mist that surged out from the game crack was completely different from the external mist, extremely aggressive. It not only covered his body, but also invaded his body from the outside, rushing straight to his consciousness's origin. What? Fang Heng's pupils contracted suddenly. He hadn't expected the black mist to become so aggressive. After invading his body, the black mist broke through the origin of his consciousness in a few short seconds. However, in the next moment, the gray mist that had quietly settled in his consciousness was activated. Like an awakening hungry beast, the gray mist pounced fiercely towards the intruder. The black mist that had entered his consciousness was like a toddler, swiftly being devoured by the gray mist. Subsequently, the gray mist settled calmly in a corner of his consciousness. Once again, a game tip flashed across Fang Heng's retina. Hint: the player is affected by the contamination effect of the demons. Hint: detection of a higher level of pollution in the player's body. Hint: the player is immune to this pollution. Pollution. He was very familiar with the power of envy. It was certain that it was not jealousy, nor was it anger that he had once sensed. The fluctuations of power were not consistent with the demonic nature in him. So it must be. No. Wait. Fang Heng thought for a moment and felt strange again. If this place is related to the world of the Seven Deadly Sins game, and there is also great danger, why did no one ever be affected by the pollution of the Seven Sins when the Federation discovered this place over a decade ago? It should be noted that the spread of the pollution of the Seven Sins is extremely strong. In the real world, it is highly dangerous, as a casual post on social media could potentially contaminate thousands of people. The Federation had no reason to ignore this place. Fang Heng realized something, his expression changing slightly, and turned to look at Acto, who had been pushed back by the black mist. Acto had also been affected by the spreading black mist just now, but he looked fine on the surface and had not suffered any actual damage. He quickly caught up and asked, "Fang Heng, are you okay?" "Acto, have you not been here for a long time?" Fang Heng suddenly felt solemn. After carefully thinking for a moment, Acto nodded and said, "Yes, 2 years ago my eldest brother and I came to this sacred place, but then my brother set a rule, not allowing anyone to enter the sacred place, including me." "Oh no." Fang Heng's heart sank, and he looked at the alchemical magic array text recorded on the surrounding walls. The patterns of the magic array flickered faintly under the cover of the black mist. The ritual runes throughout the passage were still functioning. So that's it. The black mist that had just emerged from the game rift was gradually purified within the passage under the influence of the ritual magic array, until it was purified into black mist without contaminating capabilities, before finally flowing out to the exterior of the sacred land. Fang Heng understood. When ManhwaRecap first entered the cave of the sacred land, the black mist that overflowed from the game rift did not yet have contaminating capabilities. It was because ManhwaRecap had somehow modified the game rift. The transformation of the black mist was also a result of this. ManhwaRecap guarded the sacred land so strictly not only to hide the secrets related to the demonic nature, but also more to prevent the contamination of the demonic nature from spreading outward. Acto had not been contaminated by the demonic nature before, so ManhwaRecap had always forbidden Acto from entering the sacred land. Unfortunately, after experiencing the recent wave of black mist, Fang Heng looked at Acto and asked, "Acto, can you sense anything new in your sea of consciousness?" "Huh?" Acto was taken aback. He had indeed been influenced by the black mist just now, feeling as if something was trying to invade his body. However, Acto's perception ability was not strong, and he found that this strange feeling disappeared after a moment, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Hearing Fang Heng's reminder, Acto's heart thumped, and he quickly sat down in place to carefully check his sea of consciousness. His consciousness quickly immersed into the sea of consciousness. Acto's face changed slightly. Sure enough, as Fang Heng had said, he quickly realized that there was a thin layer of gray mist hovering in his sea of consciousness. Acto immediately opened his eyes and looked at Fang Heng. "I sensed a thin mist in my sea of consciousness. What is this?" "It's the demonic nature." "Demonic nature? What is that?" Acto had never heard of the demonic nature before and looked at Fang Heng with a puzzled expression, waiting for an explanation. "Sorry, Acto, the reason your elder brother doesn't allow you into the sacred land is probably for another reason. It's my fault for forcing you to come here." Fang Heng shook his head, sighing with some guilt, and quickly explained the situation regarding the demonic nature. After listening, Acto fell into a moment of silence. It was no wonder that ever since he returned from his mission 2 years ago, he had felt that his brothers were hiding something from him. It was also no wonder that his control over the black mist was far weaker than that of his brothers. However, he had always had absolute trust in his brothers and hadn't thought much of it. With this, All his previous doubts were resolved. It's okay, Fang Heng, this is my choice. It has nothing to do with you. Acto was not afraid of the demonic nature, he was more concerned about the current situation of his brothers. What now? Fang Heng, what should we do now? You have seen the game Rift, you know the connection between the black mist and the demonic nature. Do you have a way to save my eldest brother, Yad? Fang Heng nodded. Looking back at the game Rift, the magic array in his right eye rapidly spinning. If we had the ability to completely destroy all the seals at once, by then, a large amount of black mist would overflow, and the efficiency of the external purification ritual would definitely not keep up. Acto's pupil suddenly contracted, and his heart started beating faster. What should we do? The Federation doesn't know our leverage. In their eyes, we are all a bunch of lunatics, so we can use this to negotiate with the Federation. Fang Heng retracted his all-knowing eyes. The wounds on his eyes quickly healed. Negotiate? Yes. Use the pollution black mist within the game Rift as a threat. Fang Heng said in a deep voice. Find a trustworthy brother to negotiate with the Federation. Tell them about the game Rift related to the demon race. Tell them, either we directly break open the game Rift and release the demon race pollution, everyone perishes together, or let them release your eldest and second brother first. Anyway, for now, delay the time. I need to conduct further analysis and inspection of the game Rift, find ways to increase the release speed of the black mist. Acto listened and suddenly brightened up. Yes, the Federation does not know the true situation of the game Rift. This way, he can save his eldest and second brother, even if it's just stalling for time. Brother Fang Heng, can we do it? Not sure, but we can at least try to fight for some time for us. Acto couldn't help but clench his fists again. Okay, I got it. I'll make arrangements immediately. Acto agreed and immediately went back outside the cave to make arrangements, while Fang Heng stayed in place, staring at the game Rift ahead, and muttered to himself, Zia Shi. He used his all-knowing eyes to continuously analyze for 3 minutes before he could clearly see the general situation of all the seals outside the game Rift. He was very certain that it was Zia Shi who had broken over 10 Federation seals. At the deepest level, the Federation had placed a total of 12 layers of seals on the game Rift. And Zia Shi was able to directly break open a small crack on the 12 layers of seals, allowing the black mist to flow out at an extremely slow speed, with only a tiny amount flowing out every once in a while. Terrifying power. To achieve this, besides strength, her understanding of alchemy magic arrays must be at least at the level of a master. Fang Heng even felt, at the incident 2 years ago, when ManhwaRecap brought people from the Mott Guild here might also be related to Zia Shi. But that's another matter. Fang Heng refocused his attention and concentrated on the multiple layers of magical seals in front of him. He felt that ManhwaRecap probably didn't want the pollution to leak out either. Therefore, many defensive seals were added on the outer layer of the magic array. While providing defense, it's also weak and the effect of the mist. The quickest way to increase the efficiency of the black mist was to remove some of the outermost seals of the alchemy magic array. This would allow the mist to overflow from the rift to the maximum extent possible. Fang Heng focused his energy on the stacked layers of magic arrays, and soon he had a plan. After 3 groups of people had continuously added seals for more than a decade, the entire seal had become extremely complex. Even if he wanted to break it open, it was not that easy. Generally, there are many ways to break seals. The most convenient way is undoubtedly violent breaking, but with the layers of seals continuously stacked, they easily interacted with each other. Violently breaking them was currently the most difficult method. Let's take it step by step. Fang Heng took a deep breath, focused, and began to decode one seal after another from the outside, working towards the inside. With the assistance of his all-knowing eyes, he could determine the specific situation of each seal and make targeted cracking adjustments. After observing for a while, Fang Heng was about to make a move when he suddenly noticed something and his gaze focused on an attached magic array. Fang Heng, what's the situation? In just over 10 minutes, Acto had already run out and arranged for a trusted subordinate to negotiate with the Federation. Worried about the situation of the sacred game Rift, he hurried back. Seeing Fang Heng standing in front of the seal in hesitation, Acto couldn't help but ask, "Encountered trouble?" "Yes, I found something quite strange." The function of this magic array is, it is a small magic array added in the later stage, attached to the side of the magic array. It seems to connect the ritual magic array on the wall with the magic array outside the game rift. Even the alchemy eyes cannot perceive the true effect of the magic array. Is it a protective device? Fang Heng tried to touch the magic array, hoping to gather more information through perception and mental power. Crack! At the moment his finger touched the magic array, Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. The attached magic array was triggered and began to run uncontrollably. Not good. Following that, the alchemy magic attached to the cave wall was also triggered, glowing with a dazzling blue light, causing the entire cave to shake uncontrollably. Falling rocks continuously descended from above. Acto also sensed the danger and cautiously moved to the side. Fang Heng, what's going on? Trouble. It dawned on Fang Heng at this moment. It wasn't a protective device but a trap. Once someone entered the sacred grounds and accidentally triggered a seal, the entire cave would be affected by a self-destruct mechanism. The ritual magic array would accelerate its own explosion, causing the entire cave to collapse. Acto, don't leave my side, Fang Heng shouted, conjuring a pale blue scroll in his hand. Secret technique, barrier shield. His mental power extended outwards and merged into the spell scroll in his hand. The pale white barrier shield instantly enveloped them both. Doom! With a loud rumble, the entire magic array passageway collapsed. At the same time, outside the Mott Guild headquarters, after a fierce battle ended in desolation, the holy light flowing from the pillar gradually stabilized. Minister Zhou Chen of the Federation finally breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden counterattack from ManhwaRecap and Yinno had greatly exceeded his expectations, almost succeeding. Thankfully, the Angelado from the Holy Court had arrived just in time and activated the Holy Light Pillar to 100 times its normal power, completely crushing the Mott Guild. The two leaders of the Mott Guild were also knocked unconscious by the holy impact and were temporarily taken away for strict supervision by their subordinates. Zhou Chen nodded. At present, the two deputy leaders of Mutei Gang have been captured, and much of the black mist in their residence was also eliminated during the recent fierce battle. According to the confession of the players from the Shadow City who surrendered, there is now only one deputy head, Ok Tiu, left in the Mutei Gang. It is hard for them to hold on by themselves. It is time to launch a general attack and complete the final cleanup work. Commander Zhou. The Archmage Otoya still seemed somewhat uneasy and persuaded the Mutei Gang is not to be feared, but the abnormal black mist in their residence and the game rift are not to be taken lightly. For safety's sake, I suggest giving me an hour to reinforce the seal magic array around the residence perimeter in case of any accidents. After several previous encounters, Zhou Chen was also greatly wary of the black mist in Mutei Gang's residence. Upon hearing this, he nodded immediately. The Archmage's suggestion is thoughtful. All right, as the Archmage said. The federal military immediately took action and coordinated with the Holy See to reinforce the magic array outside the Mutei Gang's residence. Just a few minutes after the arrangements were made, a federal soldier hurried over and whispered a few words to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen frowned upon hearing this and his expression became somewhat strange. Clement looked at Zhou Chen and asked, "Commander Zhou, is something happening?" Zhou Chen smiled lightly and replied, "It's people from the Mutei Gang. They probably know that we have captured ManhwaRecap and have come to negotiate with us." Negotiate? The people in the temporary camp couldn't help but feel strange. The Mutei Gang's leader has already been captured, and they are completely vulnerable. So what capital do they have to negotiate with? Zhou Chen also thought so and nodded, saying, "Bring the person up and hear what they had to say." Soon, a member of the Mutei Gang was brought up under federal guard. Zhou Chen looked down at the person disdainfully and said, "The Mutei Gang is truly devoid of anyone, sending an insignificant pawn to convey a message. Speak if you have anything to say." The gang member came with a determination to die and said proudly, "I am here on behalf of the Mutei Gang to negotiate with you. The request is simple. Release our people immediately. All of them." Zhou Chen looked at him with interest and asked, "What if not?" "If not, then we will completely release the black mist contamination source imprisoned in the Mutei Gang's sanctuary." "Ha! Just based on the remaining black mist inside the residence." Zhou Chen lost interest in continuing to listen and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to take the person away. "Wait. The leader asked me to tell you 2 words, Demon Seed." Upon hearing this, The federal players accompanying Zhou Chen didn't understand what it meant, but the members of the Holy See had a slight change in expression. "What did you say?" Unable to resist, the Grand Bishop of the Holy See took the lead, blocking the two soldiers and questioning, "What did you say?" Seeing the urgency of the Holy See members, the gang member grew bolder and threatened. The deputy leader said that we are all doomed, dead if dead. If you don't release our people, we will release the demon seed contamination source. When that happens, everyone will perish. Bring more people to accompany us to our graves. The expressions of the Holy See members became even more grim as they listened. Zhou Chen noticed the change in the Holy See team and turned to the Grand Bishop, asking, "Grand Bishop, what is the demon seed?" It is related to the high-level hidden game world and has a strong infectious ability, causing catastrophic effects on ordinary people. If there is truly a demon seed contamination presence in the Mute gang, once it spreads, the contamination will propagate among players and become very troublesome. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow and gestured to a soldier nearby. "Let me go. Release our leader. Otherwise, you will regret it." The soldiers on both sides dragged the shouting Mute gang member away. Zhou Chen had never heard of information related to demon seed contamination before and couldn't help but ask, "Can you guys tell me, what level of catastrophe is the demon seed contamination?" The Grand Bishop nodded and said, "It is the highest level, 3S class, destruction level." The members of the federal military couldn't help but turn pale. Destruction level, equivalent to the destruction of the world. A slight oversight could result in the destruction of the entire world together. At present, are we unable to confirm whether the Mute gang has the ability to release the demon seed contamination? Clement hesitated and asked, "Could the Mute gang's words be a bluff?" Immediately, a federal officer agreed, "Indeed, the mention of demon seed contamination is very sudden. There have never been any signs indicating that the black mist released from the game Rift is related to demon seed contamination." Makes sense. The demon seed contamination is most likely a strategy the Mute gang wants to use to delay time. They are trying to scare us. Another officer added, "The more they want to delay, the faster we should act. I suggest immediate action to catch them off guard." Most of the opinions of the military officers were unified. None of them had ever heard of demon seed contamination and thought the Mute gang was just putting on a show. As for the Holy See, they were always mysterious. Who knows if it's real or fake? Zhou Chen pressed his hand to quiet down the discussion and looked at the Archmage Otoya beside him. "Archmage Otoya, what do you think?" The Archmage Otoya had not participated in the discussion until now. She remained silent, frowned, and looked deep into the Mute gang's residence, saying in a deep voice, "I cannot confirm the truth of what they're saying, but the change in the black mist does bear some resemblance to contamination. We cannot completely rule out this possibility." "What about before?" a military officer pursued. "When you came here before, you were also involved in sealing the magic array. Did you sense any traces of demon seed contamination back then?" "I can confirm that over a decade ago, there was no demon seed contamination here at all," Otoya said. "If there have been any changes, it has occurred in the past 10 years. Clement remained silent. Originally, he was just here to pursue the escaping humanoid race. First it was the Shadow City, then the Mute gang, then the Black Mist, and now this demon seed contamination. Since Fang Heng appeared, everything has become increasingly uncontrollable." He had a strange feeling that everything was closely related to Fan Heng. Zhou Chen hesitated as he listened to the analysis from the Holy See. The information they had obtained so far was not enough for him to make a judgment. He needed more data. The internal and external of the Shadow City couldn't be directly contacted. It seems that something exploded inside the mutant camp's headquarters. Due to the black mist enveloping the camp's headquarters, they couldn't see clearly. They could only see a thicker black mist surging from deep within the mutant camp. The density of the black mist had increased several times compared to before. The black mist has changed again. Otoya stared at the headquarters, her expression becoming even more grim. It was confirmed to be contaminated by demon seed. The contamination of the demon seed was mixed with the power of the black mist. The current contamination level was not high, but the demon seed was a matter of great importance, and there was no room for any carelessness. The members of the Federation also noticed the black mist and couldn't help but discuss it quietly among themselves. They were not certain what the demon seed was, but they could all feel the oppressive feeling emanating from the black mist. "I'm afraid the mutant camp didn't deceive us," The rift in the depths of the headquarters is indeed related to the demon seed. Clement asked, God Envoy, how should we deal with the current situation? The black mist contains some contamination. The consequences after contamination are extremely serious. For safety reasons, have your subordinates retreat. The holy light has some resistance against the black mist. Our people will reinforce and expand the external divine magic array to temporarily block the spread of the black mist. Then we will make further plans. Otolia quickly made a decision. The people of the mutant camp were extremely ruthless. The black mist was an indiscriminate attack. This meant that all members of the mutant camp under the black mist would also be contaminated by the demon seed. The first thing to do now was to prevent the spread of contamination, and then solve the problem as quickly as possible. Zhou Chen realized the seriousness of the situation and ordered, discover suspected level 3's disaster. Immediately report to the Federation's high-level officials for a response. Retrieve relevant information about the demon seed, raise the danger level, and request the intervention of a special event handling team. Inside the cave, the pale crystalline barrier dissipated. Fang Heng and two others were trapped in a small space by the fallen boulders. The exit leading outside the cave had been completely blocked off. Fang Heng, are you okay? I'm fine. How about you? Fang Heng pushed aside a huge rock that was pressing in front of him. I'm fine too. Akat looked around the small area. What just happened? How did it collapse suddenly? The magic array set outside the alchemy magic array was triggered. It was probably a trap set by your brother, Fang Heng said, looking at the rift that had been buried under a dozen fallen rocks. The contaminated black mist was slowly seeping out from the cracks in the rocks. The trap device connects to the ritual magic array inside the cave. Once triggered, it automatically detonates the entire cave's black mist evolution ritual, destroying the cave along with it. This. Akat opened his mouth, suddenly realizing the danger. So, you mean, the contamination has leaked? We can't control the spread of contamination anymore. Yes. Fang Heng sighed and shrugged. The contamination has spread. Now it's not just threatening the Federation, but we're in big trouble. Originally just planning to threaten the Federation by releasing the contaminated black mist to buy time to find a way out, but triggering the trap caused the contamination to spread completely. So, what do we do now? Akat was lost for a moment, completely directionless. Fang Hen, what should we do now? Don't worry, for now, the contamination has only spread partially. The passage leading outside has been completely blocked by collapsed rocks, and the spread of contamination is not fast. And once the contamination spreads outside, the people from the Federation should realize that we have the ability to spread the contamination and should choose more cautiously, perhaps buying us some time. Akat nodded, still a little worried. Fang Hen, will the members outside the camp also be affected by the contamination? It's uncertain. From the current situation, the contamination level is not that high, and the leaked contamination is limited. When it spreads outside, it will dilute again. Whether they will be affected by the contamination will depend on their luck. Fang Heng looked up. No time to think about that. Akat, we don't have much time left. Merely relying on these collapsed rocks will not be able to resist the continuous spread of the contaminated aura. What should we do now? Akat looked troubled. The passage outside was completely blocked, and they were trapped here without any way out. Naturally, the mutant camp members outside should help clear the passage from the exit as soon as possible. But staying here was of no use whatsoever. If they tried to dig a way out, it might accelerate the spread of contamination. Fang Heng had a plan already. Getting up and walking to the area covered by fallen rocks near the rift. I will try to repair the external magic array first. Maybe we can regain control of the rift. Akat was surprised. Can you really do that? Let's give it a try. Fang Heng felt the immense pressure. With his current abilities, creating 1 or 2 additional seals outside the rift could delay the overflow of contamination for a moment. Unfortunately, the effect would not be very effective. The only solution relied on the seals left outside the rift itself. One of them was a sacred seal. Among all the seals outside the rift, the sacred seal was undoubtedly the most powerful one. After Zia Shi forcibly opened a gap, the sacred seal had a breach. Subsequently, ManhwaRecap set up 5 additional layers of seals outside the gap to control the leakage of contamination and black mist. To completely solve the problem, the outer 5 seals of the sacred seal had to be broken first, and then figure out how to repair the sacred seal. Let's give it a try first. The trouble was caused by him, so he had to quickly find a way to rectify it. In the worst case, if the contamination really spread out, he would be the one to blame. "Let's get started," Fang Heng said, lifting a huge rock from the ground with both hands and moving it to the side. "Okay, I'll help." Soon, the two of them worked together to clean up a large area around the rift. Fang Heng stood at the edge of the rift, focusing on the seal magic array, his eyes reflecting the rotating magic array. Over half an hour later, with the help of the all-knowing eye, Fang Heng successively destroyed 5 magic arrays. The high-intensity continuous use of the all-knowing eye had blurred his right eye's vision. He had to take a temporary break to rest for a moment. Fang Heng briefly explained, took a moment to rest in place, then strengthened himself again and approached the outermost layer of the sacred seal magic array left behind. The Eye of Omniscience rotated at full speed. Fang Heng observed the sacred seal magic array. It was different from before. The additional overlay of magic arrays on the outside had all been removed, and the sacred seal magic array was displayed more clearly in front of Fang Heng, trying to repair it. Fang Heng concentrated on thinking. Not yet. More information is needed. Fang Heng tried to reach out and touch the alchemy magic array, preparing to use perception for the next test. What's going on? As soon as his fingers touched the alchemy magic array, the whole magic array seemed to be activated as if touched. A fluctuation? Game rifts would emit fluctuations intermittently, but this time seemed different. What's going on? The entire magic array started to spin rapidly. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Fang Heng. AKTU saw that something was wrong and reached out to grab Fang Heng's shoulder, trying to pull him back. Swish! In the next moment, a thick black mist suddenly burst out of the fist-sized game rift. Doom! The mist dissipated instantly. Fang Heng stared intently at the center of the mist. He felt a very familiar power overflowing from the game rift. Almost instantly, the black mist congealed into a giant hand that firmly grasped Fang Heng. Snake! The next moment, Fang Heng's body was instantly torn and pulled into the game rift by the black hand. Fang Heng. AKTU felt a strong pulling force on his hand, and Fang Heng was forcibly pulled away from him, and was completely dragged into the game rift. He was shocked to see this scene, staring at the rift in front of him with an incredulous expression. What should he do? Swish! In the next second, a ripple emanated from the game rift in front of him. The black mist overflowed again, forming a giant hand that reached out towards AKTU, wrapping him tightly and pulling him into the game rift completely. ... Tint. Player entered unknown game world. Tint. Player entered an unidentified game world. Tint. Current unknown world danger level. High ranking. Tint. This world is a specially open ceiling type world, with a special entry method. Players cannot actively log out under the current conditions. Tint. All spatial class items are ineffective in the current environment. Hint. All remote communications are ineffective in the current environment. Fang Heng's retinas were quickly filled with game prompts, and he found himself surrounded by a black mist. This was the other end of the game rift. Fang Heng quickly regained his consciousness and realized he was falling downwards. Swish! Fang Heng swiftly transformed into a bat form, adjusting his posture in midair. While observing his surroundings quickly, he had been grabbed by the sudden burst in black mist and pulled into the game world. No doubt about it. From the game prompts, it was undoubtedly a game world here. His senses told him that this game world seemed not to be very large. It was somewhat similar to a special space opened by spatial abilities. What's that? Blocked by a black mist in front of him, the visible distance was only about 3 meters, but Fang Heng's bloodline perception told him that there was something below with a very strong life force. Swish! Here it comes. In the darkness, a small figure suddenly flashed out from the black mist in front of him. What is it? Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the right side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Tat! Pat! A series of faint collisions between the walls were heard as the figure bounced quickly between the walls. Judging from this, the opponent seemed to have no flying ability, and the size was not large. Fang Heng maintained his flying posture in midair, observing the creature shrouded in the thick fog. After a few attempts to get closer, the figure stopped and landed in a corner below. What kind of creature was it? Fang Heng didn't dare to move, hovering in midair, ready to observe again, when suddenly a dark light burst out from the game rift above. A loud shout. AKTU had been grabbed by the black mist and pulled into the game space. In a panic, he shouted as he fell from high above. Oh no! Swish! AKTU had no flying skills. He found himself in a rapid freefall state, trying to control his body to maintain balance and slow down. But before he could recover, he suddenly saw a black shadow flash in front of him. Swish! Dang! AKTU felt a hard blow from something and was instantly flung out, hitting the wall with a thud. AKTU! Watch out! Seeing the situation, Fang Heng flew towards the bottom to rescue him. The black shadow seemed even more interested in Fang Heng and immediately changed its target, flying towards Fang Heng. In midair, Fang Heng returned to human form, hands gathering in front of him. Hiss! Hiss! Under his mental control, the black mist around him gathered into a huge fist that struck towards the approaching black shadow. The fist shadows completely enveloped the area in front of them. Doom! The black figure rushed straight ahead, breaking through the fist shadows directly. The black mist exploded. Swish! 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 The black shadow's speed remained unabated as it rushed toward Fang Heng, curling its body into a ball and slamming into Fang Heng. Just as it was about to collide, Fang Heng's body suddenly disappeared into the space. Swish! The black shadow's collision speed remained the same, passing through Fang Heng's body's illusion before ruthlessly hitting the rock wall behind him. Doom! The impact created a huge dent in the rock wall. The flying mouse grabbed onto the wall, turned his head to look around, and his eyes showed a bewildered expression. Fang Heng hid in the secondary spatial projection, observing the state of the black shadow in real space. Its form was shrouded in black fog, and he could vaguely see a pair of shining black eyes. Was it some kind of rodent? South, not far away, AKTU had been hit into a state of dizziness by a previous attack and then fell to the ground, temporarily losing his ability to move his body as if he had been dismantled. As the flying mouse seemed to be interested in AKTU and was about to give chase, Fang Heng stepped out of the secondary spatial projection. Let's try this move. Fang Heng raised his hand forward. A dark golden light instantly burst forth in front of him. The light illuminated a small area around him. The Book of Vase. Swish! 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 Sacred remnants flew out from the Book of Vase, dispersing most of the black mist surrounding them. The sacred remnant purify and disperse the surrounding black fog, immediately attacking the black squirrel. The squirrel realized the terrifying power carried within the sacred remnant and quickly leapt aside. The automatic pursuit effect of the sacred remnant was triggered, chasing after the squirrel from all angles. However, the squirrel's agility was incredibly high, continuously jumping and dodging within a small area. Dang! Dang bang! The speed of the sacred remnant's attacks couldn't catch up to the squirrel's evasions, continuously smashing into walls and creating deep hits on the rock wall. It seems like its evasion range has been locked. Fang Heng carefully observed the flying squirrel, squinting his eyes and focusing on the squirrel's ankles. Upon closer inspection, a dark red shackle bound the squirrel's ankle joint, directly affecting its range of activity. Under the influence of the shackle, the squirrel was soon cornered by the sacred remnants attacking from all sides. Act 2. Come over here. Act 2. Recovering from paralysis, immediately ran towards Fang Heng upon hearing his call. As the squirrel was being cornered by the sacred remnant from all directions, Fang Heng and Act 2 watched the situation with caution. They were somewhat puzzled by the squirrel's ankle being restricted by the red chain, ensuring their safety for the time being. The squirrel ceased its attack and simply observed Fang Heng and Act 2, showing curiosity towards them. Act 2 whispered, "He seems less hostile towards us now." Suddenly, a game hint appeared in Fang Heng's field of vision. Hint: player trigger, optional mission. Imprisoned Shadow Mouse. The difficulty level for the task was SSS, the highest level in the game. This high difficulty task was considered impossible by players due to its low success rate, close to 0. Fang Heng, be careful. Check the game hints. This creature is definitely a boss level entity. Got it. You fall back a bit and cover me. The Shadow Phantom Rat didn't seem particularly hostile toward them, and the game hints provided a way to complete the objective. Perhaps direct confrontation with the Shadow Phantom Rat wasn't necessary. With that thought in mind, Fang Heng cautiously approached the creature. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the Shadow Phantom Rat's body was covered in a network of intricate patterns. The patterns extended outward from a dark red shackle around the creature's ankle. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Shadow Phantom Rat, seeing Fang Heng approach slowly, let out a series of urgent squeaks. Its tone almost sounded like it was urging him on. Fang Heng continued to observe the patterns on the rat and recalled its earlier behaviors, seemingly deep in thought. He stopped in his tracks and decided to extend his hand toward it once again. Buzz. Fang Heng's heart had some guesses, and he once again activated the oath book. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sacred remnants once again rushed towards the shadowy phantom rat. The eyes of the shadowy phantom rat showed human-like excitement as it turned into a dark shadow and collided with the sacred remnants. Bang! Bang! Dang! The sacred remnants collided with the shadowy phantom rat, causing black mist to continuously burst out. The shadowy phantom rat was repeatedly knocked back, yet it seemed to enjoy it, continuously getting up and charging towards the sacred remnants. Fang Heng still stood in place, observing the state of the shadowy phantom rat and muttering softly, "So that's how it is." Acto on the side was a bit confused, hearing Fang Heng's whisper, and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fang Heng, what's going on?" Based on my judgment, it should be related to the seal binding on the shadowy phantom rat. When it was first impacted by the sacred remnants, the shadowy phantom rat probably realized that the binding on its body showed signs of weakening. Binding. Acto also looked towards the shadowy phantom rat and noticed the red web-like patterns on its body. Yes, the sacred remnants have the ability to purify and dispel, and also have a restraint effect on various dark attributes of power. While attacking the shadowy phantom rat, it's also had an effect on the binding on its body. Fang Heng continued to explain. The shadowy phantom rat is not clear about the principle, it just feels that the binding on its body has weakened, so it keeps launching attacks on the remnants, probably hoping that we can continue to use the sacred remnants to help it lift the binding. I see. Listening to Fang Heng's words, Acto understood. His eyes brightened, and he asked, "Brother Fang Heng, can we use the sacred remnants to help it remove the seal on its body?" "I'm afraid we can't do that yet." Fang Heng shook his head. After the previous consumption, there was not much holy light energy left inside the sacred remnants, and it was rapidly depleting. Plus, the seal's strength attached to the shadowy phantom rat was very high. After just dozens of impacts, there was no apparent weakening. Fang Heng could see it clearly. After the sacred remnants collided with the shadowy phantom rat, most of its power was counteracted by the black mist bursting from the rat, having minimal impact on the binding on its body. In a moment, the energy of the sacred remnants was almost depleted, flying back into the oath book one by one. The shadowy phantom rat sensed the gradual disappearance of the remnants' power and looked back at Fang Heng and Acto, making squeaking sounds as if expressing displeasure. "Hey, Fang Heng," Acto whispered cautiously, raising his alertness. "It's okay." Fang Heng gestured for Acto not to act rashly, carefully approaching the shadowy phantom rat. "We come with goodwill, just wanting to help you remove the seal on your body. No ill intent." The shadowy phantom rat seemed to understand Fang Heng's words, obediently staying in place, watching as Fang Heng slowly approached it, until there was only half a meter between Fang Heng and the shadowy phantom rat. The rat stood up straight, tilting its head to look at Fang Heng. The two of them stared at each other. Fang Heng's gaze shifted to the shackle on the rat's ankle. The shackle was tightly connected to the ground, and on the ground, there was an advanced hidden magic array. Swish! Fang Heng looked at the ground, the magic array in the pupil of his right eye spinning rapidly. Under the activation of the all-knowing eye, the ground suddenly revealed a faint magic array pattern. The magic array seemed to absorb the surrounding black mist. Fang Heng was even more surprised. Swish! Swish! Under the activation of the all-knowing eye, the magic array accelerated its rotation. Squeak! Influenced by the magic array, the shadowy phantom rat's dark red shackle suddenly lit up. The rat felt a sharp pain, layers of black mist emanating from its body, while making threatening noises towards Fang Heng. Seeing this, Acto's heart tightened and he quickly shouted, "Brother Fang Heng, be careful." Fang Heng noticed the rat's abnormality and immediately stopped the operation of the all-knowing eye. Hint: player discovers an unknown modified alchemical magic array. Hint: this magic array has a higher rank than the player, so the player only gets basic information. Alchemical magic array high grade. Concealment type. Explanation: specially crafted high-level magic array with concealment effect, capable of absorbing and converting fixed-frequency energy. Attributes: no attribute. Related to mysticism, can absorb the power of black mist to strengthen the magic array. Fang Heng pondered. The magic array was using an extremely clever method to absorb the black mist energy released by the shadowy phantom rat, converting and restraining the rat's actions. In theory, the stronger the shadowy phantom rat's strength and the more intense its struggles, the stronger the energy released from the binding. Solely based on the rat's efforts, it would never be able to break free from this binding. A genius-like design. Fang Heng marveled inwardly. The player who designed and created this magic array must be at least a master level in mysticism and alchemy. If he wanted to completely unlock the magic array, he would need ample time, combined with the all-knowing eye and a large number of zombie avatars to level up and increase success rate. 2 months would suffice. But now, the situation outside was urgent. He couldn't afford to spend that much time. There was a more direct way. Fully activate the stimulating magic array, push the shadowy phantom rat to the brink of death. At that point, with the rat losing its energy support, the magic array's energy supply would be insufficient, its defensive capabilities greatly reduced, before finally using external force to crush it.